Chapter 81. The scene became slightly awkward. Qin Yuqi stared blankly at Chu Qing. If she hadn't just witnessed his unparalleled martial arts and ruthless swordsmanship, she would have suspected he was Luo Wu, the earth rat, in disguise. Chu Qing, expressionless, took out the gold hairpin from his robes. Is this it? Yes. Qin Yuqi looked at Chu Qing strangely, not understanding how this thing ended up on him. However, she quickly took it, feeling a great sense of relief. She was careless and absent-minded. To lure the earth rat out, she had left behind many things, and somehow this gold hairpin had gotten mixed in. Later, when she discovered it was missing, she was truly startled. This was a token of love from her husband. Although he was good-natured and a gentleman, he wouldn't blame her for it. But she couldn't betray her husband's heart. At first, catching the burrowing rat was just a way for Luo Wu to rid the people of a pest, but after discovering the hairpin was missing, it truly became a personal grudge. Only after the hairpin was recovered did she finally relax after the entire journey. She casually tucked the hairpin into her hair, and looking at Chu Qing again, she was even more surprised. Why was this hairpin on Chu Qing? Why was Chu Qing so certain that the hairpin was hers? And when she looked at Chu Qing, she noticed that Chu Qing was staring at the hairpin in her hair, his eyes seeming to have been momentarily lost in thought. Qin Yuqi clicked her tongue in admiration. This young swordsman was truly handsome. His skin was even better than hers, looking fair and delicate, as if you could squeeze water from it. However, why did he seem so familiar? The events had happened so quickly, and she had been dizzy and disoriented, not paying attention to Chu Qing's appearance. The two stood not far apart, and upon closer inspection, the more they looked, the more familiar they seemed. There was a strange sense of déjà vu between their features. Chu Qing turned around, his blade flashing, and with a single stroke, he decapitated the woman among the bandits. His attack was completely unexpected, and the man beside him was so terrified that he immediately knelt down. A murky liquid flowed from his crotch, spilling onto the ground. Chu Qing frowned, clearly disgusted. The man hurriedly cowed out, pleading, "Young hero, spare my life. Young hero, spare my life." Seeing this, Qin Yuqi, not bothering to think about who Chu Qing resembled, was once again shocked by Chu Qing's ruthlessness. Chu Qing glanced at the man kowtowing profusely, and said calmly, "I won't kill you for now." The man, as if granted a pardon, said, "Thank you for sparing my life, young hero. I promise I will never do anything immoral again." With that, he turned to leave. "Come back." Chu Qing's voice came from behind. The man froze, turning to look at Chu Qing. "I said I wouldn't kill you yet. When did I say you could leave?" "Yes, yes, yes." The man nodded quickly, standing obediently to the side, no longer daring to make a move. Only then did the group of townspeople in the mayor's courtyard emerge. A glimmer of light appeared in their lifeless eyes. Then, the waiter silently knelt before Chu Qing. The old woman holding the swaddled baby was the second, followed by the butcher, the noodle stall owner. In a short while, he was kneeling before her. Chu Qing's gaze swept over them one by one. "What is it?" "The wicked villains of Yinfeng village kidnapped my wife and child. They ordered me to obey their commands, or they would harm my wife and child. I thought that as long as I obeyed, my wife could stay home and cook on the mountain, and things would be peaceful. But they broke their promise, not only abusing my wife, but also torturing her to death. And my child." The waiter choked on his sobs. They threw him into boiling oil. Enough. Even Chu Qing couldn't bear to hear such things, and she didn't want the waiter to reopen his wounds. Meanwhile, others began to recount their experiences. These stories, one after another, were truly horrifying. Qin Yuqi's eyes were already red when she heard the waiter's account of her tragic ordeal. The more she listened, the angrier she became. The old man holding the swaddled baby was cradling his grandson. From the moment Yinfeng village first arrived in this town, the child was brutally killed by a bandit. The child's mother was dragged into the house and raped by the bandits. The child's father fought back with a shovel, but his legs were broken, and he was forced to kneel and watch. Finally, his wife was kidnapped by the bandits, and he was beaten to the point of near death. After 3 days of recuperation at home, his injuries hadn't healed when the Yinfeng village bandits returned, bringing him a human skin, his wife's skin. The bloody human skin filled him with despair and screams, until he finally vomited blood and died. The bandits stood by, watching and laughing, pointing and whispering, as if they had witnessed something particularly amusing. Only one old woman remained alive in the family. But it was no different from being dead. She held her grandson's corpse, sitting in the corner every day, watching. She watched the town, once full of laughter and joy, slowly descend into stagnation. She didn't die, She just wanted to see if heaven still had eyes. How long could Infeng village continue to run rampant? Through the accounts of the people, Chu Qing gradually understood the whole story. Infeng village wasn't content with burning, killing, and looting here, they also preyed on passers-by. These people were wary of bandits and highwaymen, but they didn't guard against the normal residents of the town. Initially, if martial artists passed through the town, the residents would plead for their help, hoping these chivalrous heroes could assist them. Some of these heroes ignored them, while others confidently went directly to Infeng village. But when they returned, some were just skin and bones, others were just heads. Then that day, many more people in the town died. Gradually, they dared not do it anymore. Those who couldn't bear this life began to gravitate towards Infeng village, transforming themselves from local ruffians into town mayors and restaurant managers. Those who didn't want to harm others tried to dissuade anyone approaching, but without exception, they were all beaten to death. The town dwindled in number, and those who remained gradually became numb and indifferent. They tried to escape, they tried to seek help. In the end, they remained here, watching helplessly as everything unfolded, powerless to stop it. It's simply outrageous. Qin Yuqi's chest heaved. She had never imagined such a tragedy could exist in the world. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Rest assured, everyone. This Infeng village is so rampant and vicious, it cannot be tolerated by the righteous path of the martial world. I will definitely eradicate this Infeng village and bring justice to everyone." She spoke with fervor and righteous indignation, but these people ignored them, their eyes fixed on Chu Qing. They had all seen it. This young woman possessed martial arts skills, but she had almost lost her hand. This was only the third master. If the second master and the first master had intervened, how could she have stood up? Her final fate would likely have been extremely tragic. The only one they could truly rely on was this young swordsman who, without uttering a word, had slaughtered all these bandits. Only if he agreed with the people of this small town have any chance of liberation. Chu Qing's thin lips tightened. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. "I can eliminate the Infeng village, but if you want me to kill, you have to pay me." These words instantly shattered the hopes that had just risen in everyone present. They had no money, only stolen goods. These things were useless. Their own money had long been looted by Infeng village. Qin Yuqi looked at Chu Qing angrily, not understanding what he was doing. How much silver do you want?" The butcher stammered, looking at Chu Qing. Chu Qing glanced at him. "How much do you have?" The butcher fumbled in his pocket for a moment, finally pulling out a copper coin. I only have this much." His voice was hoarse, and filled with despair as he spoke. The faces of the others were also filled with despair. 1 copper coin, to send someone to wipe out Infeng village? This was utterly ridiculous. They could already imagine Chu Qing's refusal, and perhaps even his anger. Enough. Those 2 clear words reached their ears amidst their incredulous gazes. They could hardly believe that Chu Qing had spoken those words. The butcher also looked up at Chu Qing abruptly. What did you say? This is enough?" But I only have 1 copper coin." Chu Qing looked at the prompt that appeared before him, selected to receive it, and said calmly, "You have given me all the money in the entire town. That's enough. Keep this copper coin safe. I will come to collect my reward after the deed is done." After saying this, he looked at the man standing beside him with his hands at his sides, his crotch ice cold. "Lead the way to Infeng village." The man trembled, wanting to refuse, but not daring to. Listening to the townspeople recount their experiences, one after another, he hated even more for not having wiped them all out, leading to this current predicament. "I'm going too." Seeing Chu Qing about to leave with the man, Qin Yuqi quickly said, "I haven't heard of Infeng village, but their actions are so arrogant, they must have many people. I go with you, so we can have backup." Winru had already silently followed behind Chu Qing. "Okay." Chu Qing didn't refuse. After all, knowing Qin Yuqi's personality, even if he refused, she would still come along. Rather than that, it's better to act together from the start. Besides, he didn't want to let a single person from Infeng village escape. These people were too ruthless. Leaving anyone alive would be like releasing demons into the world. One person's plan is limited, having 2 people to help is much better than fighting alone. At least they can cover for any weaknesses. As for the town, the mayor was a shrewd and calculating man. Even if he was currently without help and might not be a match for the other villagers, even if he had some trump cards, he definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly before Chu Qing returned. Therefore, Chu Qing wasn't particularly worried about him. The group, led by the man who had wet his pants, headed towards Infeng village. On the way, Qin Yuqi was still indignant. "This is truly outrageous. Such villains have appeared on the territory of the Divine Blade Hall, and they still have the nerve to hold some kind of world's first-class tournament. Their own mess is a complete mess. Aren't they afraid of being laughed at by the arriving heroes of the martial world? Winry nodded upon hearing this. A small mountain stronghold has become so ruthless, oppressing the people of a small town to this extent. Their crimes are simply too numerous to recount. Qin Yuqi looked at Winry's expressionless face as she spoke with righteous indignation, feeling something was off. It was as if she was deliberately agreeing with her, but didn't actually think that way. She shook her head. Ever since Jiang Shendao of the Divine Blade Hall announced the impending arrival of the Mandate of Heaven, the territory of the Divine Blade Hall has become increasingly unbearable. The people are suffering terribly, the martial world is in chaos. If this continues, even without the leaders vying for the position of Hall Master, the Divine Blade Hall will destroy itself. Gentle and silent, lost in thought. The atmosphere gradually grew heavy. Chu Qing walked at the front, saying nothing. The group didn't ride horses, sometimes using their light-footed skills, sometimes stopping to walk. After walking and stopping for over an hour, they arrived at Yinfeng Mountain. The terrain here was treacherous, with only one path leading up the mountain. Many bandit sentries were positioned on both sides of the path. With the help of the one who had wet his pants, Chu Qing and his group gradually cleared away the surrounding sentries. A short while later, they saw the gate of Yinfeng village. It was getting late, and the dark clouds hung low. A crow in the treetop cawed twice, its bright red eyes seeming to be stained with blood. Suddenly, it swooped down and pecked out an eyeball from one of the corpses hanging in front of the village gate, carrying it into the sky. Chu Qing silently glanced at the crow, then his gaze fell on the corpses hanging in front of the gate. The corpses were all gruesome. Some had been skinned alive, others tortured to the point of exposing bones. Some had been dead for a long time, long since dried by the wind, while others still bled, drop by drop, staining the ground. The small gate of this mountain stronghold resembled a ghostly realm. Qin Yuqi's eyes were bloodshot, while Winry suddenly said to Chu Qing, "The scent of that knife. I've been here before, I smelled it, it's in here." Chu Qing's eyes flashed, he nodded slightly, and then with a swift turn of his blade, a hissing sound rang out, and the head of the bandit, who had been cowering nearby, was instantly severed. Holding the head in one hand and the knife in the other, Chu Qing strode towards the stronghold. Two groups of bandits guarded the gate. Upon seeing Chu Qing and his companions, they both froze, asking, "Who goes there? Why wasn't there a warning down below?" They exchanged only a few words before blood splattered as Chu Qing plunged into the crowd. With just a few flashes of his blade, the two groups of 6 men were reduced to 6 corpses. Then, with a single turn of his blade, a whooshing light swept across the area. A cracking sound followed. The mountain stronghold's wooden gate, constructed of stakes, was cleaved in two by a single strike. Logs tumbled down, burying several bandits, who couldn't dodge in time. Amidst the terrified gazes of the bandits, Chu Qing slowly stepped into the stronghold, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He spoke calmly, "Someone has paid for your lives. Please, come forward to meet your death." Chapter 82. The bandits, armed with swords and knives, huddled together, warily watching Chu Qing approach. Qin Yuqi and Winru entered and stood on either side of the entrance. They had already planned it out. Once inside, Chu Qing would kill, and they would block the entrance. Yinfeng Mountain was surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides, with only this one entrance. As long as they blocked it, they wouldn't have to worry about any escaping. Seeing that only 3 people had entered, the bandits' courage increased slightly. They exchanged glances, and suddenly someone shouted, brandishing their weapon at Chu Qing. However, in a flash, 2 corpses lay on the ground. The blade had cut a single line, slicing through the philtrum. A line of blood ran across the face, splitting it in 2. Everyone saw the way the 2 men died, but no one understood how this person had killed them. Chu Qing didn't care what they thought, he only felt a boiling killing intent within him. Since they dared not approach, Chu Qing took the initiative. With a light tap of his foot, one bandit was sliced in 2 before he could even react. Before the corpse could fall, Chu Qing's single-edged sword whirled. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk 4 or 5 heads flew into the air in quick succession, a shower of blood filling the sky. Immediately afterward, a surge of true energy erupted from Chu Qing's body, causing several figures, who had initially tried to dodge, to stumble and fall towards him. But before they could even get close, they were blasted away by a tremendous force. Each of them coughed up blood and died instantly. Qin Yuqi, standing at the entrance of the mountain stronghold, was dumbfounded. She knew the swordsman's martial arts were superior to hers, but she hadn't expected them to be this powerful. What does it mean to be a tiger among sheep? What does it mean to be no match for them? The most obvious proof is right before her eyes. She couldn't help but look at Winru, wanting to ask about this person's background. Why did she feel this person was somewhat familiar? However, seeing Winru's icy face, she hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't open her mouth. Blood, blades, and unrestrained true energy flowed around. With Chu Qing at the core, the area within a 10-foot radius had become a death trap. Whoever stepped into this place would die. Mountain bandits were inherently fierce, licking blood from the blade year-round. They had witnessed too much bloodshed, too much cruelty. Therefore, they were not afraid to fight to the death. Fortune favors the bold, it's a common saying. But this time was different. They couldn't even utter a scream, their courage shattered by the rain of blood. That person, that knife, killing them was like killing chickens. A pale face, cold eyes. The loss of lives didn't even flicker in his eyes. It was as if his blade wasn't killing people, but wheat, crop after crop, which he could harvest at will. Where did this killing god come from? They would die. They would definitely die. This realization terrified them, so much so that the bandits behind dared not charge forward again. Some realized something was wrong. The people who came today were different from the previous ones. These were true masters. To oppose them was certain death. Immediately, taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching, they ran towards the outside of the stronghold. But as soon as they reached the gate, two blades met them head-on. The Qianquan blade. Qin Yuqi had been itching to fight for a long time, watching Chu Qing unleash his killing spree. Before striking, she even called out to Winru, "Something's come up, I go first." After a moment of gentle contemplation, before she could even nod, the bandit on this side had already been stabbed to death by Qin Yuqi. Only then did she say, "All right." Qin Yuqi flicked the blood from her blade and turned to look at her. Ah! Some of the bandits, knowing a powerful enemy had arrived and they couldn't handle it, could only run up the mountain to seek help. Stumbling and staggering, they rushed into the Hall of Righteousness. "Boss! Second boss! Something terrible has happened. Someone has broken in from outside. The brothers can't hold them off." After speaking, they looked around, but the boss wasn't there. Instead, a hunched-over man emerged from behind the tiger-skin chair. He was a hunchback, his entire body almost hunched over like a shrimp. The curvature of his spine made it difficult for him to even lift his head. Even so, the chilling light flashing in his eyes was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Second boss." The bandit stammered, outside. "There's all this noise." "We heard it already." The second-in-command snorted. "What kind of behavior is this, so impetuous? How many people have come?" Three. "So they're experts." The second-in-command chuckled sinisterly. "Let's go. It's been a long time since I encountered something so interesting. I like to see which group of experts dares to trespass into my phone village." Hearing the second-in-command's confident words, the bandit breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, they are experts, but he still has his leader and second-in-command. These two leaders are masters of unparalleled skill. How could the greenhorn compare to them? He immediately nodded repeatedly. "Second master, I lead the way." He jogged ahead, but just as he reached the door, he froze. Without warning, he was split in two, his two halves scattering to reveal Chu Qing behind him. The second-in-command's expression changed drastically. How could he have arrived so quickly? Little did he know, Chu Qing, wielding the blood saber technique from the Mingyu True Scripture, was delivering a devastating blow. The blood saber technique was ruthless, often striking from unbelievable angles, making it difficult even for a master to withstand. Let alone these ordinary bandits. One strike per person, or even several at once, was no problem. Combined with the Mingyu True Scripture, his inner energy was inexhaustible and limitless. How could these rabble of bandits in the stronghold possibly resist? In the blink of an eye, a river of blood flowed, and the bandits, no longer daring to stand in Chu Qing's way, scattered and fled. Chu Qing had pursued them all the way to this Hall of Righteousness. Seeing someone emerge, he casually chopped them to death. Then, noticing a hunchback, he saw more. The second-in-command's eyes darkened. He roared, "How dare you!" With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a palm strike. His palm was bluish-green. His most prized skill was this poisonous palm technique. A strike from this palm would cause the poison to penetrate the body, leading to death within 12 hours. But halfway through the strike, his right hand suddenly vanished. The second-in-command froze for a moment before realizing his hand had been severed, leaving only gushing blood. Before he could scream, His eyes caught a glimpse of a cold glint widening in his pupils. Swoosh! With a single stroke, he severed half the hunchback's head. Chu Qing kicked the corpse aside, his brow furrowed. Since Bai Lao San is the third in command, he said, there should be a leader and a second leader on this mountain. Why haven't those two come out yet? He glanced at the severed head he was carrying, a gift he prepared for the leaders of Yinfeng village. It was also meant to explain to them why he come. He fought his way here, yet hadn't seen a single key figure. What on earth is going on with Yinfeng village? He wondered, but his steps didn't falter. After passing the gathering hall, the bandits behind him realized a powerful figure had entered. They swarmed forward again. When Chu Qing returned to the gathering hall, his knife was almost unusable. Even with his profound internal strength, he couldn't withstand the sheer number of people he killed. The blade was dulled. Even so, he still hadn't found the leaders. He opened the system interface. Request: eradicate Yinfeng village. This request was simple, without the usual elaborate kill orders. The vast Yinfeng village, with its many bandits, had been crammed into a single mission. However, Chu Qing, unusually, didn't complain about it. After all, Yinfeng village truly deserved to die. Even without the system's mission, he wanted to wipe them out completely. These beasts didn't deserve to live in this world. Footsteps came from outside the door. Chu Qing looked up and saw Qin Yuqi and Wenru. Everything outside has been cleared out. Qin Yuqi's tone was light, clearly in a good mood. Wenru glanced at Chu Qing. Third brother, what's wrong? We couldn't find the first and second leaders. Chu Qing gently shook his head. If these two aren't eliminated, there will be trouble. Qin Yuqi nodded gravely. That's right. The most important thing for a chivalrous person is to eradicate evil completely. To condone evil is to commit murder. Chu Qing readily agreed. You blocked the gate earlier, so they can't leave Yifeng village and are stuck here. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find them. Qin Yuqi was about to agree when Wenru suddenly said, Third brother, there's a bloody smell coming from under that tiger skin chair. Chu Qing immediately stood up, completely trusting Wenru's sense of smell. She said the smell was coming from underneath. The chair was most likely a mechanism. Just as they were about to search, a clicking sound of a mechanism operating came from below. The three of them were slightly startled, and finally decided to spread out and observe first. Just as they moved aside, the tiger skin chair moved away from the floor. A burly figure emerged from the secret passage. This man was imposing, broad-shouldered, and had a face full of menacing features. His brows were furrowed, as if he had encountered some trouble. He sighed, then looked up and froze. He had already seen the corpses at the entrance of the gathering hall. He rushed forward, quickly picking up the second-in-command's body, his face filled with astonishment. Second brother. You, who killed you? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuqi and Wenru both looked at Chu Qing. A look of confusion flashed in Chu Qing's eyes. So this hunchback was the second-in-command? I didn't realize. Whose second-in-command died in one move? Come to think of it, no wonder this hunchback was so brave, even daring to strike him. He was the second-in-command of Yifeng village. After the leader held the second-in-command and wailed for a while, he finally looked up and saw that the outside was littered with corpses. Blood flowed down the steps, pooling into a river that meandered. His head was spinning. Could it be that I only went down there once? The entire Yifeng village has been wiped out? Not completely wiped out. Chu Qing spoke up from behind him. The leader breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this, then suddenly realized something was wrong and whirled around to find a palm already upon him. Ignoring everything else, he roared, a tiger's howl echoing through the air. His massive fist slammed out, colliding with Chu Qing's palm. Boom! A surge of internal energy suddenly spread, shattering the doors and windows of the Juyi Hall. A crack followed immediately. The leader's throwing arm had been broken by Chu Qing's internal force. Chu Qing. With a swift movement, Chu Qing used his palm as a blade, and with a soft thud, the leader's severed arm was completely severed along his shoulder. No blood flowed from the cut. Instead, shimmering ice crystals appeared. Chu Qing reached out again, and the leader, screaming in agony, fell between Chu Qing's 5 fingers. His entire head was now in Chu Qing's grasp. He cried out, Who are you? Why did you kill my Yifeng village? Chu Qing's cold voice reached his ears. Someone paid to take your lives. I'm just doing my bidding. Paid? How much did he pay? The leader's eyes snapped open, as if he had found a glimmer of hope. Chu Qing smiled. 1 copper coin. With that, Chu Qing flung him into the Hall of Righteousness. With a flick of his sleeve, a powerful palm strike landed squarely on the leader's chest, sending him flying backward. After landing, he rolled for a while, until he stopped right in front of the tiger skin chair. He suddenly rolled over, his face turning purplish red, and spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that his years of arduous internal energy cultivation had vanished, and all the meridians in his body were frozen as if in ice, rendering him utterly powerless. This sudden realization filled him with despair. So ruthless. Compared to the methods the leader uses on ordinary people, my methods pale in comparison. Chu Qing slowly walked up to him, looking down at him condescendingly. Do you look at those people with the same gaze as I do now? The leader looked up at Chu Qing, feeling his gaze was high and mighty, as if he were looking at an ant. You actually did this for them. The leader couldn't believe it, yet he had no choice but to accept it. Chu Qing suddenly asked him, since last night, besides us, who else has come to your Yinfeng village? The leader's expression changed drastically. Why do you ask? Who are you looking for? You do know who he is, Chu Qing said calmly. Tell me his identity. I don't know, the leader denied immediately. Then, seemingly worried that Chu Qing wouldn't believe him, he quickly added, every time I see him, he doesn't show his true face. He asked me to do two things for him. One is to imprison someone, and the other. The leader stammered, unable to finish his sentence. Winry glanced at Chu Qing. That person is connected to the Divine Blade Hall. Chu Qing didn't dwell on the leader's vagueness, but continued to ask, is the imprisoned person still in Yifeng village? The leader nodded, making no attempt to hide anything. They're at the deepest part of this secret passage. In that case, please lead the way, leader. Chapter 83. Chu Qing and Winru entered the secret passage, with the bandit leader carried by Chu Qing as a guide. Qin Yuqi remained outside the passage to provide backup. After all, no one except the bandit leader knew the situation inside. If he tried to trap Chu Qing and Winru, Qin Yuqi could still intervene. The secret passage descended as a spiral staircase. Lights burned continuously on both sides, illuminating the path. After walking for a while, they reached the bottom. Upon arriving, even without Winru, Chu Qing could smell the strong stench of blood. Two paths lay ahead, the stench emanated from the left. Chu Qing glanced at the bandit leader. What's this way? The bandit leader's lips moved, but he remained silent for a long time. Chu Qing simply carried him towards that path. The passage wasn't long, and they soon arrived at an open area. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Chu Qing's pupils contracted at the sight before him. Even Winra couldn't maintain her cool expression, her mouth opened slightly, her face turned pale, and she felt an urge to retch. The cave was hollow, its floor paved into 4 squares, covered with fertile soil, creating 4 plots of farmland. Irrigation ditches ran through the fields, but instead of water, they flowed with blood. Corpses, like inverted spider eggs, densely covered the cave's ceiling, blood flowing from their bodies, pooling in the ditches, and spreading throughout the fields. What was planted in these fields? Chu Qing didn't know, only half-cut stalks remained, their contents seemingly harvested. Chu Qing's gaze swept over the corpses, finally settling on the leader in his hands. Explain, what does this mean? The leader's voice was hoarse. I'm just following orders. That person gave me seeds to plant in Yinfeng village. These seeds can't be exposed to light, or they die. They need to be watered with the blood of a martial arts master, or the fresh blood of a strong, healthy young man. Water will kill them. After flowering, the fruit is as vibrant and dazzling as fresh blood. This plant is harvested twice a year. We just finished harvesting it recently. Yesterday, that person came here, besides seeing the people in prison, to take those fruits. Chu Qing let out a soft breath, finally understanding why Yinfeng village wanted both money and people. Money was useful, and people were useful too. Do you know what this fruit is called? What did they do with it? Chu Qing asked coldly. The bandit leader shook his head. I don't know what that fruit is called. It's just that its color is like blood, crystal clear, so we call it the blood fruit. That person said that with this fruit as the main ingredient, a pill called the blood god pill can be refined. This pill has 2 effects. If you drink it with water on a regular basis, it can help boost your qi and blood, and improve your cultivation. At a crucial moment, swallowing it in one gulp can greatly enhance your internal strength and physique. You know so much about it? Because that person once gave me some blood god pills, and explained their wonderful uses to me in detail. He also told me that if I obeyed, he would share some blood god pills with me in the future, allowing me to become a true master. The bandit leader seemed to have completely given up resisting, answering Chu Qing's words without any hesitation. Hearing this, Winra couldn't help but ask, since you had the blood god pill, why didn't you use it earlier? The leader glanced helplessly at Chu Qing. I didn't have time. You really have one? Chu Qing smiled. Let me see. The leader reached into his robes and took out a bottle. Upon opening it, they found only one pill inside. Pouring it into his hand, by the firelight in the cave, he could see that the blood god pill was a deep red, but not like blood, it was more like the color of cinnabar. The pill itself had no bloody smell whatsoever, instead, it exuded a delicate fragrance. It was hard to believe that this pill required such a cruel method to cultivate its main ingredient. Chu Qing took one last look at the cave, checked to make sure there were no other paths, and then led the leader back to where they had come down to choose another route. There were rooms on both sides of this path. The rooms contained the wealth that Yinfeng village had plundered over the past few years. Besides the usual gold, jade, pearls, and agate, there were also fine wines, weapons, and even women. Chu Qing had already walked around outside, and seen some respectable women being kept in captivity. Unlike those people, the ones hidden here were even more beautiful. Upon seeing the newcomer, they instinctively struck seductive poses, but upon seeing the leader's miserable state, their expressions instantly changed. Some laughed wildly, some wept bitterly, and some even knelt down, begging Chu Qing to save their lives. Chu Qing glanced at them, and then looked away. They weren't lightly dressed, clearly for convenience. Releasing them now would be troublesome, so he told them to wait while he finished dealing with his business before rescuing them. The bandit leader remained silent, obediently leading Chu Qing the way. He was shrewd enough to lead Chu Qing to the end of the secret passage, where there was a large iron door. Chu Qing set the bandit leader down, opened the door. The bandit leader trembled as he took a key from his robes, intending to hand it in, but suddenly his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. I'm weak and powerless. My meridians feel like they're frozen. Even the slightest movement is excruciatingly painful. I really can't stand up. Young hero, please open the door yourself. This is the key, he said, his hand trembling as he handed the key to Chu Qing. Chu Qing smiled, lifted the bandit leader up, and held him in front of her, then took the key and aimed it at the keyhole. Wait! Just as the key was about to enter the keyhole, the bandit leader suddenly called out to stop her. Oh! Does the bandit leader have something else to say? Chu Qing's voice, a half smile, reached her ears. The bandit leader looked helpless. The keyhole in front of you is fake. Once the key is inserted, it will trigger a mechanism. The real keyhole is under your feet. You need to lift a sheet of iron. Chu Qing handed the key to the bandit leader. You do it. The bandit leader took the key, then looked at Chu Qing and Wenru, only to find that the two had already moved nearly 10 feet away. The bandit leader gritted his teeth. He had seen many young swordsmen of this age in the martial world. Most of them were highly skilled in martial arts, arrogant and disdainful of everyone, and extremely confident in their actions. Such people are difficult to deal with. But someone like Chu Qing, who is clearly highly skilled in martial arts yet so cunning, is rare. He had thought that his obedience and compliance along the way would make Chu Qing think he had completely submitted. So he concealed his last chance of escape, hoping it might turn the tide. In the end, it nearly cost him his life. At this point, he had no other options but to obediently lift the bottom metal plate of the iron gate. This metal plate was exquisitely crafted, without prior knowledge. Even after several checks, it would be difficult to spot. After opening the plate, there was indeed a keyhole inside. This time, the leader didn't hesitate. He inserted the key, gently turned it for a moment, then turned it back. Only then did he hear a click, and the iron gate slowly began to open. The leader stood up and turned to look at Chu Qing. He awaited his final fate. He knew very well that at this point, his usefulness was gone. His life or death was entirely in Chu Qing's hands. Chu Qing, however, didn't rush to kill him, but instead made him continue leading the way. The leader had no choice but to step through the iron gate. As soon as he entered, he heard an aged voice. Returned, huh? And not just one person. Could it be that someone else has fallen into your hands? The leader gave a bitter laugh. You jest. It's not that they've fallen into my hands. It's that I've fallen into theirs. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. This leader was quite polite to this man. He took a step forward and stepped through the iron gate. Inside was a cave. The cave wasn't very large, but the walls were studded with iron nails, from which chains hung down, ending at a person's body. Large and small chains were driven into various vital points on this person's body, and two even pierced through the collarbone. Such numerous restraints made it impossible for him to even sit down. He was chained and suspended in midair. An iron mask was placed over his head, leaving only a slit for his mouth to eat and drink. There were no holes for his eyes. Only his gray hair and beard peeked out from beneath the iron mask, revealing that he was no young man. Chu Qing frowned slightly and asked softly, "Who are you? Why are you imprisoned here?" "Oh." The aged voice turned its head slightly. "Judging from your voice, you're not very old. Su Rui's fierce tiger fist isn't particularly powerful, but he's cunning, and has cunning underlings like Yin Lao Air and Bai Lao San. The fact that you made it here shows that your skills are outstanding among the younger generation. Talented people emerge in every generation, which is very gratifying to me. However, it's best if you don't know my identity, otherwise, it might bring you trouble." Chu Qing nodded. "Alright, in that case, I won't ask about your identity. I only ask you one question. Who came to see you last night?" The man's voice held a hint of doubt. "You came for him?" Chu Qing said expressionlessly. "It seems you do know him. Tell me who he is. Then I turn and leave, and I won't concern myself with your life or death." The old man was silent for a long time. "You really won't ask about my identity? If you continue to evade the question like this, I have to leave." Chu Qing had no intention of indulging him. Who was he trying to impress on their first meeting? Young people these days, how come they don't even have this much patience? The old man sighed. "Not only do you lack patience, but you also lack curiosity. You don't even have curiosity while traveling the martial world. What's the point of your journey then? Logically speaking, the more I conceal things, the more you should press for answers. How can you back down so easily?" Chu Qing grabbed the leader by the neck, lifted him up, and turned to leave. Hearing footsteps, the old man panicked. "Wait, wait! I tell you! Now that Su Rui has fallen into your hands, my time to escape has come. How about you put me down, and I tell you everything about that man?" Chu Qing's patience seemed to have run out. "Tell me if you want, or leave if you don't. Farewell." "Wait!" the old man quickly said. "If I tell you his identity, will you put me down?" Chu Qing remained silent. The old man grew even more anxious. "You actually hesitated. Where did such a heartless junior come from? Seeing your senior trapped, you don't even think of rescuing him, and you're even bargaining." Wenru, hearing this, couldn't help but speak up. "We don't even know who you are. Why should we save you? What if you're some kind of wicked old demon, trapped here because you harmed too many people? If we release you, wouldn't that be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains?" And there's a girl too? They actually called me a demon. Truly outrageous." The old man, somewhat annoyed, said, Fine, I didn't want to reveal my name, lest I frighten you youngsters. Since you insist on knowing, then I will tell you." Chu Qing waved his hand. "I don't necessarily need to know. I am Jiang Shendao." Seemingly afraid of being interrupted by Chu Qing, the old man suddenly spoke. "I am Jiang Shendao, the leader of the Shendao Hall, who founded it at the age of 25, and has been undefeated in the martial world for 40 years. His voice was booming, but unfortunately, without the support of internal energy, it wasn't very resonant. He seemed to get a little impatient towards the end, and even coughed repeatedly. Even so, it still made Chu Qing and Winter pause for a moment. This old man actually called himself Jiang Shendao? The Jiang Shendao of legend, whose life was nearing its end and who didn't have many years left to live? How could he be here? Is he imprisoned in some unknown Yifeng village? Chu Qing couldn't help but glance at Wenru, and this time, he actually saw a rare look of surprise on her face. This meant that the girl wasn't completely expressionless after all. And the leader was also completely shocked. Didn't he know either? Why is no one speaking? Are they truly intimidated by my name? Jiang Shendao's tone held a hint of smugness. Chu Qing wondered why, having fallen to this state, he didn't feel ashamed, but what was there to be proud of? You're actually the old hall master? The leader asked in disbelief. Jiang Shendao sneered. You made a deal with that person, and you often come down to speak with me these past few years. Did you really not know my identity? I had some suspicions, so I always respected you. The leader murmured, but I can't believe someone is so audacious as to actually dare to imprison you. Chu Qing spoke up at the opportune moment. So who is that person? Jiang Shendao slowly uttered two words. Qiguan. Chapter 84. This answer wasn't too surprising to Chu Qing. After all, he already knew about this third leader of the Divine Blade Hall from the blacksmith's explanation. However, he couldn't easily convict him based on this alone. Further evidence was needed. Now that Jiang Shendao himself said that the person was Qiguan, there was no longer any doubt about his identity. However, if there was anything surprising, it was that he had probably underestimated this cloud-capturing hand. He had actually managed to steal the chaotic god blade right under his and Chao Qiupu's noses. The head of the gang shook his head repeatedly, seemingly in disbelief. No, no. Impossible. If you are the old master, then who are the people in the Divine Blade Hall now? Why would the third master do this? And what ability does he have to imprison you here? I dare to tell you the inside story, but do you dare to listen? Jiang Shendao's voice carried a hint of sinister malice. The head of the gang paused, then suddenly glanced at Chu Qing and smiled. I'm already a dying man, and what's there to be afraid to hear? Oh! Jiang Shadao seemed intrigued. So, these two young men came to kill you? You finally met your just deserts. I warned you long ago, even if a martial artist doesn't seek justice for the people, they shouldn't slaughter indiscriminately. Otherwise, one day someone will take it all and settle scores with you. You're right. The leader was devastated. However, this man slaughtered over 400 people from my Yinfeng village just for a single coin. For a single coin? Jiang Shendao was also somewhat taken aback. What's it to you? Chu Qing said calmly. Interesting. Jiang Shendao suddenly burst into laughter. Young man, you're willing to kill for money? If I give you money, would you be willing to kill someone for me? Chu Qing asked. Who? Pei Wuji of the Heavenly Evil Cult. Triggered request. Assassinate Pei Wuji. Accept? Chu Qing silently looked at the displayed prompt, but his heart skipped a beat. The Heavenly Evil Cult. It's the Heavenly Evil Cult again. Yes, he should have thought of that sooner. The Blood God Pill, such an extremely cruel thing, is a consistent feature of the Heavenly Evil Cult. Chu Yan's Blood Demon scripture is of the same ilk. Fortunately, Chu Yan didn't obtain the Blood God Pill, otherwise, the battle that night might not have gone so smoothly. He thought to himself, but asked aloud, Chi Guan imprisoned you here because of the Heavenly Evil Sect? Hearing that he didn't seem to doubt the words Heavenly Evil Sect, Jiang Shadao suddenly became excited again. You know about the Heavenly Evil Sect. If he didn't know, he should ask for details. Chu Qing's words clearly indicated he already knew something about the Heavenly Evil Sect. I heard of it, Chu Qing said calmly. Now, could Hall Master Jiang tell me the whole story in detail? I consider whether to take on this job. Ha ha ha. Jiang Shadao laughed again. Good. Listen carefully. This happened 3 years ago. On that day, a man in black suddenly found me. The timing matched. 3 years ago, Luoyu Hall arrived in Tianwu City. 3 years ago, the Heavenly Evil Sect also approached Shendao Hall. Jiang Shendao said that the person who found him called himself Pei Wuji and told him that his purpose was to make Shendao Hall submit to the Heavenly Evil Sect. Jiang Shendao was arrogant, and indeed, he founded the Divine Blade Hall at the age of 25. 40 years of trials and tribulations in the martial world had instilled in him an inherent pride that wouldn't allow him to submit to anyone. Even though Pei Wuji's offer was very tempting, Jiang Shadao resolutely refused. The two then clashed and began fighting. That man's martial arts were superb, and the method he used was an extremely powerful demonic art. I was caught off guard and fell victim to his evil trick, and thus I was defeated. Jiang Shendao's voice trembled as he spoke, seemingly feeling ashamed. Chu Qing pursed his lips. Defeat was defeat, and he called it being caught off guard. However, he didn't kill me. Instead, right in front of me, he reached out and rubbed his cheek, and his appearance gradually changed as his fingers moved. In less than a quarter of an hour, he transformed into my appearance. Jiang Shendao's voice was hoarse. Disguise is common in the martial world, but one so skillful is truly unique. I thought that after stealing my identity, he would take my life. But I never expected. He found me not for the Divine Blade Hall, but for something else. What is it? The leader, already engrossed, couldn't help but ask. Jiang Shendao slowly uttered 3 words. Weeping God Iron. Chu Qing glanced at Wenru, noticing her confused expression. Neither of them had ever heard of it. However, the moment Chu Qing heard those 3 words, he thought of the chaotic god blade. The little blacksmith, who wielded the chaotic god blade, had once mentioned it. The material they used to forge the chaotic god blade was very strange. And the murals in that cave also depicted furnaces for smelting iron. Could these things really be connected? His mind raced, but he remained calm, asking, What is that? That's just how ignorant you youngsters are, Jiang Shadao said in a condescending tone. The weeping god iron is one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. You younger generation probably don't even know what the 9 treasures of heaven and earth are. Let's put it this way. The Wudong Divine Tree, which is said to be the tree a wise bird chooses to perch on, is one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. It refers to the 9 most wondrous and powerful treasures in the world. There are many different opinions about this. Some say these things existed before heaven and earth, and can be traced back to the ancient mythological period. Others say they were created by wise ancestors with great wisdom, benefiting all living beings. However, some people insist that the 9 treasures of heaven and earth are a huge scam, completely fictitious, designed to lure people into a bloody conflict to achieve ulterior motives. Is the last claim false? Wenru asked gently. Does the weeping god iron really exist? It exists, Jiang Shandao said. However, whether the 9 treasures of heaven and earth are a scam is difficult to verify. After all, no one has ever been able to collect all 9 items. Back when the Great Qian dynasty unified the world, it is said that they once collected as many as 7 of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. They thought they could secure a dynasty for 10,000 years, but unexpectedly, it brought about the destruction of their nation. This statement is quite horrifying. Chu Qing frowned. The fall of the Great Qian dynasty was related to the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. Is there any basis for this claim? It's all just hearsay, Jiang Shandao chuckled. However, this rumor might not be false. After all, the fall of the Great Qian dynasty was bizarre and strange. A once prosperous and powerful dynasty was overthrown by a group of outlaws from the martial world, and even the emperor was dragged to the Meridian Gate and beheaded. To this day, it's considered historical fact, but wouldn't someone who doesn't know the story find it absurd? Indeed absurd. Even Chu Qing, who had just transmigrated and absorbed the memories, felt this was too outrageous. A dynasty that held the armies of the entire world, dominating all directions, and ruling the 6 directions, vanished overnight. However, he still shook his head. Let's talk about the weeping god iron first. What exactly is that? How should I put it? Jiang Shandao pondered. If you ignore it, it's just a piece of iron. However, it's impervious to water and fire, and unyielding to all things. For those who don't know martial arts, it has no effect. But if placed near a martial artist, initially, one will occasionally hear weeping sounds emanating from it. The sounds are faint, seemingly reaching the heavens. The longer it lasts, the louder the sounds become, beginning to shake the mind and stir up distracting thoughts. Even those cultivating the most advanced esoteric techniques will suffer a chi deviation. If, even at this point, one still refuses to discard it, then ultimately, one will be affected by this weeping god iron. How can mortals hear the sounds of divine weeping? Those who have heard it will naturally all become fools, idiots. So, this thing is completely useless? Why did those evil cultists seek it out? The leader, who had been watching from the sidelines for half the day, finally couldn't help but ask. Who says it's useless? Jiang Shandao said calmly, what if this were made into a weapon? He then continued recounting the story from years ago. Pei Wuji came to him, because he had accidentally obtained the weeping god iron years ago. The heavenly evil cult had found a way to forge the weeping god iron, and wanted to obtain it to create divine weapons. However, Jiang Shandao knew the weeping god iron was extraordinary, and naturally refused to hand it over. During the stalemate, he watched helplessly as Pei Wuji transformed into his appearance, claiming his life was nearing its end, and allowing his followers to fight for power and kill each other. Jiang Shandao himself was subjected to various methods by Pei Wuji, and the iron mask was placed on his head. His purpose was simply to prevent others from knowing his true identity, while Pei Wuji, using the excuse of his impending death, remained hidden behind the scenes to carry out his actions in secret. Qi Guan had only delivered Jiang Shandao to Yifeng village on his orders. It was also he who entrusted the seeds requiring human blood to Qi Guan, who then arranged for the village chief to plant them at Yifeng village. He promised the chief a lifetime of wealth and honor, assuring him that as long as Yifeng village remained within the territory of the Divine Blade Hall, he could live in peace. The chief obeyed orders, leading to a series of tragedies, which ultimately attracted Chu Qing. These past few years, although I've been feigning compliance with them, and enduring all sorts of torture, I always held firm to the location of the weeping divine iron. But unexpectedly, they still found it. And the heavenly evil cult's secret technique is genuine. Last night, Qi Guan came to see me, and told me that they had successfully forged the chaotic god blade. Jiang Shandao clenched his fist tightly, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. The reason he didn't kill me was to let me know that the heavenly evil sect cannot be resisted, those who obey prosper, those who defy perish. If you dare to disobey, what a miserable fate awaits you. Junior. No matter what, Pei Wuji must die. The chaotic god is an ominous sign, likely to bring great calamity to the world. It must be completely destroyed, otherwise the world will be in turmoil. The entire cell fell silent after these words. Chu Qing remained silent for a long time, then suddenly smiled. This trip to Yinfeng village was truly worthwhile. As he spoke, he drew his sword, and with a single sweep, the leader's head fell to the ground. Commission complete. Successfully eradicated Yinfeng village, obtained a random martial arts treasure chest. After glancing at it, he ignored the stingy system. However, he didn't rush to accept the order Jiang Shidao had proposed. Because there were some things he wasn't sure about, and some things he needed to observe further. Jiang Shidao tilted his head, seemingly listening, and finally sighed. This is the end he deserved. After killing the leader, Chu Qing approached Jiang Shidao. The blade swept across, producing a series of sharp clanging sounds, accompanied by flashes of sparks. The surrounding chains, though sturdy, couldn't withstand Chu Qing's internal force and the dull blade. In a matter of moments, Jiang Shidao collapsed to the ground with a thud, only to be helped up by Chu Qing. "Halt, Master Jiang, you've been cooped up for too long. You should come out for a walk. I don't know the secret behind these things on you, so I won't remove them rashly." "Thank you." Jiang Shidao, with Chu Qing's help, slowly stood up, his legs trembling slightly, but he finally managed to stand. "I have 36 acupoint locking needles on my body. They really can't be easily removed, otherwise, I'd be crippled even if I didn't die. Speaking of which, may I ask your esteemed name, young brother?" "My humble name is not worth mentioning," Chu Qing said. Let's get out of here." He carried the head of the gang leader in one hand and winked at Winru. Winru nodded slightly and walked ahead, the two following behind him. Passing the cell where the women were imprisoned, they were met with expectant stares from the women. Chu Qing ignored them and walked straight past. The light in the women's eyes gradually dimmed, but they didn't look away until Chu Qing and his companions had completely disappeared from sight. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, two girls came down carrying a large pile of clothes. They had been busy for about half an hour, clearing everything out of the ground. Gold, silver, jewels, and weapons were scattered everywhere. Chu Qing changed his sword. Although it wasn't a famous brand, it was much better than his previous one. The rescued women gathered together. Chu Qing looked at her. They were somewhat worried. Saving half the people was practically the same as harming them. But with so many people, sending them all home would be difficult, especially since, after questioning, they all said they didn't want to go home. They weren't from the small town Chu Qing, and the others had met. They came from all directions. Some had been passing through the vicinity of Yinfeng village and had been abducted to the mountains. Some were kidnapped by bandits from Yinfeng village. Almost all their families had perished at the hands of Yinfeng village, and in addition, they had endured much torture and inhumane treatment within the village. Even if they still had relatives, their future fate was uncertain. Finally, they begged Chu Qing to let them stay in Yinfeng village. Since everyone else there was dead, they could take over and live there from now on. Chapter 85. After considering for a moment, Chu Qing shook his head. "No, a bunch of weak women, none of them know martial arts. Occupying such a large mountain stronghold, what if some bandits see this place as strategically important and easy to defend, and want to take it for themselves? Wouldn't that be like escaping one wolf's den only to fall into another? And the women who knew martial arts, after being violated by these beasts, were all hung in that cave to bleed them dry." "Then let them come with me," Qin Yuqi suddenly said. "I find them a suitable place to stay, and have someone from the Qin family teach them martial arts. If they learn well, they won't have to worry about the future." Chu Qing glanced at Qin Yuqi, then nodded after a long pause. "Then I trouble you, Miss Qin?" Qin Yuqi looked at Chu Qing thoughtfully. "Third brother?" "I wouldn't dare." Chu Qing quickly waved his hand. This was his eldest sister-in-law. If she called him third brother, he'd be in deep trouble once she found out his true identity. He said, "Miss Qin, just call me third, young master." "You're the third son, young master?" Qin Yuqi asked again. "It's just a form of address." Chu Qing shook his head. "Please don't take it to heart, heroine." "All right then," Qin Yuqi said with a smile. "I just feel a certain affinity with you, young master. Looking at the third young master, I feel a strong sense of familiarity. Perhaps it's because my face doesn't have any distinctive features. Looking a bit like everyone. Heroine Qin, you probably mistaken me for someone else." Chu Qing casually brushed it off. Qin Yuqi felt that Chu Qing's face was definitely not without features. At least it was exceptionally fair. And there was always a sense of déjà vu in his eyes and brows. However, Qin Yuqi was a forthright and somewhat carefree person. Hearing Chu Qing's words, she didn't delve into it further, perhaps. This chance encounter, and then together we wiped out this Yinfeng village. Although I didn't contribute much, it still filled me with a sense of heroism. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I take them and leave first. If fate allows, we meet again in the martial world, and then we drink and reminisce. You're thinking of meeting again in the martial world. You're willing, my brother is willing, but I'm afraid the old man won't. I don't believe Chu Yunfei doesn't hope you give the Chu family a grandson soon. Chu Qing muttered to herself, but her face remained impassive. She clasped her hands and said, all right, take some money. We definitely have a good drink when we meet again. Qin Yuqi laughed heartily, waved her hand, and without refusing, had someone take the money. She said with a very dashing air, okay, farewell. Please. Wenru also clasped her hands in return. A group of women looked at each other, then bid farewell to Chu Qing and Wenru, and followed Qin Yuqi out of Yifeng village. Only then did Chu Qing glance at Jiang Shendao, who was sitting on the ground not far away, fiddling with the remaining chains on his body. Hall Master Jiang, what are your plans? My plans are to first remove the 36 acupoint locking needles from my body, and then make a trip to Shendao Hall. Jiang Shendao glanced at Chu Qing. You're going to chase after Qi Guan? Why not take this old man with you? Senior also intends for me to help you kill Pei Wuji? Ha ha, that was just a joke. Pei Wuji's martial arts are highly skilled and unpredictable. Sending a junior like you to kill him would be sending him to his death. Jiang Shendao said, however, if you're willing to take me along, this old man is willing to give you some pointers on your martial arts. Perhaps then you really have a chance to fight Pei Wuji. Chu Qing chuckled, in that case, let's part ways here. Huh? Jiang Shendao was stunned. Hearing Chu Qing and Wenru's footsteps indeed disappear into the distance, he quickly followed, saying, no. I see your martial arts are quite strong, you might be a great help. My 1,000 miles against the wind blade has no successor yet, you still have a great chance. Slow down, this old man can't see the road. Ouch, who's so inconsiderate, putting up a pillar in the middle of the road? Chu Qing didn't leave Yifeng village immediately, after all, he couldn't just leave those valuables unattended. So he made several trips back and forth, transporting the items out and burying them somewhere. These were all looted by Yifeng village from all directions. Chu Qing selected some to give to the people in the town, but the rest, he didn't have time to deal with for the time being. Besides, even if he wanted to return them to their rightful owners, there probably wouldn't be anyone to return them to. So he left them here for later. After finishing these tasks, he returned to the small town with Wenru and Jiang Shendao. At other times, he could have simply turned around and left, ignoring what happened next. However, there were still some matters in that town that needed to be dealt with. In the end, he had no choice but to make the trip. At this moment, everyone still alive in the town had gathered in front of the town mayor's gate. They craned their necks, their eyes filled with apprehension and fear. It was as if they were awaiting a final verdict. They didn't know whether it would be Chu Qing and Wenru returning, or the butcher's knife from Yifeng village. They waited until the lanterns were lit, but no one had returned home. Finally, the sound of light footsteps and clattering could be heard. They looked up and saw 3 figures walk into the firelight. The leader was Chu Qing. He held a severed head in his hand, which he tossed aside. The head rolled and landed in front of the waiter. His hands trembled as he picked up the head, gazing at the face he had seen briefly years ago, a face that had become the deepest nightmare of his life. Finally, he burst into laughter, then threw the head to the ground with a final, violent thud. You dog, you finally met your match. Various voices erupted from the crowd. Some laughed loudly, some wept bitterly, some laughed and cried at the same time, some expressed gratitude. Some even suddenly lunged at the town mayor in the crowd. For the past few years, others had been forced into this situation, while the mayor and his gang had been his accomplices. In no time, the mayor was covered in blood, a gruesome sight. After a good while of venting their anger, the crowd finally calmed down. The butcher approached Chu Qing and solemnly placed the copper coin in his hand. Then he knelt and kowed out, saying, Young hero, your kindness is immeasurable. The others followed suit. Chu Qing didn't stop them, simply waving his hand. All right, I've taken some valuables from Yifeng village. Divide them among yourselves. From now on, live well. In recent years, under the coercion of Yifeng village, their hands were stained with blood, sending innocent people into their clutches. Chu Qing couldn't forgive them, but as for holding them accountable, he had already wiped out Yifeng village, the culprit. Not a single survivor. What good would it do to settle scores with these people? They were like specks of dust in a raging torrent, easily manipulated, unable to control their own fate or decide anything. Now that they were free, they might as well live well. Afterwards, Chu Qing released the others from the dungeon, except for Luo Wu, the earth rat. Chu Qing couldn't let him go easily. However, Chu Qing knew that Luo Wu wasn't inherently evil, just fond of petty theft. Therefore, he used a little trick, tricking him into taking poison. He was told that if he dared to steal again, he would die from the poison. If he reformed, he could obtain the antidote from the Qin family of the Qingquan blade. Luo Wu didn't suspect anything, swearing an oath to reform, and only then did Chu Qing let him go. That night, the three of them stayed at an inn in the town. Sitting on the bed, thinking about the town, clutching the copper coin in his hand, he sighed after a long while, carefully putting the coin away at his waist. Then, he opened the system interface. One unopened martial arts treasure chest. Open? Open. Whenever Chu Qing opened a martial arts treasure chest, he would subconsciously rub his hands together. He wondered what kind of martial arts technique he would get. Open successfully. Obtain palm technique, bone melting palm. A palm technique? Chu Qing wasn't surprised. After all, random martial arts treasure chests could yield anything. He just hadn't expected it to be this palm technique. This was an extremely insidious palm technique. The person struck by it initially felt nothing, but once the palm force took effect, their bones became as soft as cotton, breaking inch by inch, damaging their internal organs along with them, beyond cure. In an instant, Chu Qing felt a disturbance in his meridians. His palms felt faintly burning. At the same time, the method of circulating qi and the techniques within it flooded his mind. After fully digesting these, a smile appeared on Chu Qing's lips. He felt that this martial art unexpectedly suited his identity as an assassin. With his current skill, he could strike someone with a palm, and the person would only feel as if they had been touched. The palm force would only be unleashed after he had already left. They wouldn't even know how they died. Chu Qing mentally organized the key points of the palm technique, but then he thought of the Azure Void Palm. The Azure Void Palm is vast and powerful, unleashing an extremely fierce palm wind. With Chu Yunfei and Chu Tian's cultivation levels, it would create a wall of qi. If he could integrate the palm force of the bone-melting palm into this palm wind, creating a palm force that cleaves through the air, while it might not be useful in actual combat, it could definitely kill without leaving a trace. However, achieving this seemed difficult. Intrigued, Chu Qing decided not to sleep, and got up to practice and refine his technique. The night passed, and by the next morning, although Chu Qing couldn't yet achieve the level of unpredictable and deadly strikes, he had begun to integrate the palm wind into the powerful force of the Azure Void Palm. It formed an immense, air-splitting palm force. Furthermore, due to differences in the methods of form and energy, this palm technique was even more distinct from the original Azure Void Palm. Even when used in public, it was difficult to discern its origin. Just as he was weighing his options, he heard a knock on the door. Chu Qing opened the door and saw Wenru standing there silently, looking at him expressionlessly. "Third brother, it's time to set off." Looking at her beautiful but expressionless face, Chu Qing couldn't help but say, "Why don't you try smiling when you speak?" A hint of confusion flickered in Wenru's gentle eyes. "Why? A smile can bring joy to others, and it can bring joy to people too. Why don't you give it a try?" Chu Qing tried to speak. Sensing this girl's cold demeanor, she probably wouldn't have a good time getting married. He just saved her a little, and she expected him to repay him with her body. That would make her easily deceived. Wenru looked at Chu Qing with utter bewilderment, finally shaking her head. "No." Chu Qing then pressed her hand to the corner of her mouth and gently pulled it upwards. "How about this?" Wenru was quite eager to learn. She imitated him, pulling her own lips upwards. However, the girl didn't know her own limitations. She did smile, but it was a bit too much. Her gross teeth were showing, making her face look just like that girl in Gotham City. Her originally bright eyes were reduced to slits, and her expression remained blank, her eyes radiating coldness. It was a chilling smile. All right. Chu Qing quickly pressed her hand down. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have made such an unreasonable request. You should just stay as you are. If she keeps smiling like that, forget about getting married. She'd scare a few people to death, that would be lucky." Wenru gave Chu Qing a look as if he were some strange creature before turning and leaving. Chu Qing tidied herself up and followed her out. The innkeeper saw them come down, and quickly came to greet them. "Breakfast is ready, but why don't you two stay a few more days? We like to express our gratitude." Chu Qing waved her hand. "No need. We still have important matters to attend to, and it's inconvenient for us to stay here." Although the shopkeeper felt regretful, he dared not insist on keeping him. Inside the hall, Jiang Shindao had already gotten up. Wearing chains, he sat there carefully eating. His iron mask made his mouth very small. A spoon couldn't fit, making eating extremely difficult. Hearing Chu Qing and Wenru's gentle voices, He waved to them repeatedly. Come, come, this porridge is really delicious. Come and have some. Chu Qing glanced at his iron mask. Senior, should we find a place to remove your iron mask? That's fine, but there doesn't seem to be a blacksmith in this town. Let's wait until we reach Shindao City, where Shindao Hall is located. Jiang Shindao paused, then added, But young man, could you first help me remove these 2 chains from my collarbone? These things restrict my strength, my arms are weak, and it's really uncomfortable. Chu Qing glanced at it, and found that the iron clasp was locked tightly into the flesh and bone. The flesh and bone had healed and stuck to the clasp. Trying to remove it rashly would likely tear off a large chunk of flesh. Finally, he said, How about we wait until we reach Divine Blade City? Never mind, Jiang Shindao nodded helplessly. Without further words, the 3 of them ate and drank their fill, and then set off. The people of the town all saw them off, accompanying them for 2 or 3 miles before reluctant to return. Chu Qing simply waved his hand, grabbed Jiang Shindao, and, with Wenru, used her lightness skill to leave. They didn't know martial arts and couldn't catch up, only able to watch their figures disappear. 2 more days passed. They encountered no further trouble on the road, mainly due to Jiang Shindao's delays. The closer they got to Divine Blade City, the more martial artists carrying swords and knives they encountered. Many were well-known and recognizable, but there were also some. These were well-known wandering martial artists. Clearly, they had all been drawn here by the world's first-class tournament. At noon that day, the 3 of them finally stepped into Divine Blade City. The city gates were wide open, welcoming all visitors from all directions. Divine Blade City was different from other parts of the Divine Blade Hall. The streets were not wide, and the crowds were dense, making it quite lively. But after taking only a few steps, Wenru suddenly tugged at Chu Qing's sleeve, pointing to a restaurant not far away and saying, Shall we go there? After saying that, she pulled at the corner of her mouth, forcing a smile that revealed her back teeth. It seemed she was worried Chu Qing might disagree, and wanted to use her smile to persuade him to give in. Chapter 86. Let's talk this out. Chu Qing quickly pulled Wenru's hand down. Just don't laugh. Thinking back to that day when he gone crazy and actually tried to teach Wenru to smile, he wanted to slap himself twice. Since that day, Wenru had become inexplicably obsessed with learning to smile, to the point that Chu Qing had been subjected to her smile attacks from time to time, his sanity plummeting. Chu Qing felt like he was about to develop a stress reaction from her laughter. Although he didn't know why Wenru, who rarely made requests, suddenly suggested going to a restaurant, he didn't hesitate. Go right now. Just then Jiang Shindao, who was enjoying revisiting a familiar place, turned around and couldn't hear Chu Qing and Wenru anymore. Huh? Where did they go? The restaurant was bustling with activity. Various characters gathered, discussing their experiences in the martial world. Upon entering, Wenru led Chu Qing directly to the 2nd floor. As soon as they arrived, Chu Qing saw 2 familiar faces. Of course, not very familiar, they only met twice. The first time I saw them was during the chase of the 7 iron horse thieves. The second time was when they were disguised as servants at the Chu family. It was those 2 eccentric sisters. They come to Divine Blade City too? Divine Blade City is overflowing with people now. Are they also here to participate in the heavenly first-rank tournament? Could it be that Wenru smelled their scent and wanted to see old friends one last time? Various questions flooded her mind, but Wenru didn't even glance at the 2 sisters before walking in another direction. Over there, by the window, were 2 young men. One sitting, one standing. The seated man held a wine jug, pouring wine, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. He was dressed in blue, his face sharply defined, giving him an extremely capable appearance. The other man was dressed in white, a sword at his waist, standing with his hands behind his back, observing the bustling world outside the window. His hair fluttered in the wind, his robes billowing, as if he were detached from the world. Chu Qing was puzzled when Wenru approached the 2 men. The seated man turned around in surprise, momentarily stunned. Then, Wenru spoke coldly, Senior brother, 2nd senior brother, long time no see. Senior brother? 2nd senior brother? Chu Qing was stunned. Were these the other 2 disciples of Chuebu Nu, the unyielding fist? 4th junior sister? The seated man seemed still incredulous as he called out, then smiled, It really is you. What brings you here? Where's 3rd junior brother? As he spoke, he looked behind Wenru, but naturally didn't see her, only Chu Qing. His gaze lingered on Chu Qing for a moment, then he hesitated slightly. Chu Qing? Upon hearing this, even the white-robed man gazing out the window couldn't help but turn around. After looking closely for a couple of moments, he shook his head. No, this is too handsome. Third junior brother's younger brother isn't this handsome. Chu Qing didn't even have time to be shocked before he was angered by these words. Is this something a human would say? The seated young man shook his head. No, people always grow up. Even if he wasn't good looking as a child, he might become handsome as he grows up. Besides, senior brother, it's inappropriate to discuss someone's appearance to their face. You misunderstood. Winra shook her head. Third senior brother was injured, and brother Chu Tian was worried I'd be eager to return home, so he asked his friend to escort me. This is third brother. See, I told you mistaken him. Eldest senior brother glanced at second senior brother, and shook his head slightly. When will your eyesight improve? Third brother? Second senior brother looked at Chu Qing with a half smile and nodded. So it's third young master. It seems I misunderstood. My apologies. He clasped his hands slightly as he spoke. Chu Qing knew that this man had already recognized her, but hadn't said anything. He immediately clasped his hands in return. So you're a disciple of the Tai sect? My apologies. Not at all. Second senior brother extended his hand. Thank you for escorting our junior sister all the way, third young master. Please have a seat. Chu Qing sat down with Winru. Winru introduced them. Their eldest brother was named Mo Duxing, and their second brother was named Ginsheng. Chu Qing found these two quite interesting. Their names and demeanor were both intriguing. The eldest brother possessed an exceptional air, and his name was extraordinary. The second brother, sitting there, didn't seem particularly special, and his name appeared rather casual. However, what puzzled Chu Qing was that the Tai sect's secret techniques all focused on hand-to-hand combat. Why did this Mo Duxing carry a sword at his waist? Perhaps sensing Chu Qing's confusion, Ginsheng smiled. Third young master, you may not know, but the eldest brother's name was given by master. Our Tai sect excels in hand-to-hand combat, but our eldest brother has a particular fondness for swordsmanship. However, our Tai sect lacks such a lineage, resulting in his mediocre swordsmanship and weak hand-to-hand combat. Master said that if he were to go out alone, he would surely be beaten to death. Therefore, I call him Mo Duxing. It's to remind him that from now on, whenever he goes out, he must be with me and never travel alone. Upon hearing this, Mo Duxing glanced coldly at Ginsheng and sneered, Second junior brother, you talk too much. The third young master is not an outsider. It's only right that he understands our backgrounds. Ginsheng smiled, to avoid any misunderstandings. Chu Qing was momentarily unsure whether to believe them. This senior brother Mo Duxing had a good bearing. He didn't seem like someone with mediocre swordsmanship and weak fists. Standing there, he possessed an imposing presence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had the air of a grandmaster. He immediately glanced at Winru. Winru, while eating and drinking from the food on the table, said, Second senior brother is right. When I joined the sect, I always heard that senior brother made master so angry that he couldn't eat for days. Later, my eldest brother went out to travel the world alone. He walked out upright, but was carried back within 2 days. In a fit of anger, master changed his eldest brother's name. Since then, my eldest brother has never gone out alone again. He's always been accompanied by my second brother. Mo Duxing glanced at Winru again. Junior sister, eat well. He then looked at Chu Qing. Third young master, don't take their words to heart. His tone was nonchalant, as if he were truly a peerless master. Chu Qing nodded dryly and casually asked, Are you two also here for the first-rank grand tournament? Mo Duxing and Ginsheng exchanged a glance, and then Ginsheng said, Iron Step Mountain and River City has widely issued invitations to heroes from all walks of life to gather in Divine Blade City. Our Tai sect naturally received the invitation as well. Knowing there would be a treasure on display, our master, having long been detached from the martial world, didn't want to join the commotion and instead chose to cultivate himself in the mountains. He sent the two of us brothers to see what Luo Cheng was really up to. These past few years, the Divine Blade Hall has become increasingly unruly. Mo Duxing slowly said, the sect leaders are locked in a fierce power struggle, while Jiang Shandao sits alone on the high platform, seemingly oblivious to everything. The forces surrounding the Divine Blade Hall have long been restless. But as long as Jiang Shandao is alive, no one dares to start a war lightly. Now, Luo Cheng has initiated this world's first-ranked tournament, which has ironically given various forces an opportunity to enter the Divine Blade Hall. If this battle is not handled carefully, the Divine Blade Hall will be annihilated. Chu Qing frowned. His previous understanding of this matter was only superficial. Now, hearing Mo Duxing's words, he realized that Luo Cheng's actions had essentially placed the Divine Blade Hall in a precarious position. But what was Luo Cheng's intention? Did the chaotic god blade give him enough confidence? Or was there another talisman? Was that why he dared to create such a scene? Or perhaps, was this all a conspiracy by Pei Wuji of the heavenly evil sect? As these questions arose in his mind, a voice suddenly rang out. Young man. Chu Qing turned around and saw Jiang Shidao groping his way upstairs. Because his iron mask obscured his vision, he walked very carefully with each step. Mo Duxing and Bian Chung turned their gazes to Jiang Shidao. His robes were wide, and jingling sounds came from beneath them. It looked very strange. Young man, are you here? Jiang Shidao continued to ask. Winry glanced at Chu Qing and found him staring intently at Jiang Shidao, without saying a word. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, he remained silent. After a long while, Chu Qing finally smiled and said, Here? Jiang Shidao's ears were very sharp, and he heard Chu Qing's voice instantly. He immediately walked towards Chu Qing. You young man, why did you leave without saying a word, leaving me alone on the street? I may have eyes, but I can't see anything. Aren't you afraid that this old man will be kidnapped by some wicked passerby? You're an old man, who would want to kidnap you? Chu Qing chuckled, then noticed Mo Duxing and Bian Chung casting glances at him. He gently shook his head, indicating not to ask yet. Mo Duxing and Bian Chung were very cooperative. Chu Qing had escorted Wenru all this way, and they were grateful for that, so they didn't treat Chu Qing as an outsider. Especially Bian Chung, who recognized Chu Qing's identity. Although he might not completely trust him because of that, he didn't mind cooperating with him. After a while, Jiang Shidao finally managed to get over and sit down. He seemed to sniff, then reached for the food on the table, picking it up and feeding it through the crack in the iron table. While eating, he muttered, You young man, don't you understand? As the saying goes, an old man in the family is a treasure. I'm so old, who knows, I might be kidnapped and taken home as a treasure. Mo Duxing raised an eyebrow slightly, glanced at Jiang Shidao, and gave a slight, cold smile. Bian Chung shook his head, speechless. Chu Qing was about to say something, when he suddenly heard a loud slap. Turning his head, he saw a bare-chested man with his hand on the table, saying menacingly, What did you just say about us? Dare to say it again. Chu Qing glanced at the person sitting opposite him, and suddenly became interested. Sitting opposite the man were the two strange sisters. After hearing what the man said, the sisters exchanged a glance, their expressions seemingly tinged with fear. Finally, the younger sister spoke softly and weakly, We didn't say anything. We just heard that you 5 tigers of the horizontal swords, are skilled outlaws. And then? Hearing this, the man became even more enraged and moved closer to them. The older sister, seemingly frightened, covered her face with her hands, her voice coming from between her palms. So you're qualified to be our subordinates. Her soft voice, coupled with her arrogant words, truly opened the eyes of everyone present. But when she removed her hands, her face showed no fear whatsoever, only a broad smile, clearly unafraid. Not only was she unafraid, she even laughed. I really can't pretend anymore. Upon hearing this, the man became even angrier, drawing his sword with a clang, the blade flashing like lightning and already in front of the woman. But the woman didn't even flinch, simply standing there, while the younger sister acted as if nothing had happened. They saw it. Instead, a group of onlookers in the restaurant gasped in surprise. The blade finally stopped an inch above the sister's head, the faint glint of light touching her scalp. Oh! Chu Qing looked at the strike with some surprise. Leaving aside the skill of the swordsmanship, the execution of this strike didn't reveal much refinement. But the man's use of the sword was clearly extremely skillful. The movement of the blade stopped as easily as a finger pointing at an arm, with meticulous control. The man raised his eyes, his expression becoming even more ferocious. Why didn't you dodge? Because I'm not afraid? The older sister spoke calmly. Why don't you chop? Oh, I know you don't dare. Upon hearing this, many people in the restaurant frowned. They felt the two sisters had gone a bit too far. The 5 tigers of the horizontal blade hadn't had any prior conflict with them. They first inexplicably provoked them, then spoke rudely. Now they had made a move, but not with the intention of harming anyone. It seemed more like a demonstration of their skills to let them know their power. And yet, they were still speaking rudely. While the 5 tigers of the horizontal blade weren't exactly renowned, in such a public setting, if they were to say I dare not, if those 2 words got out, would they still be able to show their faces in the martial world? Outrageous. The man was indeed enraged. Fine, today I teach you a lesson. With that, he swung his blade, a swift and powerful sweep. This time he showed no mercy, aiming for the woman's left arm. The woman remained unmoved, letting the blade strike her left arm. This member of the 5 tigers of the horizontal blade had intended to leave a mark on her arm as a lesson. But unexpectedly, the blade struck, producing a clanging sound. With a sharp sound, the blade grazed the skin. Aside from a small tear in the clothing, there was no harm whatsoever. The woman's skin, as smooth and delicate as jade, was as hard as diamond. Ah! This sight made the remaining members of the 5 tigers of the horizontal blade stand up. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The people in the restaurant were also stunned. This girl looked pretty, with delicate skin, but they never expected her to have practiced such formidable martial arts. Hee. The woman suddenly smiled, extending 2 fingers to grasp the blade of the horizontal sword. She slowly moved it away. The man's face darkened. He circulated his inner energy, trying to control the blade. But the force on the blade felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He couldn't control it at all. Finally, the blade was pressed down, and his own arm was pried open. The woman raised her right hand. Do you believe that one strike from me could kill you? Seeing this, the remaining members of the 5 tigers of the horizontal sword could no longer sit still. They all stood up, and the leader clasped his hands and said, "Miss, please have mercy." Chapter 87. Have mercy? The older sister glanced at the 5 tigers of the horizontal blade. Why should I? He slashed me once. Why can't I kill him? Isn't it because you provoked me first? Wei Ming, the third of the 5 tigers of the horizontal blade, the blade-holding tiger, spoke angrily. But the leader, the blade-raising tiger, Lu Ji, waved his hand slightly and looked up at the older sister. Miss, my brother was impetuous and offended you. Lu Ji apologizes to you here. Please don't hold it against him. The younger sister nodded repeatedly. Sister, he's right. They're magnanimous. Shouldn't we let it go? Are you stupid? The older sister couldn't help but slap her younger sister on the head. Have you forgotten what we just said? Oh, right. The younger sister nodded repeatedly. I almost forgot the important matter. The 5 tigers exchanged glances, each understanding the meaning in the other's eyes. These 2 girls seemed to have ulterior motives. Lu Ji hesitated before speaking. Ladies, is there something you need from us brothers? As long as you show mercy, everything is negotiable. The elder sister's eyes lit up. All right. Since you said so, then you too should kowtow and acknowledge us as your leaders. From today onwards, we sisters are your bosses. Huh? Lu Ji was stunned. What did this mean? After years of wandering the martial world, his reputation wasn't particularly renowned, yet he'd been recruited by 2 young girls? This remark immediately drew laughter from the tavern. Chu Qing, on the other hand, recalled the first time she met these 2 sisters. It was when the Iron Horse 7 Thieves were with them. These 2 girls helped the Iron Horse 7 Thieves fight Chu Fan. During their fight, they even said that if Chu Fan couldn't beat them, he would have to kowtow and become their elder brother. Aren't they a little too obsessed with becoming someone's elder brother? Lu Ji, I think these 2 girls are quite pretty. Just go for it. That's right. If such beautiful girls want me to kowtow and call them elder brother, then I definitely go. Ha. Those in the restaurant who knew Lu Ji started to mock him. But his next sentence caught the older woman's attention. She turned her head, glanced at him, and shook her head. No, you can't kowtow to me. You're too thin, not imposing enough. It would be too embarrassing if word got out that you kowtow and become my elder brother. What did you say? The man flew into a rage upon hearing this. He and the 5 tigers of the horizontal blade were young masters who had entered the martial world around the same time, but unlike the 5 tigers, he preferred to work alone and despised their group behavior. Therefore, he had clashed with the 5 tigers of the horizontal blade more than once. However, Lu Ji alone was no less skilled than him, and he had always been the one to suffer defeat in their clashes. Today, he had finally seen the 5 tigers of the horizontal blade suffer at the hands of 2 women, and he had intended to give them a good beating, but unexpectedly, he was mocked by this girl. He was instantly enraged. Do you know who I am? Don't think that just because the 5 tigers of the horizontal blade are in your hands, I can't do anything to you. Lu Ji is hesitant to act, but I don't care whether you kill him or not. With that, he flashed forward, a short knife already drawn from his waist. But before it could be fully used, it was easily caught by 2 fingers. The man froze, about to exert force, when a snapping sound rang out. The older sister had broken the knife in half. Immediately afterward, she struck him squarely in the chest and abdomen. With a whoosh, the man was sent flying, crashing through the window, and onto the street outside. The older sister shook her head in disappointment. I told you he was too skinny, no match for her. With that frail figure, she'd be blown away by the wind. The younger sister sighed repeatedly, hearing the regret in their words. Some in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. However, most fell silent. Lu Zhishan frowned deeply. The man's martial arts were only slightly weaker than his own, yet he couldn't withstand a single blow from this girl. If these two sisters joined forces, the name 5 Tigers of the Horizontal Blade would likely be wiped out of the martial world today. He immediately sighed, Young lady, your martial arts are unparalleled. Today, we brothers admit defeat. Please, young lady, show mercy. The elder sister thought carefully for a moment, released the sword she was holding, and turned to Lu Zhi. So, do you agree or not? This. Lu Zhi glanced at his other brothers, then gritted his teeth and said, From today onwards, I, Lu Zhi, will be your 2 young ladies' henchmen. But I beg you, young ladies, to spare my brothers. Brother, what do you mean? How can we brothers abandon you? That's right, today we either go together, stay together, or die together. Exactly. The brothers spoke one after another, their emotions reaching a point where they almost burst into tears. The 2 sisters looked at each other, their eyes filled with innocence, as if all of this had nothing to do with them. Finally, Lu Zhi took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn voice, We brothers have just discussed this, and from today onwards, we will follow your lead without question. However, we must agree beforehand. We must not do unjust things, nor kill innocent people. Please grant my request, young lady. Oh, all right. The 2 sisters agreed readily. Looking at each other as if they still couldn't believe it, the younger sister said, We really succeeded? The older sister nodded repeatedly, We have subordinates. We're one step closer to unifying the bandits. Years later, we will surely become the overlords of the bandits. Lu Zhi, who had just finished expressing his loyalty, was almost dumbfounded upon hearing their words. You too. Are you perhaps lone bandits from some mountain? No. The older sister smiled. Since you are our subordinates, you should know our identities. I am the older sister, Nianqin. I am the younger sister, Nianin. The 2 sisters exchanged a glance and spoke simultaneously. We come from Bodhi Nunnery. A loud crash followed. The moment the words Bodhi Nunnery were uttered, the others in the restaurant were bewildered, but the steamed bun in Jiang Shandao's hand suddenly fell, knocking over the soup bowl. Chu Qing frowned slightly. The name Bodhi Nunnery was also unfamiliar to him. He had never heard of it before. He looked at Jiang Shandao thoughtfully. Senior, do you perhaps know of this Bodhi Nunnery? Huh? Jiang Shandao shook his head in confusion. Never heard of it, don't know. Just now, the acupuncture needle twitched, causing my hand to shake, and I couldn't hold the bun. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Chu Qing glanced at him, but didn't ask any further questions. The 2 sisters chatted with the 5 Tigers of the Horizontal Blade for a while, then the group left in a flurry. Bodhi Nunnery. Bian Chung held a wine cup, gently swirling it. I feel like I heard of it somewhere before. But he couldn't quite place it. The group chatted casually, mostly speculating about the sisters' identities. Bodhi Nunnery, judging from the name, should be a nunnery, but the 2 sisters didn't look like nuns. After a brief, fruitless discussion, they didn't dwell on it. After eating and drinking their fill, the group left the restaurant and went to the inn where Mo Duxing and Bian Chung were staying. The inn was called Fuyun Inn, and it was packed. Mainly because the world's first-class tournament was about to begin, and everywhere was crowded. Chu Qing and Winter were lucky. There were 3 rooms left, so each of them got one. After being settled, the waiter led them upstairs. A commotion erupted again in front of the inn. Several people stood on the 2nd floor railing looking down, and saw a group of people rushing into the inn, with a woman being protected in the center. This woman wore a purple dress, her figure exquisitely graceful, with a slender waist and full hips. However, her face was obscured. She wore a bamboo hat, and her face was covered, the white veil of the hat swaying gently in the wind, occasionally revealing a small, pointed chin. The dyers inside seemed to have known her for a while, craning their necks to see her appear. However, she showed no interest in the surrounding noise, only walking halfway before suddenly looking up. Her eyes, hidden beneath the hat, met Chu Qing's. It was a very brief pause. The woman continued walking, crossing from the inn's lobby to the back courtyard. Chu Qing frowned slightly and asked softly, Who is she? Mo Duxing stood with his hands behind his back, exuding elegance. Third young master doesn't know her? Chu Qing shook his head, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Her name is Qing Ling, Bian Chung said with a smile. She's the top courtesan at Rouge Pavilion, one of the 3 beauties of Nanling, whose beauty surpasses all others. She is one of those 3 beauties. The Three Beauties of Nanling? Chu Qing stroked his chin and shook his head decisively. Never heard of her. Bian Chung laughed heartily. It seems third young master is indeed completely ignorant in this area. When you have time, I take you to broaden your horizons. Brother Bian, are you planning to take me to a brothel? Exactly. Bian Chung said matter-of-factly, speaking of which, there's a heavenly fragrance pavilion in Divine Blade City. How about we go check it out tonight? Chu Qing was somewhat tempted. After all, he only ever seen brothels in novels and on television in his previous life. He never actually experienced it. Just going to broaden his horizons wouldn't be bad. However, he shook his head. He had other things to do that evening. Bian Chung didn't insist. Afterwards, everyone went back to their rooms to pack, and in the afternoon, they strolled around Divine Blade City. With more people, there was more excitement. And with that, more miscellaneous things happened. That afternoon, Chu Qing and his group experienced the local customs and bought some odds and ends. They encountered 3 duels. To be precise, 4. However, they chose to fight the last one on the roof of the Divine Blade Hall, but the people from the Divine Blade Hall wouldn't let them in, so it was dropped. Meanwhile, he found a suitable blacksmith and a doctor to help Jiang Shindao remove the locks from his collarbone. The scene was somewhat bloody. Over the years, flesh had clung to the locks, and even after they were removed, bits of flesh still clung to them. Jiang Shindao, worthy of being the powerful figure who founded the Divine Blade Hall, didn't utter a sound throughout the entire process. That afternoon, Chu Qing had roughly figured out the overall layout of Divine Blade City. And from Winter's words, he learned that the scent of that blade was within the Divine Blade Hall. In the blink of an eye, night deepened. Chu Qing changed into a set of night clothes, put away his blade, and untied the straps from the Azure Knight's sword. After tidying up the willow leaf throwing knife, he put on a white mask, opened the window, and plunged into the night. Tonight, he didn't plan to kill anyone immediately. Instead, he intended to first probe the depths of the Divine Blade Hall. Chu Qing actually had some suspicions about Jiang Shindao. He always felt that the old man was hiding something. This was a perfect opportunity to test the waters of that near-death experience within the Divine Blade Hall. He had essentially scouted the location during the day. That evening, he arrived at the rooftop of a restaurant, nearly 100 zhang away from the Divine Blade Hall. Normally, jumping from here to the Divine Blade Hall would be impossible. However, Chu Qing didn't hesitate. He circulated the bright J True Scripture within his body, first using the chasing stars and catching the moon step, his figure leaping out like an arrow, covering more than 10 zhang. Once airborne, he used the Golden Goose skill. He took steps in midair, each step 13 zhang, as if treading on thin air, taking 42 steps in succession before gradually descending. At this point, he was less than 10 zhang away from his destination. He activated his Golden Goose skill, his feet treading on the air, his figure suddenly rising high once more, using the momentum to unleash the star-chasing moon step once more. His figure flashed like lightning, landing steadily on the rooftop of a small building in the Divine Blade Hall in the blink of an eye. He looked back at the rooftop of the restaurant and couldn't help but exhale. If it weren't for the bright J True Scripture, it would be impossible to take 42 steps in midair with just the Golden Goose skill. In other words, 37 steps wasn't the limit of the Golden Goose skill. It's the limit of internal energy. If my internal energy were a little higher, I could take 82 steps, let alone 42. The final turning point, using the Golden Goose skill followed by the star-chasing moon step, was a result of Chu Qing's recent refinement of his lightness skill. Chu Qing was quite satisfied with his performance, but he didn't remain complacent for long. Standing there, overlooking the Divine Blade Hall, he could see its entirety, though not all areas. The Divine Blade Hall, within Divine Blade City, was essentially equivalent to the City Lord's mansion of Heavenly Dance City. However, the Divine Blade Hall was much larger and had more personnel. It was practically a city within a city. Should I go find Qiguan first, or pay Wuji? After a moment's thought, he decided to go find Qiguan first. During this time, he had learned the basic layout of the Divine Blade Hall from Jiang Shindao. But he still harboring doubts and not entirely trusting, Chu Qing proceeded cautiously, weaving and dodging patrols. After a while, Chu Qing finally reached the edge of a courtyard. There was a carriage at the entrance, and the courtyard was brightly lit. Clearly, the people inside were not resting at this hour. Chu Qing hid on the rooftop and peeked out. He saw a middle-aged man lying face down on a soft couch in the courtyard, his eyes closed. It was unclear whether he was unconscious or had just fallen asleep. A woman in purple was changing clothes beside the bed. Chu Qing immediately recognized the woman as Qing Ling, whom he had seen at the inn earlier that day. This time, he didn't look away, because Qing Ling was changing into night clothes. Chapter 88. Watching Qing Ling deftly change into her night clothes, Chu Qing touched his chin in astonishment. What is this woman doing? After changing, Qing Ling vanished into the darkness in a flash, using the shadows to disappear. Her movements were practiced and highly skilled. Chu Qing almost lost sight of her in the blink of an eye. The three beauties of Nanling, their charms surpassing all others. Judging from their titles, they should all be courtesans. But now, she seems more like a member of the Thieves' Guild. A thought flashed through his mind, and he looked at Qiguan in the courtyard, a murderous glint in his eyes. Chu Qing's mission was to assassinate the mastermind behind the Qingxi village massacre. And this mastermind was only two people. One was Qiguan, and the other was Pei Wuji. The best way to verify this was to kill Qiguan first, and see if the mission was accomplished. If it's not done, then kill Pei Wuji too. Originally, Chu Qing didn't want to kill so hastily, after all, human life is at stake. But what happened in that small town changed Chu Qing's mind. Qiguan, obeying Pei Wuji, allowed Yinfeng village to prey on the people, treating human life like dirt. Such people deserve to die 1,000 times over, so why be polite to them? Now that he's unconscious, it's the perfect opportunity to kill him. Isn't it only natural for an assassin to take advantage of someone in distress? But just then, Qiguan, who had been completely unconscious, suddenly sat up slowly. He wasn't asleep, nor was he unconscious. Pretending? Chu Qing silently grinned. Good, you're all so good at playing games, aren't you? One who came to sell himself under the guise of one of the three beauties, but actually had ulterior motives. Another one pretended to be affected, then quickly got up to scare people. The wickedness of the human heart is truly evident. After Qiguan got up, his gaze only swept over the spot where the woman had disappeared before he slowly stood up, touching the corner of his lips. The false phoenix and fake phoenix traceless powder, this stuff is hard to come by. Eating a little can give you a good dream. Unfortunately, a fleeting dream. It's all just a lie. But now that you come to my divine blade hall, how can I let you fool me with such a small trick? The game has only just begun. At this point, he slightly raised his head. Someone. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps came from outside. A group of divine blade hall disciples knelt down. Greetings, third hall master. Remove everyone from the courtyard. Tonight's hunt cannot be disturbed by you. Qiguan gave the order softly. The people below replied without hesitation, yes. After responding, they waved their hands, and soft murmurs echoed from everywhere except the courtyard. In a short while, the area was deserted. Only then did Qiguan smile slightly, and leap after him. After he left, Chu Qing also flew up and quietly followed behind Qiguan. Where Qing Ling went, Chu Qing didn't know, but Qiguan should know. Qing Ling's purpose was either for that supreme treasure, or for the chaotic god blade. This blade was forged from weeping god iron, extraordinary indeed. If conditions allowed, Chu Qing wouldn't mind getting his hands on it. Whether he discarded it or destroyed it, it was better than it falling into the hands of these treacherous people. After all, if this blade had to have an owner, it would be himself. The little blacksmith had used it as payment for making him kill someone. Qiguan's actions were highly purposeful. He didn't run blindly, he headed straight for a specific location. Chu Qing guessed that during the previous feigned interaction between the two people, Qiguan must have revealed something to her. Therefore, after knocking Qiguan unconscious, she stealthily made her way to the destination. As the one who revealed the information, Qiguan didn't need to hide anything and could go directly there, thus waiting for him to come to her. Sure enough, in no time, Qiguan arrived at a two-story building. Chu Qing didn't approach. Waiting for Qiguan to enter the building, Chu Qing leaped to the rooftop. Lifting a tile, she peeked inside and saw that the second floor was empty. Along the windows, there were screens, and in the center stood a table. On the table was a knife rack. A jet-black horizontal sword sat quietly on the rack. But Chu Qing only needed one glance to know that the sword was fake. Back in Qingxi village, Chu Qing had seen that knife with his own eyes. It wasn't the same one displayed here. That chaos god was a knife that was hard to look away from once you saw it. In comparison, this one was too ordinary. A trap. A smile played on Chu Qing's lips. At that moment, Qiguan also came upstairs. Without hesitation, he bypassed the central table and went behind the screen against the wall. Chu Qing's eyes flickered slightly as he considered how to make his move. It was hard to say how deep Qiguan's martial arts skills were, But the fact that he had managed to take the Chaos God knife right under their noses was already quite impressive. However, Chu Qing was confident that with his current martial arts skills, killing him wouldn't be difficult. The problem was that Qi Guan had now created a rather favorable environment for him, withdrawing the Divine Blade Hall disciples from the courtyard. Even if he caused a disturbance, no one would notice. If handled properly, perhaps they could extract some information from him. As various thoughts raced through his mind, he suddenly saw a sneaky shadowy figure approaching from the darkness. Huh, the door's unlocked? There's nobody around. Who would have thought that a place without any guards would actually hide such a precious item? Qingling muttered to herself as she reached the door. She pushed the door open and entered, her steps light and silent. Chu Qing, watching from the rooftop, saw Qi Guan hidden behind the screen and instinctively held her breath. Her eyes gleamed with excitement, barely able to contain her arousal. A short while later, Qingling appeared on the second floor. Her gaze was instantly drawn to the sword in the center. What good things could the Divine Sword Hall possibly have besides swords? A top-grade item. I'd like to see just how rare and precious your top-grade treasure is. Qingling muttered, slowly approaching the sword. After carefully observing her surroundings to make sure everything was alright, she reached for the sword. Grasping the scabbard, she lifted it with a slight effort. But the instant the knife detached from its holder, a soft click suddenly came from the holder. Immediately afterwards, latches popped out from the table and the floor, instantly binding Qingling's hands and feet. Especially her hands. After the wrists were secured, the mechanism retracted, pulling her body forward and causing her to bend over. Qingling's face changed. She knew she'd fallen for a trap. She tried to struggle, but couldn't break free. Ha ha ha. Qi Guan, behind the screen, finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qingling's expression changed. Qi Guan. Miss Qingling, what a coincidence. Qi Guan stepped out from behind the screen, looking at Qingling's pert buttocks sticking out, her whole body bound by the trap, and couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Chu Qing on the roof couldn't help but gasp. Bound play. This old Qi is quite the player. Unlike Chu Qing's amused expression, Qingling was truly gritting her teeth. You didn't fall for the false phoenix's traceless powder. Everything you said before was a lie. Qi Guan shook his head. Little girl, you're really too naive. To use a beauty trap effectively, one must at least genuinely offer oneself. Without any investment, how can you fool anyone? Even if it's just about physical intimacy, you can't just rush in and try to extract information without even letting her have a taste of the flesh. What do you take me for, Qi Guan? As he spoke, he approached Qingling and reached out to touch her face. Then, he casually removed her veil. Even in this dark attire, her face still made Qi Guan subconsciously swallow. What a beautiful girl with bright eyes and white teeth, a beauty with a hint of anger. Get angry, the angrier you are, the more beautiful your face becomes. In a little while, I'd be even happier. Happier my ass. Qingling suddenly turned to profanity, cursing, you bastard, you shameless scoundrel, if you have the guts, let me go, and we have a 300-round battle. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Qi Guan laughed heartily. But not a mere duel, but a full-blown battle. Watch how I make you flee in terror. As he spoke, he circled behind Qingling, reaching for her waist clasp. Chu Qing figured the time was right. She would seize the opportunity while he was distracted. But just then, a glint of light flashed in Qingling's eyes. Then, her arms seemed to transform into coiling snakes, easily slipping out of the mechanism with a flick of her wrist. With a flick of her wrist, a cloud of white mist instantly spread out. Qi Guan, who thought victory was assured, never expected this young girl to possess such a masterful art of bone shrinking. He instantly retreated, avoiding the mist. As he watched closely, he saw a dark figure rush towards the window. Qingling had given up on stealing the chaotic god blade. Now that her plan had failed, escape was the best option. But as soon as she opened the window, a hand landed on her shoulder. A sudden, powerful force pulled her back, throwing her involuntarily. Having just regained her balance in midair, a wave of extreme weakness washed over her, and she collapsed to the ground like a limp rag doll. You tampered with the window. Qingling exclaimed in shock, never expecting that this seemingly ordinary place was actually fraught with danger. Qi Guan approached with his hands behind his back. This poison is called yellow spring powder. When you released that white mist just now, I added it to it. I didn't tamper with the window. How are you? Can't you muster your inner energy? Is your body weak and powerless? Don't worry, you'd be even weaker in a bit. You don't come any closer. Qingling's voice was extremely weak at this moment. She wanted to back away, but she couldn't muster even the slightest strength. She could only helplessly say, "Fine, fine, I'm done playing. You don't come any closer otherwise." She had barely finished speaking when her eyes suddenly changed, then instantly returned to normal. But Chi Guan still caught that fleeting glance. He wanted to turn around, but it was too late. A tremendous force came from behind, and he was suddenly thrown forward. However, Chi Guan's internal strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. For the past few years, he had been cultivating blood fruit and refining blood god pills at Yifeng village, using these pills day and night to increase his internal energy and cultivate his power. He had simply kept his abilities hidden for many years, and no one knew it. This palm strike, though powerful, was not quite enough to kill him. He paused, wanting to turn around, but another tremendous force struck. The first palm strike, though powerful, was unremarkable. When the second palm strike landed, Chi Guan felt a chill seep into his bones, his meridians seemingly freezing solid in an instant. Fortunately, his internal energy was profound, allowing him to hold on, but his heart sank to the bottom. His opponent struck again and again, clearly having anticipated his martial arts prowess. Now, with his meridians damaged by the chill, he couldn't gather strength to counterattack, fearing he would fall under his opponent's relentless palm strikes. In fact, his fears were correct. Having gained the upper hand, how could Chu Qing allow him to retaliate? 1 palm strike, 2 palm strikes, 3 palm strikes. For palm strikes, it wasn't that Chu Qing's internal energy was weak. After so many strikes, he still couldn't kill Chi Guan. He was also testing his skills as he fought. The first palm strike was the bone-melting palm, its power contained and restrained. Once unleashed, Chi Guan would surely die. The second palm strike was different. It merely used the bright jade true scripture to accumulate power, gradually testing Chi Guan's limits. Chi Guan's ability to withstand so many strikes was truly remarkable. Chu Qing had already factored in the possibility of the blood god pill, and once he attacked, he wouldn't give him any room to resist. After 8 consecutive palm strikes, Chi Guan finally couldn't withstand it any longer. He was sent flying with a bang, but just as he was about to land at the window, he was pulled by an extremely strong force, involuntarily moving towards Chu Qing. Chu Qing grabbed him and slammed him to the ground. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and the entire small building seemed to tremble slightly. Under normal circumstances, this commotion would have alerted the disciples of the Divine Blade Hall. However, Chi Guan wanted to hunt here and didn't want to be disturbed, so the surroundings were quiet and there was no reaction at all. It was precisely because of this that Chu Qing was able to use Chi Guan to test his own strength. After this test, Chu Qing had a general understanding of his martial arts. To deal with someone like Chi Guan with such strong internal energy, about 60 to 70% of his internal strength would be enough to kill him with a single palm strike. But ordinary martial artists don't have Chi Guan's situation. He could use the blood god pill to enhance his internal energy. To deal with them, if he didn't want to kill, he really had to hold back, otherwise, 1 palm strike would be enough to kill them. However, this blood god pill came from the Heavenly Evil Sect. If he encountered anyone from the Heavenly Evil Sect in the future, no matter who they were, once he made a move, he would fight them like a lion hunting a rabbit. He absolutely couldn't give them any chance to retaliate. Qing Ling stood softly to the side, looking incredulously at the sudden appearance of the man in black, who had rendered the 3 hall masters powerless. He was now pinned to the ground by the man in black, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, looking like a dead dog. This man's martial arts are incredibly strong. Just who is he? Chapter 89. The same question arose in Chi Guan's mind, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. Over the years, the blood god pill had honed his internal strength. In terms of internal power alone, he believed he was no weaker than others, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take the chaotic god blade. Yet, after years of arduous training, facing a true master for the first time, he suffered such a miserable defeat. Who are you, sir? I have no grudge against you. Chi Guan said with difficulty. Why did you suddenly attack and kill me? Where is the chaotic god blade? Chu Qing spared his life to extract information from him. Without beating around the bush, he went straight to the point. You actually know about the chaotic god blade? Chi Guan stared at Chu Qing in shock, then suddenly seemed to realize something. You're one of those people from Qingxi village? Chu Qing frowned slightly, and with a hum, the azure knight sword was drawn, piercing Chi Guan's wrist. With a flick of the blade, a hand flew off. Chi Guan's face instantly turned deathly pale, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. He was seriously injured, but not necessarily dead. But now, without a word, the other party had severed his hand. No matter the outcome today, that hand would never grow back. A mixture of shock and fear filled his heart. He heard Chu Qing's chilling voice. I ask you answer. The chaotic god blade is presented to the hall master. Qiguan understood Chu Qing's meaning, so this time he answered readily. Chu Qing silently looked at Qiguan, then suddenly asked, where did the forging method of the chaotic god blade and the alchemy method of the blood god pill come from? These words sent another jolt through Qiguan's heart. This man not only knew about the chaotic god blade, but also the blood god pill. He had been following him since Qingxi village, and he had even been to Yifeng village. That person? Thinking this, Qiguan disregarded Chu Qing's ruthless methods and hurriedly asked, you released that person? Even now, he didn't utter the words Yifeng village, fearing he might be wrong and expose his weakness. Chu Qing flicked his sword again, and his other hand vanished as well. Qiguan screamed again. Qing Ling, standing to the side, shrank back in terror. What kind of living devil was this? With this kind of interrogation, the person being tortured would likely die in no time. Perhaps he wasn't here to interrogate at all, he was here to kill. You're talking about Jiang Shendao? Chu Qing looked at Qiguan with a half-smile. Qiguan's forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat from the pain. Upon hearing this, he seemed to lose all his strength and collapsed to the ground. He forced a smile, a hint of despair in his voice. You really released him. You actually really released him. You thought he was the leader? You have no idea who you released. Chu Qing nodded. Since you say so, that means that person really wasn't Jiang Shendao. He's from the heavenly evil sect, Pei Wuji. Qiguan, already in despair, was startled again by Chu Qing's words. You actually knew. Chu Qing didn't speak, but released him. When Jiang Shendao recounted his experiences, many parts matched up, making his lies seem incredibly believable. There was only one discrepancy. If the heavenly evil cult's goal was the weeping god iron, and they already possessed the method to forge the chaotic god blade, why spare Jiang Shendao's life after obtaining the weeping god iron? Jiang Shendao's reason was that they wanted him to know that even if he said nothing, the chaotic god blade could still be forged. They wanted him to see the ultimate fate of his divine blade hall for defying the heavenly evil cult. This explanation seems plausible, but in reality, it's somewhat absurd. However, if we reverse Pei Wuji and Jiang Shendao's roles, years ago, Pei Wuji found Jiang Shendao, but ultimately, Jiang Shendao, in some unknown way, turned the tables on Pei Wuji. Not only did he fail to seize the divine blade hall, but he also imprisoned Pei Wuji in Yifeng village. Over the years, their focus hasn't been on the whereabouts of the weeping god iron. Rather, it's on the forging method of the chaotic god blade, and the refining method of the blood god pill. Perhaps Pei Wuji used these two as conditions to persuade Jiang Shendao not to kill him, but merely to imprison him. In this way, what was originally illogical becomes logical. But then the illogical part becomes, what gives Jiang Shendao the right to do this? Chu Qing had doubted Jiang Shendao's words at the time, but didn't point it out. It was also because, although his explanation was somewhat illogical, it resonated with his own sense of justice. There are always such people in the martial world, who do illogical things out of a sense of pride. So he had to observe further. Now, however, he received the real answer from Qiguan. After a moment's thought, he sheathed his sword and glanced at Qing Ling. Qing Ling's expression changed. I just wanted to steal something. It's not a capital offense. Spare me. Chu Qing ignored her words, grabbed her by the back of the collar, and leaped out of the window, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Qiguan lay there, stunned for a moment, before realizing he had escaped death. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his hands, and the gruesome state of his body, he struggled to his feet, secretly regulating his internal energy, using his inner strength to seal the acupoints in his hands, preventing the blood from flowing too quickly. A full hour later, he finally regained his mobility. The frozen meridians within his body had improved considerably. But completely eliminating this icy internal force was a long and uncertain process. However, he couldn't worry about that now. Pei Wuji had been released by the man in black, and the Divine Blade Hall was in grave danger. He stumbled down the stairs, and walked for a long time before finally encountering someone. Seeing Qiguan's condition, the Divine Blade Hall disciples were all horrified. Third Hall Master. Third Hall Master. Quickly, someone come. The Third Hall Master has been assassinated. Qiguan gritted his teeth. Silence. This matter must not be spread. The two men had been gone for over an hour. Even if there was a great commotion, it would be useless. The disciples, confused, could only obey orders. They helped Qiguan up, and he said, Take me to the sword nurturing pavilion. The sword-nurturing pavilion was where the hall master, Jiang Shindao, secluded himself for cultivation. Since claiming his lifespan was nearing its end, he had locked himself within, never venturing out. Hearing Qiguan's words, the disciples, though puzzled by his condition, why seek the hall master instead of a doctor, quickly helped him towards the sword-nurturing pavilion. The Divine Blade Hall was vast, and after some hesitation, the group finally arrived outside the pavilion. Disciples of the Divine Blade Hall guarded the entrance, exchanging bewildered glances upon seeing Qiguan's state. When Qiguan requested to see the hall master, the gatekeepers hesitated. Logically, the hall master wouldn't see anyone at this time. But given Qiguan's injuries, they couldn't easily stop him. Finally, they told him to remain still while they went in to inform him. Qiguan stood outside, his face a mask of anxiety and complexity. Occasionally, his internal injuries flared up, causing him to cough up blood for added amusement. After waiting for ages, instead of the hall master, what appeared were panicked disciples of the Divine Blade Hall. Third Hall Master. Hall Master, the Hall Master, is gone. What did you say? Qiguan felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this, and instinctively broke free from the two people beside him. He took 2 steps forward, wanting to grab the Divine Blade Hall disciple and demand an explanation. But unexpectedly, with each step, a cracking sound suddenly rang out from his leg. His leg seemed boneless, collapsing to the ground. At the same time, his other leg also made a shattering sound. He couldn't help but fall to the ground, bracing himself with his elbows. But the moment he hit the ground, both of his arms also cracked and shattered. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, his bones cracking and popping. In moments, he was like a limp lump of mud, unable to rise again. This turn of events was horrifying. The surrounding disciples of the Divine Blade Hall were all dumbfounded, their blood running cold. Qiguan wasn't dead yet. He clearly felt everything, hearing the sounds of bones breaking, enduring unimaginable, intense pain. Without the support of his bones, his flesh pressed directly onto his internal organs, causing his breathing to become rapid, and his internal organs to ache indescribably. His face was purplish blue, his eyes wide open, almost bulging out. In less than a quarter of an hour, he breathed his last. The Divine Blade Hall was thrown into complete chaos. The Hall Master was missing, and the third Hall Master had died a mysterious and gruesome death. The Divine Blade Hall, already teetering on the brink of collapse, was now filled with even greater fear and anxiety. Therefore, no one noticed that on the roof of the Yongdao Pavilion, a man in black wearing a white mask, carrying a girl in black, was quietly watching this scene. Jiang Shindao has disappeared. Is it Pei Wuji? Chu Qing pondered for a moment, but dared not make a hasty judgment. Back then, Jiang Shindao had the ability to capture Pei Wuji and imprison him in Yifeng village. Now, why would Pei Wuji, once released, have the ability to take away Jiang Shindao? Moreover, whether the disappearance is real or not is still uncertain. The system didn't indicate the mission was completed, so Qiguan is indeed not the real culprit. After a few thoughts raced through his mind, he leaped up and quietly left the Shindao Hall. Thanks to the chaos within the Shindao Hall, this departure went unnoticed, and did not attract any attention. Only after leaving the Divine Blade Hall quite a distance did Chu Qing find a secluded spot, and tossed Qingling down. Qingling, poisoned by the yellow spring powder, was limp and collapsed upon landing. She looked up at Chu Qing. What are you going to do? Chu Qing glanced at her, his white mask giving him a cold and desolate air. Are you really Qingling? Of course. I'm not. The first 3 words sounded somewhat confident, but upon seeing Chu Qing's pale mask, she lost the courage to say the rest, the last 2 words lacking conviction. Then who are you? Chu Qing asked again. After you know who I am, will you let me go? Qingling asked tentatively, then quickly added, even if you don't tell me, it's okay, just don't cut off my hands and feet. Chu Qing's lips curled into a smile. We have no grudge against each other. Why would I cut off your hands and feet? Perhaps you don't like your own hands and feet? If so, I'm not unwilling to do it for you. Who doesn't like them? She wanted to cross her arms, but couldn't move, so she could only say, let me tell you, I have a very impressive background. My master is the #1 thief in the world. I am the disciple of the #1 thief in the world, but I only used Qingling's identity to infiltrate the Divine Blade Hall to see what their treasures were. But I didn't expect Qiguan to be so cunning. I tried to steal a chicken, and this little cabbage was almost eaten by this pig. Chu Qing frowned slightly. The world's #1 thief? Are you talking about Yuzong, the thief saint who has mastered all the stars in the 9 heavens? That's right. The girl nodded repeatedly. It's him. Chu Qing suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at? The girl found his laughter somewhat strange. It lacked the coldness he displayed at the Divine Blade Hall, yet it made her even more uneasy. It sounded like mocking. Someone like him would mock others? Could I be overthinking it? I laugh at Yuzong for accepting you as a disciple. It's a disgrace in his later years. You? He was indeed mocking, and without any attempt to hide it, the girl gritted her teeth in anger. Chu Qing asked again, and you? What's your name? I am Little Star-Picking Hand, Shepherd Boy. The girl slightly raised her head. Then you should be herding cattle and sheep, not stealing chickens and dogs. Chu Qing shook his head. Open your mouth. You wouldn't be a lecher too, would you? The shepherd boy looked at Chu Qing with suspicion. Chu Qing took out the antidote for the yellow spring powder from his robes, taking out one pill. Judging from what you said, your identity doesn't seem fake. You know quite a lot. He only managed to utter I before Chu Qing flicked his finger, and the pill instantly entered his mouth. The shepherd boy didn't finish his sentence, instinctively swallowing the antidote. Chu Qing then said, that thing is ominous. Touching it could bring great disaster. Chaos has already appeared in Divine Blade City. Leave as soon as possible. After speaking, without waiting for the shepherd's reaction, she leaped and disappeared into the night. The shepherd wanted to say something more, but then she felt her strength gradually returning. Only then did she realize that what Chu Qing had given her was indeed the antidote. Her face lit up with joy. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared on her left and right. She looked up, her face immediately turning bitter. You come? The two men exchanged a glance and simultaneously knelt on one knee. We failed in our duty of protection. Please forgive us, miss. The shepherd got up from the ground and waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, I've been rescued anyway. Although I didn't see his face, judging from his voice, he seems very young. Tell me, who exactly is he? Chapter 90. Standing before the shepherd girl were two elderly men with hair that was half black and half white. However, one had black hair on the left and white hair on the right, while the other was the opposite. Hearing the shepherd girl's words, the two elderly men exchanged a glance. The one with black hair on the left and white hair on the right said, We go investigate. No need, the shepherd girl waved her hand. I have a feeling he won't remain unknown. Maybe I have a chance to run into him again in the future. By the way, he saved me this time. What do you think I should give him next time we meet to express my gratitude? The elderly man with black hair on the right and white hair on the left hesitated for a moment. Miss, I'm afraid we can't stay here too long. Master wants you to go back as soon as possible. No. I'm locked up every day. I don't want to go back. The shepherd girl shook her head repeatedly, her face full of resistance. The one with black hair on the left and white hair on the right said softly, But Master has arrested Mr. Yu. He said if you don't go back, he'd break Mr. Yu's legs, and see if he still dares to encourage you to roam the martial world. Huh? Mu Tonger's eyes widened. How could father do that? What did Master do wrong? This. The two old men exchanged a glance and remained silent. Mu Tonger said helplessly, Fine, let's go back. We can't let father really break Master's legs. He loves to jump around so much. If they're broken, what would happen? It's good that we can ask Master what to give our savior. He has seen all the world's treasures. He'd surely be able to think of something. Let's go! She thought of one thing after another, and suddenly didn't want to stay any longer. She just wanted to leave as soon as possible. The two old men exchanged glances, seemingly used to the shepherd boy's behavior. However, before leaving, they still asked, Miss, about the Divine Blade Hall. If you like the treasure Qiguan prepared, we can go and snatch it back for you. Qiguan dared to disrespect you. He deserves to die. Although he's dead, the Divine Blade Hall still exists. Should we? Never mind. The shepherd boy waved his hand. He said that thing is unclean, so we won't get involved. The Divine Blade Hall. Jiang Shadao has disappeared. He seems to have ulterior motives. You two should observe the situation quietly. By the way, keep an eye on him secretly, lest something happen to my savior. The two old men exchanged a glance. They had only been observing from afar, and Qiguan's so-called hunt had been under their watchful eyes. If they hadn't discovered Chu Qing's presence, they would have already made their move. Having witnessed Chu Qing's skills, they understood that this young man's martial arts were extremely high. Finding someone to secretly watch over him wouldn't be difficult. Their fear was being discovered. If he mistook them for enemies, it would only add further complications, which was undesirable. To observe him secretly without being discovered would require at least the combined abilities of the two of them. However, they didn't say this to the shepherd boy, obediently nodding in agreement. Then, the three of them, one in front and two behind, flew away. After they left, a figure suddenly emerged slowly from the shadows. Clad in black, wearing a white mask, Chu Qing, holding the Azure Knight's sword, silently gazed in the direction the three had departed. His expression flickered with uncertainty. There really was someone secretly spying. I was almost fooled too. Who are these two? Even Yuzong, the world's #1 thief, who possessed the knowledge of all 9 heavens and stars, was captured. Just who is this shepherd boy? These two old men possessed extremely high martial arts skills, and their concealment techniques were also exceptional. If Chu Qing hadn't revealed a trace of their presence when he took the shepherd boy away, allowing him to detect something amiss, he wouldn't have noticed the problem. Even so, throughout the entire process of Chu Qing secretly hiding, waiting for Qi Guan to circulate his energy, and then watching him go to find Jiang Shendao, Chu Qing didn't discover these two men. With doubts lingering in his heart, Chu Qing deliberately returned. Such a master, yet he obeys the shepherd boy's every command, like a servant. Her background. Her surname is Mu. Chu Qing had previously worked as an assassin at the Mirror of Karma, so the assassin organization naturally had a lot of intelligence, and he had some understanding of masters from all walks of life. Masters with this surname weren't uncommon, but none seemed to have reached this level. For the moment, he really couldn't recall this person's origins. However, he didn't linger too long. Now that the shepherd boy was gone, this matter was considered closed. The martial world was too vast. He probably wouldn't have any further contact with her. He immediately turned and stepped into the darkness, returning to the Fuyun Inn in no time. He changed back into his own clothes, cleaned the Qingye sword, applied grease ointment, sheathed it, and bound it with straps. He then went to Jiang Shendao's door. He gently pushed the door, and it opened easily. The bed was empty, but the floor was littered with acupuncture needles connected by chains and an open iron mask. The acupoint locking needles, though called needles, were actually all 4-sided iron nails, about the thickness of a finger and 3 inches long. Chu Qing thoughtfully opened the system interface. An unfinished mission request, along with a mission notification that he hadn't accepted but hadn't refused, appeared simultaneously. Mission: assassinate the culprit behind the Qingxi village massacre. Mission triggered: assassinate Pei Wuji. Accept? A smile crept onto Chu Qing's lips. Ever since that day, in the secret underground chamber of Yifeng village, when Jiang Shendao asked him to assassinate Pei Wuji, this notification had popped up. He had been watching to see if the notification would disappear. As it turned out, the notification remained unless Chu Qing actively gave up. Accept? Chu Qing made his choice. This mission situation was somewhat special for Chu Qing. The current situation was nearing clarity. If Jiang Shendao, imprisoned in Yifeng village, is indeed Pei Wuji, then the person forging the chaotic god blade in Qingxi village could only be the real Jiang Shendao. Qi Guan, acting on his orders, was in charge of this matter. This led to the tragedy of over 600 villagers in Qingxi village being sacrificed to the blade. Furthermore, he was instrumental in establishing the medicinal fields within Yifeng village, cultivating blood fruit, and refining blood god pills. He allowed the village chief, Su Rui, to slaughter the people with impunity, resulting in the various tragedies in the town. Undoubtedly, this man deserves to die. However, ultimately, the main reason for all of this lies with Pei Wuji of the Heavenly Evil Cult. Judging from what the Heavenly Evil Cult has done in Tianwu City, their motives are far from simple. What was Pei Wuji's purpose in seeking the Weeping God Iron to forge the chaotic god blade back then? These people are secretly stirring up trouble, seemingly wanting to unleash an even greater chaos. The Divine Blade Hall is bordered by Tianwu City to the south and Luochen Manor, 128 li to the north. If this place truly descends into chaos, the turmoil will inevitably spread in all directions. Furthermore, given the strange nature of the chaotic god blade, it might attract many who vie for the demonic blade. At that time, bloodshed and carnage will be unavoidable. If there were no mission, Chu Qing might have hesitated slightly before deciding whether to kill him, but now there's no need to consider it. Pei Wuji and Jiang Shendao have both disappeared simultaneously. There must be some connection. The simplest solution now is to storm the Divine Blade Hall and create utter chaos. But doing so might prematurely reveal our whereabouts. If the chaotic god blade is in Jiang Shendao's hands, would he still show himself in this situation? If this blade cannot be destroyed in front of the world, it will likely attract even more people eager to possess it. Chu Qing returned to his room and poured himself a glass of water. After calming his mind, he made a decision. The Divine Blade Hall is currently facing a perilous situation on all sides, and it seems Jiang Shandao has high hopes for the Chaotic God Blade. Luo City's initiation of the world's first-class tournament might very well be a ploy to use the Chaotic God Blade for something. The Chaotic God Blade will inevitably appear at this tournament. Jiang Shandao has endured for 3 years, and Pei Wuji has been imprisoned for 3 years. All grudges will be settled at the world's first-class tournament. In that case, let's wait for the tournament to begin and kill these two in front of the world. Destroy the Chaotic God Blade. This move was somewhat risky, as some aspects were merely speculation without concrete evidence. However, even if his speculations were flawed, he had ways to remedy the situation. Gentleness was truly the rarest talent in the world. He was now almost reluctant to send Wenru back to Luochen Manor. Even if Pei Wuji didn't ultimately appear at the world's first-ranked tournament, with Wenru there, Chu Qing wasn't worried about him escaping. Once this matter is over, I send Wenru to Luochen Manor. Chu Qing put down his teacup and lightly rubbed his fingertips together. It's time to test my skills against Nie Jingtai. He had previously concealed his identity to avoid Nie Jingtai's pursuit. That pursuit was undoubtedly still ongoing, but unfortunately, Chu Qing had hidden himself very well. The bodies of the assassins, including Blood's Spear, who had chased him that night, remained undisposed of. He worried that Nie Jingtai would find clues in his swordsmanship. Every time he killed someone with a fast sword, he would destroy the evidence. After all, his sword was too fast. The wounds inflicted by this swordsmanship were different from those inflicted by others. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but Nie Jingtai would definitely be able to. Chu Qing handled everything very cleanly and efficiently. This caused the sword demon to seemingly vanish from the world. But now, Chu Qing already misses them. With his current martial arts skills, even if any of the 72 masters on the demon-slaying ranking appeared, they might not be his match. And after killing Pei Wuji and Jiang Shandao, his martial arts will once again advance by leaps and bounds. At least, he will have more methods to handle the crisis brought by the Mirror of Karma. I hid before because I was worried about not being able to develop properly, but now that I'm almost developed, it seems I can afford to be a little reckless. After all, hiding forever isn't a good idea. He can't stay away from Tianwu City forever. Thinking of this, he subconsciously touched his lips. Thinking of Tianwu City inevitably brought to mind that impulsive girl. The mark she left on his lips was long gone. But that silly gesture seemed etched in his heart. Recalling the way she walked back that day, clumsily, Chu Qing's lips couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. He quickly shook his head. No, how could it be for a woman? Assassins have no feelings. After admonishing himself, he laid down on the bed, his mind a jumble, and didn't practice his skills that night. He slept soundly through the night. The next morning, Chu Qing met up with Wenru and the others. Knowing that the old man with the iron mask was missing, Mo Duxing and Bian Chung were both taken aback and wanted to help Chu Qing look for him. However, Chu Qing said it wasn't necessary. Although they didn't know what Chu Qing was up to, the two didn't force him to continue. The group acted as if nothing had happened, eating and drinking as usual. But while eating, they heard news. I heard something big happened at the Divine Blade Hall last night. The third leader, Qi Guan, the cloud-capturing hand, was killed. This news spread throughout the inn, and Wenru immediately looked at Chu Qing. Bian Chung was initially shocked by the news, but after noticing Wenru's gaze, he also looked at Chu Qing with some surprise. His trust in Chu Qing stemmed from Chu Fan and Wenru. With Chu Fan absent, Wenru must have some understanding of Chu Qing. She wouldn't look at Chu Qing like this for no reason. Could it be that he was the one who killed Qi Guan? If that's the case, then this third junior brother's younger brother is even more powerful than imagined. The cloud-capturing hand was no ordinary person. His ability to kill Qi Guan suggested his martial arts were likely superior to Chu Fan's. No wonder Chu Tian trusted him enough to escort his junior sister. Besides Qi Guan's death, the morning's news also included the disappearance of Qing Ling, one of the 3 beauties of Nanling. Someone saw her go to the Divine Blade Hall last night. Qi Guan's death and Qing Ling's disappearance. Some began to suspect that Qing Ling had killed Qi Guan. But Rouge Pavilion was a brothel, not an assassin's headquarters. How could a girl selling her smiles there engage in murder? Therefore, some speculated that Qing Ling might not actually be Qing Ling. Instead, someone might be impersonating her, intending to commit a crime. Various speculations and discussions arose one after another. Some even worried whether the world's first-ranked tournament could still be held as scheduled with Qi Guan dead. The answer was that the world's first-ranked tournament was announced by Luo Cheng. Qi Guan and he had always been at odds, What did his life or death have to do with the world's first-ranked tournament? Everyone immediately felt relieved again. However, none of the news reported Jiang Shendao's disappearance. This was rather intriguing. Either the Shendao Hall was keeping the news a secret, or perhaps Jiang Shendao hadn't disappeared at all. The group ate and listened, finding the news quite entertaining. Just then, the rapid sound of hooves suddenly came from the street, accompanied by several women's exclamations. "Stop it! Stop it! Don't let it get away!" Chu Qing paused, subconsciously exchanging a glance with Wenru. Why did that sound so familiar? It was as if they had heard the same words elsewhere. The two simultaneously put down their chopsticks and went to the entrance, joining the crowd of onlookers. Sure enough, a white horse galloped away, its narrow streets of Shindao City allowing it to weave through the crowd. This time, it carried a small red bib in its mouth, its eyes darting around as if searching for something. After a while, its eyes suddenly lit up, and it took 2 steps to reach a tavern. The innkeeper was eagerly anticipating the spectacle when the white horse came up to him, released its grip, and the undergarment was in his hands. The innkeeper looked bewildered, then saw the white horse raise its neck at him, its face full of expectation. Chapter 91. The shopkeeper held the undergarment in his hand, his expression more bewildered than anyone else's. For a moment, he didn't know whether to throw it away or keep it. He never dreamed that he would become the center of attention just by watching a spectacle. Just as he was at a loss, a long sword was already at his neck. A young woman, her face flushed with shame and indignation, snatched the undergarment from his hand, gritting her teeth and saying, "Fine. I knew a horse wouldn't know how to steal a young lady's personal belongings. So someone instigated it. You have such audacity." The shopkeeper's legs went weak with fear. Injustice, heroine. I don't know what happened. This horse, it's not mine. If it's not yours, why would it give you this? The young woman's face turned green with anger, and the surrounding onlookers only fueled her rage. It wasn't that she hadn't figured out the truth, she wished she could kill the shopkeeper right now. The shopkeeper, on the other hand, felt this unexpected predicament was incredibly heavy, and he didn't know how to explain it. Chu Qing was also somewhat amused and exasperated. This brother Bai had really caused trouble. Which female knight-errant had he offended this time? He turned to look at Bian Cheng, thinking of asking this gentle second senior brother to help the shopkeeper out of this predicament. Just then, a voice rushed over. Wait! Miss, please have mercy. This matter has nothing to do with the shopkeeper." Following the voice was, of course, Chao Chiopu, the man on white horse and golden sword. The crowd was dense, and squeezing through it would be too troublesome, so he simply used his lightness skill, stepping over the shoulders of the crowd. Upon reaching him, he bowed deeply and apologized profusely. The girl wasn't alone. Several others dressed similarly accompanied her, clearly from the same school. Her initially angry expression gradually softened into a strange one, as Chao Chiopu eloquently explained. The shopkeeper listened, somewhat bewildered. Finally, the girl seemed to accept his explanation, mainly because Chao Chiopu was renowned and everyone knew him as a chivalrous hero. She believed he wouldn't stoop to such a despicable act. She merely warned him not to tolerate the lecherous horse's violence, warning that if it happened again, she would not forgive him. Of course, Li Hanguang's name was once again shrouded in fame. Chao Chiopu was extremely grateful, his forehead covered in sweat. The shopkeeper, having escaped with his life, wanted to give Chao Chiopu 2 jars of wine as a token of his gratitude. Chao Chiopu resolutely refused to accept the wine. Firstly, this whole affair was his doing, the innkeeper had suffered for no reason. How could he let them take anything more? Secondly, if he gave them the wine today, wouldn't Brother Bai be even more certain that a bellyband could be exchanged for wine? Then the horse would probably be completely ruined. The excitement died down, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Chu Qing smiled, and was about to return to the inn when Chao Chiopu turned around and their eyes met. Third brother. Chao Chiopu was immediately very excited. Chu Qing wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He could only watch as Chao Chiopu led the white horse to him. Third brother, it's been several days since we last met in Qingxi village. How have you been? I'm fine. It's been a few days since I last saw Hero Chao, and you seem even more dashing than before. He glanced at the white horse. Brother Bai is still as spirited as ever. Chao Chiopu felt a headache coming on at this, and sighed helplessly. Don't even mention this troublemaker. He just offended the heroine of Wenxiang Academy. Fortunately, she's magnanimous, and didn't hold it against him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother Bai snorted angrily, his horse-like face full of displeasure. Chu Qing suddenly realized that the girls from earlier were disciples of Wenxiang Academy. Wenxiang Academy wasn't considered a prestigious sect, not as powerful as Tai sect or Yinyu Tower. Initially, it only had women, but later, for some reason, the headmaster changed his mind and started admitting male disciples, resulting in the current two academies, one for men and one for women. However, these two academies were always at odds, but because their strengths were roughly equal, neither was willing to launch a major attack. This maintained a superficial peace. And forces like Wenxiang Academy existed in the Nanling region, if not 100, at least 80. Scattered in various places, like scattered stars. The forces of the martial world were intricate and difficult to categorize. If forced to classify them, they were often distinguished by gangs and sects. Gangs were powerful, with complex personnel and numerous subordinates. Sects, due to their inherited traditions, often possess more powerful martial arts and stronger cohesion, but their influence is generally smaller than that of gangs. However, some large sects subjugate surrounding gangs, using them for protection. Conversely, if a gang is powerful, a sect may submit to it. It's simply a matter of one force prevailing over another. The world has been in turmoil for a long time, and a rare balance has been maintained. Above, there are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors suppressing all directions. Below, the world is intricately intertwined, where a single move can have far-reaching consequences. This has led to the long-standing decay of the Divine Blade Hall, yet other factions remain hesitant to act against it, unwilling to launch a major offensive. Take Tianwu City as an example. If it weren't for the Qingye sword's crucial role in the Wanya Valley's inheritance, Gu Qianqiu wouldn't have rashly attacked Tianwu City. Now, Wanya Valley and the Divine Sand Gang exist in name only. This is the perfect opportunity for Wu Ganqi to expand his power, but there are many obstacles. These obstacles come from the covetous eyes of all sides, insufficient manpower, and the possibility of being overwhelmed if he rashly seizes power. It's hard to say that he can achieve success overnight. This time, despite the huge commotion caused by the Divine Blade Hall, no one from Tianwu City came to Divine Blade City. The main reason is that Wu Ganqi simply doesn't have the time right now. He chatted with Cao Qiupu for a while, and introduced him to Mo Duxing and Bian Chung of the Tai sect. Cao Qiupu then took his leave. Chu Qing didn't try to stop him. In the martial world, it's best to keep things polite. If Cao Qiupu hadn't seen him, Chu Qing wouldn't have wanted to meet him at all. Bian Chung watched Cao Qiupu leave with the white horse, and then turned to Chu Qing, saying, "The white horse travels alone on the martial world. The golden sword cuts down evil voices across 10,000 miles. Third young master, take my advice. It's best not to get too involved with this person." Chu Qing glanced at Bian Chung with surprise. "Brother Bian, what you mean?" Bian Chung smiled. Cao Qiupu is indeed a chivalrous and compassionate man. However, this man is often entangled in trouble. Wherever he is, there will be conflict. He paused slightly. "Haha, but I was only mentioning this casually. It's good that you understand, third young master. I've been speaking too frankly with someone I don't know well." "Not at all, Brother Bian, I am deeply grateful for your sincerity." Chu Qing clasped his hands in a slight fist salute. Bian Chung gave Chu Qing a deep look. "Between us, there's no need for such formalities." He and Chu Fan were fellow disciples, and Chu Fan truly missed his third brother. Every time he and his eldest brother went out, Chu Fan would ask them for help in finding him. It was precisely because he always saw the portrait Chu Fan had drawn of Chu Qing that Bian Chung had such a deep impression of him. Just by looking at the 12-year-old Chu Qing in the portrait, he could connect him with the current Chu Qing. He recognized Chu Qing's identity at a glance. Chu Qing nodded slightly, about to return to the inn with the others, when suddenly he noticed another group of people in the crowd. This group was peculiar. Their expressions were cold, their clothes were tattered, and without exception, all of them wore masks. Some carried coffins on their backs, others had straw mats tucked into their waistbands. Wherever they went, whether martial artists or ordinary people, everyone tried to keep their distance from them. The corpse buriers. Bian Cheng's pupils contracted slightly. Mo Duxing's face also turned solemn, and he finally sighed. The chaos in Divine Blade City has reached its peak. Even the corpse buriers have moved at the first sign of trouble. There are still 2 days until the world's first-ranked tournament, but who knows what that day will bring. The crowd stopped looking and turned back to the inn. That day, Chu Qing didn't go out, staying in his room to rest, either practicing martial arts or chatting with Bian Chung, Mo Duxing, and Wenru. As a result, he constantly heard various rumors. The city was teeming with all sorts of people, conflicts were constantly erupting, and people were committing murders in the streets. The burial men's path into the city wasn't smooth either. Many people avoided them like the plague, wanting to drive them out. After all, their presence often meant massive casualties, rivers of blood. However, the burial men remained unmoved. They even fought amongst themselves. But while the burial men didn't participate in the conflicts of the martial world, none of them were weak, making it difficult for these martial artists to defeat them. Finally, they united, wanting the Divine Blade Hall to intervene and drive them out of Divine Blade City. However, the Divine Blade Hall refused, citing the world's first-class tournament as a reason. They stated that anyone who came to Divine Blade City could participate in the grand event. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Night fell, and Chu Qing was meditating in his room. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting breaking through the air in the street. Chu Qing didn't want to get involved, but then he heard someone shout, "We have no grudges from the past, no enmity today, why are you forcing me like this?" Upon hearing this voice, Chu Qing instantly recognized its source. He immediately went to the window, opened it a crack, and saw a bustling crowd on the street, all of them young women. One person was weaving through the crowd, fighting, charging left and right within the formation, each move possessing immense power. Although these girls had the aid of an array, they were still struggling to defend themselves. Chu Qing glanced at them, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. These girls were actually disciples of the Misty Rain Pavilion, led by Du Hanyan. This wasn't what surprised Chu Qing enough. What truly astonished him was that the one fighting them was Dong Xingji. However, his appearance now was vastly different from what it had been a few days ago. His brows were filled with arrogance, and a wisp of purple light, about half an inch long, stood upright between his eyebrows like a third eye. His attacks, whether claws or palms, were all exceptionally powerful, far beyond what he was like in Qingxi village. How could he have changed so much in just a few days? Chu Qing marveled. They had guessed back then that Dong Xingji and Dong Yubai must have obtained something from the secret chamber in Qingxi village. But what in this martial world could transform someone so drastically in such a short time? Isn't this a bit too bizarre? Forcing them relentlessly? Dong Xingji's slightly eccentric voice rang out, followed by a loud laugh. With a shake of his hands, a surge of internal energy spread outwards. The disciples of Yanyu Tower were propelled by this force, momentarily losing their footing and staggering backwards. Dong Xingji stood tall, speaking arrogantly. "Back in Qingxi village, you all looked down on me. Did you think I, Dong Xingji, couldn't see through you? Now that my martial arts are accomplished, I will show you my power." Is this person a 3-year-old child? How could his thoughts be so naive? Moreover, back in Qingxi village, even though Du Hanyan, Chao Qiupu, and Chu Qing looked down on Dong Xingji and Dong Yubai, wasn't it Dong Yubai who constantly provoked them? Even so, Chu Qing never truly attacked them. He always treated them with courtesy. Why does it have to be this time that they have to show off their power? Du Hanyan was furious. She had encountered Dong Xingji by chance outside Shindao City. Given their brief encounter in Qingxi village, and the fact that Dong Xingji had seemed to be in a hurry to leave, but unexpectedly returned, she decided to approach him for a chat. However, before they could exchange more than a few words, Dong Xingji suddenly attacked them. Du Hanyan wasn't afraid of him, but she hadn't expected that after a brief exchange, she would be no match for him. Even forming a defensive formation, they were at a disadvantage. Seeing that Dong Xingji intended to kill them, Du Hanyan could only lead her junior sisters to flee. They fled all the way to Shindao City, but Dong Xingji still stopped them. Only then did she ask him why he was relentlessly pursuing them. "And this is it? You really? This is outrageous." Du Hanyan roared. "Do you really think my Misty Rain Pavilion is easy to bully? Isn't it?" Dong Xingji laughed heartily, his feet suddenly shifting rapidly, his figure appearing and disappearing in a few steps, appearing directly in front of Du Hanyan. He reached out and grabbed, but Du Hanyan flicked her finger. Her fingertip landed in Dong Xingji's palm, but the force was like a mud ox sinking into the sea. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. "Senior sister? Let go of senior sister." The disciples of Misty Rain Pavilion were immediately enraged. Dong Xingji gripped Du Hanyan's neck, leaned close to her hair, and took a deep breath. "Smells so good. You are indeed beautiful. My foolish nephew is clumsy in every way, but he has a pretty good eye for women. It's just a pity that a woman as beautiful as you is unlikely to be his. Du Hanyan, how about we make a deal? I can let the others from Yanyu Tower go today, but you have to come with me." "Bullshit. Outrageous. Let go of my senior sister, and we have a proper fight." "Senior sister, don't agree to him. He's a toad trying to eat swan meat." Captured in his grasp, Du Hanyan felt her meridians restricted, realizing that this man had been holding back during their earlier exchange. She herself was no match for him. If her junior sisters continued their reckless advance, they would likely face certain death. The best course of action now was to appease Dong Xingji. Once her junior sisters were safe, she could then fight him to the death. Thinking this, she was about to feign compliance when a voice suddenly rang out. Haven't seen you for several days. Senior Dong has certainly impressed me. So you're already thinking of taking the eldest sister of Yanyu Tower with you? What are you planning to do next? Go to heaven. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a blue-clad swordsman standing atop a flagpole, hands behind his back, hair flying in the wind. Du Hanyan looked up in astonishment. Third young master? Chapter 92. When did he arrive? Du Hanyan stared at Chu Qing in disbelief. Back in Qingxi village, she had already sensed that this third young master was different from others. Although he didn't make many moves against the little blacksmith wielding the chaotic god blade, when he did, he secured victory. It was hard not to look at him differently. His appearance tonight was even more elusive. Not only did she not notice him, but Dong Xingji's hand trembled slightly upon his arrival, clearly indicating that he hadn't noticed when Chu Qing had come either. It's you? Dong Xingji's voice was low, followed by suppressed laughter. Very well, Du Hanyan is nothing special. It's you, this arrogant and pretentious young man of the martial world, who is even more repulsive. With that, he flung Du Hanyan aside, having immobilized her by striking her pressure points. The disciples of Yanyu Tower rushed to catch Du Hanyan, trying to release her acupoints, but found Dong Xingji's acupoint sealing technique extremely peculiar, making it difficult for them to undo the blows. Dong Xingji left with the words, "Wait here, I deal with this brat first, then I deal with you all," before leaping into the air. While in midair, his form constantly shifted. Upon approaching, he appeared to Chu Qing's left. He struck out with a palm, stirring the surrounding air with his palm strike. Sometimes it dissolved into nothingness, sometimes it amplified the turbulence, sometimes it became chaotic. Although the palm strike's variations were rudimentary, the method of channeling energy was extremely ingenious. Third young master, be careful. Du Hanyan couldn't help but warn him upon seeing this. However, the next moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the silent night. Two figures separated simultaneously, one appearing on the left side of the long street, the other on the right. Chu Qing held a single-edged sword, the blade slowly passing overhead, seemingly gathering its power. Wisps of cold air emanated from the sword, condensing into ice crystals. However, the frost was stained with blood, making the blade appear as if covered in red plum blossoms. Du Hanyan's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Dong Xingji again. Sure enough, there was a bloody gash on his shoulder, blood dripping from his fingers. In a single move, he was already injured. Such formidable swordsmanship! Du Hanyan and the others were shocked. They had actually fought Dong Xingji before, and knew very well just how high his martial arts level was. The Dong Xingji of Qingxi village was not strong enough to fight Du Hanyan, but this Dong Xingji could defeat her in a single move. Even the locking smoke formation was useless against him. As a result, Dong Xingji, despite his skill, couldn't withstand a single strike from Chu Qing. I underestimated him. Du Hanyan smiled bitterly. She always tried to elevate Chu Qing's image in her mind, only to find that she never quite reached the desired height. Chu Qing was always more formidable than she imagined. Dong Xingji looked at the wound on his shoulder, his face a mixture of emotions. Impossible. How could this be? The martial arts I practice are extremely advanced, the #1 divine skill in the world. They transformed me in such a short time. How could this be? How could I not even withstand one strike from him? His mind raced, unwilling to believe it. But when he looked at Chu Qing again, the confidence that the 9 profound divine skill had given him suddenly vanished. He was never a courageous person. The most outrageous thing he ever done was stealing the 9 profound divine skill by using Dong Yubai's body. These past few days had been the most exhilarating for him. His internal energy had undergone a complete transformation overnight, and he was a reborn person. The dream of roaming the martial world, invincible under heaven, perhaps it was no longer just a dream. But now, Chu Qing's blade had shattered that dream. Chu Qing slowly withdrew his stance, his single blade pointing diagonally at the ground as he walked towards him step by step. The long street was silent, making the footsteps sound even crisper, each one seeming to pound on Dong Xingji's heart. Crushing all his courage under his feet, fear welled up within him. No! He couldn't let him get close, he would die. The moment this thought arose in his mind, he lost control of his feet, and suddenly retreated 10 feet. Looking up again, he saw Chu Qing's figure suddenly leap forward. In a single leap, he was upon him. Not good, run. Dong Xingji had no intention of fighting Chu Qing to the death. He possessed the 9 profound divine skill, destined to be second to none. His current defeat was merely due to his incomplete mastery of martial arts. Once his divine skill was complete, this third young master would be nothing but a chicken and a dog, nothing to fear. His future self would surely stand above all others. How could he die here? Thinking this, he turned and ran. But he forgot. The greatest taboo in battle is cowardice. The greatest taboo in facing an enemy head-on is turning away. At this moment, he committed 2 taboos. And his opponent was not an inexperienced young martial artist, but a ruthless assassin. This turn sealed his fate. A fierce yet dazzling blade flashed in the night wind, cold blood spurting high and scattering across the long street. A wound running from his left waist to his right shoulder pierced through Dong Xingji's entire upper body. The icy internal energy, as the blade pierced his body, instantly coursed through his 8 extraordinary meridians. His body stiffened for a moment, then he collapsed to the ground with a thud. He tried to get up, but a tremendous force came from behind as Chu Qing stomped on him. No way. Dong Xingji struggled, but Chu Qing's foot felt like it weighed a ton. It compressed his internal energy and breath. He could only hear his bones shattering under his foot until he finally lost all strength. At this point, Chu Qing released his foot, frowning as he looked at Dong Xingji. What exactly did you find in Qingxi village? These words brought Dong Xingji back to his senses slightly, and he instinctively reached to clutch his chest. But Chu Qing kicked him, flipping him over. A swift sweep of his blade tore open Dong Xingji's robes, scattering his belongings across the ground. The most eye-catching item, however, was an iron scroll. Chu Qing slightly curled his fingers, grasping at the air, and the scroll landed in his palm. Using the darkness, Chu Qing narrowed his eyes. How is this possible? He saw the writing on it. 9 profound divine art. Everyone knew that the 9 profound divine art was the unique skill of the Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu. How could such a secret manual be on Dong Xingji's person? If this was what Dong Xingji took from Qingxi village, that was utterly absurd. How could Qingxi village be connected to the Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu? Recalling Dong Xingji's arrogant face, Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. This thing, could it be fake? The moment this thought crossed his mind, before Dong Xingji could speak again, Chu Qing's blade had already severed his neck. Dong Xingji's eyes widened. He never imagined, even in death, that he would die so hastily. He had obtained a divine skill coveted by everyone in the world. He should have dominated the martial world, or at least caused a great stir, but who would have thought that, just as he was preparing to make a name for himself at the world's first-class tournament, he was simply killed casually on a street in the dead of night. Chu Qing held the iron scroll, his mind filled with doubt. The idea of the 9 profound divine skill appearing in Dong Xingji seemed illogical. Moreover, Dong Xingji's appearance hardly suggested he had practiced any righteous martial arts. He seemed completely mad. Could it be? Chu Qing suddenly remembered that besides the people in plain sight and Qi Guan, there was another person in Qingxi village that day. Chu Qing had noticed that person, but nothing unexpected happened. That person even followed Dong Xingji and Dong Yubai away. The strange appearance of the 9 profound divine skill, if someone deliberately orchestrated it. He stroked his chin, not dwelling on it further. Because footsteps echoed in the street again. It was a burial man. He didn't approach. One of the rules of burial men was that one couldn't approach when there were people present. He needed to wait until everyone left before digging the grave. Chu Qing ignored the burial man and went to Du Hanyan and the others. Third young master. Du Hanyan looked up at Chu Qing. Thank you for saving me, third young master. I owe you another life-saving favor. Chu Qing waved his hand, first checking Du Hanyan's pulse, then placing a finger on her shoulder, followed by a palm strike. Du Hanyan swayed, regaining her mobility. Dong Xingji's acupoint striking technique was somewhat peculiar. Chu Qing wasn't confident he could undo it using normal methods. So he simply used his internal energy to forcefully break it. As soon as Du Hanyan stood up, Chu Qing handed her the iron scroll. Du Hanyan was startled, took it, glanced at it, and suddenly her expression changed drastically. She abruptly looked up at Chu Qing. Her eyes held neither the murderous intent of someone seeking treasure, nor the joy of acquiring a divine skill. Instead, they held a trace of confusion. Chu Qing smiled. How should we handle this? How did he get this? Du Hanyan wasn't stupid. She had already thought of the same thing Chu Qing was considering in that instant. Dong Xingji's misfortune stemmed from this 9 profound divine art, but the 9 profound divine art should absolutely not have appeared in Qingxi village. The only thing she didn't know was that there was someone else hiding in the shadows in Qingxi village that day, who hadn't shown themselves. But that didn't mean she didn't know what kind of trouble the 9 profound divine art would cause if it appeared. Chu Qing spread his hands. Most likely, someone gave this to him. Was there anyone else in Qingxi village that day? Du Hanyan looked at Chu Qing again, no longer grateful, but with a hint of anger. Third young master, you. She couldn't finish her sentence, mainly because it sounded rather unpleasant. If someone gave this item to Dong Xingji, it's hard to say that person wouldn't be concerned about Dong Xingji's situation. Once they learn of his death, then Chu Qing, who killed him, and Du Hanyan, who had a close relationship with Chu Qing, could both potentially obtain it. Once this news spreads throughout the martial world, neither Chu Qing nor Du Hanyan, nor even the Misty Rain Pavilion, will have a peaceful future. Don't think that just because it's late at night, and their killing of Dong Xingji is perfectly secretive. Right now, Divine Blade City is teeming with experts, including people from all walks of life. A fight out so late at night means countless eyes are secretly watching. Du Hanyan was sweating profusely, unsure of what to do. This matter is of utmost importance, unlike anything ordinary. The 9 profound divine art belongs to the Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu. If Shang Qiuyu finds out about her recklessly practicing it, the consequences are unpredictable. If it causes a frenzy among the martial world, it could unleash a bloodbath. Yet, she was incredibly reluctant to destroy it. At this moment, although reason told her it was a huge disaster deep down, she had an impulse to snatch it away and run. It seems Miss Du is aware of the dangers involved. Chu Qing sighed softly, his hand slowly tracing the iron scroll, painstakingly erasing the writing with his immense internal energy. Seeing Chu Qing's actions, Du Hanyan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. But after a moment, an unprecedented ease replaced it. Third young master, such profound skill. You flatter me. Chu Qing tossed the iron scroll at Dong Xingji. Whether this thing is truly the 9 profound divine art is still questionable. Dong Xingji's power did indeed increase greatly after practicing this art, but Chu Qing himself certainly wouldn't practice it. Now that he's erased the contents, if someone else obtains this item, they only have a scroll. Even if news spreads later that it's the 9 profound divine art, he can claim he knows nothing. As for erasing the contents, firstly, he can deny ever doing it. Secondly, he could argue that if he saw it said the 9 profound divine art, it would be strange if he didn't secretly practice it himself. How could he erase the text, furthermore? Du Hanyan can testify for him. If Du Hanyan doesn't cooperate, she can expose his past. Besides Chu Qing, only Du Hanyan has seen this scroll. In this matter, their fates are intertwined. If Chu Qing gets into trouble, she inevitably suffer as well. This is why Chu Qing directly showed the iron scroll to Du Hanyan. As for him destroying such a high-level martial art, Shang Qiuyu is still alive, and this martial art has its own lineage. This was the best solution Chu Qing could think of in that short time. While not perfect, it minimized all the trouble. Only one thing remained. If this truly was the 9 profound divine art, both Chu Qing and Du Hanyan would suffer enormous losses. However, Du Hanyan knew very well that if this martial art was real, she couldn't protect it, and neither could the Misty Rain Pavilion. In fact, they might face annihilation. With this thought in mind, Du Hanyan bowed deeply to Chu Qing and took her leave. Chu Qing also flew back to his room. Only then did the body-bearing man arrive and collect everything from Dong Xingji's body, including the iron scroll. Then he dragged the corpse out of Divine Blade City. Chu Qing silently watched this scene from the window, the faint sound of horses' hooves neighing reaching her ears. But the sound was distant, fleeting. Even Chu Qing wasn't sure if she had misheard. Chapter 93. The Mass Grave. Kicking away a stray dog scavenging for food, the man with the character for play on his mask turned over the soil, palm by palm. Damn it! So damn it! The play hasn't even started, and the actor is dead. Are you still going to watch plays during festivals? But this actor is truly useless. Having obtained the divine skill, you should have practiced it properly. Now the secret manual is gone, and the man is dead. He muttered as he turned over the soil, revealing Dong Xingji wrapped in a straw mat. Looking at his corpse, and the wound on his neck, the man was silent for a moment, then smiled. But life is like a play. What is ever foolproof? Accidents, coincidences, it's all just a play. An actor might sing a few more lines, which is understandable. Too bad you picked the wrong person. Why did you provoke him in the first place? As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his palm, wisps of internal energy flowing from it like threads. At this moment, Dong Xingji's corpse trembled. It seemed something sensed the man's internal energy and reacted. In a moment, the man's internal energy penetrated into Dong Xingji's corpse. Dong Xingji's already tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were devoid of any life, he was still a corpse, but the man spoke softly, "Get up, get up, get up." Dong Xingji's corpse obeyed, sitting up directly from the straw mat. The man stepped back to make room, and Dong Xingji changed from a sitting to a standing position. Then he stepped out from behind the grave. "Try moving around a bit," the man said softly. Dong Xingji immediately moved his hands and twisted his neck. But his neck was injured, and the twisting tore open the flesh, making it look extremely gruesome. The man seemed to find this amusing and laughed heartily. Then he took out a needle and thread from his bag. He began to stitch up Dong Xingji's wound. Dong Xingji was like a puppet, letting the man do as he pleased. After a while, the wound was repaired. The man took 2 steps back and slightly beckoned with his finger, "Move." Dong Xingji's body swayed, and he threw a punch, followed by a burst of speed as he executed a set of fist techniques. The power of these techniques was extraordinary, causing dust and stones to fly around. The man with the character for drama on his mask simply sat on a nearby grave and silently watched. After a while, having finished the set of boxing techniques, he nodded, "Puppet show, puppet sounds, fear in action, fear in repose. What a pity, what a pity. He died too young after all. Otherwise, it would only take 3 months to fully develop him, far superior to this half-baked fellow." As he spoke, he took out a set of clothes and personally dressed Dong Xingji. He covered him with a black hooded robe. Then he took something from his robes. Under the cover of darkness, he saw it was another iron scroll. Destroying one scroll, thinking I run out of tricks? I have as many of these as I want. But this kid is too vigilant. This time, even I didn't dare get too close, otherwise he might have noticed me. That would have ruined my plans. Heh, you don't want this thing to circulate in the martial world? I make sure the whole world scrambles for it. Let's see what you can do to me. He stuffed the iron scroll into Dong Xingji's arms, and with a wave of his hand, his robes fluttering, he softly sang, "Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin." He walked out of the mass grave, Dong Xingji following behind, disappearing into the night in an instant. The next 2 days were peaceful. Of course, this peace mainly referred to Chu Qing's own situation. He barely left the inn during these 2 days, practicing martial arts and honing his skills. Divine Blade City remained chaotic, with new experts arriving occasionally, causing new disturbances. Winra would go out for a stroll with her 2 senior brothers every day. Then she would return and tell Chu Qing what she had witnessed. Thanks to her diligence, Chu Qing had a clear understanding of the situation in Divine Blade City. Now, apart from Luochen Manor and Tianwu City, almost all the other forces, large and small, had gathered around Divine Blade City. Among them, the most eye-catching are Tingtao Pavilion, Feiyun Valley, and the Righteous Alliance. This is because these 3 are no weaker than the Divine Blade Hall. Besides them, many smaller forces have also made their appearance. These groups have already clashed several times even before the world's first-class tournament has begun. Of course, the real show has not yet started, this is just a preliminary taste. Although there have been many conflicts, almost no one has been killed, and overall things are relatively peaceful. There has been no news of Cao Qiupu in the past 2 days. It seems that apart from the day he entered the city and caused some chaos, he has not appeared in public since. And then, there are the 2 girls from the Bodhi Nunnery. Nian and Nian Xian. These 2 girls were obsessed with getting people to acknowledge them as their elder brothers. Shindao City was currently a melting pot of all sorts of people, making it the perfect time for them to expand their influence. However, they remained silent for the past 2 days. Who knows what they're up to? In contrast, Yin Yulu was relatively active. Du Hanyan and her junior sisters appeared frequently throughout Shindao City, and even visited Chu Qing at Fuyuan once. Thus, she met Mo Duxing and Bian Cheng. Bian Cheng also visited Chu Qing alone once during these 2 days. The 2 didn't talk in depth, but their words conveyed unspoken understanding. Finally, Bian Cheng told Chu Qing, Chu Fan was his fellow disciple, and he had always considered him a younger brother, so he could ask for anything he needed. Chu Qing appreciated this kindness, and was very grateful to Bian Cheng. However, he always felt that Bian Cheng seemed to be hiding something, and sometimes he could see a hint of weariness in his eyes. But since they were only casual acquaintances, he shouldn't pry too much. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The world's top-ranked tournament officially began. Chu Qing woke up very early that day. After washing up, he wore his night clothes underneath his blue robe. He packed his willow leaf throwing knives, and concealed his white mask. He slung his azure knight sword over his shoulder, and hung his single-edged sword at his waist. Having finished getting ready, he left his room. After waiting for a short while in the lobby on the first floor, Winru and the others gradually came down. The group gathered and ate breakfast before heading out towards the Divine Blade Hall. The streets were already filled with people in twos and threes. Everyone had the same destination, and some looked at each other with considerable wariness. Although they didn't yet know what the treasure of the world's top-ranked tournament was. But they were well aware that they were all rivals. Of course, some people had come simply to enjoy the spectacle and broaden their horizons. Their relaxed expressions revealed their ease. Arriving at the Divine Blade Hall, this inner city was wide open today. Standing at the gate, smiling to welcome guests from all directions, was not Tiabushanha Luo Cheng, but rather, another master from the Divine Blade Hall, a robust man with a body of steel, was Luo Cheng's trusted confidant, Little Vidrali Mu. Bian Cheng told Chu Qing that this man had supposedly entered the Vidrazen temple in his youth. He learned the ultimate techniques of subduing dragons and tigers. Later, he left his master and roamed the martial world, earning the name Little Vidra. For some reason, he eventually joined Luo Cheng's sect, becoming one of Luo Cheng's 8 Vidras. Luo Cheng himself was nicknamed Tiabushanha. He also practiced a martial art focused on external strength, but he cultivated both internal and external skills, far surpassing ordinary people. However, at this point, both Chu Qing and Bian Cheng were thinking of Yan from that day at the inn. The young woman was fair-skinned and clean-cut, yet she possessed a formidable martial arts skill. It was simply beyond imagination. It should be understood that such formidable martial arts often cause significant damage to the skin. The most rudimentary method of formidable training in the marketplace involves rubbing the skin with coarse salt, grit, or similar substances, then healing it with medicine after the damage occurs. This gradually makes a certain area of skin lose its pain sensation, so even if someone is attacked, they are completely unaffected. While martial artists practice this method in a more advanced way, the fundamental principles remain the same. A person like Nianin, with skin as white as snow, yet impervious to blades and spears, is truly an anomaly. What kind of martial art does she practice? Amidst casual conversation, the group entered the Divine Blade Hall. Today's world's first-ranked tournament was being held in the martial arts arena within the Divine Blade Hall. A high platform had already been erected in the center of the arena. Chu Qing and the others were led to the opposite side of the platform to wait. Someone in the crowd complained, "The Divine Blade Hall's world's first-ranked tournament sounds impressive, but they didn't even provide a chair. How stingy. I wonder what that treasure is. Does anyone have any information?" This last question went unanswered. Chu Qing then asked Wenru in a low voice, "With so many people here today, can your nose still easily distinguish smells?" "Yes." Reassured by Wenru's reply, Chu Qing continued to wait. After about half an hour, the number of people in the arena increased. Once everyone had gathered, a voice slowly rang out, "The second hall master has arrived." As the voice faded, it wasn't the second hall master, Luo Cheng, who arrived first, but rather, a whooshing sound followed. Immediately afterward, a whooshing sound, and a blade flew through the air, embedding itself directly in the high platform. Everyone's gaze inevitably fell upon that blade. Their eyes were instantly captivated, as if the blade possessed a special magic, drawing people to it with an irresistible urge, a desire to possess it immediately. What kind of blade is this? There are words on the blade. Its name. Chaos God? A fine blade. It should be mine. Chu Qing's gaze fixed on the Chaos God blade, his eyes slightly narrowed. This blade is real, and its appearance alone had already caused a considerable disturbance. Some seemed unable to contain themselves any longer, eager to leap onto the platform and forcibly seize the sword. But just then, a figure gracefully arrived, landing lightly on the hilt of the blade. This man was in his 30s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, dressed in a sharp, black outfit. He stood with his hands behind his back, his figure swaying in the wind, and spoke slowly. "Thank you all for coming from afar to join my Divine Blade Hall, and to admire the world's finest Chaotic God Blade." His voice was deep and resonant, carrying clearly to everyone's ears despite the vast arena. This inner strength instantly brought some of those bewitched by the Chaotic God Blade back to their senses. Luo Cheng's internal strength has reached such a profound level? Over the years, Qiguan has been constantly fighting him, but unexpectedly, Qiguan suddenly died a few days ago. Now, Luo Cheng of the Divine Blade Hall holds absolute power. Without Jiang Shindao appearing, Luo Cheng will be the next leader of the Divine Blade Hall. Amidst the discussion, someone shouted, "Luo Cheng, you invited us with the title of First Class under heaven, and now we have all seen this Chaotic God Blade. Although we haven't mastered it, we know it's extraordinary. But I wonder, is the promise in your invitation, that a treasure will be given to the destined one, truly true? This question voiced the thoughts of everyone present. Of course it's true. Luo Cheng's voice, calm and collected, reached everyone's ears. Good. A shout rang out, followed by a figure leaping onto the high platform. This man was not young, probably around 50. His clothes were tattered and unkempt, yet his every movement exuded an extraordinary air. Yan Cheng said softly, he is the wanderer of the 5 lakes, unaffiliated with any sect, neither righteous nor wicked, living a free and unrestrained life. Chu Qing nodded, having heard of the 5 lakes hermit's reputation. This man was considered a master of the southern ridge, acting arbitrarily, and without any set rules. He had once clashed with Gu Qianqiu while traveling through Wanya Valley. The two fought for 300 rounds, ultimately ending in a draw. Just as he was thinking this, the 5 lakes hermit laughed, I see this sword is destined for me, so come and take it yourself. These words immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. Everyone thought the 5 lakes hermit was shameless. With so many people and only one sword, why should he be destined for it? The 5 lakes hermit ignored them, and after speaking, reached for the sword. But his hand was only halfway out when a foot blocked his path. The 5 lakes hermit laughed, his hand flicked, and he grabbed the ankle, intending to throw it away. But then the foot suddenly landed, and the 5 lakes hermit felt the force of the foot was heavier than 1,000 pounds, making him feel as if he were moving a mountain. He could only release his grip immediately. Looking up again, he saw Luo Cheng's broad figure already blocking Wan Shen's path. The 5 lakes hermit nodded slightly, and struck out with a backhand palm. Luo Cheng neither dodged nor evaded, letting the palm strike him squarely in the chest. A loud boom resounded, and a faint, resonant sound echoed in the air. Only then did the 5 lakes hermit's expression truly turn serious. His inner energy, though continuous, seemed to vanish without a trace. Luo Cheng spoke in a deep voice, today's world's first-class gathering selects those destined to receive treasures, and there is a set of rules for this. I request that you, the wanderer, step back and listen to my explanation. With that, he shook his arms. The wanderer of the 5 lakes felt a tremendous force strike him, and was forcefully thrown from the high platform. After landing, he staggered back several steps before his foot finally touched the ground. The ground exploded with a loud bang, and the wanderer of the 5 lakes regained his footing. Looking at Luo Cheng, his face was now a mixture of anger and uncertainty. So you, Iron Step Mountain and River, have you been hiding your true abilities all these years? You flatter me. Luo Cheng slightly clasped his hands in a fist salute. As you all know, the Divine Blade Hall has been plagued by internal strife for the past few years. The Hall Master is nearing the end of his life, and is unable to maintain order. I, Luo, am but a reckless man, and the Divine Blade Hall is in ruins. Even if it falls into my hands, it will inevitably decline. Therefore, I now use this sword to forge friendships across the land, selecting those destined to receive it as a divine weapon. And what I bestow upon them is not merely the chaotic god's sword, but also my divine sword hall. Today, a fighting arena is erected within the divine sword hall, inviting all to make friends through martial arts. The victor will receive the divine sword, and also my divine sword hall. Chapter 94. Luo Cheng's few words instantly caused a huge uproar. He wasn't just giving away the chaotic god blade, he was also gifting the divine blade hall. While it was true, as Luo Cheng said, that the divine blade hall had been in ruins over the years. Within its territory, the people suffered, living in misery, with 9 out of 10 houses empty. But as the saying goes, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. The divine blade hall was ultimately an extraordinary force. If they could bring it under their control, while it might not be a meteoric rise, it would greatly strengthen their own power. Especially for the neighboring forces, this was an opportunity they couldn't have found even with a lantern. Moreover, Luo Cheng's words, seemingly absurd, were not entirely without basis. Jiang Shendao was, after all, near death, and the Divine Blade Hall was already on the verge of collapse. Many people didn't understand why the Divine Blade Hall would invite forces from all sides into Divine Blade City at this time. It was truly dancing on a knife's edge, extremely dangerous. A single misstep could have led to the destruction of the Divine Blade Hall. Yet, this turned out to be a plan for survival. As long as a powerful force brings the Divine Blade Hall under its control, the combined might of the two factions will force anyone considering attacking the Divine Blade Hall to carefully weigh the pros and cons. It must be understood that if the Divine Blade Hall were isolated and without support, it would be inevitable for it to be devoured by all sides. But once someone lends a helping hand, combined with the remaining strength of the Divine Blade Hall, the changing situation will deter anyone from making any rash moves. Bian Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly. I see. This method doesn't seem like something a reckless man like Luo Cheng could come up with. In the arena, the one with the highest martial arts skill wins the chaotic Divine Blade. Firstly, it weakens the experts present today. Secondly, it allows a strong individual to join. The Divine Blade Hall will thus escape its doom. Although I be living under someone else's roof from now on, it's not necessarily the case that I won't have a chance to rise again. Everything seemed to make perfect sense now. Chu Qing gave Luo Cheng a deep look. If he didn't know the origin of the chaotic god blade and the entanglement between the heavenly evil sect and Jiang Shindao, he probably would have truly believed Luo Cheng's nonsense. But what was their real purpose in gathering so many people? He softly asked Wenru. Has Jiang Shindao come? Wenru glanced at him and shook her head. No. Chu Qing nodded slightly, not particularly anxious. Luo Cheng, already on the arena, announced that the competition would now begin, and those interested could come up and fight. After speaking, he made a grasping motion towards the chaotic god blade with one hand. The chaotic god blade immediately buzzed, and then flew towards his palm with a hiss. But before the chaotic god blade could be obtained, Luo Cheng had already waved his hand. The chaotic god blade flew out immediately, spinning as it landed on a sword rack on a table inside the high platform. He himself went to the table, sat down, and took a sip of tea. The arena fell silent for a moment. After a short while, someone leaped onto the platform, using their own strength as a starting point to challenge the heroes from all directions. The beginning is always the hardest. Once one person steps onto the stage, there will be no shortage of opponents. In the blink of an eye, the battles on the arena had begun. Initially, those who appeared were all ordinary individuals. There was the swordsman, who had failed to become An Yinqin's elder brother that day, and the disciple of Wenxiang Academy, who was humiliated and angry after brother Bai stole his undergarment. Later, disciples from Yanyu Tower also appeared, but Du Hanyan did not make a move. Afterward, the Five Lakes Hermit took to the stage again, raising the level of the entire competition to a new level. However, the experts from Tingdao Pavilion, Feiyun Valley, and the Righteous Alliance had not yet made a move. Bian Cheng had previously pointed out the locations of these three organizations to Chu Qing. Tingdao Pavilion's vice pavilion master was Qin Shihong, the Clear Rain Sword. Feiyun Valley's Grand Elder was Ho Wenjing, the Iron-Armed Divine Ape. The Righteous Alliance was represented by its alliance leader, Fang Tianrui, the Dragon Spear. Even if these individuals were to make a move, it should be last. Chu Qing watched with great interest from below. Opportunities to witness the signature techniques of various masters were rare, and occasions like the world's first-class tournament were also uncommon. He could use this opportunity to broaden his horizons. Bian Cheng chuckled and said, "Third young master, don't you want to go up on stage and try? To make a name for yourself?" Chu Qing resolutely shook his head. Such public displays were not suitable for him. He glanced at Bian Cheng. "Why don't you give it a try, brother Bian?" Bian Cheng shrugged. "I'm not interested either." "Humph." Mo Duxing snorted coldly. "I knew you wouldn't do it. Just watch me." He placed his hand on his sword hilt, about to step onto the stage. But Bian Cheng pulled him back. "Senior brother, let master live a couple more years. If he knew you embarrass yourself on stage today, he'd probably break your legs when you return home." Wenru nodded deeply. "Senior brother, don't be silly." Mo Duxing sighed. "Fine, another chance to make a name for myself, ruined by you all." His expression was dejected, a profound loneliness emanating from him. Chu Qing was momentarily confused. Was he truly skilled, or just putting on an act? Just as he was ignoring it, a scream suddenly rang out from the arena. Chu Qing looked up, and saw that a man in black had appeared on the stage sometime earlier. A long robe shrouded his entire body, obscuring his face. He was kicking his opponent's leg, then grabbing his head with one hand, and lifting it high, before slamming a palm into his opponent's chest and abdomen. With a crack, the opponent's chest and abdomen collapsed, and he flew backward, crashing heavily off the stage. "Young master!" A cry of alarm rang out, and a figure flew over, scooping up the severely injured young man, his face filled with anxiety. The young master coughed up blood, pointed at the man in the black robe, and opened his mouth as if to say something. But he didn't utter a single word before dying. This. A middle-aged woman was holding the young gang leader. She stared in disbelief at the dead man in her arms, finally gritting her teeth as she looked at Luo Cheng. "Master Luo, you owe me an explanation." The others in the arena remained silent. Now that a life had been lost, They all had to see what Luo Cheng would say. Would he stop short of death, or would he disregard the consequences? Luo Cheng put down his teacup and slowly said, "Fists and feet have no eyes, swords and blades have no mercy. Martial arts duels inevitably result in death and injury. Please accept my condolences." Upon hearing this, everyone understood that today's battle was a matter of life and death. The woman's face darkened. She handed the young gang leader's body to her subordinate and nodded, saying, "Good, good indeed. Fists and feet have no eyes, swords and blades have no mercy." With that, she leaped onto the arena and addressed the black-robed man through gritted teeth. "Zhou Xia of the Four Seas gang, please enlighten me." With a swift movement, she appeared as if carried by the wind, 2 fingers flashing as she thrust towards the black-robed man's eyes. Having forged a mortal enmity with him, her attack was naturally ruthless. However, the black-robed man seemed oblivious to her fingers, letting them penetrate unimpeded, while he himself aimed a finger straight for her throat. The two attacked almost simultaneously, and almost simultaneously, they could have struck. While Zhou Xia's 2 fingers could blind him, his single finger would also pierce her throat. Just as Zhou Xia's 2 fingers were about to strike, her heart wavered. Unwilling to die together, she swayed, a bloody gash appearing on her throat, dodging his fingers at the last second. With a flick of her wrists, a short knife suddenly appeared from her sleeve in her hand. A flash of sharpness, and using the momentum of her movement, she aimed for the black-robed man's right leg. The man in black robes remained unmoved, his single palm already raised high, slamming down with a powerful gust of wind. Zhou Xia's knife strike could hit the man's leg, but his palm strike would also shatter her head. No! Zhou Xia had no choice but to retreat again. She twisted her body, escaping the palm strike, leaping 3 meters. Just as she regained her footing and looked up, the man in black robes was already upon her. A punch came hurtling towards her. Zhou Xia blocked with her arm, her palm flipping outward to meet the punch. But a deafening boom followed, the immense force sending her staggering backward, her left arm completely numb. The bones in her hand were broken, her entire hand now a grotesque shape. She was momentarily horrified, unable to regroup, before the man in black robe's second punch arrived. Zhou Xia's courage had vanished, her initial ferocity stemmed from a grudge. However, the initial surge of energy waned, and the third attempt failed. Her opponent fought with utter recklessness. How could she possibly fight back? In a flash, she realized she couldn't exact revenge on this stage, so she leaped back. She intended to concede defeat, and regroup later to avenge her young leader. But before she could even speak, the black-robed man on the stage followed her like a shadow, landing in pursuit. At this, a sharp shout rang out, "Outrageous! This isn't a martial arts contest, it's murder." A figure flew in, appearing behind the black-robed man and grabbing his shoulder. "Sir, haven't you heard the saying, forgive and forget?" Seeing this, the crowd's initial indignation subsided. This man was none other than Ho Wenjing, the Grand Elder of Flying Cloud Valley, the iron-armed divine ape. Given his status and martial arts skills, he should have been able to restrain himself even if the other party truly intended to kill. However, the black-robed man completely disregarded this. With a sudden jolt to his shoulder, Ho Wenjing felt as if his palm was being pricked by needles, and instinctively released his grip. Immediately afterward, the black-robed man turned sharply, unleashing a powerful punch. Ho Wenjing was instantly enraged. He swung his arm, and with a cracking sound, his fist slammed out. A muffled thud followed. The 2 fists collided, producing a sound like metal striking metal. Ho Wenjing was known in the martial world as the iron-armed divine ape, all his martial arts prowess residing in his arms. He expected that this punch would at least force his opponent to retreat several steps. But unexpectedly, the black-robed man didn't retreat an inch, charging forward with all his might. Outrageous! Ho Wenjing's face darkened. He took a step back, hands clasped at his waist, and unleashed a barrage of punches. 2 muffled booms echoed, as if thunder had struck from all directions. The unstoppable fist slammed into the attacker. 2 more muffled thuds followed. Both punches landed squarely on the black-robed man's chest and abdomen. The blows caused his chest and abdomen to cave in, bones to shatter, demonstrating the extraordinary power of his fists. But before anyone could react, or even before Wenjing could retract his attack, the black-robed man reached out and gripped Ho Wenjing's shoulders. His fingers, like knives, pierced deep into flesh. Ho Wenjing's expression changed. He endured the pain and used his internal energy to forcefully dislodge the black-robed man's 10 fingers. But the black-robed man's 10 fingers were like iron hooks. No matter how much internal energy he applied, even as his bones creaked, they wouldn't budge an inch. Ho Wenjing finally realized something was wrong. But it was too late. The black-robed man used his 10 fingers like knives, plunging them into Ho Wenjing's shoulders. With a twist of his body, he unleashed his full power. 2 arms, still with sleeves, shot into the air with 2 soft thuds. Ho Wenjing's face turned deathly pale, and he let out a scream. Blood gushed from his missing arms, a gruesome sight. This happened too fast. Just moments before, Ho Wenjing had beaten his opponent so badly his chest and abdomen were caved in, seemingly on the verge of death. In the blink of an eye, Ho Wenjing himself had lost both arms. Even if someone in the crowd wanted to help, it was too late. But it wasn't over yet. The black-robed man suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch at Ho Wenjing's throat. If this punch landed, Ho Wenjing would surely die. But the punch ultimately missed, simply because the fist disappeared halfway through its trajectory. The crowd saw a blue-clad swordsman appear before Ho Wenjing, seemingly out of nowhere. With a single stroke, he severed the black-robed man's arm, and simultaneously kicked him, sending him flying more than 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters. He held a single-edged sword, its blade pointing diagonally at the ground, his gaze fixed on the black-robed man, as if searching for something. Such a fast sword. Who is this person? It's him. Some were puzzled, while others suddenly realized. The incident 2 nights ago, where Chu Qing killed Dong Xingji in the street, had been witnessed by many. Since Chu Qing hadn't appeared on stage today, these people might not have remembered. But now that Chu Qing had acted, the events of that night were brought to mind. Third young master. Du Hanyan was also in the crowd. Seeing the black-robed man's ruthless attack, she wanted to intervene as well. But she was too late. However, her words were overheard by everyone. The third young master? Where in the martial world has a third young master with such superb swordsmanship come from? Biancheng squinted and said to Mo Duxing, "Senior brother, why don't you practice your swordsmanship? I think it's quite good." Mo Duxing sneered, "Child's play." Chu Qing paid no attention to the surrounding situation, but looked at the blood on her blade. The blood was black and extremely viscous. It wasn't the blood of a living person. Looking up at the man in black, her eyes already rippled. Dong Xingji. Although the black-robed man's hood hadn't been lifted, Chu Qing had already sensed something from his martial arts. His style of doing things was different from Dong Xingji's, but their martial arts were from the same lineage. But Dong Xingji was clearly killed by her with a single strike. Why is he now alive, and well here? Ruthless killer? Chapter 95. Since there are questions, they should be answered. Just as Chu Qing was about to step forward with his sword, he heard 2 whooshing sounds. One attacked from the left, the other from the right, Qin Shihong of Tingdao Pavilion, and a master from the Righteous Alliance. The man in black robes had lost an arm, and had been kicked in the front by Chu Qing. His body was already badly mangled. He still wanted to fight, but the moment he moved, he was attacked from both sides. Seeing this, Chu Qing simply watched coldly. But just then, he suddenly heard a scream from behind. He turned around abruptly, and saw a young man, with a ferocious expression, stabbing Ho Wenjing in the lower back with a sword. He was now gritting his teeth, and twisting the blade in his hand. Ho Wenjing, with both arms severed, was already seriously injured, and was being supported by disciples from Feiyun Valley. Everyone's attention was drawn to Chu Qing, the man in black robes, Qin Shihong, and the Righteous Alliance. Who would have thought someone would seize this opportunity to launch a sneak attack? Tingtao Pavilion. Someone recognized the man and, enraged, sent him flying with a single palm strike, then strode forward to finish him off. Die! Stop! Tingtao Pavilion naturally couldn't allow them to kill so indiscriminately. Although it was indeed their own disciple who had attacked Ho Wenjing, even if Tingtao Pavilion was in the wrong, it should be left to their own judgment. For the sake of chivalry, they could even kill the disciple themselves, and send the body to Feiyun Valley as an apology. But they couldn't allow the people of Feiyun Valley to slaughter their own disciple like this. However, at this point, some reasoning was no longer valid. The people of Feiyun Valley never dreamed that simply participating in the world's first-ranked tournament would result in the death of their grand elder. The black-robed man's ruthless attack was certainly hateful, but the sneak attack by the Tingtao Pavilion members was even more deserving of death. In a fit of rage, who cared about stopping? Anyone who tried to stop them would be met with utter mercy. Qin Shihong of Tingtao Pavilion, who was still attacking the black-robed man, heard the commotion and turned around to find the disciples of both sides already engaged in combat. He immediately shouted, "Stop! All of you!" As the vice-patriarch of Tingtao Pavilion, his disciples naturally obeyed him, and all stopped. But how could Feiyun Valley quell their resentment? Tingtao Pavilion stopping was just as good, they would strike. Although the Tsingtao Pavilion members stopped, they remained vigilant. But as the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to defeat. If they remained solely on the defensive while the enemy relentlessly pursued them, any misstep could mean certain death. In the blink of an eye, several Tsingtao Pavilion disciples were already on the ground, some spitting blood, others beaten to death. At this critical moment, if Ho Wenjing were still alive, even with both arms gone, he could still turn the tide. However, Ho Wenjing had already lost too much blood and was then stabbed in the lower back. He was being supported by two Feiyun Valley disciples, unconscious and in critical condition. The chaos was now complete. Seeing their comrade's brutal death, the Tsingtao Pavilion disciples, in their rage, disregarded Qin Shi Huang's orders. The two sides clashed, and in an instant, the arena was filled with the flashing of swords. Furthermore, with so many people in the training ground today, the unrestrained fighting inevitably affected those around them. These people couldn't retreat, so they could only grit their teeth and fight back. This only exacerbated the chaos, making it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. As the fighting progressed, everyone's eyes turned red with rage. What started as a conflict between Tsingtao Pavilion and Feiyun Valley gradually escalated into a chaotic brawl. Qin Shi Huang, no longer able to engage with the man in black robes, leaped into the crowd and tried his best to separate them. Regardless, if today's situation escalated into a chaotic free-for-all, it would be catastrophic for everyone involved. But even with his superior martial arts skills, he alone was utterly ineffective in such a situation. Without his suppression, the Righteous Alliance expert was overwhelmed, and in no time, the black-robed man broke free and plunged into the crowd. He had no principles. He killed everyone he saw. The entire scene, centered on this point of chaos, spread outwards like ripples from a stone thrown into a lake. Bian Cheng and Mo Duxing immediately protected Wenru and retreated. After casually knocking away a charging martial artist, Bian Cheng turned back to see a dart almost touching Mo Duxing's head. Mo Duxing, with one hand on his sword, his eyes sharp, seemed completely oblivious to the dart. He wanted to help, but it was too late. Luckily, there was a rock under his feet. He pushed off with his foot, and with a whoosh, the rock, like an arrow cutting through the wind, deflected the dart just before it pierced Mo Duxing's temple. Even so, a bloody gash appeared on Mo Duxing's temple. Mo Duxing casually wiped away the flowing blood and glanced indifferently at Bian Cheng. A mere trick. Yes, 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 senior brother, your mouth is much more powerful than your sword. Bian Cheng chased away those who approached him, trying to attack, while bantering with Mo Duxing. Wenru sniffed, coming. As she spoke, she rushed out from behind Mo Duxing and Bian Cheng, heading towards Chu Qing's direction. Bian Cheng and Mo Duxing quickly followed. Junior sister, what are you doing? Go find third brother. Bian Cheng and Mo Duxing exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Is junior sister getting married? Otherwise, this girl is so aloof. When has she ever shown such concern for anyone? Meanwhile, Luo Cheng, sitting on the high platform, frowned deeply. This situation was not in line with their plans. He turned to look at the chaotic god blade beside him, and heard a voice seemingly emanating from within it. The voice was faint, seemingly reaching the heavens, causing ripples to gradually form in Luo Cheng's inner energy. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, suppressing the turmoil and the faint dizziness rising in his head, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and continued to observe coldly. Swoosh! With a flick of his finger, 4 bloody gashes appeared on the chest of the Righteous Alliance expert. His body involuntarily retreated, and when he looked up at the black-robed man again, fear had already crept into his eyes. What kind of monster is this? Qin Shi Huang was deeply engrossed in dealing with the chaos. He faced the black-robed man alone, narrowly escaping death several times. Fortunately, as the chaos unfolded, many others stepped forward to help restrain him. The black-robed man fought recklessly, without any regard for his own safety, only concerned with fighting for his life. Logically speaking, with this kind of fighting style, this man should have died long ago. But he didn't die. Even though he was covered in wounds, even though his body was mutilated, he still maintained his fighting strength and internal energy. This was simply not human. At times, his movements and gestures even gave the impression that he was a puppet on strings. At this moment, the black-robed monster was hunched over, his arms hanging limply. Black blood flowed between the 5 fingers of his left hand, while sticky veins of blood clung to the wound on his right wrist. Suddenly, he spread his arms, his body spinning, his feet dragging along the ground as if he were not using any leverage. His arms whipped up gusts of fierce wind, his mangled hand and wrist lashing out in quick succession, the attack exceptionally sharp. Retreat. The expert from the Righteous Alliance had a thought. He no longer wanted to entangle with this monster. After fighting for so long, he was afraid. He could fight a normal expert, even to the point of death, without fear. But with this unkillable monster, the longer he fought, the more despair he felt. But a sudden, sharp pain in his right leg reminded him that it had been injured before, and with this retreat, his body involuntarily went limp. He collapsed to the ground. Not good. A sudden emptiness filled his heart. He looked up abruptly and saw a hand, its white bones now visible, looming over him, instantly obscuring the sky. He's going to die. The thought flashed through his mind, and suddenly a tremendous force surged from behind him. He instinctively turned around and saw the blue-robed swordsman, who had somehow made his way through the crowd. He was flying straight towards this man. Just as he was about to collide with him, the immense force vanished. The force then shifted, and he involuntarily swerved around the blue-robed swordsman, landing on the ground to the side. The swordsman rested his hand on his sword hilt, raising his gaze to stare at the black-robed man. "Young hero, be careful." The member of the Righteous Alliance couldn't help but warn him. Although he knew very well that it was this swordsman who had severed the black-robed man's hand with a single strike. But for the man in black robes, losing an arm meant nothing. Chu Qing glanced back at the expert from the Righteous Alliance, then at Dong Xingji, and sighed softly, "He's already dead, what's the point of all this?" Dong Xingji suddenly froze, surprising Chu Qing, who assumed he was still conscious. Unexpectedly, the next moment, he roared to the sky, letting out a series of howls like a wild beast. The sound spread in all directions, with the Righteous Alliance expert behind Chu Qing bearing the brunt. Instantly, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his eyes turning bloodshot. At the same time, those around who heard the sound either coughed up blood and died instantly. Others felt the world spinning, malice rising in their hearts, a desire to slaughter everyone in the world. Chu Qing raised his eyes, the bright jade true scripture circulating within him. While the sound terrified others, it had no effect on him. The next instant, a blade flashed. In a flash, Chu Qing had already passed Dong Xingji. The sound abruptly stopped. Dong Xingji's head lolled to the side, his severed head hitting the ground. Simultaneously, streaks of blood appeared from all over Dong Xingji's body. As Chu Qing sheathed his sword, his entire corpse shattered into pieces, but Chu Qing's expression suddenly darkened. Not good. A dark object flew out with the corpse's remains, tossing high into the air and landing on a man's head. The man hurriedly caught the object, about to unleash a torrent of curses, when suddenly his eyes widened. 9 profound divine skill. Chu Qing's brows furrowed instantly. Was this ever going to end? The man who had obtained the Iron Scroll, having just uttered those 4 words, suddenly shut his mouth. Just as he was about to put the Iron Scroll into his robes, his head rolled off his neck with a thud. The corpse fell to the ground, and a man behind him grabbed the scroll and ran. He had just clearly heard the man mention the 9 profound divine art, the ultimate technique of Emperor Xian, Shang Qiuyu. Although its authenticity was still unknown, he'd take it first. He took a step, barely halfway through the air, when someone grabbed his ankle. "Get down." With a powerful slam, he was slammed to the ground with a thud. The excruciating pain made his body curl into a shrimp-like shape, and a hand reached into his robes, pulling out the Iron Scroll. He held it up for a closer look, and his eyes lit up. It really is the 9 profound divine art. But as soon as he finished speaking, his hand went light, and the scroll changed hands again. "Put it down." "That's mine." The scene descended into utter chaos. Chu Qing watched this unfold, letting out a soft sigh. There's no need to worry now. The story of Dong Xingji's killing on the Long Street will have a sequel. The 9 profound divine art has reappeared, and this chaos is inevitable. He didn't try to seize the 9 profound divine art. Anyone who gets involved with it now is doomed. Third young master. Bian Cheng's voice came at this moment. Chu Qing turned around and saw Mo Duxing with one hand on his sword, gazing around. His eyes were disdainful, as if everything around him was trash, not worth mentioning. But why is there a wound on his temple? Winter came to Chu Qing's side. Jiang Shendao is here, he's in the crowd. Chu Qing's eyes lit up, and he nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. This place is not safe to stay for long. You and your 2 senior brothers should leave first. Before Bian Cheng could speak, Mo Duxing suddenly said, it might be difficult to leave now. Chu Qing looked at Mo Duxing. Mo Duxing gestured with his eyes. Chu Qing looked up, his attention previously focused entirely on the arena. Only now did he notice that the area was already surrounded by the Divine Blade Hall. Breaking through the encirclement shouldn't be difficult, Chu Qing said in a deep voice. Bian Cheng shook his head, If we leave, what will you do? Chu Qing smiled. I still have some things to do. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, and a figure soared through the air, his feet constantly stepping on the air, finally landing on the arena. Luo Cheng immediately stood up and bowed. Hall Master. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes and asked Wenru, Is he Jiang Shendao? Wenru shook her head decisively. No. Then it is. Wenru, ? Bian Cheng was also confused. What do you mean? I explain in detail later. With this person's arrival, today's show has officially begun. After he finished speaking, he didn't stop, his figure disappearing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Bian Cheng and Mo Duxing exchanged glances. Mo Duxing spoke in a deep voice. He has a secret. Thank goodness you told me. Bian Cheng rolled his eyes. He's probably after Jiang Shendao. Junior sister, why did you say Jiang Shendao isn't Jiang Shendao? Winter pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Too troublesome. This was a nonsensical statement, and others might not understand. But Mo Duxing and Bian Cheng had watched Winter grow up, and knew she was impatient with explanations. So they simply didn't ask further, and decided to observe. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Jiang Shendao gestured for Luo Cheng to rise, then looked at the chaotic scene, his brows furrowed. Luo Cheng said softly, All Master, the situation seems. It's all right. Jiang Shendao took a deep breath, and turned to look at Luan Shendao. After a long while, he slowly reached out, and grasped the hilt. A dark, abyss-like aura, like two venomous snakes, snaked upwards along his arm. A chillingly sharp light erupted from the blade. Instantly, those engaged in the chaotic battle turned to look, exchanging horrified glances. Chapter 96. Jiang Shendao? Isn't he nearing the end of his life? What's with that sword? Such powerful sword energy. Truly a peerless treasure. This divine sword must belong to me. Amidst the chaos, figures leaped up, rushing towards the high platform. One roared, Old man, you're almost dead, you can't even lift this sword. As he spoke, he unleashed a palm strike, creating a howling wind, the force of which crashed down like a setting sun over a long river. But at that very moment, a sword light, as black as ink and as deep as an abyss, swept across the air. Asterisk swoosh. 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 Asterisk several fierce fighters, eager to seize the chaotic god's sword, were cut in two before anyone could even react. Blood and mangled corpses scattered to the left and right, staining the high platform. Jiang Shendao, sword held horizontally across his chest, suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Good, 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 truly worthy of being called the chaotic god's sword. It wasn't in vain that I poured my heart and soul into this, spending 3 whole years forging it. With this divine blade by my side, my divine blade hall will surely stand above all others. With that, the blade flashed forward, a faint black light gleaming in Jiang Shendao's eyes, as he swept over everyone in the arena. His gaze was profound. Everyone he looked at felt as if they were staring into an abyss. Jiang Shendao, what exactly do you intend to do with this world's first-class tournament? Fang Tianrui, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, asked gravely. What do I want? Jiang Shendao laughed heartily. Those who submit to me prosper, those who defy me perish. Today, you will either kneel and submit, or nourish your blade with your blood. Utterly absurd. Fang Tianrui flicked his sleeve. Today, in this arena, there are not only my Righteous Alliance, but also Tingtao Pavilion and Feiyun Valley. Disciples from Tai sect and Yanyu Tower were also present. Besides, countless wandering martial artists were also present, many of whom were hidden masters. With so many experts, destroying your divine blade hall would be a piece of cake. You dare to say those who submit to me prosper, those who oppose me perish? Jiang Shendao, with your destiny nearing its end, are you resorting to dreams to satisfy your ambition? Under the Chaos God, who dares to call themselves an expert? Jiang Shendao sneered. Alliance leader Fang, do you dare to step forward and try? Fang Tianrui was about to speak when a voice shouted, Alliance leader Fang, wait! The Chaos God blade can cloud one's mind, leaving one's mind blank when fighting it. Do not act rashly. Fang Tianrui looked in the direction of the voice, his expression somewhat surprised. So it's Miss Du from Yanyu Tower? But I wonder why Miss Du knows so much about this chaotic god blade. Knowing is an understatement. It was just a chance encounter. Du Hanyan spoke in a deep voice. On the way here, we happened to enter a village called Qingxi Village. She recounted the night she spent in Qingxi Village with Chu Qing and the others, as briefly as possible. Thanks to her considerable internal strength, her voice carried far and wide, letting everyone present know that this chaotic god blade was forged with human lives, sacrificing over 600 people from Qingxi village to create this demonic blade. Jiang Shidao held the blade in one hand, gently wiping the dust off the blade with his sleeve. He showed no reaction to Du Hanyan's account of Qingxi village, only the black light in his eyes grew increasingly intense. The expressions on the faces of everyone present varied as they listened to Du Hanyan's words. Some hated Jiang Shidao's actions to the core, extending that hatred to the chaotic god blade itself. However, others, while disliking Jiang Shidao's deeds, remained determined to obtain the chaotic god blade. Furthermore, some even approved of Jiang Shidao's methods, believing that ordinary people were like mayflies, their deaths insignificant. If they could gain imperial power through this, their deaths would be worthwhile. Jiang Shidao's eyes shifted slightly, wisps of blackness gradually seeping into his white pupils. He seemed oblivious to all this. Qingxi village? Qingxi village is merely a place for forging blades. How can a mere 600 lives forge the chaotic god blade? Du Hanyan had thought the Qingxi village massacre would be enough to shake the martial world. But judging from Jiang Shidao's words, it seems there's much more? She couldn't help but ask you. What are you talking about? Could it be that? Before this, others suffered similar fates? Too many. Jiang Shidao seemed to be counting on his fingers, but then impatiently waved his hand. Countless, incalculable. Too many. Impossible. Du Hanyan subconsciously retorted, if so many people died because of your conspiracy, why have we never heard of it? But as soon as she asked the question, Du Hanyan understood. The reason Jiang Shidao claimed his destiny was nearing its end, and allowed Luo Cheng and Qi Guan to kill each other, resulting in 9 out of 10 houses being empty, and the people displaced throughout the Divine Blade Hall, was to cover up the fact that he had forged his blade with the lives of ordinary people. Everyone who saw the scene within the Divine Blade Hall could only think of the conflict between Qi Guan and Luo Cheng. Who could imagine how many more people had died because of this chaotic divine blade? Thinking of the countless souls lost beneath that blade, Du Hanyan clenched her fists. Jiang Shidao, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. 1,000 deaths? Ha ha ha. Jiang Shidao roared with laughter. Now, in this world, who can kill me? Fang Tianrui slowly closed his eyes, then reached out, and an iron spear was handed to him. He casually grabbed the spear, looked up at Jiang Shidao. I can. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step, his entire body rising into the air, the spear's light condensing into a single point, striking down with a thunderous boom. Jiang Shidao, startled by this killing intent, suddenly looked up, the darkness in his eyes seeming to recede somewhat. But in that instant, it returned to his pupils. He raised his single blade, and a clang rang out. The blade's energy and the spear's light clashed. Clang. A simple, crisp sound rang in everyone's ears. Accompanying this was a high-pitched dragon's roar. Immediately following, a massive ripple, emanating from the point of clash and shimmering in black and white, swept outwards in all directions. Those closest were naturally the first to be hit, instantly thrown back by the force. Upon landing, they were completely disoriented, their minds blank. Those farther away were less affected, but still suffered splitting headaches and found it difficult to concentrate. At the same time, a figure was sent flying backwards. It was the defeated Fang Tianrui. His body tumbled to the ground, and he managed to regain his footing by bracing himself with his hands. But even so, he still couldn't stand firmly. He swung his iron spear, and with a series of hissing and banging sounds, the spear shaft carved a furrow in the ground. He rolled a full 2 zheng, approximately 6.6 meters, before finally managing to stand. At the same time, he felt as if hundreds of people were shouting in his mind simultaneously, causing him unbearable suffering. He couldn't believe that he had been defeated so easily in his clash with Jiang Shidao. Still savoring the afterglow? Jiang Shidao's voice suddenly came from behind him. Fang Tianrui's expression changed drastically. He felt a buzzing in his head, and everything vanished completely. He didn't know what day it was, where he was, or what he was plotting. He stared blankly as Jiang Shidao raised his sword high and brought it down fiercely. Clang! The sound of chains suddenly rang out. Just as Jiang Shidao's sword was about to strike, chains wrapped around his throat and wrists. A loud shout rang out, "Rise!" The chains tightened, and a tremendous force pulled Jiang Shidao away. But the next moment, he spun in midair, and the blade slashed down fiercely. The man who had been restrained by chains hadn't even realized what was happening when the blade was already inches away. Before his mind could even process what was happening, it seemed his head was about to roll. Just then, 2 figures flew in from the left and right, one on each side, pressing Jiang Shidao's shoulders and slamming him to the ground. Jiang Shidao roared, his inner force surging. The two men were immediately sent flying, spitting blood, exchanging horrified glances. His internal strength, how can it be so profound? The two who had attacked were both disciples of the Tingtao Pavilion. The Tingtao Pavilion was located east of the Divine Blade Hall, and over the years had clashed with Jiang Shendao more than once. Their understanding of this leader of the Divine Blade Hall far surpassed that of ordinary people. Yet, they had been wrong again today. Not only did the two of them fail to control Jiang Shendao, but they were also severely injured by his internal force. This old man's internal strength far surpassed what he had previously displayed. Jiang Shendao suddenly stood up, but before he could even raise his sword, several more experts appeared. Since Jiang Shendao wanted them dead in the Divine Blade Hall, this battle was inevitable, whether for killing Jiang Shendao or for obtaining the chaotic god blade. Instantly, the entire training ground was filled with flying sand and stones, and various true energies, blade lights, and sword chi flew wildly. Jiang Shendao, wielding the chaotic god blade, used the 1,000-mile reverse wind blade technique, weaving through the crowd. Each time he attacked, his opponents froze. Fortunately, others were there to assist them, otherwise, any one of them facing Jiang Shendao alone would have been certain death. Even so, in just a short while, everyone was wounded and severely injured. No, this can't go on. Du Hanyan spat out a mouthful of blood, knowing that they were utterly powerless against the chaotic god blade. This blade was far too malevolent. A slight misstep could mean certain death. Now, their lives were entirely in the hands of others. Without Chao Chiopu's 7-tone heavenly sound sword technique, who could possibly fight it head-on? In a daze, she suddenly felt the world lose its color. The surrounding air ceased to circulate. Her mind froze, like a stone, utterly unresponsive. She'd been hit again. Du Hanyan knew this in her heart, but under the influence of the chaotic god blade, she instantly forgot. Suddenly, a powerful force struck. Du Hanyan snapped back to reality, looking up to see that she had been knocked away. The person who had been knocked away was already swept aside by the chaotic god, his body severed in two before even hitting the ground. Du Hanyan roared in fury, Jiang Shendao. Jiang Shendao ignored Du Hanyan's words, his chaotic god flashing and slashing towards Fang Tianrui with a whoosh. Fang Tianrui knew something was wrong, and held his iron spear horizontally in front of him. A clang rang out. A powerful force instantly coursed through his body. The jet-black blade light, the chilling and ominous blade intent, forced Fang Tianrui backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood with each step. With each step, the ground shattered. This was not only the sharpness of the chaotic god, but also the internal energy that Jiang Shendao had cultivated over the years with the help of the blood god pill, making it impossible for Fang Tianrui to defend himself. He stumbled back countless steps, finally managing to regain his footing. His mind was completely blank. He tried to channel his inner energy, but how should he channel it? Despair gripped his thoughts. Fang Tianrui, the founder of the Righteous Alliance, was far superior to ordinary people in both martial arts and willpower. He stood firm, his toes moving, gripping the iron spear with all his might. He bit his tongue, the blood and pain in his mouth bringing a fleeting moment of clarity to his mind. Suddenly, a series of dragon roars resounded from within him, wisps of true energy causing his clothes to flutter even without wind. Following his waist, they flowed into his arms, then into the iron spear. The resounding dragon roar echoed through heaven and earth. At that moment, the iron spear in his hand seemed no longer an inanimate object, but transformed into a dragon. The dragon's head turned, unleashing boundless power as it crashed towards Jiang Shendao. Clang! The spear tip struck the chaotic god blade. A massive surge of energy rippled in all directions. With the thrust of this spear, the ground shattered with a deafening roar, like a trapped dragon ascending to heaven, advancing segment by segment, leaving everything in its wake crumbling. Fang Tianrui roared, dragons roar to the 9 heavens. At this moment, no one could advance. Whether it was a lone expert, Du Hanyan of the Misty Rain Pavilion, or Chen Shihong of the Listening Waves Pavilion, none could get close. Otherwise, they would inevitably be caught in the crossfire of this spear. Not only would they be unable to help, but they might also be accidentally injured by Fang Tianrui. Boom! A muffled thunderous sound echoed throughout the entire martial arts arena. This spear was truly like a divine dragon appearing in the world, leaving only the sound of shattering in its wake. Even Jiang Shendao, wielding the chaotic god blade, was forced to retreat by this spear, retreating again and again. He retreated more than 10 zhang in total before the force of the spear finally dissipated. Jiang Shendao stopped, looking up at Fang Tianrui, who stood there holding an iron spear, his clothes tattered and disheveled. Fong Tianrui stood there, his hair disheveled, his eyes, like lightning, staring intently at him. Jiang Shen now froze. I'm? No, that's not right. This isn't right. You're lying to me. He seemed to suddenly regain his senses in that instant. The black light in his eyes dissipated, and he tried to throw away the Chaos God blade. But the Chaos God blade seemed glued to his hand. No matter how he shook it, the blade wouldn't leave his grasp. Instead, the black light in his eyes returned, and in an instant, not a trace of white remained in his eyes. The blade trembled slightly, and suddenly, a sharpness far more intense than before erupted from his body. Everyone who saw him felt that at this moment, they were not seeing a person, but a blade drawn from the abyss. Despair welled up within him. If Jiang Shadao had truly looked like this, there would be no one alive left in the arena. He'd die. Someone uttered those two words. The next moment, a clang rang out. Jiang Shadao had vanished without a trace. Chapter 97. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang out just as everyone was searching for Jiang Shadao. Looking in the direction of the sound, everyone realized Jiang Shadao hadn't disappeared. Instead, a man in black had appeared in the arena, blocking Jiang Shadao's chaotic god blade with his long sword. The sword's edge pressed against the blade's edge, forcing Jiang Shadao to retreat. Where he passed, the blade's edge scattered through the air, causing the ground on both sides to crack and explode repeatedly. Suddenly, two figures crashed into the arena simultaneously. Only then did Jiang Shadao have a chance to turn around. With a sweep of his chaotic god blade, a sharp, piercing light burst forth. The entire arena shattered instantly, burying the two figures within. Who is that? Such a fierce sword strike. Judging from his appearance, doesn't he look like the Night Emperor who appeared at the City Lord's mansion in Tianwu City? Black clothes, white face, superb swordsmanship. Since the battle at the Heavenly Dance City Lord's mansion, the name of the Night Emperor had spread far and wide. His signature black robes and white mask, along with his unparalleled swordsmanship, were the talk of the town. Now, seeing Chu Qing appear, everyone immediately connected the dots. A surge of excitement filled their hearts. I heard that the Night Emperor slew a master of the demonic sect within Heavenly Dance City. His swordsmanship was divine. Wu Ganqi's martial arts are quite high, aren't they? He claimed that he had no power to fight back against that demonic sect master, yet he was killed by the Night Emperor. Did Wu Ganqi really claim that? Amidst the discussions, a loud explosion was heard, and a figure soared into the sky. Upon closer inspection, their hearts sank. It was none other than Jiang Shadao, wielding the chaotic god blade. He brandished the chaotic god blade incessantly, unleashing streaks of jet-black blade light that struck the fragments of the arena. But then, the blade suddenly shifted. A clang rang out. The chaotic god blade had clashed with a long sword. Blade tip against sword tip. A piercing hum echoed in all directions, a chilling inner energy accompanying a dizzying wave that spread simultaneously. It momentarily plunged people into confusion, only to instantly bring them back to their senses. This scene truly opened the eyes of everyone present. Mo Duxing's breathing quickened, his hand gripping his sword, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Qing in the midst of their duel, his eyes unblinking. He didn't even notice Biancheng winking at Wenru. Wenru ignored him. But even without Wenru's reaction, Biancheng had his guesses. After all, the moment Chu Qing ran away, this guy appeared. And that sword Chu Qing always carried on his back. Thinking about it, it all seemed a bit suspicious between these two, didn't it? He couldn't help but gasp. What's the deal with Chu Fan's younger brother? On the surface, his swordsmanship is ruthless and fierce, but behind the scenes, his swift swordsmanship is astonishing. How did he achieve such mastery of both swords and sabers? Besides that, does he have any other skills with this ability? Chu Fan still asks him to help find his brother every day, afraid that his brother is suffering and being bullied. He's already being kind by not bullying others, isn't he? Just as his thoughts were racing, the two figures entangled in a fight attacked again simultaneously. The Azure Knight sword and the chaotic god blade clashed incessantly. The onlookers couldn't see the details clearly, only that Chu Qing was surrounded by a chaotic flurry of blades, while the chaotic god blade was shrouded in a dark aura. The two clashed repeatedly, producing a violent sound. From midair, they struck the ground, separated simultaneously, only to collide again. Anything in their path was shattered, any person sent flying, coughing up blood. Fong Tianrui's previous move, Dragon's Roar across the 9 heavens, was a stunning display of skill, yet it only forced Jiang Shadao back a short distance. Before that, Fong Tianrui was already severely injured, and afterwards, he was unable to fight any further. But this current exchange while lacking the grandeur of Fang Tianrui's, was even more perilous. Both were fighting with lightning speed. For either of them, even a moment's hesitation could mean death. Winra clenched her fists, asking in a low voice, "Second senior brother, what do you think?" Dianqing smiled bitterly, "You overestimate your senior brother. A fight this level is far beyond my comprehension. However, that chaotic god blade is no ordinary weapon, and Jiang Shendao's condition seems somewhat off." Chu San. "Never mind, what's his name again? Night Emperor, right? I'm not qualified to comment on his swordsmanship. I'm only worried that his internal energy is insufficient, and he can't withstand Jiang Shendao's nearly 60 years of arduous training." Winra nodded expressionlessly, knowing they couldn't help in this battle. Not to mention them, today, the group with the highest martial arts skills had all fought Jiang Shendao to the death. In the end, they almost all died. Now, Fang Tianrui, Qin Shihong, and the others are too weak to fight anymore, and the others don't even have the qualifications to participate. Rushing forward wouldn't help, they'd be lucky to survive. So, regardless of the outcome, they could only wait and watch. Winry gently sniffed. Suddenly, a question arose. The person wielding the chaotic god blade, everyone says he's Jiang the Divine Blade. But Jiang the Divine Blade's aura is clearly different. The real Jiang the Divine Blade is right here, and it seems to be getting closer and closer to the battle. Meanwhile, in the crowd, an old man dressed in slightly tattered clothes, carrying a gourd of wine, watched and drank. His eyes held a hidden glint, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if he were smiling. Clang! Another buzzing sound rang out, and Chu Qing's figure flew backward, his feet landing firmly on the ground, the azure knight sword in his hand trembling slightly. He glanced down, circulated his inner energy, and suppressed the buzzing of the sword. Looking at Jiang the Divine Blade again, his eyes also showed a slightly complicated expression. Jiang the Divine Blade was now controlled by the chaotic god. This chaotic god blade, forged from the weeping god iron, nourished with human lives, and sacrificed with hundreds of lives, was truly a demonic blade that wreaked havoc on the martial world. Chu Qing had witnessed Jiang Shendao's earlier attempt to discard his sword. It should have been his perfect opportunity to assassinate him. However, Jiang Shendao's words at that moment took Chu Qing by surprise. He said he had been deceived? The only thing Chu Qing could think of was that he had been tricked by Pei Wuji. This thought flashed through his mind, and he had already made his move. But it was still a step too late. The burst of sword light in that instant was the prelude to Luan Shendao's complete control over Jiang Shendao. Jiang Shendao was different from the little blacksmith in Qingxi village. The little blacksmith himself didn't know martial arts. His ability to unleash such power in Qingxi village was mainly due to Luan Shendao's assistance. But Jiang Shendao was different. He had cultivated diligently for many years, and his internal energy had reached its peak. In recent years, the Divine Blade Hall has cultivated blood fruit and refined blood god pills. It's hard to say that Jiang Shendao hasn't consumed them. Therefore, his internal strength far surpasses ordinary people's understanding. However, Chu Qing understands that what truly allowed him to block his sword strike wasn't Jiang Shendao's own skill. It was the chaotic god blade. This man is currently in an extremely bizarre state of man, and blade is one, making him incredibly terrifying. Throughout this exchange, he has noticed several times that whenever he could pierce Jiang Shendao's sword, the blade would intercept him at lightning speed before reaching a vital point. Judging from Jiang Shendao's own movements, normally he couldn't accomplish such a feat. Therefore, it's the blade that's carrying the man. Not the man wielding the blade. He's about to become a blade puppet. Chu Qing understands. The little blacksmith once said that if one cannot subdue the blade the moment it's grasped, one will be devoured by the blade and become a blade puppet. That's exactly what happened to the little blacksmith. Jiang Shendao, arrogant and self-important, believed he could control the chaotic god blade, but it turned out to be a deception. The truly terrifying one was neither Jiang Shendao nor the chaotic god blade. It was Pei Wuji, who had silently orchestrated everything. This man was currently present. When would he strike? Thoughts raced through Chu Qing's mind. Until this man appeared, this was far from over. With this thought in mind, Chu Qing suddenly unleashed a palm strike. This was his first palm strike of the day. The blade and sword light separated, leaving Jiang Shendao with only palm to palm. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Chu Qing swayed slightly, while Jiang Shendao staggered back 3 steps, each step sending pebbles flying. The next moment, the two figures, who had just separated, collided again. The clash of swords and blades continued, but during this exchange, Chu Qing occasionally unleashed palm strikes. He concentrated his inner strength using the Mingyu True scripture, creating palm winds that were sometimes silent and sometimes bone-chilling. However, Jiang Shadao seemed completely oblivious to this. No matter the force of the palm strike, it was like a mud ox sinking into the sea, utterly ineffective against him. In the blink of an eye, they separated and clashed again, leaving the audience dumbfounded. They had watched from the very beginning, not daring to miss a single second. Although they couldn't see the details of the exchange, they were awestruck by the Knight Emperor's swordsmanship and filled with boundless admiration for his profound inner strength. The two had exchanged countless blows. Each strike was delivered with full force, scraping away a layer of the entire training ground. In this struggle, Jiang Shadao could at least be said to have cultivated his inner strength for decades, accumulating it to an inexhaustible level. But what about the Knight Emperor? How come he seems to have expended no energy whatsoever? This is truly bizarre. However, the truly bizarre thing happened at this moment. Jiang Shadao, wielding the chaotic god blade, took a step forward, intending to swing it again, when suddenly his wrist seemed unable to support the weight of the chaotic god blade. With a crack, his bone suddenly broke, his entire arm snapping in an extremely bizarre way. Jiang Shadao's dark eyes subconsciously glanced at his hand. Immediately afterward, cracking sounds came from his legs. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. Chu Qing's bone-melting palm, which had landed on him, had finally taken effect. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them, their minds reeling. Just moments ago, the two were evenly matched. How could Jiang Shadao suddenly kneel like that? A solemn look appeared in Chu Qing's eyes beneath his mask. He slowly walked towards Jiang Shadao. Jiang Shadao. His voice boomed, reaching the ears of everyone present. You forged your sword with human lives. Over 600 lives were lost in Qingxi village. Countless young men perished in the furnace fires. Even worse, you protected bandits in Yifeng village, allowing them to dominate the land. You treated human life like pigs and dogs, killing and skinning them at will, taking whatever you wanted. You even used human blood to cultivate demonic fruits, and used those fruits to refine demonic cores. Your actions were utterly perverse. The people of your Shadao Hall, born into the human world, lived as if in hell. You deserve to die. His words seemed to possess an invisible, infectious power, stirring a sense of righteous indignation in those who hadn't initially found Jiang Shadao's actions inappropriate. Those already filled with indignation at Jiang Shadao's deeds were now consumed by rage. Deserve to die. Kill this fiend. Kill him. Luo Cheng, who had already retreated to the side, saw the situation and his expression changed drastically. He also remembered what had happened to his master. He had witnessed it before. Qi Guan had died in the same way. He immediately roared, "It's you! Stop! Don't hurt my master!" He tapped his foot, and several loud bangs rang out as figures simultaneously flew out to block Chu Qing. They were Luo Cheng's 8 Vajra generals. Each possessed exceptional martial arts skills. Ignoring his own safety, he reached out to grab Chu Qing. However, Chu Qing used his sword as a finger, its blade subtly covered in frost. He raised his sword and moved, his figure like a fleeting meteor. In an instant, he had already swept past the 8 Vajra warriors. The 8 Vajra warriors stood frozen in place, icy crystals spreading from the point where Chu Qing's sword tip touched their bodies, rendering their protective divine skills utterly useless, and they died instantly. Luo Cheng roared, stamping his feet into a horse, his body as imposing as a mountain. Chu Qing held his sword in his right hand and struck out with his left palm. The bright jade true scripture covered his palm strike, landing with a thud on Luo Cheng's chest. Luo Cheng possessed a body tempered with martial arts, cultivating both internal and external strength. Except for a few key techniques, he was already impervious to blades and spears. But the moment Chu Qing's palm struck his chest, a chilling aura spread along his skin, the intense pain seemingly disregarding his protective divine skills. A soft crack echoed from his chest. It was unclear whether it was bone or skin that split open. The next moment, a spray of blood mist erupted from his back. This palm strike from Chu Qing was delivered with full force. It not only shattered Luo Cheng's protective martial arts, but the force of the palm was also utterly devastating, piercing right through him. The light in Luo Cheng's eyes dimmed instantly. His body didn't move, yet he was already dead. Invulnerability is ultimately relative. Under an absolute difference in strength, everything is just a fancy joke. Chu Qing bypassed Luo Cheng and approached Jiang Shadao. With a flick of his sword, Jiang Shadao's head rolled off his neck with a thud. Quest completed. Successfully assassinated the culprit of the Qingxi village massacre, obtaining a random martial arts treasure chest. The system notification arrived as expected. Chu Qing's gaze then fell upon the chaos god blade still tightly clutched by the corpse. As Jiang Shandao's head fell to the ground, everyone in the arena stared intently at the chaotic god blade. They didn't know the details of the chaotic god blade, but they clearly saw Jiang Shandao wielding it with such dominance, nearly wiping out all these experts. Now that Jiang Shandao was dead, to whom should the chaotic god blade belong? Just as these thoughts were swirling, Chu Qing reached out and grabbed it. With a hum, the chaotic god blade leaped into Chu Qing's palm. Chapter 98. The entire training ground held its breath instinctively at Chu Qing's action. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Even Winru's usually emotionless eyes flashed with a hint of solemnity. She had witnessed the tragedy of Qingxi village with Chu Qing, and knew very well that this sword was deeply demonic, far beyond what could be measured by reason. Although she had a certain amount of confidence in Chu Qing, seeing him hold the sword still made her feel somewhat flustered. Bian Cheng was also sweating profusely. He had been delighted to see Chu Qing's unparalleled martial arts and superb swordsmanship. He had thought that after killing Jiang Shandao, Chu Qing would turn and leave. But unexpectedly, he had picked up this demonic sword. Although Bian Cheng didn't know much about this demonic sword, he had witnessed Jiang Shandao's previous actions. Knowing this blade was no easy opponent. With his swordsmanship so superb, did he really covet the chaotic god blade? If he were to lose his mind like Jiang Shandao, would anyone in the arena be able to stop him today? Even if his master, Cui Bu Nu, were to come personally, he might not be able to control the situation. What should they do? The crowd's minds were in turmoil. Fang Tianrui, Chen Shihong, Du Hanyan, and all the heroes present were staring at Chu Qing. Some were on high alert, while others were filled with anxiety. The former worried that Chu Qing might suddenly attack them, while the latter worried that Chu Qing would take the chaotic god blade away. But Chu Qing's martial arts were unparalleled. If he was determined to take the chaotic god blade, no one could stop him. At this moment, Chu Qing felt a series of dark and incomprehensible forces, as he held the blade, seemingly trying to burrow into his mind. But the Mingyu True Scripture circulated naturally, its cool internal energy flowing through his meridians, managing to maintain his clarity amidst this obscure and incomprehensible power. He vaguely understood something. The chaos god affects the mind, and the weeping god iron itself will also shake one's state of mind. My cultivation of the Mingyu True Scripture has now reached the 8th level. My internal energy is as clear as jade, as cold as ice, which can calm the mind and block the calamity of the chaos god. So, that little blacksmith said the chaos god is afraid of me. Actually, it's not that the chaos god is afraid of me, but rather that I can temporarily restrain this blade. However, Chu Qing knew very well that this restraint was only temporary. The predecessor of the chaotic god blade, the weeping god iron, had existed in the martial world for countless years, one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth. Its mysteries were unfathomable. No one could guarantee that the chaotic god wouldn't one day truly seize his mind, turning him into a puppet of the demonic blade. Therefore, his already unwavering resolve grew even stronger. He suddenly turned the blade, gently tracing its surface with one hand, his gaze calm as still water. The chaotic god blade, a scourge to the martial world. The forger is ominous, the wielder is ominous too. How can such a source of chaos be allowed to exist in this world? With that, he gripped the blade with 4 fingers, a chilling frost covering its surface. A sword intent as deep and dark as ink emanated from the blade, and a despairing sword cry instantly resounded throughout the arena. What? He's going to destroy the chaotic god blade. No! This divine blade should belong to me. How can I allow you to destroy it? Stop him! However, though their shouts were vehement, they were dizzy and unable to move. The clang of the blade seemed to descend from the heavens, seeping into one's very being, overwhelming them. Those with weak internal energy were instantly bleeding from all 7 orifices, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Those farther from Chu Qing were less affected, but when they approached to try and stop him, they were caught in the chaotic energy's blast and tumbled into a heap with the others. Meanwhile, Bian Cheng and Mo Duxing stood proudly, seemingly unmoved. However, Bian Cheng had already noticed the cold sweat on his forehead, and knew that things were likely to turn bad if things continued this way. So he simply raised his hand and struck Mo Duxing on the neck. Without a sound, Mo Duxing fainted. Winru, even with her internal energy, felt the extreme danger. But when she looked up at Chu Qing, she couldn't help but call out, "Be careful!" The instant those 2 words left her lips, a highly concealed internal energy silently traveled across the ground, heading straight for Chu Qing. Chu Qing's eyes were slightly closed, seemingly focusing all his inner strength on the chaotic god blade. Suddenly, he stomped down, his inner strength hissing and flowing along the ground. A muffled boom resounded, and the ground nearby exploded. The crowd was momentarily stunned, many assuming someone was stopping Chu Qing from this wasteful act. But Chu Qing's gaze had already fallen upon the crowd, settling on a ragged old man. The old man held a gourd of wine and took 2 more sips. He rummaged around, but the gourd was empty. With a helpless sigh, he casually tossed the gourd aside. The wine is finished. Would you be willing to release this blade? Release it? Chu Qing's eyes remained unmoved, his voice cold. Let it flow into the martial world, stirring up bloodshed? So you call me the Heavenly Evil Cult? Let's take advantage of this weakness. The Heavenly Evil Cult. These 3 words, uttered by Chu Qing, left most of the crowd bewildered. Only a few people showed a change in expression. Many knew about the events at the Heavenly Dance City Lord's mansion, but very few understood the details. Fang Tianrui was one of them. After this period of rest, he had recovered considerably. Although his mind was still affected by the chaotic god, the main opponent of the chaotic god blade was Chu Qing, so the after-effects had little impact on him. Therefore, he instantly thought of the chaos in Heavenly Dance City. The Heavenly Evil Cult, an entity he had never heard of before, had colluded with the Myriad Knights Valley and the Divine Sand Gang to seize Heavenly Dance City. Rumor had it that the demonic expert killed by the Night Emperor was from the Heavenly Evil Cult. Could it be that the Divine Blade Hall's various actions also stem from this? Bian Chung, who was helping him ducking aside to sit down, suddenly turned around upon hearing the words Heavenly Evil Sect and looked at Chu Qing in the arena, as well as the old man who had stepped out of the crowd and was standing not far from Chu Qing. But the next moment, he lowered his head. He didn't want the glint in his eyes to be seen by others. The old man was also somewhat surprised. You also know about our sect? I thought our sect was very secretive. Could it be that in the past 3 years, we become known throughout the martial world? Never mind, I investigate the aftermath myself. As for you, you're a dead man, why bother about what happens after you? Can you still release the chaotic god blade now? Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Did he think he couldn't release the blade? No wonder he wasn't in a hurry. Destroying the chaotic god blade was part of his plan, an integral part of his scheme. When Wenri told Chu Qing that Jiang Shidao had arrived, Chu Qing had already made his decision. The Heavenly Evil Sect had poured so much effort into forging this blade, how could they tolerate its destruction? Pei Wuji didn't care about Jiang Shidao's life, but he couldn't ignore the chaotic god blade. If he destroyed the blade in front of everyone, Pei Wuji would surely appear. He expected that once this man appeared, he would attack him with swift and decisive action. But unexpectedly, he was calm and composed, even standing there chatting with him. What he initially thought was strange turned out to be a misunderstanding, that Chu Qing now believed he could no longer be separated from the chaotic god blade, wielding life and death power at will. Chu Qing immediately sneered, can't be separated? How could? How could this be? His voice and actions were incredibly realistic. When it came to acting, he had never lost. Pei Wuji shook his head slightly. This blade is forged from the weeping god iron. Before forging, it requires the blood of 10,000 people to melt the iron. Speaking of which, this Jiang divine blade truly hasn't disappointed me. The first time I saw him, I knew he was ambitious and no good. Rather than replacing him, I rather use him to achieve my goals. Therefore, I feigned defeat, and was imprisoned by him in Yifeng village. And I told him the entire method of forging the chaotic god blade. He certainly didn't disappoint me. Using the excuse that his destiny was nearing its end, he seemingly condoned the fighting between Luo City and Qiguan, but in reality, he used this to extract the blood of 10,000 people to melt the weeping god iron. This iron draws blood, and the blade is forged with lives. Combining the bewitching power of the weeping god iron with the intent of slaughter, he forged it into a single furnace, capturing the resentment of the dead. Its ultimate achievement is extraordinary. How could human power destroy it? Utterly absurd. Chu Qing said coldly, with your abilities, why would you need Jiang Shidao to do it for you? Why suffer this imprisonment and torture for nothing? The sect leader has strictly ordered that this matter be kept secret. No one should know about it. If I were to act personally, some clues might inevitably be leaked, attracting some people who shouldn't be there. A dark glint flashed in Pei Wuji's eyes. Chu Qing suddenly remembered the 2 sisters she had seen in the tavern on her first day in Shindao City. These 2 sisters claimed to be from the Bodhi Nunnery. At the time, no one in the tavern knew what the Bodhi Nunnery was, except for Pei Wuji, who was impersonating Jiang Shindao. When he heard those 3 words, his hand trembled, and the steamed bun fell to the ground. Chu Qing looked. He glanced at him. What exactly is the connection between Bodhi Temple and your heavenly evil cult? Pei Wuji suddenly looked up at Chu Qing, You. The two girls from Bodhi Temple didn't appear today. Is it because of you? Chu Qing had been observing the crowd all day. He couldn't find Yan'an and Yan Xian among them. They had subdued the 5 tigers of the horizontal blade, making them their subordinates. If they had come today, they would have been numerous and easy to find. Besides them, Chao Qiupu, the white horse and golden sword, hadn't shown up either. Chu Qing remembered that on the night he killed Dong Xingji, he seemed to faintly hear the neighing of horses' hooves. He hadn't thought much of it then, but Chao Qiupu's absence today gave Chu Qing a sense of unease. Quite perceptive. It seems I really can't let you live. Pei Wuji didn't answer Chu Qing's question. With a flick of his palm, wisps of black energy caused his hair to move without wind. As the palm strike began, a thunderous sound seemed to emanate from it. Whoosh! The sound didn't come from Pei Wuji. It was a wisp of wind from a fist, coming from afar. Pei Wuji's gaze shifted, and he saw Bian Cheng standing not far away, his eyes bloodshot, clearly using all his strength to resist the power of the chaotic god. This punch was the limit of what he could do. Overestimating yourself. Pei Wuji sneered, and the palm strike that was originally meant for Chu Qing suddenly changed direction, heading towards Bian Cheng. But at that moment, a series of cracking sounds suddenly reached the ears of everyone present. Those whose minds were still unclear suddenly felt as if a sliver of light had appeared in the chaotic world. This light instantly pierced through the mist, giving everyone a chance to breathe. What? Pei Wuji's expression changed drastically. He whirled around and saw that cracks had spread across the chaotic god blade like a spider web. The blade's mournful cry seemed to choke. He couldn't care less about dealing with Bian Cheng anymore and roared, "Stop!" The chaotic god blade was a thorn in the side of the heavenly evil sect, a weapon they had planted throughout the martial world. He had spent 3 years planning it. If Chu Qing destroyed it, it wouldn't just be a loss of one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth, but also the ruin of the heavenly evil sect's grand plan. However, it was too late to stop it now. Chu Qing raised his hands, and with a series of cracking sounds, the blade shattered completely, countless fragments flying in all directions. Pei Wuji was already in front of Chu Qing, reaching out to grab it, but grasping only air. Looking up again, he was face to face with Chu Qing. A surge of rage rose within him, and a vicious thought arose. "I kill you!" His palm strike, seemingly containing 1,000 thunderbolts, roared forth and smashed towards Chu Qing. He had assumed that Chu Qing, having destroyed the chaotic god blade with his overwhelming internal force, would be utterly defeated, but to his surprise, Chu Qing struck back without hesitation. A muffled thud resounded. Upon contact, Chu Qing swayed slightly, while Pei Wuji was sent flying backward by the blow. He staggered back more than 10 feet before regaining his footing. Looking up again, his face was extremely grim. "You dared to destroy the chaotic god blade. You deserve to die." As his words fell, wisps of black energy emanated from his body, his arms flashing with power, generating gusts of wind. Faintly, the sounds of thunder and lightning seemed to emanate from his body. Even more alarming, the once clear sky gradually darkened with clouds, and rumbling thunder seemed to descend from the heavens. This couldn't be the 10,000 annihilation in thunder great technique. Someone in this world has actually mastered such a demonic art. Night Emperor, be careful. This technique draws thunder into the body, allowing the thunder's power to enter creation, containing thunder and fire within its inner force. Its power is boundless. Amidst the exclamations, Chu Qing frowned slightly and rubbed his palms together. The next moment, a small willow leaf throwing knife appeared in his hand. Pei Wuji had reached his peak of power. He moved with incredible speed, his body enveloped in the aura of black clouds, his palms seemingly splitting lightning. With a thunderous roar, he attacked Chu Qing. "Die!" Before the words were even finished, Chu Qing raised his hand. Pei Wuji had already noticed the knife, but he hadn't taken it seriously. After all, it was just a willow leaf throwing knife. No matter how skillful the hidden weapon technique, under the 10,000 annihilation in thunder great technique, it would be difficult to gain the slightest chance of victory. Moreover, his martial art possessed an extremely strong restraining effect against weapons. This tiny throwing knife. A thought suddenly arose in his mind. Where had this tiny throwing knife gone? An inexplicable sense of extreme danger and unease welled up within him. Just then, his inner energy surged like a cascading river, and he landed with a thud, utterly powerless. He subconsciously touched his throat, a strange sense of relief washing over him. "Oh, found it! It's here!" Chapter 99. What happened? What happened? A throwing knife! A throwing knife! How could this be? Did anyone see how that throwing knife got to that person's neck? The impact of this scene on everyone present was no less than that of Jiang Shindao killing someone with a knife. Just a moment ago, the evil cult expert was surrounded by an imposing aura, his demonic flames raging. Everyone thought it would be another fierce battle. But unexpectedly, the Night Emperor simply raised his hand lightly, and that person was dead. Even Chu Qing shattering the chaotic god blade couldn't compare to the astonishment of this scene. What kind of throwing knife technique could achieve this? For a moment, no one dared to think about it. The more they thought about it, the colder it felt on their necks, as if a throwing knife had already appeared there. Chu Qing's gaze swept over everyone present, without retrieving the throwing knife. He turned, his figure rising into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he was already flying far away. Fang Tianrui opened his mouth, wanting to call out to him, but Chu Qing's figure had already vanished without a trace. For a moment, he could only sigh, such a master, yet I had no chance to meet him. What a pity. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, someone asked, what about the Iron Scroll of the 9 Profound Divine Art? As soon as this question was uttered, many people's eyes turned red. Yes, where was the Iron Scroll of the 9 Profound Divine Art? The 9 Profound Divine Art's inexplicable appearance had previously sparked a fierce struggle. Afterwards, Jiang Shindao, wielding the chaotic god blade, seemed intent on killing everyone, thus attracting everyone's attention. However, even now, the struggle for the 9 Profound Divine Art had not subsided. Until Chu Qing killed Jiang Shindao and, in front of everyone, attempted to break the chaotic god blade. The clang of the chaotic god blade pierced the ears of everyone present, leaving them no time to pay attention to anything else. Now that everything had calmed down, when the 9 Profound Divine Art was mentioned again, it was discovered that no one knew where it had gone. Immediately, a group of people left the Divine Blade Hall to search for the 9 Profound Divine Art. The Divine Blade Hall had held this world's first-class tournament today to use the chaotic god blade to demonstrate its power. The original plan was that no one could leave before the tournament ended. However, they hadn't expected that the method they received was fake. Instead of demonstrating their power, they had become sword puppets, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Now Jiang Shindao was gone, Luo Cheng was dead, and Qi Guan had died even earlier. There were still some experts left, but they were no longer a threat. The people from the Divine Blade Hall dared not stop them from leaving. The crowd left in batches. The once lively world's first-class tournament had come to an end in the blink of an eye. When Chu Qing found Wenru and the others, he thought the commotion had subsided, but it seemed even more lively than before. What happened? Chu Qing glanced at Bian Cheng and asked casually. Bian Cheng, seeing him return, scrutinized him with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. After a fierce battle, he casually killed a master of the heavenly evil sect. And now he's still acting like nothing happened, not even a hint of redness or shortness of breath. Who could match such ability? This isn't the spoiled younger brother of the 3rd junior brother's family, this is the 3rd junior brother's powerful backer. He smiled and explained to Chu Qing, Elder Ho Wenjing of Flying Cloud Valley was injured by that man in black robes, and you saved him. Unexpectedly, a disciple of Listening Waves Pavilion, because of a grudge against Flying Cloud Valley, took advantage of Ho Wenjing's serious injuries and ambushed him from behind. Ho Wenjing was already severely injured and couldn't hold on any longer, he just passed away. Earlier, Jiang Shindao's pressure was too intense, and I couldn't even spare a moment for him. Now that Jiang Shindao and that Pei Wuji are both dead, they're starting to demand an explanation. Chu Qing glanced at him helplessly, pointing to him oduxing on the ground. I'm asking him what happened. What did the feud between Feiyun Valley and Tingtao Pavilion have to do with him? Oh! Bian Cheng suddenly realized, too weak, knocking him out made things easier. Chu Qing nodded. If there's nothing else, let's go. Not going to join the fun? Bian Cheng asked. No interest. Chu Qing genuinely had no interest in these gang wars. The situation in Tianwu City was different back then, his home was there, and everything was closely related to him. He had no reason to ignore it. This time, it's just someone else's business, why bother? Besides, he had completed 2 missions at once, and was in a hurry to get back to the inn to open the chests. No time for this nonsense. Bian Cheng scoffed, hoisting him oduxing onto his back. Chu Qing, with gentle grace, followed by his 2 senior brothers, and the group swaggered away from the Divine Blade Hall. Looking back, the city within a city was indeed quite magnificent. However, Chu Qing could almost see it crumbling. Jiang Shindao roamed the martial world for 40 years, yet ended up like this. Bian Cheng sighed softly, the storms of the martial world. Chu Qing hesitated for a moment, but before he could speak, the clatter of hooves sounded. Looking up, he saw a white horse galloping away. In the blink of an eye, they were upon them. Chao Qiupu, on horseback, hurriedly called out "Whoa!" The white horse reared up, then landed after a moment, snorting loudly before coming to a steady stop in front of Chu Qing and his group. "Third brother." Chao Qiupu leaped down from his horse. "Judging from your appearance, has the world's first-class tournament already ended? Where did you go, Master Chao?" Chu Qing glanced at him. "Why do you look so weathered?" "Please forgive my embarrassment, third brother." Chao Qiupu smiled helplessly. 2 days ago, I went to look for 2 old friends, but unexpectedly received some news. So I left Divine Blade City with them. But it turned out the news was wrong, and we made a wasted trip. I thought I could make it in time for the world's first-class tournament, but we were still too late. "Oh?" Chu Qing casually asked, "What about your 2 old friends?" "They parted ways after entering the city." Chao Qiupu gave a bitter smile. "Let's not talk about them." What kind of mystery unfolded at the world's first-class tournament? This wasn't the place to talk, so the group simply returned to the Fuyun Inn. Upon arriving at their room, they had a table of food and wine prepared. After half a day of commotion, they were all a bit hungry. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Chu Qing and Bian Cheng recounted the events of the world's first-class tournament. Chao Qiupu listened, stunned. So the incident in Qingxi village was actually orchestrated by Jiang Shindao. All the tragedies within the territory of Shindao Hall over the years stemmed from this. Truly unforgivable. That Chaos God Blade, I sensed its extraordinary nature back in Qingxi village, but I never imagined that Man in Black would be so formidable. With Jiang Shindao's internal strength, wielding the Chaos God Blade would have been a bloodbath in the Divine Blade Hall today if this man hadn't stopped him. That Man in Black is known in the martial world as the Night Emperor. Bian Cheng said, stealing a glance at Chu Qing. "I heard he's an assassin." Chu Qing silently drank a cup of wine, feeling that Bian Cheng's gaze was strange. However, after a moment's thought, he understood the source of this strangeness. No matter how he tried to conceal it, he couldn't fool Winter's nose. Bian Cheng was exceptionally intelligent. With a casual question, no matter how Winter answered, he could guess the answer. Furthermore, the Night Emperor appeared, and then he disappeared. Combining these 2 factors, it was difficult to find the answer. Even if he is an assassin, he is a righteous one among assassins. Chao Qiupu said, "I heard that he made a move in Tianwu City before, killing a master of the demonic path. Truly a man of chivalry." Just then, a whooshing sound was heard. Mo Duxing stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with determination, and he said in a deep voice, "I must find him." "Who?" Everyone was taken aback. "The Night Emperor." Mo Duxing's voice carried an undeniable authority. Chao Qiupu stared at Mo Duxing in astonishment, sensing his profound and majestic aura, the air of a grandmaster. But he didn't know why he was seeking the Night Emperor. Bian Cheng asked directly, "Why are you looking for him?" Mo Duxing smiled coldly. "A swordsman seeking another swordsman, naturally for a sword duel." Bian Cheng's eyes were filled with "I knew it," and he couldn't help but sigh. "Senior brother, you should rest." Chu Qing also lowered his head slightly, thinking to himself that it was fortunate Bian Cheng had seen through his identity. If Mo Duxing had seen through it, things would have been troublesome. "I'm not tired," Mo Duxing said calmly, but slowly sat down. "One day, he and I will surely have a battle." Chao Qiupu was filled with respect. "Brother Mo, you come from a prestigious school. Your swordsmanship must be exceptional. I look forward to this epic battle between the 2 of you." "Hero Chao, don't be too hopeful," Bian Cheng whispered, trying to comfort him. Mo Duxing gave him a cold look, his eyes filled with a sense of unapproachability, then continued drinking and eating, saying nothing more. The main conversation at the table was between Bian Cheng and Chao Qiupu. The 2 men engaged in various discussions about the Night Emperor, with Chu Qing, in a first-person bragging mode, making the entire meal rather awkward. Towards the end, Chu Qing's mind wandered, and he let the 2 men chatter on without paying attention to what they were saying before ending the meal. It seemed like some kind of agreement had been made. Chu Qing simply gave a perfunctory reply and returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, all his attention was focused on the system interface. 2 unopened martial arts treasure chests open? Chu Qing stared at this prompt for a while, then patted his face, went to the sink, and carefully washed his hands. Then he returned to the bed and softly said, "Open." Opening successful, obtained sword technique. Golden Crow sword technique. Chu Qing blinked. Golden Crow sword technique? This sword technique wasn't weak, its moves were exquisitely refined, unlike the Blood Saber technique. The Blood Saber technique relied on surprise attacks, essentially following an unorthodox path. Each strike came from an unexpected point, making it impossible to defend against. Chu Qing used the momentum of a fast sword, making his technique both swift and deadly, unpredictable. This Golden Crow Saber technique, however, was a righteous and orthodox path, each move exquisitely refined, winning through skill and overwhelming the opponent. Not bad. Chu Qing felt his efforts hadn't been in vain, and the second notification arrived as expected. Activation successful. Obtained fist technique. Heavenly Frost Fist. Upon seeing these 3 words, Chu Qing thought he was seeing things. Only after the moves of the Golden Crow Saber technique and the incantations of the Heavenly Frost Fist entered his mind did he realize he wasn't mistaken. It truly is the Heavenly Frost Fist. This martial art. Isn't it a bit too advanced? As his thoughts raced, he felt a chilling aura rise within him. But in an instant, it merged into the bright jade true scripture. With a thought, Chu Qing sat cross-legged, circulating the bright jade true scripture to absorb the frost energy. A subtle chill emanated from Chu Qing's body, and in an instant, the bed beneath him, the floor, and the teacups and teapot on the table were all covered with a layer of frost. At the same time, with this assistance, the bright jade true scripture, which had previously progressed extremely slowly, suddenly began to advance by leaps and bounds. Chu Qing sat there for the entire afternoon. By the time dusk fell, the entire room was like an icebox. Passers-by would wonder why it was so cold inside, wondering if a large amount of ice had been stored there. At this moment, as Chu Qing inhaled and exhaled, the frost covering the surroundings gradually dissipated. Ultimately, it merged into Chu Qing's body, leaving no trace. Chu Qing slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, the room was filled with light, as if lightning had flashed across it, only to return to darkness in a flash. He gently exhaled a breath of stale air. Thanks to this Heavenly Frost Fist, I actually cultivated the bright jade true scripture to the 9th level. This afternoon is equivalent to several years of my hard work. He rolled off the ground, briefly sensing the changes within his body, and was immediately extremely satisfied. The Heavenly Frost Fist accumulated frost energy through its fist techniques, possessing both a method of cultivation and a subtlety of application. After merging with the bright jade true scripture, the two were perfectly compatible, completely inseparable. Using this to manipulate the Heavenly Frost Fist only amplified its power. However, this martial art was so formidable that Chu Qing could hardly believe the system would reward him so generously. Could it be because I washed my hands? Chu Qing scratched his head, not seeking a deeper explanation. How could the system's affairs be explained logically? Now that he had improved to this level, he felt even more confident about the mirror of karma. After sending Winter home, having made his decision, he heard footsteps approaching the door, followed by 2 loud knocks. Chu Qing opened the door and saw Bian Cheng furtively winking at him. "Let's go." Chu Qing asked in surprise, "Where are we going?" Bian Cheng was even more surprised. "Tianxiang Tower. Didn't we agree on that?" "Huh?" Chu Qing remembered Bian Cheng mentioning that there was a brothel called Tianxiang Tower in Shindao City. He wouldn't mind going to Tianxiang Tower to broaden his horizons. But when did he agree to that? Seeing the confusion on Chu Qing's face, Bian Cheng could only say, "Didn't we already agree with Hero Chow at the dinner table earlier that we go to Tianxiang Tower for drinks and entertainment tonight?" Chu Qing was momentarily speechless, both amused and exasperated. Chow Chiopu, that thick-browed, big-eyed fellow, actually wanted to go to a brothel too. He now seriously suspected that Brother Bai's daily theft of undergarments stemmed from Li Hanguang's instigation, or from Chow Chiopu's influence. Chapter 100. Chu Qing didn't dwell on the matter for long. Since it was something he had promised, he also wanted to see the world. He immediately agreed with Bian Cheng. He simply asked Bian Cheng to wait a moment while he went to his room to get his weapons, then prepared to leave. But before the two of them could even go downstairs, they heard a creak, and Wenru opened the door and came out, glancing at them with an emotionless look. "Where are you going?" After speaking, she looked at Chu Qing again. "Third brother, your scent has changed again. It smells like frost and snow. Your nose is really sharp." Chu Qing coughed. "Your second senior brother and I are going out for a walk." "I go with you," Wenru said calmly. Bian Cheng and Chu Qing exchanged a glance, both sensing something was wrong. Taking a girl to a brothel? What kind of behavior is that? Bian Cheng said decisively. "Junior sister, you had a long day. You should rest in your room. We're just going out for a stroll. We'll be back soon." "Going to Tianxiang Tower? Second senior brother, have you forgotten that I was there when you made your appointment today?" Wenru glanced at Bian Cheng, whose face turned bright red at being exposed. He quickly explained, "We're just going to broaden our horizons, not to linger in brothels." "In that case, Bringing me along won't hinder your sightseeing, will it? Wenru sneered. Or is second senior brother planning something? Will my presence ruin your plans? Bian Chung was speechless for a moment, and could only look to Chu Qing for help. Seeing Chu Qing's unchanging expression and composure, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, feeling that Chu Qing should be able to persuade Wenru to give up the idea. Sure enough, Chu Qing slowly spoke, then let's go together. Bian Chung nodded repeatedly yes then. Ah? He only got halfway through his sentence before realizing what she meant, and was momentarily speechless. Why go together? Wenru didn't give Bian Chung a chance, nodding and saying, wait for me, I'm going to change my clothes. Don't think you can shake me off, I can find you. After saying that, she turned and went back to her room, slamming the door shut. Bian Chung looked at Chu Qing with a blank expression. Why did you agree? To broaden my horizons. Chu Qing said, Wenru is a girl, she should see those kinds of scenes. See what kind of faces those men who go to brothels have. So that in the future, you won't be easily fooled by a few words. When you're ready to be fooled, even if you know the person is lying to you, you willingly be fooled. It's not a matter of how much you see. Bian Chung dismissed Chu Qing's claim. Chu Qing asked curiously, Brother Bian, have you been deceived? Bian Chung shook his head decisively. How could that be? Chu Qing doubted the veracity of this statement, but didn't dwell on it. It's alright. It's just a trip to broaden my horizons anyway. Even if she comes along, it won't matter. If Brother Bian truly falls for any girl, I do my best to keep Wenru away. It won't affect Brother Bian's romantic pursuits. Should I thank you for this? No need for such formalities. For a moment, the two were silent. Wenru didn't keep them waiting long. She quickly changed into men's clothing and emerged from the room. She wore a moon-white cloak, cinched at the waist with a jade belt, and sported a jade headband, truly resembling a handsome young gentleman. However, the two small mustaches on her lips added a touch of greasiness. And then, her gentle figure was quite good, even with deliberate styling, her chest was still slightly prominent. Chu Qing's gaze swept over her briefly before landing on her face. He found that she was also quietly looking at him. Their eyes met, and she asked, Can you still see anything? If all else fails, just say you have well-developed pectoral muscles. Chu Qing replied casually. Bian Chung was dumbfounded. What kind of suggestive language was that? Did his junior sister and Chu Qing chat like this every day? Wenru nodded and said that works too. Bian Chung felt he couldn't take it anymore. Alright, let's go. The three of them went downstairs and saw a man standing in front of the inn, sword in hand. The night wind blew his clothes and hair, making him look dashing and extraordinary. Hearing footsteps approach, the man turned around. It was Imo Duxing, standing with his sword at his sides, and said calmly, Let's go. He then took the lead, his face showing no sign of eagerness, but he seemed impatient. Chu Qing silently thought to himself, so their senior brother is the repressed type. The agreed-upon place with Chao Qiupu was the entrance of Tianxiang Tower, but upon arriving, the first thing he saw wasn't Chao Qiupu, but Bai Gu. It was standing in front of Tianxiang Tower, pawing at the ground like a gatekeeper, occasionally snorting. Several women surrounded it, occasionally petting it. Chao Qiupu stood alone by the roadside, watching listlessly. Only after Chu Qing and the others appeared did he perk up, awkwardly approaching and bowing, saying, You all arrived. Master Chao. Bian Chung greeted Chao Qiupu with a fist and palm salute. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Master Chao. Not at all, Chao Qiupu waved his hand. Bian Chung immediately said, Let's go in. Wait. Chao Qiupu quickly said, Brother Bian, are we really going in? To be honest, I drank too much today, and now that I think about it, it seems a bit inappropriate for us to step into this place so abruptly. Bian Chung looked at Chao Qiupu with surprise. Master Chao, are you married? No, Chao Qiupu quickly shook his head. So you're already married? No. Is there a woman you admire? Even less. Chao Qiupu said, I'm a wanderer, how could I have such attachments? Well, since you're neither married nor have a woman you admire, then what's wrong with us coming here? Bian Chung looked bewildered. Chu Qing felt a little awkward hearing this. It seemed that coming here was indeed inappropriate. A glance revealed Wenru writing furiously. A moment of surprise. What are you doing? Wenru, without looking up, replied, writing down second senior brother's words. When I see master later, I ask him to see if second senior brother's words are appropriate. Chu Qing glanced at Bian Chung, who hadn't noticed anything amiss, and gently shook her head. She wondered if Cui Bian's self-cultivation was up to par. She then asked, Where did you get this pen, ink, paper, and inkstone? I found them. Gentle reply, as always, concise and to the point. Chu Qing silently gave her a thumbs up. This girl is really frugal. She picks up whatever she can. She's extraordinary. Chao Qiupu was quickly persuaded by Bian Cheng, but Mo Duxing was still the one truly leading the charge. He took the lead, as if afraid someone would snatch him away. However, upon reaching the door and seeing the girls who came to greet him, he reverted to his aloof demeanor, indifferent and nonchalant, as if he didn't care about these beautiful women. Young heroes, please come in. Oh, what a handsome young man. You're even carrying swords. Please don't kill me. The girls' voices reached his ears as soon as he entered. Chu Qing clicked his tongue, thinking that this place truly lived up to its reputation as a brothel. The air was fragrant, and although the girls were dressed appropriately, the fabric was subtly revealing. As far as the eye could see, there were beauties of all shapes and sizes, a real feast for the eyes. A middle-aged madam stepped forward to greet them, and led them upstairs. Chu Qing was somewhat surprised to see that Tianxiang Pavilion was quite crowded today. Given the major incident that had occurred at the Divine Blade Hall during the day, it was already remarkable that the brothel was still open for business. With so many customers, did they not care at all about the safety of Divine Blade City? However, after a brief conversation with the madam, Chu Qing understood. Firstly, everything at Tianxiang Pavilion was half price tonight. It was a massive discount promotion. Secondly, the most beautiful courtesan at Tianxiang Pavilion, Ling Fei, was choosing a husband tonight. Of course, choosing a husband was a euphemism. In reality, she was being sold to the highest bidder. Ultimately, this was all because the Divine Blade Hall's major crisis was over, and the future was uncertain. They wanted to sell the courtesan, make a fortune, and then flee, to avoid falling into the chaos of the martial world. The second-floor private room, set against the railing, was a place for friends to gather, drink, and chat, or to observe the girls on the first floor. If one found a girl they liked, they could simply have her summoned. As for, if one truly wished to do something more intimate, one would need to go to a private room. The third floor and the back courtyard also had numerous rooms prepared for this purpose. Faintly, seductive sounds drifted from upstairs, enough to make one blush upon closer listening. Bian Cheng chatted briefly with the madam and ordered wine and dishes. As for the girls, he didn't let the madam find them. He indicated he planned to look around first, seeing if any caught his eye before considering anything else. The madam, with a knowing look, withdrew, and a moment later, the wine and dishes arrived. Chu Qing looked around several times and noticed that there were few martial arts practitioners among the guests tonight, mainly local residents of Shindao City and merchants passing through. Most of them were gathered downstairs, waiting for the courtesan to choose her husband. Just as he was ignoring it, he suddenly heard someone whisper nearby, "Is this news true or false?" Of course it's true. Luochen Manor is involved this time. Even if Shichen star Luo Wenfusheng has extraordinary abilities, he can't escape unscathed this time. Chu Qing's ears twitched, and he glanced at the person in the voice without showing any emotion. It was two martial arts practitioners. They had no ladies accompanying them, just exchanging cups and chatting casually. Their voices weren't loud, and Wenru and the others didn't hear them. But they couldn't escape the notice of Chu Qing, who had already cultivated to the 9th level of the Mingyu True Scripture. Luochen Manor. Something happened. Yes, quite a few experts have already gathered at Luochen Manor. But the Tai sect hasn't sent anyone yet. That's strange. Perhaps something delayed them. Since it concerns the unchanging heavenly book, the first to react will undoubtedly be the Tai sect. If a Tai sect expert were to appear at Luochen Manor, the outcome would be uncertain. Let's linger here in Divine Blade City for one night. This place has become a hotbed of trouble. Let's leave as soon as possible tomorrow morning. Speaking of this matter, that Night Emperor is truly extraordinary. When I first heard of him, I thought he was just trying to attract attention, but I never expected him to be so truly formidable. As they listened, the conversation shifted to something else. Chu Qing was confused, but her heart stirred slightly. The matter at Luochen Manor actually involved the unchanging heavenly book? Long ago, the Tai ancestor founded the Tai sect and passed down the 3 volumes of the unchanging heavenly book, which are the foundation of the Tai sect. Years ago, the Earth Scroll of the 3 volumes of the unchanging heavenly book went missing, causing a rift between the heavenly and the human realm within the Tai sect. All disciples could only cultivate the human scroll, losing the path to heaven, and the once glorious Tai sect could never be restored. The importance of the Earth Scroll to the Tai sect is self-evident. Gu Qianqiu of Wanye Valley was willing to gamble everything for their secret teachings. The Tai sect would undoubtedly spare no expense for the Earth Scroll as well. But how did this matter become connected to Luochen Manor? Chu Qing memorized the appearance of these two people, pondering how to find a suitable opportunity to inquire with them later. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the sound of a gong. Chu Qing turned around and asked, "What is it?" "The courtesan has arrived." Winter rested her chin on her hands, looking at the platform in the center of the first floor below the railing. She must be an exceptionally beautiful girl. Why do you say that? It was only natural that the courtesan was beautiful, but he felt there must be a different reason behind her words coming from Winru. After careful consideration, Winru said, "So many people want to marry her, of course she must be very beautiful. My parents and master all say that no one will want to marry me in the future, so I guess I'm not good looking at all." Chu Qing was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself that the reason you're hard to marry must have nothing to do with your looks. Just as he was thinking this, a burst of music rang out. The sound was heavenly. None of Chu Qing and the others knew anything about music. They wanted to ask Winru how she played the zither, but a glance revealed Chao Qiupu listening intently, his expression a complex mix of surprise, delight, and disbelief. He hurriedly turned his head, trying to find the source of the sound. But just then, strips of red silk unfurled from above, fluttering in the wind and filling the room. A woman descended slowly with a red silk ribbon, carrying a zither in her arms. She was barefoot and had wide sleeves. Her beauty was striking, yet a hint of sorrow lingered in her eyes, making one feel a pang of sympathy for her. Her heart was heavy. Once she regained her footing, she placed the guqin on the tea table. The music, which had paused, resumed. The music didn't suffer from the brief interruption. Instead, it lingered, leaving a pleasant aftertaste. After this, the music soared even higher, releasing pent-up emotions with a cathartic release. Even though Chu Qing didn't know much about music, she found it truly remarkable. But just as she was engrossed in listening, the music suddenly stopped. This awkward silence was truly unsettling. Chu Qing instinctively looked at the courtesan named Ling Fei, only to find her staring intently in her direction, her eyes unblinking. Who was she looking at? Chu Qing hesitated for a moment, then followed Ling Fei's gaze, finally settling on Chao Qiupu. Chapter 101. The exchanged glances didn't linger for long before being interrupted by the madam's voice. "Those who have come here tonight must all know Miss Ling Fei. Although she hasn't been in our Tianxiang pavilion for long, she has quickly become our top courtesan. This young lady is skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song. Her figure is graceful, and her dance is exceptional. Tianxiang pavilion is not a place for lingering. Such a fine young lady, I cannot bear to let her waste her years here. Therefore, I thought of finding her a good husband." Enough nonsense. The madam's incessant hawking was interrupted when a plump man, adorned with jewels, slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "I offer 100 taels." The madam's face darkened. 100 taels to buy the courtesan? Dream on. However, she wasn't in a hurry. Hawking always starts with a low price. If someone was willing to spend 1,000 taels of silver for her, this deal would be a huge profit. No money, yet you dare to imitate her? Sure enough, someone immediately mocked, raising their hand and saying, 500 taels. The madam's eyes lit up. This was sincerity. He immediately smiled and said, "Oh my, young master, even I'm tempted by your appearance." The man was disgusted and rolled his eyes. "If you want to come with me, you have to give me 500 taels. This remark drew laughter from the crowd. Ling Fei sat upright on the high platform, his eyes empty, only occasionally showing a glimmer of light when he glanced at Chao Qiupu. Chu Qing glanced thoughtfully at the two men. The earlier eye contact revealed something was amiss between these two, and now it seemed, could it be a past emotional entanglement for Chao Qiupu? Looking at his hand, a wine cup was clutched tightly in his palm, seemingly already too heavy to bear. He coughed slightly. "If you break someone's things, you have to pay for them." Chao Qiupu ignored him. Bian Cheng, who had been watching the commotion from the sidelines, was somewhat confused by Chu Qing's words. Chu Qing gestured towards Chao Qiupu, and Bian Cheng suddenly understood. His eyes lit up, and he raised his hand. 800 taels! Chao Qiupu stared at Bian Cheng, his eyes filled with shock and anger. Bian Cheng said with a half-smile, "If you, Master Chao, are interested, you should bid soon. This girl is beautiful. If you're too late, she might end up in someone else's arms." Chao Qiupu said with difficulty. "I don't have the money." This clearly admitted to something. The people downstairs, annoyed by the sudden price increase, glanced up at Chu Qing and his group, then shrank back. Having spent years navigating the martial world, they knew at a glance that these people upstairs were not to be trifled with. Swallowing their anger, they silently said, 1,000 taels. This was indeed a risky move. After all, if they angered these martial artists, they might live to spin the 1,000 taels, but not to enjoy what they bought. Now, it was only a matter of pride that prevented him from giving up so easily. Chao Qiupu was sweating profusely. Chu Qing watched with astonishment. Even when facing the overwhelming force of the sword puppets in Qingxi village, he had never seen Chao Qiupu act like this. Was it true that even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman? Thinking to himself, he heard footsteps approaching from the side. A servant came carrying a plate of snacks. "Sir, the dishes are here." Chu Qing glanced at the man, then suddenly grabbed his wrist. With a sudden, unexpected backhand strike, she slapped him in the chest. With a thud. The man didn't even utter a sound, flying backward. His hand, hidden under the plate, still gripped a short knife tightly as he flew out. His body crashed down to the first floor, a scene that immediately caused an uproar. "An assassin!" some unlucky soul shouted. The entire Tianxiang restaurant erupted into chaos. Chu Qing frowned slightly, hearing a series of whooshing sounds beside him. A figure flashed beside him, and a punch slammed out. The Tai Divine Fist. It was Bian Cheng who had struck. Throughout the chaos in the Divine Blade Hall today, Bian Cheng had been mostly a bystander, mainly protecting Wenru and Mo Duxing, rarely intervening. The final punch was aimed at Pei Wuji. But at that time, he was too far away and affected by the chaotic god blade, unable to unleash his full power. Now, this punch, barely begun, seemed to suck away all the surrounding air. Following the force of the punch, a whirlwind swept away the surroundings. The hidden weapons around them were dispersed before they could even get close. One after another, black figures appeared from windows, doorways, stairs, and other places, attacking Chu Qing and his group without hesitation. "Who is it?" Bian Cheng looked confused, then turned to Chu Qing. "Looking for you?" Chu Qing glanced at Wenru. "Maybe." Before he finished speaking, a single-edged sword was already in front of him. He clenched his right fist and threw a punch. A chilling force accompanied the punch, and a layer of ice visibly condensed around the man, sending him flying backward, knocking away several black-clad men beside him. The group of people were momentarily paralyzed by the chilling aura. At the same time, a loud crash was heard overhead, and another man in black descended from above. A single palm shot out, aimed directly at Wenru. Wenru remained calm and composed, pointing her finger upwards. Her fingertip touched the hand, and with a soft plop, a drop of blood shot out from the palm as Wenru's finger force pierced through it. Immediately afterward, Wenru reached out and seized the man's wrist, gripping acupoints such as Naguan and Yanqi, her force penetrating throughout his body. The man in black tried to struggle, attempting to resist with his internal energy. But before he could even circulate it, he was spun around and slammed to the ground by Wenru, writhing in agony. However, this time, there were more assassins than expected. Mo Duxing stood with his sword drawn, looking up at the man in black rushing towards him from the end of the corridor. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he gripped the hilt of his sword, seemingly ready to strike. But Bian Cheng pulled him aside, throwing him behind him. "Senior brother, stop fooling around." With that, he shoved forward with both hands. These people came quickly and left quickly, disappearing into the corridor in the blink of an eye. He turned to Chu Qing. "Third young master, shall we break through first?" These men in black clearly had a purpose. Staying here was inappropriate. Chu Qing squinted at Chao Qiupu. This man had seemed to be helping deal with the men in black earlier. However, when he saw the men in black downstairs killing because the girls in the brothel were in the way, he panicked. When the top courtesan, Ling Fei, nearly lost her life to the men in black, he couldn't sit still any longer. With a leap, he sent the man in black flying with a single palm strike. Immediately afterward, he whistled loudly, and the sound of galloping hooves suddenly came from outside. In the blink of an eye, a white horse appeared before him, kicking away two men in black who tried to approach. Chao Qiupu scooped Ling Fei onto the horse, slapping its rump. "Go!" Brother Bai glared angrily at Chao Qiupu. The horse's face clearly said, "Fine, go. Why did you hit me?" Then it trotted away cautiously, as if afraid of throwing its rider off, and rode out of Tianxiang Tower. By this time, the madam no longer cared about Ling Fei's value. She hid under the table, trembling, completely oblivious to who had stolen her cash cow. After doing this, Chao Qiupu seemed utterly satisfied. He leaped onto the second floor, joining Chu Qing's group. This seemingly long conversation actually took only a few moments. Once Chao Qiupu returned, Chu Qing responded to Bian Cheng, "Go, break through." They wanted to break through. These men in black were no match for them. The men in black seemed to be trying to achieve their goal through sheer numbers, But Chu Qing was ruthless. Even if they outnumbered him twice as many, they wouldn't gain anything today. In a short while, the group reached the roof of Tianxiang Tower. Knowing the situation was hopeless, the men in black simply dispersed. Before Chu Qing and the others could decide whether to pursue, the sounds of fierce fighting filled their ears. Looking around, they realized that the entire Divine Blade City was in chaos tonight. The worst situation was in the direction of the Divine Blade Hall. There were shouts of battle and towering flames from that direction. Many forces had stormed into Divine Blade City, including powerful groups like the Listening Waves Pavilion, Flying Cloud Valley, and Righteous Alliance, as well as smaller gangs like the Four Seas Gang. For many years, the Divine Blade Hall had stood tall in the martial world. Even if they couldn't take away territory or power, the gold, silver, jewels, and other wealth they plundered were enough to make others envious. During the day, a group of people left because of the 9 profound divine skill, but those who remained began killing and arson under the cover of night. Chu Qing glanced around, about to look away, when he saw an old man carrying a child, running with uneven steps through the alley. Judging from his clothes, he had just left his home. Behind him, a martial artist wearing a black headscarf and wielding a blood-stained single-edged sword was chasing after him. Further on, a blood-soaked man struggled forward, trying to pull the child back, but his injuries were too severe. He could only manage a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a thud. The old man, frail and with failing eyesight, tripped over a stone and also fell. All he could do before hitting the ground was to shield the child in his arms. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the single-edged sword already at his head. Thud! Hot liquid splashed onto his face. The old man slowly opened his eyes, which he had closed in resignation, and saw that the martial artist who had just been holding the sword, intending to kill, was now decapitated. The swordsman in blue stood with his back to him, his single-edged sword pointing diagonally at the ground, blood still slowly dripping. The old man, enduring the pain, knelt down. "Please, great hero, save my grandson." Chu Qing gripped his knife, the sounds of screams, cries of terror, wild laughter, and roars filling his ears, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Whether it was his memories, his own experiences, or what he had learned about the history of this world from various sources, all told him that the world he inhabited was a chaotic world of martial arts. However, this chaotic world had never been presented to him so clearly before. Even after passing through that small town, witnessing its desolation, and seeing the townspeople's helplessness and submissive acceptance of the bandits, it was nothing compared to the scene before him. "Third young master." Bian Cheng's voice came from beside him. "Divine Blade City is already a place of trouble." Chu Qing glanced at him and nodded slightly. "Those assassins are probably after Wenru. You should take her away first." "And what about you?" Bian Cheng asked. "Some things, if we hadn't witnessed them, would have been fine." Chu Qing tightened his grip on the knife. "But if we see them with our own eyes, how can we just stand by and do nothing?" "You want to help them?" Bian Cheng's voice was heavy, unreadable, neither supportive nor unsupportive. Chu Qing always felt there was something inexplicable in his voice. But at this moment, he had no intention of discerning it, nor did he want to. Helping them. That's boastful, merely a small contribution. Chu Qing spoke softly, taking a step forward. Chao Chiopu laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Good, third brother's words are very reasonable. To speak out against injustice and act righteously is the true nature of a hero. I go with you." Bian Cheng gave Chu Qing's back a deep look, then smiled nonchalantly. "We drink and have fun together, and of course, we can't be left out of the fight." Chu Qing glanced back at them, then said without hesitation, "Enough talk, let's go." The world was a turbulent torrent, and young heroes, swords in hand, were willing to fight against it. Flames, blood, flashing blades, flickering swords. It was a fierce battle. No matter how high one's martial arts skills, in such circumstances, it was difficult to escape unscathed. Even a legendary hero like Chao Chiopu, or a disciple of a prestigious school like Biancheng Wenru, would find it difficult to remain undefeated in this environment. There were too many opponents. The gang may be small, but its methods were numerous. Those with weaker martial arts skills would use lime powder, poison, or sneak attacks. One could defend against one attack, but not every one. Even if they could remain vigilant, their inner strength was gradually being depleted. Slowly, they began to falter, until finally, they were too weak to move. After 2 hours, Chu Qing and his group were exhausted. Chu Qing's own internal energy, at the 9th level of the Mingyu True Scripture, ensured his internal strength remained intact, growing stronger with each fight. However, the people behind him were struggling to keep up. Looking at Chu Qing's still upright figure, they couldn't help but think to themselves, this is truly a monster. Is his internal energy inexhaustible? Doesn't he get tired? Hasn't he been afraid after killing so many? His blue robes were already soaked in blood, each step left a bloody footprint on the ground. He had killed too many people. Even so, they had only traversed a quarter of the city. The people spontaneously followed behind, all taking in the figure in blue robes, wielding a single sword. Only by following him could they experience a sliver of peace in this blood-soaked night. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting erupted from ahead. A voice shouted, tonight's conflict will not involve the common people. Anyone who dares to disturb the people is an enemy of the Righteous Alliance. Chu Qing looked up and heard a series of footsteps. In the blink of an eye, people were everywhere. A pale-faced man wielding an iron spear pushed through the crowd. The Righteous Alliance leader. Dragon Spear, Fang Tianrui. Chapter 102. Alliance Leader Fang. The night is so beautiful, are you out for a stroll? Chao Qiupu stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. So it's Hero Chao. Fang Tianrui greeted Chao Qiupu first, then his gaze fell on Chu Qing. Seeing the bloodstains on him, he said in a deep voice, greetings, third young master. Earlier that day, Du Hanyan had publicly called out to Chu Qing. Fang Tianrui remembered this. Chu Qing nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. Fang Tianrui then looked past Chu Qing at the people behind him, and sighed softly. Tonight's chaos, though expected, was ultimately insufficiently prepared, causing them to suffer. Thanks to Hero Chao, and the third young master's help, so many people were saved. Alliance leader Fang, did you truly come for them? Chu Qing slightly raised his eyes, his indifferent gaze falling on Fang Tianrui. Fang Tianrui shook his head. Of course, it's not just that. Besides the common people, I intend to seize the Divine Blade Hall. Chu Qing smiled. Alliance leader Fang is quite frank. Today, Jiang Shendao and Luo Cheng both died at the hands of the Night Emperor. The Divine Blade Hall is a piece of fat meat. While I pity the common people, I will not turn a blind eye to such a large piece of fat meat. Fang Tianrui said loudly, you are all discerning people. Hiding things would only make you look down on me. Moreover, I hope you can lend me a hand. Alliance leader Fang's words are quite puzzling. Biancheng smiled. We seem to have never belonged to the Righteous Alliance, so why should we lend you a hand? Because my Righteous Alliance is currently the most suitable to take over the Divine Blade Hall. Fang Tianrui's tone was filled with an air of absolute certainty. The Divine Blade Hall is adjacent to the Listening Waves Pavilion, but the Listening Waves Pavilion is currently embroiled in numerous conflicts with the Flying Cloud Valley. If we were to cede the Divine Blade Hall to the Listening Waves Pavilion, they wouldn't have the time to manage it in the short term. Even if they sent some men, it would be difficult to maintain order, and they would inevitably be swallowed up. In that case, the common people would suffer the ravages of war in the martial world. But my Righteous Alliance is different. After taking over the Divine Blade Hall, I will personally oversee the situation, stabilize the situation, resettle the people, and deter all sides, preventing them from making any rash moves. As long as the conflict between the Listening Waves Pavilion and the Flying Cloud Valley continues, they will not dare to attack me. As for others, please forgive my bluntness, but aside from causing trouble tonight, they will have no further opportunity after tonight. Therefore, if the Divine Blade Hall falls into my hands, I can stabilize the situation as quickly as possible. Chu Qing stared at Fang Tianrui for a long while before saying, why should I help you? Although I can make promises to you, but tonight, the most important thing is not what I can promise you. Fang Tianrui held his iron spear, pointing it at the people behind Chu Qing. The most important thing is them. If you all help me, I can suppress the chaos in Divine Blade City as quickly as possible, preventing innocent people from dying tragically under the madman's blade. Of course, if you are unwilling, I dare not force you. You are free to come and go as you please. Fang Tianrui's words were frank enough. He did not hide his ambition, and the advantages and disadvantages he explained were clear and straightforward. Although ambitious, he was not unlikable. Biancheng glanced at Chu Qing, asking for his opinion, but Chao Qiupu did not speak, instead looking at Chu Qing. Chu Qing didn't hesitate. All right, I help you. Fang Tianrui was overjoyed. Thank you so much for your help, third young master. I will remember this great kindness and repay you in the future. Chu Qing waved his hand. Enough with the small talk. Let's get started. Okay. Fang Tianrui nodded. Then let the people behind you leave with my men first. I set up a resettlement area, guarded by my men. Ordinary martial artists can't get in, and those who aren't will dare to easily enter. Chu Qing didn't hesitate, and turned to let everyone leave with Fang Tianrui's men. These people understood that they didn't really have a choice, and the Righteous Alliance seemed very powerful. Going with them should be safe. They immediately followed the Righteous Alliance disciples, heading towards the opposite side. Just as the old man carrying the child passed by Chu Qing, he suddenly knelt down with a thud and kowtowed to Chu Qing, saying, "Thank you so much, great hero, for saving my life." He set a precedent, and the other people followed suit, kneeling on the ground in no time. Chu Qing wanted to help the old man up, but then he realized he couldn't. The crowd knelt, thanking him profusely, their faces full of gratitude, but Chu Qing's eyes showed no pride. He didn't consider himself a hero. Although he had a clear conscience about killing Jiang Shendao, Luo Cheng, and Qi Guan, these people were indeed cruel and vicious, treating the common people like pigs, dogs, and ants, all deserving of their deaths, birds of a feather. But if they were still alive, this incident in Shidao City tonight wouldn't have happened, at least not immediately. However, Chu Qing also knew that this was a very narrow-minded thought. The Divine Blade Hall had too many flaws, not something that arose overnight. Even if Jiang Shendao abandoned the chaotic Divine Blade, the Divine Blade Hall was still deeply entrenched in problems, and its defeat was only a matter of time. Then, tonight's scene would still repeat itself. He took a deep breath and looked at Fang Tianrui. "We can set off now." "Okay." Fang Tianrui agreed, and the battle continued. The screams and sounds of fighting lasted all night long. Chu Qing helped Fang Tianrui rescue the people and kill the madmen who slaughtered ordinary people. This battle lasted a long time. Halfway through, Chu Qing had Bian Cheng and Mo Duxing send Wenru back. He himself, along with Chao Qiupu and Fang Tianrui's Righteous Alliance, stormed into the Divine Blade Hall. By the time the Divine Blade Hall was completely subdued, dawn had already broken. This night of fighting finally ended. When Chu Qing once again walked out of the Divine Blade Hall and onto the street, all he saw was devastation. Fang Tianrui's voice came from behind. "The martial world has been in chaos for years, and it's always the ordinary people who suffer. Martial artists are far stronger than ordinary people. A mere master can render them powerless and take whatever they want." Chu Qing reached out, and a light drizzle began to fall. He said softly, "Alliance leader Fang is now at his zenith, having seized the Divine Blade Hall, and the Righteous Alliance's prestige should be at its peak. However, Alliance leader Fang must remember your promise to me. Properly settle these people, and don't let them suffer such pain again. Otherwise..." He slightly twirled the single-edged sword in his hand, his unspoken words clear. Fang Tianrui nodded earnestly. "Please rest assured, third young master, Fang Tianrui has dared to do anything in his life, but he would never break a promise." "All right." Chu Qing nodded. "I go back and rest for a bit. I leave Divine Blade City at noon today." Fang Tianrui hesitated for a moment, then said, "Third young master's martial arts are unparalleled, and his brilliance last night was truly captivating. More importantly, you are chivalrous and compassionate. May I ask, third young master, would you be willing to work with me?" Fang Tianrui is willing to offer third young master the position of Vice Alliance leader. Within the Righteous Alliance, besides myself, you are the most important. Chu Qing shook his head. "I have no interest in this. Thank you for your kind offer, Alliance leader Fang." "Good. A gentleman does not force others." Fang Tianrui clasped his hands and said, "Third young master, please do as you wish." After speaking, he bowed again to Chao Qiupu and turned back into the Divine Blade Hall. Chao Qiupu withdrew his gaze from Fang Tianrui and looked at Chu Qing. "Third young master, are you really not considering joining the Righteous Alliance? The Righteous Alliance has developed rapidly in recent years. Fang Tianrui, the Dragon Spear, is ambitious. Judging from his actions last night, he may achieve great things in the future." Chu Qing shook his head. "I prefer to roam the martial world. I don't want to be confined." "Isn't that the same for you, Hero Chao? Otherwise, why didn't you even ask Fang Tianrui?" "Ha ha ha." Chao Qiupu laughed upon hearing this. "Perhaps it's because of my bad reputation? I don't know about Hero Chao's bad reputation, but Brother Bai, if you don't keep an eye on things, I'm afraid your lewd reputation will spread throughout the martial world." Chu Qing said with a half-smile. Chao Qiupu's face fell, and he said bitterly, "This blockhead, I really can't control him. Speaking of which, how is Brother Bai doing with that Miss Lingfei last night?" Chu Qing casually asked, "What are you planning to do with that young lady, Master Chao?" Upon hearing this, Chao Qiupu suddenly became thoughtful, letting out a soft sigh. "Third brother, your insight is keen, you must have noticed as well. She and I are old acquaintances, but we've been separated for many years. I never expected our reunion would be like last night's." "Indeed?" Chu Qing nodded. "An old flame?" Not really, but a childhood friend, often appearing in my thoughts in the dead of night. Chao Chiopu spoke frankly. She must have suffered a lot these past years. So what are your plans, Master Chao? I don't know. I just have to see how things go. Chao Chiopu seemed somewhat indecisive. Chu Qing pursed his lips. Childhood sweethearts, reunited in a brothel. Master Chao was suffering, but he wouldn't say it. However, no one else had the right to interrupt, so Chu Qing simply clasped his hands and said, "In that case, I won't keep Master Chao from meeting his beauty any longer. We take our leave now. Third brother is teasing me again." Chao Chiopu smiled helplessly, then clasped his hands in a fist salute. Farewell. After parting ways with Chao Chiopu, Chu Qing returned to the inn. The inn seemed rather empty today, having suffered damage the previous day. However, some skilled martial artists were still staying there, and after a brief struggle, there weren't any major problems, only a few tables, and the main door were damaged. As Chu Qing stepped into the inn, the waiter, who was serving dishes, glanced at him and immediately fell to the ground in fright. Mainly because Chu Qing looked genuinely frightening. He was covered in dried blood, and although his murderous aura had been restrained, it was still chilling. At this moment, if he were to unleash his full killing intent, he could potentially scare a living person into having nightmares for days. Chu Qing glanced down at his own appearance, then went straight upstairs. Passing the waiter, he asked him to bring some hot water upstairs, so he could bathe and change. The waiter hurriedly nodded in agreement. Seeing that Chu Qing had actually gone upstairs, and hadn't slapped him, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the food on his plate was now uneaten, so he had the kitchen prepare a new dish. He then carried the hot water upstairs. When Chu Qing emerged from his room, he was wearing a brand new set of blue clothes. Exactly the same as the previous one. He went directly to Wenru's room and gently knocked. Wenru opened the door, saw Chu Qing, yawned, and walked inside. "You're back." Chu Qing, seeing that she wanted him to come in, followed her inside. Sitting down at the table, Wenru poured him a cup of tea. "How did it go?" "The situation is under control. The Divine Blade Hall is now under the Fong family's control." Wenru nodded, then asked, "Were those men in black after me last night also targeting me?" Chu Qing picked up his teacup and took a sip. Recalling what he overheard at Tianxiang Pavilion last night, he said to Wenru, "Go and call your two senior brothers. I have something to discuss with you." Wenru nodded, and went out to fetch them. Chu Qing was left sitting there alone. Just as he was about to drink his tea, he suddenly realized that this was Wenru's room. This young lady was still unmarried, and he, a grown man, was sitting alone in her room. It seemed inappropriate. But if he went out to wait, wouldn't that seem even more deliberate? Chu Qing felt a little awkward for a moment. His gaze shifted, and he noticed what appeared to be a piece of red cloth hidden under the bedding at the head of the bed. Instinctively, he wanted to look closer, but then he realized what he was doing. He shook his head helplessly, and with a wave of his hand, the bedding instantly spread out, covering the cloth. "I was too hasty." Chu Qing let out a soft breath, just as he heard footsteps approaching the door. Wenru had returned with her two senior brothers. Chu Qing turned around and saw Bian Cheng looking him up and down, seemingly checking for injuries. Even Mo Duxing, who always considered himself aloof, looked at him with concern. "I'm fine," Chu Qing said, gesturing for them to sit down. "Third young master, you truly possess the bearing of a celestial being." Bian Cheng exclaimed as soon as he sat down. "You fought all night, yet you remained so composed. Is your internal strength truly limitless?" Chu Qing waved his hand. "My affairs are insignificant. Last night at Tianxiang Tower, I overheard people discussing." "Discussing what?" "The unchanging heavenly book." Chu Qing immediately recounted what he had heard the previous night, in just a few sentences. After he finished speaking, everyone present seemed to have been struck by lightning, unable to move. Bian Cheng was the first to jump up. "News about the Earth Scroll? And it's related to the Wen family? How is this possible?" Mo Duxing stood up and said, "I'll be right back." "I go with you." Bian Cheng quickly followed Mo Duxing. After saying that, he remembered Chu Qing and hurriedly turned around, saying, "Third young master, please wait a moment. Let's go see if our sect has sent any messages." "All right." Chu Qing knew that these sects all had their own methods of communication, but these methods were kept secret to avoid being discovered and misused. He suddenly remembered that Wu Qianhuan had left him a method of contact at the 10 miles longing pavilion, and he hadn't sent her a single letter all the way to Divine Blade City. Should he write her a letter to tell her that everything was alright on his end? Chapter 103. Lonely Moon Mountain. On Moon-Gazing Cliff, there stands a moon-gazing pavilion. This pavilion is built on the edge of a cliff, a corner of which extends outwards, like a hand supporting the small pavilion. The view of the moon is best from this spot. Especially on the 15th of each month, the full moon seems to be right on the mountaintop, within reach. Today is neither the 15th nor night. Wu Qianhuan sat alone in the pavilion, lost in thought, sometimes joyful, sometimes annoyed, sometimes touching the corner of her lips. Her face flushed slightly. But in an instant, her smile turned into a sigh. What will become of me if things continue like this? With such an impure mind, how can I possibly comprehend the profound meaning of my master's divine skills? She murmured softly, yet filled with indignation. It's all his fault. He's been gone for so long, and not a single word has come back. I don't know if he didn't take my words to heart. Or perhaps, he still wants to escape. Gritting her teeth, she took out a booklet from her bosom. The booklet was small, thin, with 4 large characters written on its moon-white cover, pointing to the moon's profound skill. Since returning to Green Pine Cave to report to her master, wishing to cultivate even more profound martial arts. After she learned the technique, Abbess Yi Tan imparted it to her. She told her that this technique was the foundation of her sect. If she could grasp its true meaning, she could be transformed. She wouldn't dare say she stand at the pinnacle of the martial world, but she could certainly roam freely throughout the vast land. However, the manual was obscure and difficult to understand. Even with Abbess Yi Tan's guidance, mastering it was far from easy. Abbess Yi Tan told her that this technique emphasized intent over form, relying on comprehension. Afterwards, she was told to come to the moon-gazing pavilion for quiet meditation. She found the manual confusing and couldn't find a way to practice it, so she sat there lost in thought. But all she could think about was that hateful face. I don't know what's wrong with me. In the past, when the guy ran away, I couldn't wait for him to come back. I even wanted to break his legs. But now, every time I think of him, all I can see is him. The masked one, the one who spoke, the one who killed. And then there, at the 10-mile longing pavilion, pinned down, bewildered and helpless. Thinking about it, a smile almost crept onto her lips, but it quickly turned into anger. It's a demon in my heart. Do you still want me to come down from the mountain and help you in 3 years? If you do, then get out of my head right now. Come back after I've mastered it. Wu Qianhuan angrily opened the manual, trying hard to understand its obscure and difficult contents. Suddenly, a voice rang in her ears, Junior Sister Wu. At first, Wu Qianhuan thought she was hallucinating, but then the person called out twice more, each time closer than the last. She then realized she hadn't misheard. Turning around, she saw a young man approaching along the mountain path. He called out as he walked, and waved when he saw her turn around. Wu Qianhuan paused, then smiled. Senior brothers, what brings you here? She stood up and bowed respectfully to the young man. Senior Brothers' name was Zhuo Wenchuan, not a disciple of Abbess Yi Tan. He was a disciple of Master Tianyu. Master Tianyu lived on the neighboring Qianyang mountain. Wu Qianhuan knew that this master and her own master, Abbess Yi Tan, were once fellow disciples under the same master. They weren't originally monks, but later, for some reason, one became a monk and the other a nun. The two were clearly fellow disciples, yet they hadn't seen each other for so many years. Even delivering something to the other side required the disciple to run the errand. This was why Zhuo Wenchuan frequently visited Lonely Moon Mountain, and Abbess Yi Tan instructed Wu Qianhuan to address him as senior brother. Given their shared history, this was quite reasonable. Junior sister, there's no need for such formalities. Zhuo Wenchuan was handsome, and perhaps because he followed Master Tianyu in chanting scriptures, he possessed an ethereal quality. Senior brother Zhuo, are you here again to deliver something to my master? Wu Qianhuan asked. I wonder what you brought this time. No, not at all. Zhuo Wenchuan shook his head. I come to tell you something. Then, I must go down the mountain. Going down the mountain? Wu Qianhuan was somewhat surprised. Zhuo Wenchuan rarely went down the mountain, seemingly having no interest in the secular world. Even Abbess Yi Tan had praised Zhuo Wenchuan for his affinity with Buddhism, saying that he had wasted his cultivation following Master Tianyu. If he had studied under a major Buddhist sect, becoming a Buddhist disciple might not have been impossible. Why then, did he suddenly want to go down the mountain this time? For no reason, Chu Qing's face came to mind, and she couldn't help but put herself in his shoes. Could it be that some young lady has stirred your worldly desires, senior brother Zhuo? Zhuo Wenchuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Junior sister, please don't tease me. The mortal world is like a wolf to me. How could I dare to be tainted by worldly affairs? However, I just heard Uncle mention that Junior sister's marriage seems to have been settled. Wu Qianhuan didn't hesitate, smiling and nodding. I'm sorry for making you laugh, senior brother. Zhuo Wenchuan nodded and said, that's good. You previously said you wanted to follow uncle and spend your life in seclusion with a Buddhist lamp. I couldn't help but worry about you. You have a forthright and unconventional nature, born to navigate the turbulent world. A life of quiet contemplation is not for you. Now that you abandoned that idea, I'm happy for you. Thank you, senior brother Zhuo. I wonder what brings you here, senior brother. This matter concerns the Tai sect. There are rumors circulating in the martial world recently that the Earth Scroll that the Tai sect lost years ago has resurfaced. What? Wu Qianhuan was stunned. The 3 volumes of the unchanging heavenly book of the Tai sect are extremely important to them. This news must be relayed home immediately, so that her father can inform her second brother, Chu. Seeing her anxiety, Zhuo Wenchuan smiled and said, Junior sister Wu, don't be anxious. Whether this news is true or false is still unknown. And the implications are far-reaching, not just because of the Tai sect. My trip down the mountain was also for this matter. Senior brother Zhuo, please tell me slowly. She took a step back, inviting Zhuo Wenchuan into the pavilion. The two sat facing each other, and Zhuo Wenchuan slowly began to speak. This matter seems to have started about a month ago. There were rumors that the Earth Scroll that was lost years ago was obtained by a strange figure from the martial world. This person called himself the Heavenly Mystery Hermit, and his life story is shrouded in mystery. But after obtaining the Earth Scroll, he didn't return it to the Tai sect. Instead, he kept it for himself. The Heavenly Mystery Hermit? Wu Qianhuan frowned. Having grown up surrounded by the ways of the martial world, she knew a great deal. But she had never heard of the Heavenly Mystery Hermit. She glanced at Zhuo Wenchuan. Then where did the Heavenly Mystery Hermit hide the Earth Scroll? I don't know about that. Zhuo Wenchuan gave a bitter smile. My trip down the mountain was also for this matter. The news said that the Hermit of Heavenly Mystery possessed extraordinary martial arts skills. However, he lived a solitary life, and few in the martial world knew much about him. In his later years, with no one by his side, he suffered a chi deviation while practicing martial arts, wandering the martial world in a mad manner for several years. Finally, by chance, he was rescued and properly cared for. Perhaps because that person took such good care of him, the Hermit of Heavenly Mystery regained his sanity before his death. He gave that person a Heavenly Mystery token, telling him that with this token, he could enter Heavenly Mystery Valley, and that everything he had gained from his travels in the martial world was in the valley. Having spent half his life in hardship and wandering alone, everything in Heavenly Mystery Valley was a gift of gratitude for that person's care. Who is that person? Upon hearing this, Wu Qianhuan naturally understood that this person was the key. Zhuo Wenchuan said softly, the ancestor of the former 128-mile Luochen Manor, Wentianheng. 128-mile Luochen Manor. Wu Qianhuan's hand suddenly clenched. She knew that Chu Qing's first stop on this journey through the martial world was Luochen Manor. But if Zhuo Wenchuan's news were to spread, Luochen Manor would likely become a place of trouble. She looked up at Zhuo Wenchuan. Senior brother Zhuo, are you going to Luochen Manor this time? Indeed. Zhuo Wenchuan nodded. This matter is of great importance. It not only involves the Earth Scroll of the Tai sect, but also the treasures and inheritance of this Tianji hermit. People in the martial world are moving about because of this. My master is worried there might be more to this than meets the eye, and he sent me down the mountain to investigate. Wu Qianhuan slowly closed her eyes, then opened them after a long while, and said, Senior brother Zhuo, this matter is indeed of utmost importance. You must be careful going alone. Zhuo Wenchuan smiled nonchalantly. Success or failure is a matter of fate. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. He then stood up to take his leave. This was the news he had come to deliver. He had met his martial uncle and this junior sister before leaving, after which he could descend the mountain. Wu Qianhuan was in seclusion at the moon-gazing pavilion and couldn't see him off, so she offered him a distant bow from within the pavilion. After Zhuo Wenchuan left, she finally furrowed her beautiful brows into a deep frown. For a brief moment, her first thought was to immediately descend the mountain to Luochen Manor. But she quickly calmed down. Chu Qing's martial arts were far superior to her own. Even if she went, it wouldn't help Chu Qing at all. In fact, she might become a burden to him. Wu Qianhuan had always been strong-willed and didn't want to be a drag on Chu Qing. Therefore, what she should do now was not to go down the mountain and cause trouble for Chu Qing, but to diligently cultivate this pointing moon mystic art. Only when she had mastered the divine skill could she stand by Chu Qing's side and face the enemies from all directions with him. Settling her mind, she asked someone to fetch pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and began writing a letter home. She recounted everything Zhuo Wenchuan had just said. After checking it 3 times to ensure everything was in detail, she put it in an envelope, sealed it with sealing wax, and had it sent away. But looking at the brush in her hand, and the shin paper in front of her, she hesitated slightly before continuing to write. This time, however, it wasn't a letter to her family. It was to Chu Qing. She picked up her pen and began to write, initially cautious with her ink, but gradually she opened up. She presented her experiences on Lonely Moon Mountain in a jumbled mess on the paper. At the end, she inquired whether Chu Qing was alright, whether he was in good health, and whether his divine skills had improved. She wanted to know so much, filling several pages with dense writing. The chaotic thoughts in her mind slowly settled down during this process. She gazed at these words, and suddenly realized. Though the paper was full of words, it all boiled down to 2 words, longing. But longing prevented them from meeting. Only by strengthening her will and mastering her profound skills could she face the crisis Chu Qing faced together. Even if she wasn't as strong as Chu Qing then, she wouldn't be a burden to him. Only then would she have lived up to her journey to her sect, and the kindness of her master in passing on his skills. Thinking of this, she put down her brush and carefully put away the papers filled with writing. Then she released the book of the Pointing Moon mystic art. Perhaps because her chaotic thoughts had lessened, the previously obscure content suddenly became clear. She gradually became absorbed, silent and motionless. At a corner of the mountain path, Abbess He Tan, dressed in green, looked at Wu Qianhuan in the pavilion with complex emotions. After a long while, she softly uttered Amitabha. Then she turned and left. Night, dark clouds obscuring the moon, no wind. Inside a dilapidated house, Chu Qing and his group sat around a fire. Bian Chung twirled a wooden stick in his hand, baking a flatbread on it. Beside him, a small pot gently bubbled, emphasizing its presence. A fragrant aroma wafted from within. Mo Duxing didn't sit down. He gripped his sword hilt, stood before the door, gazing at the night, his face deep in thought. Chu Qing yawned, staring blankly at the firelight. At noon, they had bid farewell to Du Han Yin and the others from Yinyu Tower and left Shandao City. They finally found lodging in the evening. Jiang Shandao died too easily, Bian Chung muttered while baking sesame cakes. Look at the mess he made. I've seen plenty of tragedies in my long travels, but few are as devastating as the ones within Shandao Hall's territory. We're exhausted, we have money but nowhere to spend it, and we can't even find a place to stay. It's truly outrageous. Chu Qing glanced at him, ignoring his complaints. He was still pondering some things. He had roughly figured out everything that had happened in Shandao Hall over the past few years. However, there were still some aspects of the whole affair that bothered him greatly. What puzzled Chu Qing the most was Dong Xingji. This man had truly died at his hands twice. What Chu Qing couldn't understand was how he had managed to come back to life and stir up trouble. He suspected that this matter was related to the martial arts Dong Xingji practiced, and the person found in Qingxi village was most likely the instigator. Unfortunately, this person was too well hidden. Even Winter hadn't detected his presence. And yesterday at the world's first ranked tournament, the reappearance of the 9 profound divine art must have been this person's doing. Now, this news had probably spread throughout the martial arts world. He wondered what kind of storm it would stir up this time. He raised his head, gazing in the direction of Divine Blade City. Today, as they left, those taciturn burial workers finally began to move. They carried away and buried the unclaimed corpses. The news that Biancheng and the others brought back later confirmed that what Chu Qing had heard the previous night was indeed true. Ultimately, it all stemmed from a heavenly secret token belonging to Luochen Manor. Because the matter involved the Tai sect, Biancheng and Mo Duxing, who were originally supposed to return to the mountain to report, also went to Luochen Manor with Chu Qing and Winru. Chapter 104. A muffled rumble of thunder suddenly rolled across the sky. Mo Duxing, who had been facing the darkness of night alone, slowly spoke, "It's going to rain." Bian Chung rolled his eyes, feeling that his senior brother had said something pointless again. If it weren't for the impending rain, they wouldn't have sought shelter in a place with a roof over their heads. He twirled the wooden stick in his hand, ensuring the flatbread heated evenly. "Third young master, what do you think about the matter of Luochen Manor?" Chu Qing glanced at Winru upon hearing this, then suddenly asked, "Winru, does your father have any brothers?" Winru blinked. "Yes, I have 2 uncles." Chu Qing nodded. "Winru and I have encountered assassins twice on our journey so far. The first time, we obtained some information from the assassins. We learned that someone had arranged for them to impersonate assassins from the Nijingtai to kill Winru. But what we experienced last night seemed different. Although they were numerous, they clearly didn't intend to impersonate anyone. And when they attacked, their primary aim was capture, not to inflict serious harm. So third young master suspects that two groups were behind this. Bien Chung finally got the sesame seed cake in his hand, though it was a bit hot. He fiddled with it in his hands as he said, "But since you asked about junior sister's relatives, are you perhaps suspecting them?" Chu Qing nodded and said, "Luochen Manor is one of the two gangs, 3 halls, 5 gates, and 1 manor. Its power is extraordinary. Manor Master Wen has no sons, only a daughter named Winru. It's hard not to be seen as a thorn in the side by others. However, this action involves the mirror of karma, which makes it seem somewhat unreasonable to me. After all, if Master Wen really were to become an enemy of the mirror of retribution because of this, the outcome would be truly unpredictable. If someone really wants to use this to cause trouble, aren't they afraid of ending up with nothing? That depends on what kind of people junior sister's 2 uncles are." Bien Chung turned to look at Winru. Seeing her cold expression, seemingly unconcerned about Chu Qing and Bien Cheng's words, Bien Chung sighed. It seems junior sister doesn't understand them either. Chu Qing was taken aback. How did he glean this from Winru's face? Winru said, "I was sent to the Tai sect from a young age, so naturally I don't know much about my family." Well, as expected of senior and junior siblings, who have lived together for many years, they can read accurate information from that expressionless face. Chu Qing shook his head. "It's alright, we can observe this matter after we arrive at Luochen Manor. And since this second wave of assassins didn't act under the banner of the Mirror of Karma, and their primary objective is capture, then they most likely intend to use Winru to threaten Master Wen. The reason is the heavenly secret token." Bien Chung exclaimed. "Third young master is indeed astute, able to see the whole picture from a single detail." Chu Qing shook his head. "We know too little right now, and what we're saying is nothing more than speculation. But one thing is certain." Bien Chung nodded. "Winru's whereabouts are no longer a secret, and this trip to Luochen Manor, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. Wen Fuxing's martial arts are unparalleled, and for many years he has guarded Luochen Manor, and no one dares to provoke him. Even if the matter of the heavenly secret token has attracted trouble from all sides, these people wouldn't dare to easily attack Luochen Manor. Only Wen Fuxing's daughter, who had been living away from home, was a glaring weakness. These people would definitely try to exploit this. If they could control Winru, would they worry about Wen Fuxing not being able to act without restraint? Am I becoming a hot commodity?" Winru pointed to herself, then grabbed the corner of her mouth and pulled it upwards, revealing a ferocious smile. Bien Cheng's face darkened, and he couldn't help but move away from her. That smile made him suspect she wanted to eat someone. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Qing reached out and pressed Winru's hand down, making the smile less ferocious. "You're smiling too much. This is much better." Although it wasn't very natural, the smile was barely acceptable. Chu Qing withdrew her hand, and Winru also let go somewhat awkwardly. Just as they were about to say something, Mo Duxing shouted, "Who goes there?" The 3 people in the room were startled, especially Chu Qing. He hadn't heard a sound from anyone. Had Mo Duxing actually discovered them? He was indeed a master of deception. However, after waiting a while, no one appeared. Then everyone turned their attention to Mo Duxing's back. Mo Duxing said calmly, "It's getting windy. I might have misheard." Bien Chung rolled his eyes. "Third young master, you and my junior sister will keep watch for the first half of the night. You can rest in the second half, to avoid my senior brother acting like a ghost, causing all this commotion." Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, "Then we take turns tomorrow night. The first half of the night is easier. They won't get sleepy. The second half is much harder. They can't let their fellow disciples always bear such a burden." After making the arrangements, everyone ate dinner, and Chu Qing and Winru took Mo Duxing's place and sat by the door. Let these 2 brothers rest early, as they have to get up to relieve each other in the middle of the night. The wind was already carrying a chill, and the drizzle, soaking the earth, gradually turned into trickles, making the cold even more intense. Chu Qing's internal energy was now quite advanced, so this slight chill naturally couldn't harm him. Winru took out a cloak from her bag and put it on, hugging her arms as she looked at the raindrops outside. "At this rate, I wonder if it will stop by tomorrow morning." Hard to say. There were no weather forecasts in this era, so Chu Qing couldn't predict the future. The conversation ended there, leaving Bien Chung inside the room, frowning. Why did they only exchange 2 sentences? He had thought Winru would get married. But now it seemed these 2 had nothing more to say. His junior sister's path to marriage was still long and arduous. "What are you looking at?" Mo Duxing glanced coldly at Bien Chung. "You don't understand." Bien Chung shook his head. Sleep. Playing tricks, always causing a stir." Mo Duxing held a grudge and threw all of Bien Cheng's earlier words at him. Bien Chung didn't care and closed his eyes to sleep. Mo Duxing hesitated, feeling that lying down to rest like this wasn't his style. As a swordsman, he shouldn't be so casual. So he simply sat cross-legged, sword across his knees, and slowly closed his eyes. After a short while, snoring came from his mouth and nose, and his head drooped down. Wenru suddenly asked Chu Qing, third brother. When I was being chased by that penniless guy, you saved me, right? Wenru looked up at Chu Qing. Chu Qing touched his face, and then nodded. Wenru gently tugged at the corners of her mouth, revealing a smile. Thank you. It was just a coincidence, no need to be so polite, and you already thanked me then. Chu Qing felt much more comfortable with Wenru's smile. At least he didn't have to see her back teeth. Third brother, could you teach me something else? Wenru spoke again. Chu Qing didn't understand for a moment. What? It's expressions, Wenru said. Those used to express one's emotions. Chu Qing shrank back. Teaching Wenru a smile had already made him regret it for a long time. Teaching her something else. This pretty face couldn't withstand being ruined like this. Just as he was about to decline, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the darkness in the distance. Wenru also sniffed. More than one person has come. The smell is a bit mixed. Chu Qing nodded. Wake brother Bien up, just in case. Okay. Wenru agreed and turned to go inside. Just as Wenru reached out to shove Bianqing, a figure pierced the rain. Using the treetops for leverage, the person landed on the roof of the dilapidated house, where Chu Qing and the others were standing. Looking down at Chu Qing, who was also craning her neck to meet the person's gaze. The person clasped their hands in a fist salute. Sorry to bother you. Before Chu Qing could reply, a cold glint of light parted the raindrops, aiming straight for the person's brow. The person slightly tilted their head, barely dodging the projectile, and a hand was already upon them. The attacker's claws were sinister and ruthless. The white-clad man flicked his wrist, and a folding fan appeared in his hand. He lifted the fan and flicked it slightly. The fan emitted a hissing sound, like swords whistling. The newcomer's expression changed. He dared not use his full power, and was about to retreat when a whooshing sound rang out. What had been a single point of sword light expanded instantly as the fan opened. In an instant, he was trapped, with no way out to the left or right, no way up or down. With a soft thud, the man was sent flying backward, knocked off the roof by the white-clad figure. He instinctively reached for his chest, but the deep bloodstains were impossible to conceal. He stumbled a couple of steps and collapsed to the ground. But the next moment, figures emerged from the darkness. There were 16 people in total. All 16 were men, but they were all dressed in pink robes. They looked somewhat strange. The man in white frowned slightly as he looked at the group. They're really persistent. Since our old immortal has taken a liking to the young master, please don't struggle. Come back with us to report. Staying by our old immortal's side and enjoying a peaceful life is better than wandering the martial world, isn't it? A man in pink stepped out from the crowd, a perfectly timed smile playing on his lips. But Chu Qing felt that this smile seemed somewhat familiar. A thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered. Many of the girls at Tianxiang Pavilion had smiled like that last night. But this smile on a man seemed somewhat incongruous. Upon hearing this, the man in white suddenly turned ashen. You're courting death. With that, he leaped from the rooftop, flicked his folding fan, and charged into the midst of the 16 men in pink. Bianqing rubbed his eyes, sat down beside Chu Qing, and looked up in surprise. I never heard of such a scene tonight. If I had known, I wouldn't have slept. He then let out a big yawn. Chu Qing sighed. If only I had a handful of melon seeds. Here, take this. Wenru placed a handful of melon seeds in Chu Qing's hand. Chu Qing was dumbfounded. Where did this come from? Don't tell him he found these too? How long would it take to collect this handful? Wenru said expressionlessly. I have money. With money, you can buy things. What's there to ask? Chu Qing felt he had truly understood. His hand lightened. Bianqing had already taken a small handful. While eating, he gazed at the battle in the rain, his eyes slightly narrowed. Third young master, have you discerned the white-clad man's style? Chu Qing glanced at him and shook his head, although I haven't discerned the white-clad man's origin. I know that the group opposite him is no match for him. Indeed, the white-clad man moved swiftly through the crowd, his folding fan brimming with sword energy. It was shorter than a normal sword, and its killing power relied entirely on sword energy. Therefore, its length was entirely at the whim of the user. This made its swordsmanship unpredictable, shifting between feints and real attacks, both fierce and dangerous. The pink-clad men opposite were also exceptionally skilled. They came from the same school and their coordination was extremely seamless. However, against the white-clad man's superior swordsmanship, they were ultimately futile. After only 20 or 30 exchanges, 6 of the pink-clad men were already lying on the ground. Knowing the situation was dire, the pink-clad man suddenly roared, "Young master, do you truly intend to kill us all like this?" "That's a ridiculous question," the white-clad man retorted loudly. "It's clearly you who are stubbornly chasing after me. If you wish to leave, I will not stop you." "That's impossible." The pink-clad man gritted his teeth. "We must take you back to report, otherwise, the old immortal will skin us alive. The one who will slaughter you all is not me, but your Jade Dragon Immortal." The white-clad man's disgust was palpable when he mentioned the name Jade Dragon Immortal, as if simply uttering those 4 words had tainted his mouth. Chu Qing and Bian Cheng, who were watching the spectacle, suddenly found their melon seeds losing their flavor. Chu Qing frowned. The setting sun casts a shadow. A dragon rides the Jade Sea? It must be that old scoundrel Jade Dragon. Bian Cheng grinned. If this guy isn't causing trouble on his Dragon Yang Mountain, why has he come to the southern ridge? So, this white-robed young master has caught the eye of this old lecher? Chu Qing's face darkened. There are many lecherous thieves in the martial world, all sorts of them. But among these many lecherous thieves, the Jade Dragon Immortal is unique. Simply because this old doesn't love beautiful women, but has a penchant for homosexuality. Of course, the Jade Dragon Immortal isn't the only one in the world with this fetish. However, most people keep their fetish a secret. Their fondness for male lovers and keeping male prostitutes are mostly unspeakable. But the Jade Dragon Immortal not only announces it widely, but also does it openly, even changing his mountain to Dragon Yang Mountain. It seemed perfectly natural. Furthermore, this person was ruthless and domineering. Wherever he went, if he saw a handsome man, he would try every means to kidnap him. This man in white was probably unlucky to have been targeted by this thing. Chapter 105. If you don't come back with us, you're going to kill us all. The pink-clad man's face showed bitterness. Please, young master, have mercy. If you insist on not coming with us, then you might as well kill us all. Since we can't take you back, we have no other way to live. After saying this, the remaining 10 pink-clad men indeed lowered their hands, completely adopting an attitude of life and death at your mercy. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. As expected of the disciples of the old thief Yulong, their actions are unconventional. This is a feigned retreat, a threat of death. Bian Cheng's voice wasn't quiet, reaching the ears of the group of pink-clad men, drawing their attention. They showed no reaction upon seeing Bian Cheng, but when they saw Chu Qing dressed as a blue-clad swordsman, the leader of the pink-clad men's eyes lit up. "Young master, what's your name? Come back with us." Chu Qing's face darkened. How could he have gotten himself into trouble just by watching the show? Bian Cheng gloated from the side. His smile was carefully concealed, but it didn't escape the pink-clad man's notice. He frowned and glared at him. "Ugly ghost, what are you laughing at?" Bian Cheng's laughter abruptly stopped, and he couldn't help but retort angrily. "What did you say? Why should he go back with you? Am I ugly? A person should know their place." The pink-clad man spoke calmly. Bian Cheng laughed angrily, looking at Chu Qing. "He said I'm not as good-looking as you?" Chu Qing blinked. "You still care about that? Second senior brother, don't be angry." Wenru also spoke up from the side. Bian Cheng felt relieved. As expected of his junior sister, she could still see the good in her senior brother. Then Wenru said gently, "He was just telling the truth, don't take it to heart." Her face was expressionless, seemingly devoid of any emotion. This only fueled Bian Cheng's anger and embarrassment. Just as he was about to argue with the pink-clad man, streaks of sword light suddenly flashed past. It was the white-clad man who had suddenly made his move. At this moment, the disciples under the Jade Dragon Immortal did not resist. Their attention was still focused on Chu Qing and the others. This behavior was tantamount to courting death. As for the other party's so-called feigned retreat and threat of death, the white-clad man hadn't taken it to heart at all. Only after the last man in pink collapsed to the ground, his face filled with disbelief, did the man in white flick his folding fan, step forward, and bow with clasped hands. "I apologize for the spectacle. It is indeed quite amusing." Bian Cheng laughed. "In my years of wandering the martial world, I've seen many girls chased by lecherous thieves, but a man being chased. Brother, you are the first." The man in white's face also showed some resentment. "I don't know when that old thief Yulong left Longyang Mountain, he actually ran to the Nanling area. I met him by chance, and he actually tried to capture me on the spot. I was entangled with him for over a month, and I didn't even have a chance to participate in the world's first-class tournament. Fortunately, a few days ago, That old thief suddenly left for some reason, leaving only these incompetent subordinates to chase me. Otherwise, if the entanglement had continued, the outcome would have been unpredictable. Chu Qing and Bian Chung were both terrified for him. Putting themselves in the shoes of the man in white was truly frightening. Wenru then asked, "What will the consequences be?" "Don't pry, little girl." Bian Chung quickly stopped her, lest he offend his junior sister's ears. Wenru ignored Bian Chung, only looking at Chu Qing, wanting an answer from him. It's better you don't know. Chu Qing naturally couldn't explain it to her in detail, otherwise the little girl's worldview might shatter. However, hearing Chu Qing say this, Wenru didn't continue to ask. Bian Chung immediately became furious. "I told you not to pry, but you wouldn't listen. He doesn't want you to know, so you don't want to know? Junior sister, I'm your senior brother." "Oh." Wenru nodded and found an empty spot to sit down. The man in white smiled, clasped his hands in a fist and bow, and said, "I am Hua Jinyan, greetings to all of you." Bian Chung, upon hearing this, looked on with sudden realization, clapped his hands, and said, "So it's young Master Hua Jinyan. I long heard of your unparalleled sword technique, which once astonished the Shaoyin sect. Seeing you today, it truly lives up to your reputation." Hua Jinyan quickly replied, "Brother, you're too kind. My humble skill is not worth your attention. May I ask your guidance?" "Excuse me, I am Bian Chung, a disciple of the unyielding divine fist of the Tai sect. This is my junior sister." He glanced at Mo Duxing, who was still half asleep behind him, thought for a moment, and decided to skip him, then pointed to Chu Qing and said, "And this gentleman. Young Master Hua, please call him Third Young Master." Third Young Master. Hua Jinyan had never heard of this Third Young Master's name. Although he had made a name for himself at the world's first-class tournament yesterday, the news hadn't spread far yet, and Hua Jinyan had been constantly harassed by the Jade Dragon Immortal along the way. Where had he ever heard of Chu Qing's name? However, he didn't underestimate him, politely bowing with clasped hands. Chu Qing and the others invited Hua Jinyan in, and they chatted casually around the fire. Hua Jinyan was gentle and refined, extremely handsome, and his mild manner easily won people's favor. During the conversation, the topic of his next plans came up. Hua Jinyan casually replied, "I plan to go to Luochen Manor next. You all probably know that Luochen Manor possesses a heavenly secret token left behind by the Heavenly Secret Hermit. This item is related to the legacy of the Heavenly Secret Hermit. If there's an opportunity, I'd like to try and obtain it." Winter glanced at him, then lowered her head again. Bian Chung said thoughtfully, "This news has suddenly spread like wildfire through the martial world these past few days. I really don't know where it came from." "I don't know." Hua Jinyan smiled, however. These past few days seemed to be a turbulent time. A while ago, I heard that Emperor Xian, Shangqiuyu, had disappeared, and Emperor Gui Modwa had gone south. It seems the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have all made different moves. Now, it's the world's first-class tournament, and the appearance of the Heavenly Mystery Token from the Heavenly Mystery Hermit was completely unexpected. One thing after another. Extremely strange. By the way, does everyone know that the 9 profound divine skill has appeared in the martial world? Yes. Bian Chung nodded. We all been to the world's first-class tournament. The 9 profound divine skill appeared there. I see. But I wonder who will ultimately acquire this skill. A look of longing appeared on Hua Jinyan's face. Chu Qing glanced at him, and said softly, "The appearance of the 9 profound divine art is somewhat strange, and the appearance of the person who carries this art is even more bizarre. The authenticity of this skill is still unknown. Brother Hua, if you are interested, you better be cautious." Hua Jinyan glanced at Chu Qing with surprise, then smiled. The Third Young Master is indeed no ordinary person. They probably forget themselves as soon as they hear the words 9 profound divine skill. How could they be as calm as the Third Young Master, analyzing and weighing the pros and cons? Thank you for the reminder, Third Young Master. I will remember it. The group chatted for a few more minutes before falling silent. After all, they were not close acquaintances, so why speak too deeply? Nothing else happened that night. The next morning, when Chu Qing opened his eyes, he saw Mo Duxing standing alone at the door, gazing at the scenery outside. His demeanor was still as ethereal as ever, as if he were detached from the world. The wind ruffled his hair, adding to his sense of loneliness. Just looking at his aura, one might easily mistake him for a peerless master, a man of unparalleled elegance and talent. But as Chu Qing watched, he felt that Mo Duxing seemed a little strange today. His overall appearance was fine, except for the awkward curve of his neck. "Senior brother, dinner's ready." A gentle voice came from inside the room. Mo Duxing responded and turned around, tilting his head. I noticed something strange about his back view, and now it dawned on me. What's wrong with your neck? I got a stiff neck. Bian Chung came in from outside. He'd just gone out to scout ahead. Upon returning, he overheard Chu Qing's question and said gleefully, he's just sitting there sleeping, his head drooping like a hangman's tongue. How can he possibly sleep well like that? You had a stiff neck all night. And it's still not better? Want me to set your bones? Humph. Mo Duxing smiled indifferently. Mind your own business. Bian Chung rolled his eyes, ignoring his senior brother, and walked past him into the room. Mo Duxing followed closely, his neck tilted to the side. Hua Jinyan didn't consider himself an outsider and joined the others for a meal. The rain last night, aside from making the ground a bit muddy, didn't cause any major problems. Only the autumn wind felt colder. After breakfast, the group set off. Upon learning that Chu Qing and the others' destination was also Luoch Manor, he requested to travel with them. Bian Chung said that one more person wouldn't make a difference, and he wouldn't be a bigger hindrance than his senior brother, so he agreed. Although Chu Qing felt this person's arrival was somewhat strange and couldn't fully trust him, since Bian Chung had already spoken, Chu Qing had no reason to refuse. And so, the group continued their journey early the next morning. The journey wasn't without its challenges. Within the territory of the Divine Blade Hall, they inevitably encountered some fools. However, in these situations, Chu Qing didn't even need to lift a finger. Bian Chung had already dealt with them. Bian Chung had been traveling the martial world for years, handling all sorts of situations with ease. He didn't just rely on his martial arts skills, he would occasionally invoke the prestigious name of the Tai sect to intimidate the scoundrels. Upon hearing him reveal his background, many of those people backed down. For the truly ignorant ones, Bian Chung and Hua Jinyan would step in and resolve the situation. Thus, they stumbled and struggled their way out of the Divine Blade Hall's territory, officially entering the domain of Luoch Manor. Although it was only a thin line separating them, upon stepping onto Luoch Manor's territory, Chu Qing inexplicably felt that the air seemed much sweeter. After walking for another half a day, the group finally arrived at a bustling town. Upon arriving, Bian Chung took a deep breath. It's strangely like returning from the depths of hell to the human world. This metaphor was, of course, a great exaggeration. But it wasn't entirely without reason. The Divine Blade Hall had been rife with bloodshed for years. The few living people they occasionally encountered all wore expressions of gloom and despair. It was as if the human world were a purgatory, and falling into it meant certain death. However, the people within the territory of Luoch Manor were completely different. The local customs were much more lively, and the faces of the people were no longer sallow and emaciated. Although they weren't necessarily overjoyed, there were noticeably more people wearing smiles. Hua Jinyan sighed softly. The martial world is in chaos, with warlords vying for power. These people possess unparalleled martial arts skills, but lack the talent for governing, inevitably leaving ordinary people in dire straits. But some people, though lacking strategies for national stability, are willing to dedicate their efforts to improving people's lives, and the common people naturally live more comfortably. Unfortunately, in my travels, I've seen far more despair than the Divine Blade Hall, and even worse, despair in some places. Chu Qing glanced at Hua Jinyan upon hearing this. What place are you referring to, Brother Hua? Hua Jinyan was slightly surprised, but shook his head. It's best not to mention it. None of us have the ability to change this world. Speaking of it would only add to our troubles. Chu Qing gave him a thoughtful look but didn't press further. Now that it was getting dark, the group found an inn to stay in, asked the waiter for hot water, and planned to wash up properly. Chu Qing changed into clean clothes and was tidying his hair. If there's anything wrong with the ancients, it's this. Even with his high martial arts skills, he couldn't be as untouched by worldly dust as an immortal. Long hours spent outdoors, his hair had become sticky and sore, occasionally even matted together. Luckily, he didn't have lice, otherwise, it would have been torture. He carefully tidied his long hair in front of the bronze mirror in the room, then tied it up with a hair tie. After checking that everything was in order, he got up to go back to bed. He didn't plan to practice martial arts tonight. For the past few days, he had been meditating instead of practicing each night. Now that he had a good bed, he naturally wanted to get a good night's sleep to relieve his fatigue, otherwise, he was too stressed and could easily ruin his health. But just as Chu Qing was about to lie down, his ears twitched. He heard the gentle sound of the window in the next room opening. No rest at this time. Wait! Chu Qing sat up abruptly, grabbing his single-edged sword and donning his outer robe in a split second. He casually pushed open the window and leaped out. He saw a man in black, carrying Winru under his arm, running wildly into the distance. "Come back!" Chu Qing roared, leaping forward. Before he even got close, he had already reached out and grabbed her. The man, feeling Winru had lost all resistance, suddenly found a surge of strength, trying to break free from his grasp, and was taken aback. Just as he was about to forcefully restrain her, Winru had already escaped his control, falling into Chu Qing's hand with a whoosh. Chu Qing shook Winru's shoulders. "Winru?" Winru's eyes were tightly closed, unconscious, clearly drugged. "You dare meddle? You're asking for death." The man's voice came from behind. Chu Qing looked up and saw the man's palm already upon him. Chapter 106. Chu Qing, supporting Winru with one hand, felt the force of the other's palm strike against his face, and could smell an extremely pungent stench. Poison in the palm. A thought flashed through his mind, and he threw a punch. The force of the punch was almost tangible, flying from his fist and striking the other's palm. The man's expression changed. His arm was opened, the force of the attack dissipated, and a chilling aura spread from his palm, instantly covering his entire arm. Strange cold true chi. The man uttered a low cry, using the force to send him flying backward. When his toes touched the ground, he had already jumped off the roof. Chu Qing, with Winru in his arms, chased after him, but the man had vanished from under the roof. Only streaks of blood and an icy arm lay on the ground. He severed his arm to survive? Chu Qing frowned, wanting to follow the trail of blood, but Winru was still unconscious, and he dared not leave easily. Just as they were in a dilemma, they heard footsteps behind them. Turning around, they saw Bian Chung rushing over. "What happened?" "I heard fighting on the roof." "What are you doing here?" Chu Qing pushed Winru aside. "Take care of him first." "I injured that person. I'm going to chase after him." Bian Chung quickly supported Winru's arm, and when he looked up again, Chu Qing had vanished. "What happened?" He checked Winru's breathing and pulse, his expression changing. "Poisoned." He didn't dare delay, immediately taking out a bottle of pills from his pocket, placing one in Winru's mouth, and then taking her back. The man had severed his own arm, but because he had been struck by the heavenly frost fist, the wound had frozen, and apart from the initial blood, the rest was all frozen inside. Following the trail of blood wouldn't be easy for Chu Qing. Fortunately, he was skilled in tracking techniques, and using the tracks on the ground, he quickly tracked the trail out of the town. Further ahead was a small grove of trees. Chu Qing activated the bright jade true scripture, maximizing his senses, before entering. The principle of avoiding forests was sound. Mainly because the terrain of forests is unique, the trees provide cover, making it easy for ambushes to hide and launch surprise attacks. With his senses heightened, Chu Qing could hear every sound around him. Within 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, nothing, not even breathing or a heartbeat, escaped his ears, allowing him to detect anyone lurking in the shadows. He had to keep this person here tonight. Earlier, seeing Winru unconscious, he instinctively assumed it was a drug. But the person's attack was clearly a poisonous palm technique. Although there was no concrete evidence, the possibility that this person was skilled in using poison couldn't be ruled out. Therefore, Chu Qing naturally dared not be careless, much less gamble with Winru's life. He needed to catch up with the person, force them to reveal the antidote, and ensure everything went smoothly. After only a short while, Chu Qing noticed a slightly disordered breathing sound. Following the sound, he quickly saw a man in black sitting cross-legged under a tree. His brows were furrowed, his face contorted in pain, his left arm severed, the wound gruesome. It was covered in ice, oscillating between melting and solidifying, locked in a stalemate. He's circulating his internal energy to expel the cold, Chu Qing thought, narrowing his eyes slightly, not daring to approach rashly. It was understandable that this man, in his desperate situation, would only want to expel the cold as quickly as possible, regardless of the location. Sitting there so openly, and given his potential for using poison, Chu Qing dared not approach rashly. What if he had laid a trap, and Chu Qing accidentally stepped into it? A perfectly good hand would be ruined. In the martial world, superior martial arts skills certainly offer a significant advantage. But recklessness can come at a great cost. Chu Qing carefully observed his surroundings and, after a moment, noticed something amiss. The grass and leaves within a 10-foot radius of the man were a more withered yellow than the surrounding vegetation. However, it was already autumn, and fallen leaves made the difference less noticeable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, the color disparity became apparent. The overall colors were discordant. Poison on the ground. Is it poison powder? Passing over it, it would stick to him with the wind. By the time he realized it, it would be too late. In a flash, Chu Qing flipped his palm and unleashed a powerful strike. The Azure Void Palm. The Azure Void Palm possessed a majestic aura, its wind force like a wall. If the opponent truly used poison powder, it would surely sweep away any obstacles, and might even contaminate them with the poison. A whooshing sound filled the air, and the surrounding fallen leaves, pebbles, weeds, and soil were all propelled forward by Chu Qing's palm strike. The person who was circulating his internal energy suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with panic and astonishment. He struggled to his feet and attempted to leap. But he had lost an arm, and after running so frantically, his internal energy was depleted. Circulating his internal energy to expel the cold from his body had also greatly depleted his internal strength. Although he leaped with all his might, he was caught in Chu Qing's Azure Void Palm just as he reached midair. He was immediately sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a tree. Upon landing, before he could even utter a sound, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. But that wasn't the end of it. His face instantly turned ashen, a black line appearing between his brows, and winding downwards with astonishing speed. Panicked, he used his remaining arm to grab a bottle, intending to put it in his mouth. But the next moment, his hand went empty. He frantically looked up. The bottle was hovering above Chu Qing's palm, spinning rapidly. It neither landed on his palm nor flew out of his hand. "Give it back to me," he cried out urgently. "No." Chu Qing shook his head decisively. "This poison is deadly. I only have the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." The man pleaded, "Please, give it back to me." "The time it takes to brew a cup of tea?" Chu Qing smiled. "That's enough. Hand over the antidote." Without hesitation, the man pulled another small bottle from his robes and tossed it to Chu Qing. This time, Chu Qing simply tore off a strip of his outer garment, looked at where the bottle had fallen, and with a flick of his wrist, the strip of cloth wrapped around the bottle, forming a ball. Then he caught it and put it in his pocket. A flash of anger crossed the man's eyes, and Chu Qing spoke again. "Give me another dose of the poison you gave her." "You?" The man gritted his teeth and said, "Are you going to give me the antidote or not? Give me what I want, and I give you what you want." The man sighed, and this time he took out a small paper packet from his pocket. After all, he had too many bottles and jars. Carrying them around was inconvenient. This small paper packet was much more convenient. Chu Qing used the same trick again, wrapping the paper package with pieces of clothing before nodding. "I ask you, who are you? Why did you capture Wenru?" "Nonsense. That girl refers to Qinxinglua Wen Fuxing's daughter. Now that the heavenly secret token is in Wen Fuxing's hands, I naturally want to use his daughter to exchange for this treasure." The man gritted his teeth and said, "Moreover, let me tell you, my master is the 100 Bones Demon Lord. If you kill me, you will die a horrible death, no matter where you search the heavens or the underworld." Chu Qing's pupils contracted slightly, then his eyes narrowed. "The 100 Bones Demon Lord? Are you talking about the 100 Bones Demon Lord of the 10,000-mile poisonous wind, the 100 Corpses 100 Bones Demon Lord?" "Exactly." The man grinned. "Since you heard of his name, you should know his abilities. If he finds out I died by your hand, you're dead for sure. Today you let me go, let me take that girl from Luochen Manor, and then count out to me." Before he could finish, a loud hum resounded. The man screamed as his remaining arm flew off. Chu Qing sneered. 10,000 miles of poisonous wind, 1,000 corpses. Sounds terrifying enough. Unfortunately, I remember this man dared to challenge the Ghost Emperor Moto, and was beaten to his knees begging for mercy in 3 moves, directly banished to Wooding Island in the South Sea. If the Ghost Emperor were alive, he would never dare to step out of Wooding Island. Using an old demon who has drawn a circle around himself to threaten me? Don't you find that ridiculous? The man stared in disbelief at his severed arm, nearly going mad. "You madman. How dare you treat me like this? My master will never let you get away with this. If I were your master, seeing you like this, I probably wish I never taken on such a useless disciple." Chu Qing shook his head. This man's skills weren't actually that bad. Having been struck by his heavenly frost fist, he had decisively severed an arm, run all the way here, set a trap at a crucial moment, and still had the strength to expel the cold energy from his body. His martial arts were certainly not weak. But no matter how Chu Qing looked at him, he felt that as a disciple who dared to challenge the Ghost Emperor Moto, he was still far from being good enough. Just then, Chu Qing used his internal energy to shake open the bottle cap that was floating in his hand. He took a pellet, flicked it with his finger, and sent it into the man's mouth. Although he screamed in pain, he knew the danger. Without thinking, he swallowed it. The black line on his face, which had initially moved downwards, was now spreading in all directions, like a spider web wrapped around his entire face. Now that the pill had entered his stomach, the black lines began to gradually recede, indicating that the toxins had dissipated. Chu Qing examined the man for a moment, then carefully wrapped the bottle of pills in a cloth and put it away. Then, he punched the man's dantian and chest, respectively. He held back his strength in this punch. The frost-like energy entered his body, instantly freezing his meridians, rendering him unable to use his martial arts. "You? What are you going to do?" The man's voice was hoarse, clearly driven to the brink of despair. Chu Qing took out the packet of powder, covered it with a blue cloth to prevent it from touching his body, and then gently sprinkled it onto the man. The man's eyes widened. He understood Chu Qing's meaning. However, at this moment, he couldn't circulate his internal energy, couldn't run, his meridians were frozen, and his body was completely immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Chu Qing ran amok, until finally his head lolled to the side, and he lost consciousness. It is indeed this medicine. Chu Qing hadn't used all the medicine, keeping a portion safe before taking out the antidote. Upon opening it, a pungent odor immediately filled the air. It wasn't exactly foul, nor was it particularly fishy. Just as Chu Qing was about to pour it out, a sudden inspiration struck him. He held the bottle under the man's nose. After a moment, the man coughed violently twice and immediately awoke. Once he understood that Chu Qing had used him to test the medicine, he began to curse again. Chu Qing breathed a slight sigh of relief. "It seems the antidote I gave him is probably fine, but I still need to verify it again. This person cultivates poison arts. An antidote that works on him might not work on Winru." Thinking this, he stopped listening to the man's incessant cursing and threw a punch, shattering his hard meridian with his heavenly frost fist. The man didn't even utter a sound, his head lolled to the side, and he died on the spot. Chu Qing stared at the corpse for a while, then carefully searched it. He didn't take any money or valuables. To avoid trouble later, he simply packed away the bottles, jars, and bags in the same way as before. Looking at his own blue robe, the clothes he had just changed into were completely unrecognizable. If this person had taken any more of his stuff, I'm afraid I would have had to go back naked. Chu Qing sighed, packed everything away, and disposed of the body to cover her tracks before turning to leave. When Chu Qing returned to the inn, she knocked lightly twice on Winter's door. She saw Mo Duxing standing inside, his brow furrowed, sword in hand, his face radiating an unapproachable aura. Upon seeing Chu Qing, he hurriedly asked, "How is it?" "The antidote seems to have been found, but we need to confirm it." Mo Duxing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then sneered, "Who did this?" "We talk about it later." "Okay." Making way for Chu Qing, he saw Winru lying on the bed, her eyes closed, motionless. Bien Chung sat at the table, his face full of worry, "Third young master." Before he could finish, Chu Qing placed the bottles and jars on the table. He then picked out the poison Winru had been poisoned with, along with a corresponding antidote. He then explained the entire situation. Mo Duxing sneered, "So he's a disciple of the 100 Bones Demon Lord. He actually covets the heavenly secret token too?" Bien Chung said, thoughtfully, "I heard a rumor that the 100 Bones Demon Lord has 7 disciples. Although they all received his martial arts inheritance, the core essence wasn't taught to them. Now, these 7 are collecting as many treasures as possible, hoping to use them to plead with the Ghost Emperor Moto for their master's release. If any of them can accomplish this, they might be able to obtain the entire inheritance of the 100 Bones Demon Lord." Chu Qing waved his hand, took the antidote, and then asked the waiter to bring some livestock for another test. It's no wonder Chu Qing was overly cautious. The person who attacked tonight was different from Mei Qianluo back then. Mei Qianluo's poison techniques weren't particularly strong, mainly relying on a poison needle. But the person tonight was a disciple of the 100 Bones Demon Lord, renowned for his poisons, whose methods were incredibly varied. A slight misstep could result in endless poisoning. No amount of caution was excessive. Fortunately, after a short while, they concluded that the antidote was safe. Only then did Chu Qing feel relieved enough to administer the medicine to Winru. The 3 waited to the side. After a short while, Winru slowly opened her eyes, looking at the 3 people before her with a clear, bewildered expression. "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing in my room?" Chapter 107. Chu Qing sighed helplessly. What did he mean by "what are we doing in your room"? He wanted to ask why Winter kept getting poisoned. Chu Qing thought to himself, but said aloud, "Check your internal energy first, see how you are. Is there any residual poison?" Winru was a little confused, but she obediently sat up and tried to circulate her internal energy while asking, "Am I poisoned? I smelled someone coming to the window, and just as I was about to go closer to check, I smelled a strange odor, and then I don't know anything." As she spoke, She sat cross-legged and circulated her internal energy. The three of them didn't leave, but sat there waiting. After a while, once Winter's difficult heavenly book had circulated for one cycle, she opened her eyes. I'm fine. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that what this person used was just a very potent sleeping potion. When Biancheng spoke, he didn't seem to think the matter was trivial. On the contrary, his face was grave. But this sleeping potion is so potent. I tried several methods, but none have been able to wake junior sister. I'm afraid we need his unique antidote. Chu Qing nodded and said to Wenru, later, pack all these bottles and jars I brought back carefully, and put them in your small bag. We're still on our journey, and don't have time to examine them. Once we're settled, we have someone check what these medicines are for. Wenru nodded in agreement. Chu Qing stood up. In that case, let's leave it at that for tonight. I suppose there won't be another disciple of the 100 Bones Demon Lord drugging and kidnapping people. Wenru, if you encounter any problems, feel free to call for help. I'm next door. Thank you, third brother. Wenru softly replied. Biancheng and Mo Duxing also took their leave. After all this commotion, it was already past midnight. Chu Qing returned to his room, but had no urge to sleep. He changed out of his tattered clothes and sat cross-legged on the bed, ready to detect any unusual activity immediately. The next morning, when Chu Qing came out of his room, he saw Wenru just leaving as well. They exchanged a glance, and Chu Qing asked, Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Wenru forced a smile, which surprised Chu Qing. This girl could smile? Although it was very awkward. That's good. He nodded, and the two went downstairs together, where they saw Biancheng and Mo Duxing already eating. He beckoned them over, and the four of them sat down at the table. Biancheng said, Junior sister, now that we've reached the territory of Luochen Manor, you should have a way to send a message to Manor Lord One, right? Wenru nodded gently, of course. In that case, after breakfast, send a letter to Manor Lord One, saying that you entered the territory of Luochen Manor, which is 128 li away. Have him send someone to welcome you. We must be vigilant about what happened last night, and absolutely not let it happen again. Although the three of us are quite skilled in martial arts. He paused slightly, as if remembering something, and glanced at Mo Duxing. Although the three of us are skilled, we are ultimately outnumbered and vulnerable, making us easy targets for exploits. Mo Duxing's face darkened. I think you're implying something. Really? Biancheng blinked. Senior brother, don't overthink it. Mo Duxing snorted, seemingly unwilling to argue. Wenru nodded and said, I understand. I go deliver the message in a bit. What message? Hua Jinyan's voice suddenly came from the stairs. He stretched his arms, clearly having slept quite well last night. Chu Qing's gaze fell on this man. She felt that after resting, his face was darker than usual. He didn't look as handsome as when they first met. Could it be that he was scared by the Jade Dragon Immortal's pursuit? Was he planning to make himself less attractive to deter the old scoundrel's advances? However, the group hadn't encountered the Jade Dragon Immortal's men along the way. Nothing much, Biancheng said with a smile. Judging from your complexion, Brother Hua, you slept well last night. Thank you, thank you. Hua Jinyan clasped his hands in greeting. I haven't had a good night's sleep in ages. What are you all chatting about? He sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat and drink without much ceremony. Just some idle chatter, Biancheng casually replied. He hadn't yet revealed Wenru's true identity to Hua Jinyan. Although he knew Chu Qing and his group's target was also Luochen Manor, he assumed they were all after the heavenly secret token, just like him. Hiding it now might seem petty, but he couldn't expect everyone in the world to be a gentleman. Hua Jinyan didn't press further, but said, after checking in yesterday, I went for a stroll outside and had some drinks at this inn. I heard quite a bit about Luochen Manor. I heard that several groups of experts have already gone to Luochen Manor. They used various pretexts. Some were visiting, some were seeking help, some were trying to build relationships. Their purpose was simply the same. However, Master Wen was unmoved by reason. No matter how eloquently you spoke, he wouldn't utter a single word about the heavenly secret token. Finally, they couldn't stand it anymore and deliberately created a conflict, wanting to test their skills against Master Wen. As a result, they were all thrown out of the manor, quite pathetically. Biancheng's eyes darted around. Brother Hua, you said you also want this heavenly secret token. If it were you, what method would you use to get Master Wen to hand it over? A method? Hua Jinyan shook his head. There's no way. First of all, it's questionable whether the heavenly secret token even exists. Even if it does exist, it belongs to Master Wen. No matter what method I use, it's all about taking it by force, And facing Ji Qinxing Luo, I don't even dare to dream of it, let alone have a chance. So, I probably just go and ask him directly. If he doesn't give it to me, I leave. That's it? Dian Cheng was taken aback. Hua Jinyan scratched his head. What else? But with things escalating like this, it's difficult for Master Wen to escape unscathed. There will inevitably be an explanation. I just don't know what he intends to do. This was indeed a problem. Dian Cheng asked himself, if he were in Wen Fuxing's shoes, holding this hot potato of the heavenly secret token, he would be in a truly difficult position. Handing it over would naturally be the best solution, keeping him away from the source of trouble. But the problem was, he was the master of the 128-mile-long Luoch Manor. If he handed it over like this, wouldn't it leave an impression of weakness and vulnerability? From now on, this 128-mile area will likely be anything but peaceful. But if we don't hand it over, things could really escalate beyond control. The destruction of Luoch Manor isn't guaranteed, but it will certainly suffer significant damage. He glanced at Chu Qing. Third young master, what do you think? Chu Qing shook his head. I'm simple-minded. I can't think about such complicated issues. Dian Cheng smirked. I don't believe you. Hua Jinyan then said, I also heard something else. The eldest daughter of Luochen Manor, the apple of Master Wen's eye, is now living abroad. Some people have already learned of her whereabouts, and want to capture her to exchange for the heavenly secret token. It's a pity, you can't hear so much about this in the inn. I wonder where this eldest daughter is now. If you knew where she was, would you also want to capture her? Dian Cheng asked. No, that's not it. Hua Jinyan shook his head again. Capturing her is really not a good idea, but we can use her kindness to our advantage. If I know where she is, I can suddenly appear when those people are about to attack her, help her defend herself, and save her from danger. Once we escape the encirclement and send her back to Luochen Manor, perhaps Manor Lord Wen will see how young and promising I am, and give me this heavenly secret token as a way of repaying her life-saving grace. You're not thinking that Manor Lord Wen might actually see your youthful talent and betroth her daughter to you, are you? Dian Cheng pursed his lips. Cough, cough, cough. Hua Jinyan was drinking porridge when he heard this, and seemed startled, choking and coughing repeatedly. He hurriedly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare to have such a thought. My heart is in the martial world. I can't settle down. Dian Cheng wasn't sure if Hua Jinyan's words were true or false, but they had opened up many new ideas. Some people already knew Wenru's whereabouts. If Master Wen truly wanted to get rid of this hot potato, he could have someone impersonate Wenru, feign being captured, and then have Master Wen exchange her for a heavenly secret token. If this was done in a grand manner, it could be an excellent way to escape unscathed. Once this hot potato fell into someone else's hands, whatever happened would be irrelevant to Luochen Manor, and would no longer affect Wenru. Just as he was making these plans, he heard footsteps coming from the street. Hua Jinyan, holding a bowl, peeked out to see what was going on, wondering who had arrived with such a commotion. He saw a group of people arrive directly at the inn. The crowd dispersed, instantly filling the entire first floor of the inn. Chu Qing and the others stopped eating and drinking, looking around. They all knew this group had come looking for trouble. Hua Jinyan was confused. They're here to see you. Why not to see you? Dian Cheng countered. I only offended one jade dragon immortal along the way. These people are clearly not. Hua Jinyan coughed. What do we do now? Fight or storm in? Dian Cheng glanced at Chu Qing, who picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks. Since they didn't attack right away, there's still room for discussion. Let's see who they are. Just then, a whooshing sound was heard, and something flew in from outside the door, accompanied by a whistling wind, arriving in the blink of an eye. Chu Qing frowned slightly, raised his hand, and unleashed the inner energy of the Mingyu True Scripture. The object immediately rose into the air, spun several times, and then crashed down. Chu Qing snatched it in his hand. It was a flag spear. The flag unfurled, displaying 3 bold, powerful characters, Iron Blood Hall. Upon seeing these 3 characters, everyone present paled. In the southern ridge, there was a saying, 2 gangs, 3 halls, 5 gates, and 1 manor, describing those at the pinnacle of power. While this saying might not be universally accepted, it was the most widely circulated. The 1 manor referred to Luochen Manor, and the Iron Blood Hall was one of the 3 halls. The Iron Blood Hall's leader, Tai Lingyun, might not be the strongest in martial arts, but his power was the greatest among the 3 halls. The Iron Blood Hall was adjacent to Luochen Manor, not only adjacent, but completely surrounding it, occupying a vast and extraordinary territory. If it weren't for the 128 li, approximately 60.5 kilometers, restriction imposed by Luochen Manor, preventing the Iron Blood Hall from crossing its boundaries. They would likely have already targeted the Divine Blade Hall and subdued Tianwu City and other forces. Yet, unexpectedly, they had now encountered members of the Iron Blood Hall within the territory of Luochen Manor. Without a doubt, this was all caused by the heavenly secret token. Just then, a voice rang out, "My dear niece, where are you? Your Uncle Chung has come to fetch you." The voice was gruff, and everyone turned to see a man in black robes striding towards them. He was extremely tall, with thick, broom-like eyebrows that hung high above, below which were two large, bell-like eyes, a lion's nose, and a wide mouth, his voice booming like a bell. His movements were powerful and imposing. His presence preceded his arrival, drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd. Behind him were two others, a swordsman and a knife-wielder. The knife-wielder was composed, his sharpness concealed, like a precious sword hidden in its sheath. The swordsman, however, was flamboyant. Every step he took was like a sword strike, his every movement exuding a chilling sword intent, like a long sword drawn from its sheath, its aim pointing in all directions. Leaving aside the man at the front, his sword and saber were clearly those of an ordinary person. As they spoke, the three entered the inn. The man in the lead immediately spotted Wenru and laughed heartily. "My dear niece, Uncle Chung heard you were here and rushed over as fast as he could. Sure enough, I found you. You don't know, but in your father's territory, all sorts of petty thieves and scoundrels are lurking, and they all have ill intentions towards you. Your wretched father is too busy taking care of himself. Uncle Chung heard you were in danger, and immediately brought his men. Come on, Uncle Chung will take you home, guaranteeing your safety." Without waiting for Wenru's reaction, he reached out to grab her wrist. Bien Chung, sitting beside Wenru, stood up and smiled. "Senior Chung, you're too kind. My junior sister is my own to protect, there's no need for you to do so." While speaking, he reached out to block the man's hand. The man's expression remained unchanged. He grabbed Bien Cheng's wrist, but Bien Chung changed his stance, switching from blocking to cutting. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he threw a punch. Bien Chung also delivered a palm strike. A muffled thud was heard. The man remained motionless, while Bien Chung sat back down with a thud. "Your Tai Divine Fist is quite good. It's truly remarkable that you reached this level at your age." The man laughed heartily. "Cui Paozhan is lucky to have a disciple like you. He won't have to worry about inheriting the mantle. Alright, there are too many demons and monsters these days. With your abilities, protecting yourself is no problem, but trying to protect my niece is a bit presumptuous." Hua Jinyan had been somewhat bewildered since hearing the term niece. Hearing this, she was almost dumbfounded. He glanced at Wenru, then at Chu Qing and the others, and then it dawned on him. So, the young lady of Luoch Manor, whom he had been studying for so long, was right in front of him? Didn't she know all about his plan? Chapter 108. No one knew what Hua Jinyan was thinking. After the man pressed Bien Chung down with one hand, he looked up to find Wenru had already left her seat and run behind Chu Qing. "My dear niece, why are you running? Uncle Chung wouldn't harm you, would he?" As he spoke, he took a step forward, about to grab her again. However, this time his grab wasn't aimed at Wenru, but at Chu Qing. Previously, Bien Chung had protected Wenru, and now Wenru had run behind Chu Qing. Clearly, she was being used as a protector. The man understood that if he wanted to take Wenru away today, he had to get rid of these two protectors first. "Move it away." Chu Qing was eating with his chopsticks when this object was grabbed in front of him. He frowned slightly, and with a swift movement, his chopsticks flashed, unleashing a blood blade technique aimed directly at the man's wrist. The man hadn't taken Chu Qing seriously, but this move was truly unexpected. Using chopsticks as a knife, he naturally couldn't cut the wrist. However, given his status, if Chu Qing were to strike his wrist with chopsticks, it would be a complete loss of face. He twisted his wrist, trying to grab the chopsticks with two fingers. But Chu Qing's move was even faster. The chopsticks suddenly slipped from his hand. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Qing caught the chopsticks, simultaneously pressing down with his palm. This was a move from the Golden Crow Saber technique, originally used to disarm an opponent using the hilt and wrist. However, Chu Qing was using chopsticks, making it less convenient. But with this press, the man's hand, which had been trying to grasp the chopsticks, plunged into the plate, grabbing a strip of meat. Chu Qing looked up and smiled. "Vice Hall Master Chung is so busy, surely you came in such a rush today that you didn't have time to eat? Why don't we sit down together?" "Good lad." The Deputy Hall Master Chung snorted, withdrawing his hand and putting the shredded meat into his mouth. "The taste is all right. Your knife skills have some merit. it's not the Tai sect style. Even Shui Paozhong couldn't have taught a disciple like you. Who are you? My humble name is not worth mentioning. Deputy Hall Master Chung, you better not inquire. Chu Qing said calmly, we all know what you're here to see Wenru for. But since you still have a fig leaf, there's no need to tear off the mask. Why don't we draw a line, Deputy Hall Master Chung, and set some rules? It'd prevent things from getting too out of hand. It'd be difficult to manage. Deputy Hall Master Chung narrowed his large, bell-like eyes at Chu Qing, then suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting, interesting. I, Chung Taizan, haven't seen such an interesting young man in a long time. Upon hearing this, Hua Jinyan couldn't help but glance at Chung Taizan, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. While Chung Tishan's name wasn't particularly impressive, sounding rather ordinary, he was indeed the deputy leader of the Iron Blood Hall. Years ago, before the Iron Blood Hall reached its current strength, it had nearly been wiped out by a force called Red Cloud Valley. This Red Cloud Valley was no ordinary force. It had risen rapidly. Its leader possessed formidable martial arts, and within a few years, it seemed poised to sweep across the land. Even the Iron Blood Hall's Grand Master, Tai Lingyun, was besieged and severely injured in a battle against Red Cloud Valley. It was Chung Taizan who ultimately turned the tide. Single-handedly, he stormed into Red Cloud Valley, and the battle was a bloodbath, with corpses piling up like mountains. Chung Taizan even used his iron palms to forcefully decapitate the Red Cloud Valley leader. This battle wiped out the once-renowned Red Cloud Valley from the martial arts world. Chung Taizan also rose to fame through this battle, becoming known as the guest of Red Cloud Mountain, Iron Palm across the river, a title earned both for the battle at Red Cloud Valley and for the extraordinary power of his iron palms. Of course, some later speculated that Chung Tishan's feat was due to the Red Cloud Valley master being injured beforehand. Others claimed that Chung Taizan wasn't acting alone. With the rise of Red Cloud Valley, many forces saw it as a thorn in their side. Therefore, the battle was actually a joint effort, but Chung Taizan was ultimately thrust into the limelight, making him famous. Regardless of the outcome, his reputation soared, and this young man was utterly insignificant before him. Even Jiang Shendao of the Divine Blade Hall would have to bow down before him. The fact that this third young master could remain so calm and composed in the face of such a figure is truly admirable. So Vice Hall Master Chung agrees? Chu Qing put down his chopsticks and looked at Chung Taizan. Then please, Vice Hall Master Chung, draw up the rules. All right. Chung Tishan's playful expression vanished. Since you're so interesting, wouldn't it be a pity not to give you a chance? How about this? I brought many men today, and only this one sword and one saber with me. Their martial arts skills are not yet up to par, barely enough to put up a fight. You can spar with them one by one, and if you defeat them, you can then challenge me. However, to avoid you saying I'm bullying you, which would damage my reputation, we limit ourselves to 3 moves each. If I can't defeat you within 3 moves, I leave immediately. Otherwise, Wenru will have to come with me, and I protect her back to Luochen Manor. Bian Chung frowned slightly, looked at the 2 people with 1 sword and 1 knife, and finally nodded to Chu Qing. Mo Duxing shook his head. He can't fight alone, What? He didn't finish his sentence before Bian Chung covered his mouth. Chu Qing looked at Wenru, asking for her opinion. After all, it was the person involved who made the bet. Wenru nodded slightly. Be careful. Okay. Chu Qing stood up. The inn is too small. Let's go outside to fight. Boy! Chung Taizan said coldly. Fists and feet have no eyes. Think it over before you speak. What if you accidentally lose your life? Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are determined by fate. Chu Qing said calmly. Since I have been entrusted with this task, I should be loyal to it. Good, a real man. Chung Taizan laughed heartily. Let's go outside and have a match. The group rushed out of the inn, with the Iron Blood Hall members blocking both sides of the street, clearing the middle space. Hua Jinyan nervously followed Bian Chung, peeking out and asking, Brother Bian, who exactly is this third young master? Just now, when he was talking to Chung Taizan, his aura was just as strong. He's so young, how come he seems like a powerful figure? Bian Chung, gazing at the scene, gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Although Chu Qing wasn't a powerful figure, it didn't seem wrong to say that. After all, Jiang Shendao was a victim of his power, and experts from the Heavenly Evil sect had also died by his flying knives. For such an expert, dominating a region wouldn't be difficult. He had no time for further discussion with Hua Jinyan. He saw Chu Qing standing on the long street, a single-edged sword in his hand. His gaze swept over the 2 men, one wielding a sword and the other a knife, Which of you will make the first move? The two men exchanged a glance. The one with the sword had drooping eyelids, seemingly listless. The one with the sword stepped forward. Young man, you don't know your place. You're trying to stop a chariot with your bare hands. But you don't know, there are always stronger people out there. I have a sword. He stopped abruptly, feeling a blur before his eyes. Realizing the danger, the sword was already drawn. A clang rang out, the sword and blade clashing in an instant. The sharp sword energy hadn't even been unleashed before it was forced back several steps by the slash. Enough with the nonsense. Chu Qing stepped forward, his single-edged sword rolling forward, displaying the Golden Crow sword technique. The sword's momentum surged like layers of undulating waves, rolling like the Yangtze River. The swordsman opposite felt utterly frustrated. His sword intent hadn't even been unleashed before his opponent struck, and now, having gained the upper hand, he wouldn't back down. Swords came from all directions, sometimes skillful, sometimes unpredictable. For the first 3 strikes, he was still thinking about how to change his tactics and turn the tide. After those 3 strikes, he was left only with the ability to parry, unable to retaliate. Even worse, wisps of chilling energy gradually seeped into his meridians with each strike. The more he fought, the stiffer his body became, and he felt his sword-wielding speed slowed down considerably. At this point, Chu Qing had already won. However, he didn't stop, his attacks not aimed at vital points, but specifically at the swordsman's sword. A series of clanging sounds filled the air. Finally, the man could no longer hold his sword, and was sent flying by Chu Qing's deflection. The force of the blow sent him flying backward several feet before he could barely regain his footing. Chu Qing asked, "Do you still have one sword left?" The swordsman's face turned pale, then flushed, before he finally let out a long sigh. "I lost." In that instant, many thoughts raced through his mind. He wanted to accuse Chu Qing of a sneak attack. He wanted to say that he hadn't used his full strength. But after these thoughts swirled in his mind, he swallowed them all back. Winning is winning, losing is losing. He couldn't even withstand the sneak attack with his sword, so what was there to say? Under such an onslaught, he couldn't even unleash his trump card. Shouldn't he blame himself for not being up to par? After this thought swirled in his mind, he suddenly felt enlightened. He then turned and bowed to Chung Taizan. "Vice Hall Master, I will accept my punishment upon returning to the Iron Blood Hall." "Did you gain anything?" Chung Taizan sat in a grand chair that someone had brought for him, a teacup in his large hand. The teacup, which was not small to begin with, appeared exceptionally small in his hands. "Yes," the swordsman answered directly. Then, the defeat was worthwhile. Chung Taizan looked up at Chu Qing, his expression completely devoid of emotion. So much so that no one could tell what he was thinking at this moment. Excellent swordsmanship. The swordsman behind Chung Taizan stepped forward, saying as he walked, "The moves are exquisite, combining orthodox and unorthodox techniques. It seems they are not from the same school, but rather a combination of both. What's rare is that there are no obvious flaws in this swordsmanship, the transitions are perfectly executed." With each step he took, the sword intent emanating from him intensified. As he walked and spoke, his entire body was enveloped in sword intent, as if anyone stepping into its range would be fatally struck. "You also possess a sword technique?" Chu Qing's blade pointed diagonally at the ground, revealing traces of his own swordplay. He was indeed a master. In recent days, Chu Qing had never been idle. He constantly pondered his own martial arts, considering which techniques were compatible, and which needed to be combined to compensate for weaknesses. The Golden Crow sword technique and the Blood Blade sword technique were both extremely rare sword techniques. If he could combine the skill of the Golden Crow and the wonder of the Blood Blade to create a completely new sword technique, he would undoubtedly reach a higher level. However, this was easier said than done. So far, Chu Qing had only managed to properly dissect the two martial arts, seamlessly connecting them without leaving any obvious flaws when necessary. He was miles away from creating his own style. The swordsman's drooping eyelids suddenly lifted. Two sharp edges seemed to flash in his eyes. He has a sword, but cannot unleash it. I have a blade. So please, give it a try. With that flash of sharpness in his eyes, it seemed to unleash the sword intent within him. With a clang, his single blade was drawn from its sheath. Endless blade light flowed from the scabbard. In an instant, Chu Qing felt as if he were in a desolate desert. The swirling sand was a blade, the scorching sun was a blade, the merciless world was also a blade. A fine blade. Chu Qing suddenly raised his blade, the blade flowing with sword intent, the sword momentum weaving through the sword energy. Clang, 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 Chu Qing's blade collided with the sword energy, producing a sound as if it were tangible. He took a step forward and struck with his blade, But with each strike, his technique changed. With each shift in his stance, his steps forward became increasingly effortless. In just a few steps, Chu Qing had already shattered the surging sword intent. His blade flashed, landing 3 inches from the swordsman's face. Focusing intent, halting the attack, leaving no room for error. The swordsman opposite him, however, had already sheathed his blade at some point. "A fine blade," he uttered, then his eyelids drooped again as he walked back. Chu Qing glanced at his retreating figure. "Why?" His question seemed abrupt, but the swordsman paused, turned to look at Chu Qing, and grinned. "I've been annoyed with him for a long time, and now I had my fill." Chu Qing was speechless. This swordsman's technique was extremely refined, and he had no intention of winning, so Chu Qing naturally had no need to use his full strength. But in that instant, when the swordsman drew his blade, Chu Qing seemed to see a vast world and the myriad variations of swordsmanship. Therefore, with each step he took forward, his previously difficult to integrate techniques would merge a little with the opponent's sword intent. These 3 to 5 steps saved Chu Qing 3 to 5 years of agonizing thought. That's why Chu Qing asked him why he helped him. But he couldn't be too explicit. After all, Chung Taizan was still sitting there. The result was that his attack on that swordsman had given him a good laugh. This was quite an oddball. Chu Qing shook his head and smiled, sheathing his single-edged sword. Both swords and sabers were the work of masters, but this confrontation was only a friendly exchange. Neither side went all out, maintaining appearances. This, however, was somewhat regrettable. He looked up at Chung Taizan. "Vice Hall Master Chung, it's your turn." Chung Taizan stroked his chin, scrutinizing Chu Qing from head to toe. After rubbing his chin vigorously with his fingers for a while, he suddenly stood up. "I heard that a new master has emerged among the younger generation recently. He first showed his talent at the world's first-class tournament, and then helped the Dragon Spear Fong Tianrui compete for the Divine Blade Hall. Overnight, he left a trail of murder, and several blades were dulled. Kid, could this be you?" Chapter 109. Chu Qing was somewhat surprised to hear Chung Tieshan's words. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. They had rushed here, only arriving yesterday. Yet Chung Taizan already knew about Divine Blade City. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Even commoners in the martial world had their own methods of transmitting messages. The most common was raising carrier pigeons for communication. The Iron Blood Hall was ambitious, and although its power had reached its peak in recent years, surrounded by tough opponents, it was difficult to extend its reach beyond Falling Dust Manor into the Divine Blade Hall. But inquiring about news was nothing to them. He immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute. "I apologize for the rudeness, Vice Hall Master Chung." Chung Taizan suddenly grinned. "Do you know how they address you now?" A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Chu Qing's heart. If there's one thing that's most unreliable in this martial arts world, it's the nicknames given to people by these martial artists. After all, everyone has their own way of speaking, and what's passed down isn't necessarily the best sounding. That's precisely why Chu Qing, on a whim, gave himself the nickname Night Emperor. At least he had control over the nickname, so he could accept it even if it sounded bad, but if someone else gave him a bad nickname, and he couldn't change it, that would be truly frustrating. However, Chu Qing didn't care much about his assassin persona. He could change it whenever he wanted. Anyway, no one knew his true identity, and those who did wouldn't care whether he changed his identity or not. But now it seems that the nickname Third Young Master has most likely been given out by others. He didn't want to know, but his curiosity was nagging at him. Before he could even ask, Chung Taizan said, "They call you Mad Blade, the Third Young Master Mad Blade. They say your swordsmanship is mad and unpredictable, always surprising everyone. And that night, your killing spree caught the attention of those who were interested, like a madman of blades, unleashing wave after wave of bloodshed." Chu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Mad Blade, that didn't sound too bad. At least not some kind of ghost blade or sword demon. He immediately nodded. "Thank you for your guidance, Vice Hall Master Chung. May we begin?" He really wanted to experience the true capabilities of this renowned Vice Hall Master of the Iron Blood Hall, the guest of Red Cloud Mountain, the Iron Palm crossing the river. This situation was truly rare. Those who made the move were all experts from the Iron Blood Hall. It wasn't a life or death struggle. Where else could you find such a good deal? Chung Taizan waved his hand. Wait, this isn't urgent. Let me ask you, how old are you this year?" Chu Qing frowned. 21. He lied, he was actually only 19. But his true age couldn't be revealed. All right, indeed, heroes emerge from among the young. Let me ask you again. Chung Taizan winked at Chu Qing. "Are you married?" Chu Qing's expression changed drastically. What do you mean by that, Vice Hall Master Chung? Don't be nervous. Chung Taizan quickly said, just asking. Mainly, He lowered his voice. Actually, our Hall Master has a daughter who is extremely arrogant and disdainful of everyone else. She once boasted that the husband she wanted to marry must at least be more skilled than her in martial arts and be about her age. Otherwise, she would never have married. From the year she came of age, the head of the sect had been searching for a suitable husband for her. We all sent our good-for-nothing sons there. At first, these brats were all ambitious, determined to win the beauty's heart. But after only 2 days, they all came back crying and begging, saying, she wasn't a woman, she was just cough cough cough, nothing, I said too much. Just pretend you didn't hear the last 2 sentences. Chu Qing naturally couldn't pretend she didn't hear. I heard it, and I heard it very clearly. Chung Taizan was speechless for a moment, patted his mouth, somewhat annoyed. But he quickly rallied. You see, it's true that many new talents have emerged in the martial world these past few years. However, there isn't a single one who truly deserves my attention. Only you have caught my eye. Based on your martial arts, your age, and your pretty boy looks, if you just nod, I can pin that brat down, and we be married that very day. From then on, the Iron Blood Hall will have a third of you, and if you agree, I go with you to escort my niece home, and I won't cause any trouble. Think it over carefully. Chu Qing's teeth ached. Couldn't this Iron Blood Hall's deputy leader stop being such a joker? Didn't you come out to do something important, to compete for the heavenly secret token? This burly guy doesn't look like he's playing matchmaker at all. If the god of marriage looked like this, even the matchmaker tree would reject him, right? Chu Qing kept complaining in his mind, but his face grew increasingly cold. Deputy Hall Master Chung, watch your words. I'm already engaged, don't try to play matchmaker. He didn't want to admit it. After all, he didn't want to reveal even the slightest flaw. But then he thought, there are plenty of people in the world who are engaged or have marriage contracts. If he admitted to having a marriage contract, who would suspect anything? Besides, if this got to Wu Qianhuan's ears today, the little girl would probably be heartbroken knowing he had publicly denied it, even if she knew his reasoning was sound. Would she be heartbroken? Chu Qing suddenly felt uncertain again. A marriage contract? Chung Taizan was taken aback. Can it be cancelled? No. Is the other party highly skilled in martial arts? If you can't handle it, my Iron Blood Hall can step in. Who dares to steal my Iron Blood Hall's son-in-law? The veins on Chu Qing's forehead were practically bulging. Vice Hall Master Chung, please forgive me. It's not that this marriage contract can't be cancelled, but that I'm unwilling to cancel it. The young lady of the Iron Blood Hall is so noble, this junior wouldn't dare to have such presumptuous thoughts. Please forgive me, Vice Hall Master Chung. Hearing his confident words, Chung Taizan finally sighed, his amiable expression vanishing instantly. Fine, forced love is never sweet. Since you have no interest in this, I won't play the villain in vain. However, in that case, I won't let you get away easily with these 3 moves today. Boy, watch out. The moment the word watch out left his lips, Chung Taizan suddenly took a step forward. The phrase dragon's gait and tiger's stride describes a person's extraordinary walking posture, but Chung Taizan's step was far beyond what those 4 words could describe. If one had to describe it, it was as if a mountain was approaching. His aura was majestic and imposing, his entire being condensed into one, and with each movement, the sounds of wind and thunder arose, accompanied by the constant roars of tigers and dragons. Before the palm strike, its imposing force was already overwhelming. With a single strike, the wind and cloud surged. Chu Qing felt that the man's palm strike was delivered with a righteous and upright approach, full of honor and justice. However, once the palm struck, there was nowhere left to hide. If a mountain were toppling, how could one dodge? If the sky were collapsing, how could one escape? There was no way to avoid it, no way to dodge it, only one thought remained, to strike. His fist trembled like frost, exuding a chilling aura. As Chu Qing circulated his inner energy, everyone around felt the bleak autumn day grow even colder, as if winter had arrived early. Some even looked up in a daze, wondering if they were confused, could it already be the new year? Otherwise, why was it so cold? But before they could even figure out what was going on, a muffled thud resounded. 2 terrifying forces roared out in all directions. The aura was like a raging dragon's roar, the force like lightning. The Iron Blood Hall disciples surrounding them were all sent flying by the force, but some instinctively reached out to defend themselves, protecting the ordinary onlookers behind them. The expressions of the 2 men, one wielding a sword and the other a saber, changed slightly. They realized that Chu Qing had been holding back earlier. Now, he was displaying his true power. The saber and sword energies were released simultaneously to defend against the strong wind, but even so, their hair and clothes were still whipped about. The saber wielder's eyes no longer held any sign of despair. His gaze was like lightning, as he stared in disbelief at a strand of his hair slowly freezing. Who was he? What kind of fist technique was this? Even Bian Chung, who thought he knew Chu Qing somewhat, was speechless with astonishment at this sight, let alone the two men who were unfamiliar with Chu Qing. The force of the shove nearly sent them tumbling back into the inn. Those following behind, caught in the crowd, tripped over the threshold and fell to the floor in the inn's lobby. Bian Chung was dumbfounded. He wasn't surprised that Chu Qing had managed to block the palm strike. After all, Chu Qing was someone who could calmly handle the myriad annihilation in thunder technique and kill Pei Wuji with a single flying knife. Bian Chung couldn't say exactly how high Chu Qing's martial arts skills were, but he was certain that this guy had the most hidden cards of any of these people he had ever seen. But even with so many trump cards, there must be a limit, right? But it seems this kid has no limit. He's actually hiding such a terrifying fist technique. With such power, can he withstand it with his current Tai Divine fist using the human scroll? Thinking this, he suddenly lost his confidence. Knife techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, his palm techniques are nothing special. Wait, something's not right. Was Jiang Shendao's bone broken by his palm strikes? Was he now completely helpless? Is there any martial art in the world he can't master? A gentle voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Indeed, the scent of frost and snow. What scent of frost and snow? Hua Jinyan stared intently at the scene before him. Tell me, who won? Reminded by him, everyone looked up and saw that the area around the two people was a mess. The solid ground was riddled with furrows by the strong wind, spreading in all directions. The ravine was covered with layers of frost, which spread across an area of about 3 zhang in radius, creating a chilling sight. The Grand Master's chair behind Chung Taizhan was already broken into pieces from the very beginning. Chung Taizhan stood proudly, while Chu Qing remained unyielding. After this exchange, both simply withdrew their hands. It seems a draw, Bian Chung asked hesitantly. Hua Jinyan grinned. How could it be a draw? At Chu Qing's age, to be able to exchange a blow with Chung Taizhan without being at a disadvantage. That was a victory. And a resounding one. As long as he didn't die, his future was limitless. Who could have imagined that a chance encounter on a rainy night would lead to meeting such a figure? Could he one day rise to the ranks of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, to create a legend in the martial world? Thinking of this, Hua Jinyan suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Just then, Chung Taizhan slowly spoke. Excellent fist technique. What is the name of this fist? Heavenly Frost Fist. Chu Qing slowly replied. Vice Hall Master Chung is indeed remarkable. Please continue to instruct me, Vice Hall Master Chung. Chung Qishan's expression remained unchanged. He merely gave Chu Qing a deep look and slowly shook his head. Very well. Looking across the southern ridge, there are very few who can withstand this palm strike from me. With such skill and such profound swordsmanship, you will surely have no worries on your journey. The remaining 2 moves are unnecessary. After saying this, he turned and gathered his sleeves. Let's go. Chu Qing was stunned. They're leaving? He hadn't even used his full strength in that palm strike. After all, Chung Qishan's reputation preceded him. As the saying goes, a person's name casts a shadow, and Chu Qing dared not underestimate him. He had used 70% of his internal energy, enough to kill Qi Guan with a single palm strike. However, after unleashing it, he felt somewhat unsatisfied. Just as he was thinking about his opponent's second strike, he used 80% of his internal energy to see if he could win. But to his surprise, his carefully laid plans backfired. The other party wasn't interested in playing with him anymore. He couldn't help but speak up. Vice Hall Master Chung, today's competition wasn't quite over. If fate allows, I will definitely visit the Iron Blood Hall in the future, and then I can learn some secret techniques from Vice Hall Master Chung. Chung Taizhan, who had walked a few steps away, seemed to stiffen slightly, then said coldly, All right, I'd be waiting any time. After saying that, he quickened his pace. Chu Qing nodded with satisfaction upon hearing his agreement. Turning to look at the group of people in front of the inn, he smiled slightly. This Vice Hall Master Chung truly lives up to his reputation as a senior figure in the martial world. While his actions are swift and decisive, he keeps his word. He's a real man. Bian Chung and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, a real man. Hua Jinyan sighed. With someone like him as Vice Hall Master, it's no wonder the Iron Blood Hall has grown to its current size. Chu Qing then said, Brother Bian, Let's forget about sending a message to Luochen Manor. The Iron Blood Hall has already entered Luochen Manor's territory. Luochen Manor is probably too busy to even look after itself. Winter's identity is no small matter. If too many people come, we inevitably lose sight of what's important. If someone in Luochen Manor harbors ulterior motives, the already precarious situation will become even worse. Biancheng nodded. That makes sense. I didn't consider that carefully before. They entered the inn as they spoke and continued eating their unfinished breakfast. Unbeknownst to them, Chung Taizhan and his men hurriedly departed, disappearing from the town in a flash and quickening their pace for another 3 or 5 miles. Chung Taizhan turned back to look around and asked, "No one followed, right?" "No one." The swordsman looked at Chung Taizhan. "Vice Hall Master, why did you suddenly leave? You always keep your word. You never gone easy on anyone." "Give easy?" Chung Taizhan glanced at him. "I like to. But I'm afraid I don't have the life. 2 more blows, and the Iron Blood Hall won't have a Vice Hall Master anymore." As he spoke, he took his hand out of his sleeve. A fist mark was visible in his palm, chillingly cold to the touch. Chapter 110. The swordsman and the knife wielder both paled. "You're injured?" "You brat, you wretched young man." Chung Taizhan was furious. "Where did you get your fist technique? It's so powerful. That internal energy is beyond what someone your age should have. He didn't kill me today, and he seems unwilling to give up. He even said he'd come looking for me again when he gets to the Iron Blood Hall? Is he determined to kill me? Is it because I arranged a marriage for him? This time, I'm afraid I'm going to be tricked to death by the young lady." The 2 men, one wielding a sword and the other a knife, exchanged a glance. Both felt this matter had nothing to do with the young lady. The young lady probably didn't even know you come here to play matchmaker. However, they didn't say it aloud. The swordsman pondered for a moment before speaking. Then, "Deputy Hall Master, how are you going to explain the heavenly secret token matter back home?" "Explain?" Chung Taizhan didn't even hesitate. "Explain my ass. If the Hall Master is capable, let him come find this kid himself. If that doesn't work, let him go directly to Wenfusheng. These 2 bastards, one big and one small, are both tough to deal with. With them around, no one can take the heavenly secret token. Alright, enough nonsense, let's go. If that kid realizes what's going on and tries to chase after me to kill me, then none of us are leaving today." The knife wielder's eyelids drooped. Perhaps because they both used knives, he inexplicably felt a certain fondness for Chu Qing. Moreover, he had done Chu Qing a favor during their earlier exchange. He figured this 3rd young master wouldn't be so ruthless. But he didn't say much, and together with the swordsman, they supported Chung Taizhan on either side and quickly left. Chu Qing had no idea what Chung Taizhan was thinking. After what happened that morning, the group had become excessively conspicuous. Therefore, after breakfast, they immediately left the town and headed to Luochen Manor. Only one thing bothered Biancheng. As they walked, he looked at Hua Jinyan. "You're still following us? Aren't you going to Luochen Manor?" Hua Jinyan replied matter-of-factly, "Our destinations are the same. Why wouldn't I follow you? You don't still have feelings for my junior sister, do you?" Biancheng narrowed his eyes and said, "Although your method doesn't seem to harm my junior sister, it's all scheming and manipulative. Now that we know, you can forget about using that trick anymore. So I advise you not to waste your efforts. Brother Bien. Even if we don't have a deep friendship, we've been on good terms along the way, haven't we? Do you really think I'm such a worthless person?" Hua Jinyan's expression was slightly sad, but everyone around him was heartless and wouldn't fall for his tricks. Therefore, he said helplessly, "You tried to trick me into revealing information before, and now you see through me completely. Naturally, I know those methods won't work on you. I just want to go with you to Luochen Manor to see where the turning point in this matter lies." Biancheng pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, but I advise you to behave yourself. See that? The Mad Saber 3rd young master. If you dare to make any rash moves, he has no humanity." Chu Qing raised an eyebrow and glanced at Biancheng. "Brother Bien? Cough, cough, just to scare him." Hua Jinyan helplessly flicked his folding fan. "Instead of worrying about what I might do, what about the one behind us? Are you really not going to do anything about it?" Ever since they left the small town, they noticed someone following them. However, this person was breathing heavily and moving erratically, clearly not skilled in martial arts. It would be quite a hardship for an ordinary person to follow them. They'd probably drop out after a short distance. But unexpectedly, this person was quite persistent. They followed for 6 or 7 miles in one go. Even though they were now panting heavily, they still persevered. But generally speaking, they must have reached their limit. Su Mao had indeed reached his limit. He felt like his lungs were about to jump out of his chest. His head, his body. He was sweating profusely. His legs trembled so badly, he could barely support himself. But he couldn't give up, because he needed Chu Qing to do something for him. Ever since he witnessed Chu Qing's fight with the Iron Blood Hall members in that small town earlier that day, he knew this was his chance. However, he couldn't figure out Chu Qing's temperament. He didn't know what kind of person he was. So he wanted to observe. He thought Chu Qing and the others would stay in the town for a while, but unexpectedly, they left immediately. Fortunately, they hadn't used their lightness skill while traveling. Although their walking speed was slightly faster than an ordinary person, a jog-like pace, it wasn't difficult to keep up. But these people's breathing was incredibly long. They walked for so long without resting. Su Mao, an ordinary man, had reached his limit. What should I do? If I had known, I should have begged him no matter what. What if he had agreed? Now I can't walk anymore. The only hope. No, I can't give up. Su Mao's body was already quite heavy. He had only managed to keep going this far thanks to sheer willpower. He forced himself forward, refusing to stop. But with that one step, he felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground with a thud. At that moment, he felt an unparalleled comfort in this earth. He just wanted to lie here forever, even if it meant death. But the next moment, he suddenly rolled over. No, I can't give up yet. He struggled to stand up, only to find a pair of feet in front of him. Startled, he looked up and saw a swordsman in blue robes standing before him. From the inn? You've been lurking outside, spying, and following us all the way from the town to now. Chu Qing looked down at him, her eyes gleaming coldly. Who are you? What's your purpose in following us? A flick of her thumb revealed a faint glint of blade. Su Mao felt a chill run down his spine, knowing that if he didn't say the next thing, he might be killed. He quickly said, No. I mean no harm. I wasn't ordered by anyone. I want to ask you for help. He spoke so hastily that he coughed repeatedly afterward. Chu Qing frowned slightly, scrutinizing Su Mao from head to toe. The man was disheveled, his clothes torn in many places, but the material was of excellent quality. He certainly didn't come from a poor family. Furthermore, the man was somewhat overweight, and judging from his hands and face, he was likely a pampered young master from a wealthy family. However, he was probably in trouble now. And to inexplicably seek help from a complete stranger in the martial arts world. Such recklessness suggested he was inexperienced. Could he be a young master from some family who had been robbed by bandits and wanted Chu Qing to help him get home? Chu Qing frowned slightly. We have no debt of gratitude or friendship. Why should I help you? As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, intending to take out some loose change to give him. He could return directly to the town, hire a carriage, pay a deposit, and then have his family pay the fare once they arrived at his home. When traveling, accidents are inevitable. Since the other party meant no harm, and a little loose change could save someone, Chu Qing wouldn't be stingy. Su Mao suddenly knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly, Please save my sister, please. She's been kidnapped. If you don't save her, she die. Chu Qing paused in taking out silver. You encountered bandits? No. Su Mao quickly replied. It was an old man, very powerful. My martial arts guards were no match for him. He kidnapped my sister right in front of me, and killed all my martial arts guards. Hearing this, Chu Qing finally understood. She had a feeling this was a case of good fortune being handed to her. She immediately said, All right, get up and explain properly. First, tell me your background. And where your sister was kidnapped. What did the person who kidnapped your sister look like? Details, down to the smallest detail. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing Chu Qing's words, half of the gloom in Su Mao's heart dissipated. At least Chu Qing wasn't so adamant in refusing. He immediately said, We're from Beihu Town within the territory of Luochen Manor. My name is Su Mao, and my sister's name is Su Xiaohui. Our parents run a small business and have some money. Not long ago, my maternal grandfather sent a letter saying he needed me to come over. Unexpectedly, my sister insisted on coming with me. Having no other choice, I had to take her along. I thought that with a martial arts master as a guard, even if we encountered some danger, we wouldn't be helpless. But unexpectedly, one day, we passed through a mountain valley and saw an old beggar. My sister is kind-hearted, so she gave him some silver and dry food. As a result, this old beggar actually followed us. We tried to drive him away several times, but to no avail, and my sister couldn't bear to hurt him. Finally, he just kept following me. But unexpectedly, after 3 days, he suddenly went mad, saying things like, Don't blame me, blame your kindness for being envied by heaven, and your blood can cure my illness, all chilling words. But judging from his appearance, he clearly wanted to kidnap my sister, and of course I wouldn't allow it. Ignoring the risk of hurting him, I ordered the guards to throw him away. But unexpectedly, that old beggar was actually a martial arts master. My guards. I don't know what method he used, but he managed to tear their heads apart. Their skulls were shattered. It couldn't be more gruesome. He was still licking the blood from his fingers, and then, just like that, he took my sister away. By the time I realized what was happening and tried to chase after him, he was already far away with my sister. After listening quietly to his description, Chu Qing's mind raced slightly. Was there a fleshy lump on the old beggar's forehead, as red as blood? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Su Mao nodded hurriedly, his face showing both surprise and joy. This man actually knew the old beggar, but after the initial surprise, worry began to creep in. Since they knew each other, could they have some kind of relationship? Chu Qing's expression darkened, and his voice grew increasingly serious. You can't catch up with that old beggar, but you should at least know which direction he went, right? I know, it's this direction. Su Mao pointed in the direction of Luoch Manor. Chu Qing nodded, then fidgeted with his fingers, as if calculating something, and asked with a furrowed brow, How long has your sister been kidnapped? 7 days. Chu Qing let out a sigh of relief. Today is the 8th day of the month, and your sister is still alive. But if we can't save her before the 15th, she will surely die. Su Mao was dumbfounded. Could this martial arts master really be a fortune teller? Of course, that didn't matter. Even if the person in front of him wasn't a martial arts master, but a deity, as long as his sister could be saved, that was enough. He immediately tried to kowtow to Chu Qing again. Please, great immortal, save me. Please, great immortal, save me. Chu Qing rolled his eyes. What was this great immortal about? He was counting on his fingers, calculating what day it was. Did this guy think he was a fortune teller? He didn't explain, but instead said, First, I don't do things for free. What will I get in return for asking me for help? I have money. Su Mao quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of gold leaves. My parents told me to carry more gold and less silver when traveling, and to hide some jewels. That old beggar kidnapped my sister, but he wasn't interested in money, so all of this is still with me. I give it all to you. As long as you can rescue my sister, my family will definitely reward you handsomely. Chu Qing glanced at the handful of gold leaves, and was speechless, remembering that he had just offered to pay for his carriage. Luckily, he hadn't done that yet, or he would have been embarrassed. This kid, he's almost richer than me. He didn't look at the gold leaves, but instead held up a second finger. Second, I don't save people. I only kill. If you ask me to help, I can kill that old beggar for you. Su Mao's face paled instantly upon hearing this. Kill, kill, kill someone. Chu Qing simply looked at him silently. Su Mao's heart pounded for a long time before he finally whispered, Kill him for good. That old beggar, he killed someone, kidnapped my sister, he deserves to die. Please, great immortal, please use your magic to take that old beggar's life. I don't have that kind of power. Chu Qing shook his head. Put your gold away, don't flaunt your wealth. I always only collect payment after completing a task. Come with me, aren't you coming out? Mo Duxing, Biancheng, Wenru, and Hua Jinyan emerged from the bushes not far away. Chu Qing had returned to investigate earlier, intending to make Biancheng and the others wait, since the distance wasn't far, and if anything happened, Chu Qing's return wouldn't delay things. Hua Jinyan glanced at Chu Qing with a complicated expression. Third young master. You're involved in murder? When you're in the martial world, you have to do something to earn some money, otherwise you end up like Chao Chiopu, seeing a girl you like but being penniless. Ah? Biancheng's eyes widened immediately. So Master Chao really likes that Lingfei girl? Isn't that obvious at a glance? Mo Duxing snorted, dismissing Biancheng's surprise. Who is Lingfei girl? Hua Jinyan couldn't help but ask. The most beautiful courtesan at Tianxiang Pavilion. Winter quietly chimed in from the side. She's very beautiful. You know her too? Hua Jinyan was even more shocked. Winter puffed out her chest and raised her head. I'd been to brothels with my senior brother. Was she being proud? What was there to be proud of? Hua Jinyan couldn't understand. Chu Qing looked at them speechlessly. Then a system notification appeared before his eyes. Triggered request. Assassinate the mad beggar Ling Beichen. Accept? Chapter 111. The person he's talking about. Isn't it the mad beggar Ling Beichen? The group continued their journey, with Su Mao also brought along by Chu Qing. With Chu Qing's help, he wasn't falling behind. Bian Chung said to Chu Qing as they walked, although this man has been traveling alone since 25 years ago, his martial arts skills are not to be underestimated. If you want to kill him, I'm afraid it will be quite troublesome. Chu Qing remained silent, lowering his head slightly to ponder the man's life. He finally sighed. This man was truly a legend. 25 years ago, Ling Beichen's nickname wasn't Mad Beggar. He was known in the martial world as the #1 swordsman of Taihang, the top expert of the Taihang sect among the 5 sects. It was said that he was exceptionally talented, mastering the 7 swords of Taihang before the age of 7, and winning the Taihang sect's grand competition at 13. At 14, he descended the mountain at his master's command to travel the world, spending the next 7 years wielding a sword, his footsteps traversing the north and south. At 21, he achieved mastery of swordsmanship, leaving behind a set of techniques, the 7 absolutes, 7 turns, 7 wounds sword, developed from the 7 swords of Taihang. However, this sword technique was extremely difficult. Apart from Ling Beichen, no one in the Taihang sect had been able to master it over the years. Ultimately, it was shelved by the Taihang sect. From that day on, he had already subtly revealed the potential of the #1 swordsman of Taihang. He was renowned for his talent. His mentor was also the former head of the Taihang sect, hoping to pass on the sect's important mission. However, this led to Ling Beichen being resented by his fellow disciples, who repeatedly tried to kill him. His mentor died as a result, and the sect was misled by treacherous individuals, almost leading to a complete breakdown in relations. Fortunately, things were eventually set right. Ling Beichen, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, slew the traitors on Mount Taihang, ultimately quelling the turmoil. From then on, he truly deserved the title of the first sword of Taihang. However, despite bearing such a title, he refused to inherit the Taihang sect. He left his famous sword, Shangyin, within the sect and vanished. But from then on, the people of Taihang sect searched for him relentlessly for 3 years before discovering that Ling Beichen had already married, had children, abandoned his sword, and lived in seclusion in the mountains under an assumed name. If his story ended here, it would be a perfect ending. He had weathered countless storms in his life, and finally found peace. Unfortunately, 2 years later, a tragedy occurred in Zhejian City at the foot of Taihang Mountain. A wealthy family, consisting of dozens of members, was brutally murdered overnight, leaving only the eldest daughter missing. Disciples of Taihang Mountain descended the mountain to investigate and seek justice for the victims. But unexpectedly, of the dozens of disciples who went down the mountain, only one returned. In the main hall of Taihang sect, the disciple, his face filled with terror and fear, announced to everyone that the murderer was Ling Beichen. This statement caused a huge uproar. Some didn't believe it, and went to find Ling Beichen's secluded residence. Others wanted to find the murderous maniac to verify his identity. Still others cursed him on the spot, saying the disciple was talking nonsense and must have been instructed by a villain. But soon, news came back from all sides. Those who went to Ling Beichen's secluded residence found that Ling Beichen was no longer there. The courtyard was deserted for a long time, and there were 2 long decomposed corpses in the room. After identification, it was confirmed that these were Ling Beichen's wife and child. And they had both died by Ling Beichen's 7 deadly 7-turn-7 wound sword. This news once again stirred up a storm, and rumors began to spread like wildfire that Ling Beichen had killed his wife and children and wreaked havoc on the martial world. Those who went to search for Ling Beichen found nothing. But from that day on, people occasionally saw a beggar in the martial world, acting erratically and inexplicably. Some recognized him as Ling Beichen and wanted to fight him with their swords. But the beggar was only insane, not that he had lost his martial arts skills. Those who wanted to fight him all died at the hands of the mad beggar. Later, someone noticed that Ling Beichen's brow was bulging, its color crimson, leading to suspicions that he had suffered a mental breakdown during martial arts training. He had accidentally killed his wife and children, and when he came to his senses, he couldn't accept the reality, which drove him completely mad. As time passed, the area between his brows grew larger and larger, like a horn sprouting from his forehead, making him appear ruthless and imposing. The name Mad Beggar Ling Beichen thus completely replaced the former title of the first sword of Taihang. Those in the martial world held complex feelings towards this man. In his youth, Beichen had roamed the land, making many acquaintances and accumulating numerous favors. Thinking of the past, he always felt a pang of pity for him. But after Beichen went mad, for some unknown reason, whenever he encountered a kind-hearted person, he would take them away. On the full moon of the 15th day of the lunar month, he would disembowel them and drain their blood for them to drink. Over the past 25 years, countless people had died at his hands. This act had thoroughly enraged the martial world, leading to calls for his complete extermination, but his whereabouts were elusive and extremely difficult to find. While he always killed and drank blood on the 15th, it wasn't a monthly occurrence. Therefore, it couldn't be considered a regular pattern. The group pursued him for years, but ultimately gave up completely. The remaining people, though still unwilling to give up, knew they couldn't defeat Ling Baichen even if they found him. They might even be killed by him. And so, to this day, Ling Baichen remains alive, one of the few remaining demons of Nanling. A gentle pat on the shoulder by Bian Chung brought Chu Qing back to his senses. Are you really going to get involved in this mess? Bian Chung glanced at Su Mao again. Chu Qing thought seriously for a moment and said, he should have died long ago. He had wreaked havoc on the martial world for over 20 years, his hands stained with blood. Even without encountering Su Mao, Chu Qing would have killed such a person. Before killing him, why not save one more person from his clutches? Bian Chung gave Chu Qing a deep look, then finally nodded. All right. Hua Jinyan asked curiously, Third young master, can you help me kill someone? Chu Qing was taken aback, his gaze falling on Hua Jinyan. You have enemies too? Sigh, who in the martial world doesn't have enemies? Hua Jinyan said helplessly, I also have someone I absolutely must kill. Who? The wife of Ghost Emperor Moto. Shut up. Bian Cheng's face darkened, and he shoved Hua Jinyan aside. Whether Ghost Emperor Moto had a wife was uncertain. After all, the Ghost Emperor was hardly a normal person. Who would want to live with such a freak? Besides, even if he did have a wife, assassinating the wives of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? That was far more exciting than assassinating the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors themselves. Hua Jinyan really dares to speak his mind. Chu Qing sighed helplessly. Well, I probably can't kill her right now. All right then. Hua Jinyan probably realized he was being a bit unreasonable. He said, since you can't kill her, how about Third young master grants me a request? Let me think about it carefully. Although I can't kill Ghost Emperor Moto's wife, I don't seem to owe you anything, right? Chu Qing was very clear-headed. Why was he suddenly asked to grant him a request for nothing? How was this supposed to be? Hua Jinyan chuckled dryly. How about you take me as your disciple? Chu Qing looked at Bian Chung, then at Wenru, thinking he must have misheard. Taking me as your disciple wouldn't be a loss. Hua Jinyan quickly said, I have good aptitude, good comprehension, good looks, cleverness, and good judgment. Being by your side, serving you hand and foot, you'd definitely be comfortable. The price I have to pay is simply teaching me martial arts. Before Chu Qing could speak, Mo Duxing leaned closer. Sounds pretty good. Since the third young master isn't willing to take you as a disciple, how about I do? You? Hua Jinyan was momentarily unsure of Mo Duxing's intentions. The most memorable thing Mo Duxing had left on him was that he had a terrible stiff neck that night. After that, he had always acted like a superior being, and Hua Jinyan knew he was Bianqing's senior brother. He had wondered why the people of the Tai sect didn't practice fist techniques, but swordsmanship. However, he didn't dare to ask further. Now, hearing Mo Duxing's words, and seeing the confidence on his face, could he really be a reclusive master? He himself was a young nobleman, and his unparalleled sword technique had once shown its prowess at the Shaolin sect. If he didn't have some skill, how could he dare to joke about him like this? Hesitant for a moment, unsure whether to accept the apprenticeship. What's wrong with me? Mo Duxing, seeing the suspicion on Hua Jinyan's face, couldn't help but feel annoyed, outrageous. You're only interested in the third young master's trivial skills, and want to become his apprentice? Now that a renowned master is before you, you're blind to his abilities. Truly laughable. If they hadn't constantly hindered my actions, I would have been famous throughout the martial world long ago. Ah. Hua Jinyan was getting impatient, her gaze shifting first to Bian Chung, then to Chu Qing. She truly didn't know whether to believe him or not. But Bian Cheng's eyes were fixed on the sky, and Chu Qing's face was expressionless. It was truly difficult to discern anything from their faces. She gritted her teeth and stamped her foot, about to kneel down. Bian Chung quickly reached out and firmly stopped him. You're really going to kneel? Huh? Hua Jinyan had already been somewhat skeptical of Mo Duxing's abilities, and couldn't help but ask, is he just bragging? It's not that serious. In front of outsiders, Bian Chung actually gave Mo Duxing a lot of face. After all, he was his senior brother, and he didn't say that his senior brother liked to put on airs and act mysteriously. He simply said, if you become his disciple, you will be a disciple of my Tai sect. But my Tai sect doesn't accept those who already have skills as disciples, so please don't take offense, Brother Hua. Oh! Hua Jinyan didn't know whether to be disappointed or relieved for a moment. However, he did know that the Tai sect didn't accept those who already had skills as disciples. He immediately nodded, putting the idea aside. But after this commotion, he also gave up the idea of becoming Chu Qing's disciple. Mo Duxing said regretfully, "You have prevented the birth of another sword master." Chu Qing glanced at him, feeling that Mo Duxing's statement was far too certain. Was he truly powerful, or just bluffing? Or was it simply his nature? Thinking back, Chu Qing had never seen him fight since meeting him. But Mo Duxing's lightness skill was impressive, and his internal energy was clearly advanced. So far, he had never held them back on their journey. Just as he was pondering this, he noticed that Winru had started writing furiously again. Chu Qing glanced at it, and saw that the delicate handwriting on the small notebook read, "Senior brother deceives to take on disciples. Little flower boy almost became the wrong master." Chu Qing almost burst out laughing, but upon closer inspection, he found that the girl's handwriting was indeed beautiful and pleasing to the eye. He remembered finding a portrait of Winru on the body of the assassin who first came to kill her. At the time, Winru commented that the drawing was really ugly. Now, seeing her handwriting, it was clear she wasn't lacking in appreciation. Could it be that this little girl not only has beautiful handwriting but is also skilled in painting? Carrying Su Mao along the way was ultimately quite troublesome. Therefore, when they passed the next town, they bought a carriage. Su Mao paid for it. That kid is extremely wealthy. He didn't even blink when buying the carriage. The carriage was quite nice, rather spacious. It had a small tea table inside, enough to seat 4 more people. Chu Qing and his group took turns driving, making their journey much more convenient than before. The territory of Luochen Manor spans 128 li in total, and the surrounding area is the same, so the land is actually quite small. With the carriage, their speed was much greater. Winru had assumed that the closer they got to Luochen Manor, the greater the resistance they would encounter. But for some reason, this idea seemed wrong. The biggest obstacle they had encountered along the way was Chung Tai's Han of the Iron Blood Hall. After leaving that small town, they had traveled without hindrance, arriving at the foot of Tianqing Mountain, where Luochen Manor was located, in less than 2 days. Tianqing speculated that the news of Chu Qing defeating Chung Tai's Han with a single palm strike had spread, causing later arrivals to dare not provoke his might. However, they hadn't paid attention to such rumors along the way, so they didn't know if this guess was accurate. Upon arriving at Tianqing Mountain, Winru couldn't help but lift the curtain on the carriage window and look outside. How does it feel to revisit this place? Chu Qing, sitting on her other side, poured himself a cup of tea. Winru thought for a moment before saying, "I was too young when I left home, and I haven't been back much over the years, so it doesn't seem like a big deal now. But I remember there's a lake in front of the manor. When I was little, my father told me that lake was called Jiaxing Lake." Tianqing Mountain and Jiaxing Lake are both related to stars. Many years ago, a shooting star fell from the sky and crashed into the mountainside, creating a huge crater. Later, rainwater poured in, eventually forming the lake. With Tianqing Mountain and Jiaxing Lake. Then, Luochen Manor came into being. Just then, a voice came from outside. "Eh? It's you?" The carriage suddenly stopped. Tianqing lifted the curtain and said to Chu Qing and the others inside, "People from Longyang Mountain." Chu Qing blinked, and the man laughed. Good, good, good. It seems young Master Hua has a special fondness for our old immortal. I come all the way to Luochen Manor to seek out the old immortal. Come, come, come with me to meet the old immortal." Chu Qing arrived at the carriage door, lifted the curtain and looked out, only to see a pink figure leaping through the air. Hua Jinyan already felt unlucky to see them. Seeing the other party's foul and aggressive language, she was instantly enraged. She immediately leaped up, twirled her folding fan, and used it as a sword to thrust forward. Chapter 112. 2 figures immediately began fighting at the foot of the mountain. Although the Jade Dragon Immortal had a bad reputation, his martial arts were extremely formidable. He primarily taught his disciples palm, finger, and claw techniques. The pink-clad man they encountered today was clearly not the same kind of person they had met that night in front of the dilapidated house. This man's claw techniques were exquisite. His fingertips carried a subtle, swirling wind, each strike targeting Hua Jinyan's joints and vital acupoints. A slight miscalculation, and being caught by a joint, would result in defeat. However, Hua Jinyan's martial arts were also extraordinary. His unique sword technique emphasized 9 harmonies and 8 unities. The so-called 9 harmonies are hand and eye harmony, eye and step harmony, step and body harmony, body and form harmony, form and intent harmony, intent and spirit harmony, spirit and thought harmony, thought and heart harmony, heart and sword harmony. By mastering these 9 harmonies, one can achieve unity of body and mind, thus enabling one to be inconsistent in all aspects, up and down, front and back, left and right, length and size, movement and stillness, appearance and inner workings, and even the flow of qi. Inner harmony with outer inconsistency. This is the essence of this sword technique. Only then can it be executed with effortless grace and endless variations. Hua Jinyan wielded this technique with a folding fan, his sword qi changing at will, his movements unpredictable. The two clashed, one wielding a short weapon, the other using claw techniques. Each move was confined to a small space, making the initial clash fraught with danger. However, Hua Jinyan possessed the essence of this sword technique, and within just a few moves, he had already made the Longyang Mountain disciple struggle to defend himself. Hua Jinyan resented their aggressive behavior, insisting on taking away a handsome young man like himself to satisfy that old lecher's lust. Therefore, once he gained power, he became even more ruthless. He wielded his folding fan, his sword energy varying in length and width, sometimes as thin as a needle, sometimes as wide as a fan, flowing freely between trickling streams and vast rivers. The surrounding martial artists couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Bian Cheng couldn't help but say, "What a magnificent sword technique. Truly exquisite." Chu Qing nodded in agreement. This sword technique truly embodied the word unique, its unevenness making it incredibly difficult to predict. Mo Duxing scoffed, a mere trifle. But no one paid him any attention. He considered all martial arts techniques to be trivial. Just then, the pink-clad man, forced back 3 steps by Hua Jinyan's sword, was about to retaliate when Hua Jinyan suddenly unleashed another sword strike. The sword energy suddenly surged. The sword energy, which normally reached a maximum of 3.5 feet, suddenly increased by more than a foot. The energy surged through his veins, unleashing a deadly attack in this unexpected manner. The man in pink was terrified. In his panic, he had no time to react and simply rolled on the ground, performing a lazy roll to barely dodge the attack. Even so, his headband and a large patch of scalp were severed by the sword, leaving his face and head covered in blood. The man in pink screamed and scrambled to his feet, ignoring his disheveled state. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeve, and a plume of white smoke billowed into the air. Hua Jinyan, unwilling to give up after failing to kill the man in one move, wanted to pursue him. The sudden appearance of the white smoke instantly covered his face and head. He closed his eyes tightly to prevent the smoke from getting in, but even the smoke he inhaled made him dizzy and unsteady on his feet. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He heard a menacing gust of wind. It was the man in pink's claw coming at him. The white smoke was a commonly used sleeping drug in Longyang Mountain. When the man in pink rolled over like a lazy donkey, he knew that if he didn't find a way, his life would be in danger. So he held the drug in his palm and threw it out. Now that he had succeeded in his attack, how could Hua Jinyan possibly escape? Therefore, this claw strike was both ruthless and vicious. He intended to cripple Hua Jinyan completely. But the reason he didn't kill him wasn't because he didn't want to, but because he dared not. After all, this was someone the Jade Dragon Immortal wanted. If he killed him, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the Immortal. In that instant, as if by lightning, just as Hua Jinyan was about to be defeated, a blade of light suddenly hissed along the ground. It arrived beside the pink-clad man just before his claw strike landed on Hua Jinyan. If he insisted on striking, the blade's power was unpredictable. At best, he would be injured. At worst, he would die. The pink-clad man dared not gamble with his life, and could only withdraw his attack. The blade of light flashed past, followed by a hissing sound, and a stubborn rock sitting on the ground was sliced in two. The cut was smooth, a horrifying sight. The man in pink's face changed drastically. If he hadn't dodged, and had insisted on capturing Hua Jinyan, he would be the one cut in two now. "Who goes there?" he roared, his face contorted with rage, as he looked towards the source of the blade's aura. He saw a swordsman in blue standing beside the carriage, a knife in one hand, silently watching him. Their eyes met, and his anger suddenly subsided. A nameless fear welled up within him, and he swallowed instinctively. "The affairs of Longyang Mountain are none of your business. Don't meddle. If I insist on meddling, what will you do?" Chu Qing stepped forward, sword in hand, and approached Hua Jinyan. He was almost unable to stand, and Chu Qing pressed down on his shoulder. Hua Jinyan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking someone was supporting him, but Chu Qing suddenly flung him onto the carriage shaft. Ouch! Hua Jinyan, already dizzy, felt even more disoriented after being thrown, and couldn't help but cry out. Luckily, Bian Cheng was still in the carriage and caught him. However, Bian Cheng looked at him warily, Do you feel hot all over? Does your heart race? Want to take off your clothes? If so, you better stay away from me. You can get closer to my senior brother. Mo Duxing was furious, outrageous. Are you even my junior brother? Have you forgotten who dressed you, washed your face, wiped your excrement, and fed you every day when you were little? Before going to sleep, who carried you to pee? Bian Cheng's face turned ashen. My parents. I entered the sect at 9, who used to wipe my excrement and feed me. Besides, we're only 2 years apart, who used to carry me to pee. Hua Jinyan's forehead turned black. This is a sleeping potion. Not an aphrodisiac, you two, that's enough. Su Mao, peering out of the carriage, listened to the conversation and suddenly realized that these high-ranking martial arts masters weren't so otherworldly after all. They sounded no different from ordinary people bickering. Bian Cheng, puzzled, asked, if it's a sleeping potion, why aren't you lying down? I've been drugged, but I haven't lost all my internal energy. If his potion were truly that potent, I'd probably have already fallen victim to the Jade Dragon Immortal's poison. I'm much better now. Hua Jinyan's face was still dark, sensing that the two had worried about something truly hateful. Seeing that his complexion was normal, and he wasn't experiencing shortness of breath or a flushed face, Bian Cheng was relieved. Looking at Chu Qing's side, he heard the pink-clad man speak with a gloomy expression. Does your excellency truly intend to antagonize my Longyong Mountain? Longyong Mountain. Is it so great? Chu Qing's words carried a hint of contempt. You're courting death. Upon hearing this, the man in pink knew that things were far from over. Chu Qing's words had insulted Longyong Mountain. If he didn't dare to act, even if Chu Qing spared him, the Jade Dragon Immortal wouldn't let him go back home. He immediately waved his hand. Kill! There were other Longyong Mountain disciples around when he fought Hua Jinyan earlier. The man in pink had volunteered, and the others were happy to watch the show. Now, facing Chu Qing, having witnessed that single blade of light splitting a rock, the man in pink dared not be careless and immediately called for the others to join the attack. The remaining Longyong Mountain disciples looked at each other. Even though they were apprehensive, they could only rise to their feet. In an instant, Chu Qing faced opponents from all sides. Seeing this, Bian Cheng immediately leaped forward, shouting, Third young master, I'm here to help you. But before he could finish speaking, a blade exploded from the crowd. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk 3 heads shot into the air in quick succession. Then, Chu Qing spun around, his golden crow blade technique surging forth. Man followed the blade, unstoppable. The blade's momentum rolled in, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 corpses lay scattered on the ground. The companions the pink-clad man had summoned were all dead on the spot. Only then did Bian Cheng land. He had intended to join forces with Chu Qing, but it seemed unnecessary. He clenched his fists, his eyes meeting Chu Qing's, when Chu Qing asked, Why did you come to help me? The weather's nice today, the scenery's beautiful, I came to help you take a look. Bian Cheng coughed, standing with his hands behind his back, seemingly genuinely just there to enjoy the scenery. Chu Qing nodded, her gaze returning to the pink-clad man. You just asked, who's courting death? The pink-clad man's mouth gaped open, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. He couldn't believe it, his junior brother had died so swiftly and decisively. Only a few strikes? How could he be so formidable? The surrounding martial artists exchanged bewildered glances. Some didn't know who this swordsman was, possessing such skill. But others, having heard Bian Cheng's words, discerned his identity and immediately began whispering amongst themselves. The third young master? Could it be the Mad Blade third young master from Divine Blade City, the one who slaughtered countless people? I heard that at the world's first-class tournament, a strange person appeared, seemingly invincible. But when this Mad Blade third young master made his move, that person died without even a complete corpse. The most terrifying thing was that night of riots in Divine Blade City. Many small forces were caught in the crossfire, burning, killing, and looting. This third young master couldn't stand it, so he drew his sword and killed. He wiped out countless small forces, clearing Divine Blade City in a single night of fierce fighting, allowing Dragon Spear Fang Tianrui to reap a huge advantage. It's him. Truly living up to his reputation. Such ruthless swordsmanship. Such profound internal energy. Hearing these discussions, the pink-clad man finally realized who was standing before him. His face immediately turned pale. So, you are the Mad Blade third young master. Today I was blind to your greatness. However, you have already incurred the enmity of my Dragon Yang Mountain. If you kill me now, the Jade Dragon Immortal will never let you go. Perfect timing. Chu Qing smiled. I don't intend to let him go either. If the Jade Dragon Immortal were still on Longyong Mountain, Chu Qing wouldn't have time to worry about him. Since he come to Nanling seeking death, Chu Qing wouldn't mind sending him on his way. Of course, it would be even better if someone could place an order for him at this time. At least it wouldn't be a pointless death for the Jade Dragon Immortal. The pink-robed man's expression changed drastically, and he immediately tried the same trick again. However, Chu Qing was prepared for this. With a swift movement, he created distance, and when he looked up, he saw the pink-robed man turning to run. He immediately reached out and grabbed. The inner energy of the Mingyu True Scripture circulated, and an extremely strong suction force rose up. The pink-robed man felt a strange chill creeping into his meridians, and he struggled to break free and escape. However, his body was being pulled step by step towards Chu Qing. Upon reaching him, he suddenly turned around, intending to use Chu Qing's pull to launch a surprise attack. But in the end, it was all in vain. Chu Qing's blade shifted, slashing upwards at an angle. The blade rose from the pink-clad man's left waist, finally grazing his head, and his body came to an abrupt halt. He swayed only briefly before collapsing, dead on the spot. Chu Qing flicked the blood from his blade, sheathed it, and glanced at everyone present before turning and returning to the carriage. "Let's go!" Bian Chung had already sat back in the carriage, pulling the reins and shouting, "Giddy up!" The carriage creaked and groaned as it drove towards the mountain road of Tianqing Mountain. Only after the carriage disappeared did the martial artists at the foot of the mountain begin to chatter amongst themselves. Inside the carriage, Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Hua Jinyan. "I'm afraid the Jade Dragon Immortal won't let you off the hook." Hua Jinyan was speechless for a moment. "Then what should I do? I can't leave. How about I kill him for you?" Chu Qing gave Hua Jinyan a half-smile, his mind set on taking advantage of her. Hua Jinyan looked at Chu Qing suspiciously. "Really? Why not? But you have to pay me to kill someone." Chu Qing looked at Su Mao. "Right?" Su Mao nodded repeatedly, then asked Hua Jinyan, "Do you have any money?" He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly heard the sound of hooves coming from outside the carriage. A voice exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Bian, you're here too? Who's in this carriage?" Chu Qing lifted the carriage curtain and saw a white horse riding on the mountain road of Tianqing Mountain. A simply dressed girl sat on the horse. Although she wore no makeup, her exquisite beauty was still undeniable. It was none other than Ling Fei. Beside the white horse followed a man carrying a golden sword. "Master Chow, we meet again." Chu Qing couldn't help but smile upon seeing him, then glanced at the young lady Ling Fei on horseback and chuckled. "So you two have finally tied the knot?" Chao Qiupu's face flushed red at the question. He was about to wave his hand when he heard Ling Fei shake her head repeatedly. No, young master, please don't speak nonsense. I'm just accompanying Brother Chow to participate in the martial arts contest for marriage." Chao Qiupu quickly shook his head. "I'm not here to participate in the martial arts contest for marriage. I'm just here to watch the fun, Ling Fei, you can believe me." Chu Qing ignored the two's tussle, only somewhat confused. "What martial arts contest for marriage?" Chapter 113. Chu Qing and the others had been quite anxious the whole way, fearing something might go wrong at Luochen Manor. Therefore, their information was slightly delayed. Upon hearing Chao Qiupu's words, Bian Chung couldn't help but widen his eyes. "What do you mean? Is Manor Lord when planning to marry off my junior sister?" "Ah?" Chao Qiupu quickly replied, "It seems it's not for Miss Wen, but for Wen Karen, the daughter of the second master of the Wen family. The news just came out recently. I only found out yesterday. I originally wanted to come to Luochen Manor to see the excitement of the heavenly secret token. But now it's turned into watching this martial arts contest for marriage. Who knows if you're just here to watch the show? Or if you're planning to go up and try your skills yourself?" Ling Fei muttered something under her breath. Unfortunately, everyone present except Su Mao heard it. Chao Qiupu sighed helplessly, while Chu Qing smiled. Did Master Wen mention the heavenly secret token regarding this son-in-law selection? No, but it's said that besides becoming the son-in-law of Luochen Manor, Master Wen will also give the newlyweds some gifts. But what exactly they are, we don't know. Chao Qiupu laughed as he spoke. However, I imagine many people will consider that direction, right? Chu Qing stroked his chin. Master Wen's move seems a bit underhanded. I wonder if he's trying to stabilize the situation, or if he really wants to use the second wife as a shield. Bian Chung immediately understood upon hearing this. At this crucial time for the heavenly secret token, when Fuxing suddenly held a martial arts contest to choose a husband, without mentioning the heavenly secret token in his words. But it was inevitable that some would speculate. This would loosen the stalemate to some extent. It could slow down those eager to obtain the heavenly secret token. If, in the end, a young man of exceptional martial arts skills, character, and influence is chosen as Karen's husband, then the heavenly secret token can be sent out. This would achieve the same goal of escaping unscathed. Even if there are losses, the only ones affected would be the second branch of the Wen family. However, this method would be rather unethical. It's using the second branch as a scapegoat. However, Wen Fuxing might simply be using this to delay the crisis and find a way to break the deadlock. Whether it's the case or not, the situation at Luochen Manor is likely to be quite chaotic. After a few casual words, the group headed up the mountain together. A short while later, they arrived at Jiaxing Lake. The large manor in front of Jiaxing Lake was built against the mountain, and the area in front of it was bustling with activity. The large crowd consisted of people from all walks of life, including various masters. Chu Qing was right earlier. In this situation, even if Wen Fuxing sent men to meet them, they probably wouldn't have enough manpower. As for Wen Fuxing himself, if he dared to leave Luochen Manor, these people could demolish it in an instant. In this martial world, there are far too many people who are allies to your face, and traitors to your back. Just as Chu Qing and his group arrived, someone hurriedly came to greet them. Leading the group was a stout middle-aged man. He had a wealthy appearance, but his eyes were small, turning into slits when he smiled. As he walked out, he said, "Is Roer back?" "Second uncle," Roer called out expressionlessly, lifting the sedan curtain. "Good, good, good." This second master of the Wen family, Wen Kaiyuan, smiled broadly, seemingly quite excited. "You silly child, you went somewhere without even telling the family. If I had known, I should have sent someone to pick you up. By the way, who are these gentlemen?" Wenra thought for a moment, feeling that introducing them would be too troublesome, so she looked at Dianxing. Dianxing had no choice but to introduce them. He first stated his and Mo Duxing's identities. When he heard that they were both under Cui Bunu of the Tai sect and Wenra's senior brothers, Wen Kaiyuan's face immediately lit up with a smile, grateful that they had escorted Wenru back. Dianxing quickly waved his hand, indicating that he didn't have such great abilities. Then he pushed Chu Qing forward. "We were able to return to Luochen Manor without any obstacles, mainly thanks to this third young master." Third young master? Could it be the Mad Blade third young master? Wen Kaiyuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but look at Chu Qing. Seeing his young age and fair complexion, he didn't seem like a Jianghu wanderer, but rather like a wealthy young master. He was somewhat incredulous. Is this really the third young master? He didn't look like someone who had killed countless people and was ruthless. Chu Qing slightly clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, second master Wen." "I wouldn't dare." Seeing that Chu Qing didn't deny it, Wen Kaiyuan quickly returned the greeting, his attitude very solemn. Previously, when Diancheng and Mo Duxing greeted him, he acted as if he were an elder, but now he treated them as equals. Although the matter of the heavenly secret token was causing quite a stir, the name of the Mad Blade third young master still clearly spread. This wasn't just because Chu Qing had killed too many people in Divine Blade City, but also because, in that small town, Chu Qing had once fought against the guests from Red Cloud Mountain, Iron Palm crossing the river. On the surface, the contest ended in a draw. But as a member of Luochen Manor, Wen Kaiyuan knew that this seemingly delicate young man had severely injured Cheng Tai's Han with a single punch. The Iron Blood Hall group's journey back to their headquarters was far from peaceful. With Cheng Tai's Han seriously injured, some tried to take advantage of the situation. If it weren't for the sword and knife he carried, he would likely have died on the way. Tai Lingyun, who had originally intended to visit Luochen Manor because of the heavenly secret token, changed his plans after hearing about the incident and went to fetch Cheng Tai's Han instead. With Tai Lingyun no longer causing trouble at this crucial time, Luochen Manor was significantly relieved of pressure. This is why Wen Kaiyuan paid special attention to Chu Qing. When Diancheng introduced the young Hua Jinyan, he spoke more casually. "Some treacherous individuals I met on the road, planning to join in the fun." Hua Jinyan gritted his teeth in hatred, but was utterly helpless. Wen Kaiyuan was equally bewildered. Why not kill such a treacherous person instead of bringing him back? However, since he was a guest, Wen Kaiyuan didn't say anything harsh. Chao Chiopu needed no introduction. Wen Kaiyuan already knew who he was just by his appearance. As for Su Mao, if Chu Qing hadn't mentioned him, Wen Kaiyuan would have assumed he was just a coachman. Amidst the watchful eyes of many martial arts figures, the meeting concluded. Wen Kaiyuan immediately led Chu Qing and his group into Luochen Manor. The manor was enormous, nestled against the mountain and beside the water, with layers upon layers ascending upwards. As Wen Kaiyuan walked, he introduced the manor to Chu Qing and the others. During a break in Wen Kaiyuan's conversation, Bian Chung finally had a chance to ask, speaking of which, where is Manor Lord Wen now? His daughter came home, and he didn't even come to pick her up? Mentioning this, Wen Kaiyuan, who had been talking incessantly, suddenly fell silent. Winra glanced at him. What happened to him? I smell blood. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Blood? How could you have held back from asking for so long? Wen Kaiyuan gave a bitter smile. I knew I couldn't hide it from Roer's nose. Your father? He was assassinated last night. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, glancing at Wen Kaiyuan, who seemed uneasy under her gaze. Bian Chung and Chao Qiupu frowned, glancing around as if to make sure no one had overheard. Only Winra quietly asked, Where is he? Wen Kaiyuan hesitated before saying, Your father needs to rest. Even if you didn't tell me, I could find him. After speaking gently, she ignored Wen Kaiyuan and pulled Chu Qing forward. Wen Kaiyuan had no choice but to say, all right, second uncle understands. I take you there after I settled your friend's accommodations, okay? Wen stopped and turned to look at Wen Kaiyuan. Okay. Wen Kaiyuan sighed and began arranging accommodations for everyone. There were many people, so they were all assigned to the same courtyard. Chu Qing wanted to go back to her room first, but Wen stopped her. Third brother, come with me to see my father, okay? Before Chu Qing could answer, Bian Chung couldn't help but grin. What? With your third brother around, second senior brother isn't so appealing anymore. Wen glanced at him expressionlessly. He wasn't appealing to begin with. Bian Chung glared. Winra sniffed carefully again and said definitively it stinks. Before Bian Chung could react, Winra had already pulled Chu Qing out of the courtyard. Wen Kaiyuan looked at Chu Qing, then at Winra, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. However, he didn't ask any further questions and led Chu Qing and Winra deeper into the manor. Throughout the journey, Chu Qing had been observing the situation at Luochen Manor, confirming that it was currently in a state of outward relaxation but inward tension. The courtyard where Chu Qing and his group were staying wasn't particularly heavily guarded, but once they stepped into the core area, it was as if they had stepped into a net of inescapable traps. The surrounding sentry posts were extremely dense. Moreover, the foundation of Luochen Manor was truly extraordinary. None of those hidden in the shadows were anything but experts. Judging from their breathing alone, each of them possessed considerable internal strength, at least not much weaker than Dong Xingji before he cultivated that damn 9 profound divine art. One Dong Xingji might not seem like much, but everyone here possesses such profound internal strength, and has undergone rigorous training, with orders strictly enforced. The power this group can unleash would be astonishing. Since its construction, Luochen Manor has centered around this area, occupying only 128 li. These 128 li are impregnable, as strong as the Iron Blood Hull. No matter how powerful you are, you can hardly cross that line. Managing only this small area for so many years, it's not incomprehensible how many elite talents they could cultivate. But in this case, it becomes even more illogical. Who could possibly injure Wen Fuxing under these circumstances? It's important to understand that this Master Wen is no ordinary person. If one were to create a ranking of the various masters of Nanling, he would at least be in the top 10. Such a master, such tight security, and yet, he was still injured. This sounds almost mythical, but it's not far off. Chu Qing glanced at Wen Kaiyuan again, a slight smile playing on his lips, and then asked, I heard Winra mention before that her 2 uncles have always been very kind to her since childhood. Having seen you today, second master, I wonder where third master is now? Wen Kaiyuan smiled. Third master hasn't returned to the manor yet. As you know, all sorts of people are now within the territory of Luochen Manor. With more people, there's more trouble. Third master went out early this morning to settle some matters. Speaking of which, with so many martial arts practitioners flooding in, it's the ordinary people who suffer the most. These martial arts practitioners are unpredictable. A slight misstep, and they might just kill someone. It really is, He wanted to say it was utterly lawless, but the problem was, where in this world was there any law left? Chu Qing nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Following Wen Kaiyuan through a maze of twists and turns, they finally arrived at a large courtyard. This place seemed secluded, but if one looked down upon the entire Luochen Manor, they would be surprised to find that it was actually located at the very center of the entire manor. Upon reaching the gate, he gently called out. The courtyard gate immediately opened, and figures stood in various parts of the courtyard, paying their respects to those outside. Outside the inner room, a man in black, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, glanced up at Chu Qing. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light, clearly indicating considerable internal strength. His black attire, though not for nighttime use, was exquisitely crafted with gold-threaded cloud patterns. After glancing at Chu Qing, his gaze fell upon Winru. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly straightened up, clasped his hands, and said, "Greetings, Mississippi." As he spoke, the door creaked open, and a young girl stepped out. She was young, appearing to be no more than 15 or 16. She was beautiful and graceful. Her face was smaller than a palm, yet a hint of sorrow lingered on her fair skin. She carried a copper basin, stained with faint traces of blood. When she looked up and saw Winru, the girl's eyes suddenly reddened. "Sister." With a clatter, the copper basin was thrown to the ground, spilling water everywhere. She ran to Winru and threw herself into her arms. "Sister, you're finally back. Tell Uncle that Karen doesn't want to get married yet, okay?" It turned out this was Karen. Seeing this girl here, Chu Qing became even more certain of some things she had been pondering. "Karen, don't be silly." When Kaiyuan frowned slightly, "Your sister has had a long journey. Whatever you have to say, wait until she's met your uncle. Let go." When Karen hesitantly released Winru, Winru thought for a moment, then reached out and patted her head. "Good girl." When Karen pouted, looking even more aggrieved, her big eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of sobbing, Winru didn't say anything more, then led Chu Qing into the house. Just as Chu Qing was about to step into the room, the man in black suddenly blocked her path. "Young miss, the master is seriously injured and should not receive guests." He didn't look at Chu Qing, but at Winru. Winru glanced back at him. "Let me through." The man in black neither obeyed nor argued, simply blocking her way with one arm, remaining silent and unmoving. Chu Qing shook her head slightly, looking at Winru. "Do you insist on letting me in?" Chapter 114. Winru's face remained expressionless. She simply nodded slightly. Having received confirmation, Chu Qing grasped the black-clad man's wrist, stepped back. The black-clad man's expression remained unchanged, but his arm did not move. "See ye, he is my sister's friend. Since my sister has allowed him in, please let him pass." When Karen's soft, weak voice came from behind, the man named Si remained unmoved. Chu Qing looked up at him, their eyes met, and Chu Qing smiled. "Are you a guard of the Wen family? What's your name? You're not surnamed Fu, are you?" "My name is Si." "So, guard Si, are you now planning to deceive your master?" Chu Qing glanced back at Wen Kaiyuan and Wen Karen. "Or is it that your master isn't Winru, but someone else?" Si's gaze darkened slightly. "Don't talk nonsense." When Karen's voice also came hurriedly, "Young master, you shouldn't speak carelessly. Brother Sai isn't our servant. He's like family. He grew up with us since childhood." Chu Qing ignored Wen Karen, simply pressing down lightly on Sai's arm. It was so easy, it was as if Sai had let go of his arm himself. Only Sai stared in disbelief. He hadn't relaxed at all. But he couldn't resist. His free hand suddenly reached behind his back, and he twisted his foot, trying to block. Just then, a violent cough came from inside the door. "Outside." Cough, cough, cough. "What's all the noise outside?" When Kaiyuan quickly said, "Big brother, Roar is back. She wants to see you." "Roar, come in quickly." Hearing the voice from inside, Winru shifted her feet, but didn't go inside. Instead, she looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing touched his nose, his thoughts a mix of emotions. Since when did this little girl become so dependent on him? Logically, he shouldn't follow the father and daughter into their meeting. However, Winru insisted on coming, so Chu Qing intervened, using a rather gentle approach to avoid unnecessary conflict with the Wen family. After all, he was here to take Winru home. Even if they couldn't forge a deep friendship with Luochen Manor, there was no need to make enemies. "Big brother, Roar brought a friend along and wanted him to come in and see you." When Kaiyuan's voice rang out again. From inside, when Fuxing said, "Roar's friend?" "Then come in." Hearing this, Si took a step back and gently rubbed his wrist. Chu Qing smiled, "Thank you." Si's face darkened. Although the two hadn't actually fought, Chu Qing gave him a feeling of helplessness. If this person really insisted on forcing his way in, then he couldn't stop him. Seeing him step aside, Winru pulled Chu Qing's sleeve and led him inside. The room was quite spacious. When Fuxing was in the room on the left. Upon entering, a strong medicinal smell filled the air. Lying on the bed was a middle-aged man, pale-faced, but with a handsome appearance, bearing a slight resemblance to Winru. He craned his neck to look at the doorway, and seeing Winru and Chu Qing enter one after the other, he first glanced at Chu Qing, then his gaze settled entirely on Winru. "Roar. Little Roar." When Fuxing struggled to his feet, waving repeatedly at Winru, "Is it really my little Roar back? Quick, let Daddy." Let Daddy take a good look. Winru quickened her pace and sat down by the bed. When Fuxing took her hand, examining her from head to toe before smiling, "Little rower, my little rower has grown up." Cough, cough, cough. All these years, it's all Daddy's fault. Daddy sent you to Taisek you. You suffered. Not at all. Winru said, "Master, mistress, and my senior brothers have all been very good to me." Cui Bunu had 4 disciples in total, and the youngest was a little girl, so she was indeed very much loved. When Fuxing smiled upon hearing this, "Good, it's good that you didn't suffer." He paused, then looked at Chuqing. "Little rower, who is this?" "He is my 3rd brother. He escorted me back all the way here." Winru gave a brief introduction. "I see. No wonder you insisted on having him come in with you." When Fuxing smiled, then said to Chuqing, "May I ask your name, young brother?" Chuqing glanced at Wen Fuxing silently, not revealing his name, but instead asking, "Master Wen, is he one of your men?" Wen Fuxing frowned slightly. His answer was irrelevant, especially to an elder. It was undoubtedly impolite. However, Wen Fuxing wasn't angry, simply smiling. "That child has indeed been by my side since childhood." Chuqing shook his head. "So, the reason you wouldn't let me in earlier wasn't Ci's intention, but Master Wen's?" "Master Wen, is there something you want to say to Winru, but you don't want a junior to hear?" Wen Fuxing narrowed his eyes slightly. Even in death, his imposing presence remained. Despite his severe injuries, Wen Fuxing was still a powerful figure and a master of his craft. His narrowed eyes instantly created a heavy atmosphere in the room. Chuqing silently met his gaze, her expression serene and unmoved by Wen Fuxing's imposing aura. Wen Rou glanced at Chuqing, then at Wen Fuxing, her face expressionless, as if whatever happened between these two people with incompatible auras was none of her concern. After a long while, Wen Fuxing chuckled softly, "Young brother, I truly don't understand what you mean. However, after being separated from Rower for so many years, wanting to have a private conversation without being disturbed by outsiders, that's understandable." Chuqing nodded again upon hearing this. "Is it normal for Master Wen to feign injury?" Winru's eyes widened as she stared at Wen Fuxing. Her previously emotionless eyes were now filled with a look of utter realization. "So this is the kind of father you are." Wen Fuxing was also taken aback, but then suddenly smiled. He sat up abruptly from the bed, moving with surprising agility, showing no signs of serious injury. He looked at Chuqing. "Good lad, how did you know?" "A bold guess, carefully verified," Chuqing said. "Throughout this journey, I observed that Luochen Manor is heavily guarded, and Master Wen possesses unparalleled martial arts skills. Under these circumstances, assassinating you would be harder than climbing to heaven. Given Luochen Manor's defenses, even if a master from the demon-slaying list of the Mirror of Karma personally intervened, they would likely fail. Of course, whether he would survive facing Wen Fuxing was still uncertain." "Just this?" Wen Fuxing frowned at Chuqing, clearly feeling this explanation wasn't enough. Chuqing smiled. "Second Master said you didn't hide your serious injuries. These are turbulent times for Luochen Manor. The name of Manor Master Wen is the anchor of Luochen Manor. No matter how you look at it, Second Master Wen doesn't seem like a fool. Exposing his weakness like this is clearly illogical. If someone with ulterior motives tries to use this to cause trouble, wanting to take your life, while Manor Master Wen is seriously injured, a slight misstep could lead to a catastrophic disaster. I thought about it, and I think there's probably only one reason. That's deliberate." He paused, seemingly feeling thirsty, and went to pour himself a cup of tea. He sniffed it lightly, took a sip. "I don't know the reason for doing it deliberately for the moment. After all, I don't yet know whether Second Master Wen is a man or a ghost. Having faced 2 assassination attempts along the way, I suspect someone within Luochen Manor wants to harm him. If this person is Second Master Wen, then it makes sense for him to deliberately spread the news of your injury so widely. But later, after following Second Master Wen to your courtyard, I discovered that Second Master Wen's daughter, Wen Karen, was serving here. Your courtyard is completely unguarded towards him. It seems you trust this second brother implicitly. Therefore, I can't help but suspect that his publicizing this was at your behest. In other words, this was a scheme deliberately set up by you 2 brothers. A fake assassination, a fake injury, a real trap, to eliminate those who are restless through legitimate means." Setting down his teacup, Chuqing turned to Wen Fuxing. "Master Wen, may I ask if I'm right?" Wen Fuxing gave Chuqing a deep look, then patted Winru's head. "Rower, is this boy someone you trust?" Winru nodded without hesitation. Wen Fuxing then nodded, looking at Chuqing. "I knew why Rower insisted on letting you in. With you by her side, this girl doesn't need to use her brain anymore. She's naturally lazy, You certainly make things easier for her. He paused slightly. You're right. These are extraordinary times for Luochen Manor. The Heavenly Secret Order is causing quite a stir, attracting all sorts of scoundrels. However, in the end, the Heavenly Secret Order is just a minor matter. What truly frightens me is a group of unknown individuals lurking around my Luochen Manor. Does Master Wen know who they are? Wen Fuxing shook his head. If only I knew. These people are extremely secretive. They never confront me directly. However, I suspect the Heavenly Secret Token incident was their doing. I heard that the Heavenly Secret Token was because the Luochen Manor's patriarch, Wen Tianheng, saved the dying Heavenly Secret Hermit. Wen Fuxing hesitated slightly, glancing at Wenru, before finally nodding. That's true. Chu Qing smiled. Thank you for your trust, Master Wen. Wen Fuxing had never acknowledged the Heavenly Secret Token since its discovery. If Wenru hadn't trusted Chu Qing today, he probably wouldn't have been so open. Wen Fuxing smiled helplessly. My girl believes you, and I believe my girl. After a slight pause, he continued, however, even if the Heavenly Secret Token has a powerful origin, it's useless. Because no one knows the location of Heavenly Secret Valley. This token has been in my Luochen Manor for many years, and my Luochen Manor has searched for it for many years, but we have never found Heavenly Secret Valley. No one knows the location of Heavenly Secret Valley. In other words, even if one obtains the Heavenly Secret Token, one cannot obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Secret Hermit. Otherwise, Luochen Manor would have emptied Heavenly Secret Valley hundreds of times over the years. Then why would the other party use this method to stir up chaos? Chu Qing looked up at Wen Fuxing. Since Manor Lord Wen said that the matter of the Heavenly Secret Token is not important, was this feigned assassination attempt to lure the other party into making a move? Wen Fuxing nodded. Chu Qing shook his head. Manor Lord Wen knows himself extremely well, so he asserted that even if the matter of the Heavenly Secret Token becomes widely known, Luochen Manor can still stand firm. But if what you say is true, then the other side has been spying around Luochen Manor for a long time. Then, their understanding of Manor Master Wen shouldn't be underestimated. Therefore, they should also know that the Heavenly Secret Token cannot threaten Luochen Manor. Yet they still insist on using this to cause trouble, which means their methods are not limited to just the Heavenly Secret Token. Wen Fuxing nodded slightly. Then what methods do you think they might have? The Heavenly Secret Token might just be a trigger. Heavenly Secret Valley. What if they know where Heavenly Secret Valley is? Chu Qing suddenly looked up at Wen Fuxing. What if they know where Heavenly Secret Valley is, and take advantage of this martial arts contest to spread the word? Wen Fuxing's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowing instantly. But how do they know the location of Heavenly Mystery Valley? Then we need to know who they really are. Chu Qing let out a soft breath. Does Master Wen have anyone he suspects? Wen Fuxing shook his head. If so, that would be good. If Master Wen doesn't, then I have a possibility. Chu Qing spoke softly. Has Master Wen ever heard of the Heavenly Evil Cult? The Heavenly Evil Cult. Wen Fuxing immediately said, the one that appeared in both Heavenly Dance City and Divine Blade City? Young brother, how much do you know about this cult? Not too much, but from the few words I heard, the Heavenly Evil Cult is not to be underestimated. Everyone in it is a master. And their power is immense, and their schemes are also enormous. The schemes in Heavenly Dance City and Divine Blade City were both orchestrated by them. If they're truly interested in dealing with Luochen Manor, finding Tianji Valley shouldn't be too difficult for them. Chu Qing pondered for a moment, then asked, what is the purpose of this martial arts contest for marriage, Master Wen? This? Wen Fuxing smiled. Firstly, to give these people something to look forward to, so they don't just waste their energy causing trouble everywhere. Secondly, to be honest, my niece is troubled by love. This move is also to put some pressure on her, to see if we can find her a suitable husband. Finally, I give her the Tianji token, to tell everyone that this Tianji token is with Luochen Manor, and belongs to Luochen Manor. Anyone who dares to covet it should think about their fate. Chu Qing was speechless. It turned out she had overinterpreted things. In reality, Wen Fuxing's idea was very simple. No matter how much commotion you cause outside, my Luochen Manor remains undaunted. Sure enough, the old man spoke coldly. Luochen Manor has stood strong in the martial world for hundreds of years. It cannot be harmed by a mere Heavenly Secret Token or these demons and monsters. I intend to use this martial arts tournament to show these people that they can neither control Luochen Manor nor shake Wen Fuxing. Chapter 115. Wen Fuxing's words were resounding. His domineering presence as the master of Luochen Manor was unmistakable. Unfortunately, his face was too pale, making him appear somewhat outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Chu Qing gave him a wry smile. Master One, aren't you afraid of messing things up? It's just that I didn't expect the other side might have found Tianji Valley. When Fuxing's momentum faltered, I just don't know if things will turn out as you predict. If that's really the case, then this is an open conspiracy. Even if it's my Luochen manor, even knowing there's something fishy going on, we still have to go and see for ourselves, just like these people. After all, this belongs to my Luochen manor. How can we allow outsiders to get it? But is Tianji Valley really so easy to find? Let's wait and see. What we're saying now is just speculation. Chu Qing spoke softly, however. If they can truly find even Tianji Valley, it means that this scheme was not hatched overnight. There are likely other secrets within Tianji Valley, and we must be wary. When Fuxing nodded repeatedly, his gaze towards Chu Qing gentle. You're right. Chu Qing was very perceptive, and immediately noticed that the old man's gaze seemed a little off. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Master Wen, what do you plan to do now? How's your martial arts, kid? When Fuxing suddenly asked. Chu Qing thought for a moment. It should be alright. See, he can't stop you, so your martial arts are definitely above his. However, we have to observe carefully. How about this, you strike me with your palm, let me test your strength. When Fuxing slapped his chest, his face paling instantly, perhaps because he had touched a wound. He was genuinely injured. The act had to be convincing, but this superficial injury wouldn't kill him, nor would it affect his martial arts. If he hadn't deliberately injured himself, it would have healed in 2 or 3 days. But such a slap directly onto the wound still hurt. Chu Qing looked at him suspiciously. Master One, is this true? Then how much of my strength should I offer? When Fuxing almost burst into laughter, but thankfully he remembered he was feigning injury and suppressed the urge. He chuckled in a low voice, Boy, you underestimate the name of Ji Qinxing Luo too much. Facing a junior like you, go ahead and use your full strength. Let's see what you're capable of. Before Chu Qing could even nod, Wen Rou gently pressed Wen Fuxing's hand, speaking expressionlessly, Don't court death. When Fuxing paused, then looked at Wen Rou with affection, Don't worry, I won't hurt him. I'm afraid he beat you to death. Wen Rou's voice was devoid of emotion, her face expressionless. Her voice was calm and unhurried, yet incredibly hurtful. When Fuxing's eyes widened, almost causing him to fly into a rage, but seemingly considering the guilt he felt for his daughter's long absence, he suppressed his anger, patting her head and saying, Don't you understand your father? He's so young, how could he possibly hurt me? Even if he's a genius. Master One. Chu Qing interrupted Wen Fuxing, and a chill spread from his body. A layer of frost visibly formed on the ground, followed by the teapot, teacups, and windows. When Kaiyuan and the others who had been waiting outside all felt a sudden chill for no apparent reason. When Kaiyuan subconsciously looked up at the sky, the weather hasn't changed. Si Yi, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly looked towards the room with concern. Master! Don't come in! When Fuxing's voice immediately rang out, suppressing Si Yi's restless thoughts. Looking at Chu Qing before him, he felt waves of chi spreading outwards. Chu Qing's fists were frosty, poised to strike, yet a powerful pressure erupted forth, increasing in intensity. Initially, Wen Fuxing was impressed by Chu Qing's youthful appearance and his cultivation. But he was quickly astonished by Chu Qing's profound internal strength and powerful martial arts. And the more he observed, the more alarmed he became. Suddenly remembering something, he called out, Wait, wait! He quickly gestured for him to stop. Chu Qing looked up in surprise. Master One, aren't you going to experience what it's like when I went all out? Are you that mad blade? Wen Fuxing looked at Chu Qing, the one who punched Cheng Mangzi so hard he couldn't get up for days? Cheng Mangzi, that must be Cheng Taizhan, right? Chu Qing was unaware of what had happened with Cheng Taizhan, and was somewhat surprised. Master One, are you talking about Cheng, the deputy head of the Iron Blood Hall? When did I beat him so badly he couldn't get up? He was perfectly fine when he left. That old has a shame. When Fuxing could only say, he put on a brave face in front of you, but after we left, he collapsed. He suffered a pretty bad fall this time, almost getting beaten to death on the way. Tai Lingyun even went to pick him up specifically because of this. He didn't have time to cause trouble at Luochen Manor. Chu Qing thought for a moment. His meeting with Cheng Taizhan was only in the last couple of days. An assassination attempt? He muttered subconsciously. There's a traitor in the Iron Blood Hall. Definitely, Wen Fuxing said. To be honest, the gatekeeper and accountant at Cheng Tishan's house are actually my men. These past few years, I had them falsify accounts, bringing in a considerable amount of money for me. Is it really okay to say that so directly? Chu Qing was speechless, feeling the topic had gone a bit too far. Should he still hit him? What can't be said? Wen Fuxing said calmly. In this martial arts world, it's perfectly normal for renowned forces, whether neighboring or not, to have spies among each other. It's simply a matter of who has higher cultivation and stronger martial arts. Besides, let me tell you a secret, Chung Mangzi is barely literate. Even if you falsified accounts for him right in front of him, he wouldn't notice, and would even think you had good handwriting. But this kid's shrewd. I arranged for over a dozen accountants to be ready, and it wasn't until the 7th that I finally gained his trust. Even so, you can't take too much at once. You have to accumulate it little by little, like a slow and steady stream, and he'd be completely unaware. What kind of nonsense is this? Why are you so obsessed with swindling people out of their money? And you arranged for over a dozen. This is even more insidious than those modern business tactics like watering money trees. Chu Qing was speechless, her eyes filled with disdain as she looked at Wen Fuxing. So this is the real Wen Fuxing. Wen Fuxing, however, didn't seem to care, patting Winter's head and saying, Chung Taizhan would never dream that all the money I give Cui Paozhong every year comes from him. He spent money, and Cui Paozhong helped me raise my daughter. Incidentally, he also acquired the Tai Sect's ultimate techniques. Master Wen, are we still fighting or not? Chu Qing couldn't bear to listen anymore. What kind of person was this? Would a good person act like this? He used to think this guy was quite domineering, but now, he's a complete scoundrel. No more fighting, no more fighting. Wen Fuxing waved his hand. When your reputation first came to me, I thought that the story of you crippling Chung Mangzi with one punch was just boasting in the martial arts world, and not to be believed. Now it seems it's true. There's nothing more to test. By the way, how much of your strength did you use when you hit Chung Mangzi? Chu Qing lowered his head to ponder, but Wen Fuxing waved his hand quickly before he could speak. Never mind, no need to say. I'm afraid you really make me sick. So you didn't use your full strength, right? If you were using your full strength, would you need to be so hesitant? Chu Qing nodded. With your martial arts skills, it seems perfectly feasible. Wen Fuxing narrowed his eyes and said, Third young master, how about you help me preside over this martial arts contest for marriage? Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. You want me to take a good look at these participants and see if there are any suspicious individuals among them? Exactly. Wen Fuxing said in a deep voice, ordinary martial artists are not worth worrying about. They're just following the crowd to get something for nothing, just joining in the fun. What I'm truly wary of is that heavenly evil sect you mentioned. Although I'm not yet certain if the heavenly evil sect is the group hiding in the shadows. But the possibility is quite high. You dealt with them before, so I'm entrusting this important martial arts contest for marriage to you. All the manpower is at your disposal. How you act is entirely up to you. What do you say? Master Wen, aren't you afraid they resent this? Chu Qing rubbed her nose. You know, I'm just an outsider. Actually, this matter was originally meant for the second and third brothers. The third brother is skilled in martial arts, and the second brother is quick-witted. But now, the third brother's martial arts might not be as good as yours, and the second brother's cunning might not be as sharp as yours. Wen Fuxing said, besides, you were brought back by Rower. You protected her along the way, and you trust each other. In that case, you're not exactly an outsider. It's most suitable to entrust this matter to you. This way, the second brother can stay by your side, and the third brother can stay by mine. Both sides benefit, so why not? As for whether you're convinced or not, with your martial arts skills and my orders, who dares disobey? Chu Qing glanced at Wenru, whose eyes blinked, still devoid of emotion, remaining as if nothing concerned her. After a slight hesitation, Chu Qing nodded in agreement. The reason he came today to be frank with Wen Fuxing was to gain the trust of this Manor Lord Wen. Firstly, the Heavenly Secret Order was a matter of great importance, involving the Tai sect. His second brother, Chu Fan, was a disciple of the Tai sect, and he probably wouldn't have the time to get here now. It was only natural for him, as the younger brother, to help him check on things. Secondly, it was also because of Wenru. The little girl had helped him a lot along the way, and they had developed a friendship. In return, now that Luochen Manor was in trouble, he naturally couldn't ignore it. Finally, he could use this opportunity to find Ling Beichen, who was mingling among the crowd. Of course, speaking of this, he also remembered that there was still some money he hadn't gotten. After he went out later, he had to find Hua Jingyan. The Jade Dragon Immortal had committed countless evil deeds, and countless handsome young men had suffered at his hands. The handsome young men of the world had long suffered at the hands of this old scoundrel. He couldn't be allowed to live. When Wen Fuxing saw that Chu Qing had agreed, he was overjoyed and immediately said, second brother, Ce, come in." Wen Kaiyuan and Ce quickly walked in. But as soon as they stepped into the room, Ce's face darkened. The surroundings still bore traces of frost and snow, and the air was chilling. Wen Kaiyuan couldn't help but shiver. "Big brother, did you hide ice in your room?" "The ice is all in the ice room." When Fusheng waved his hand, "I plan to have the third young master help me host the martial arts contest for marriage. Second brother, you and Ce will help him." Ce was taken aback, about to speak, when Wen Kaiyuan laughed. "All right. The third young master's martial arts are superb. I will definitely do my best to help him." Chu Qing glanced at Wen Kaiyuan with some surprise, seeing his smiling face and smiling eyes, without the slightest displeasure. He immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute. "In that case, thank you very much, second master Wen." "Eh? The third young master and Roar are about the same age. If you don't mind, just call me second uncle," Wen Kaiyuan said with a smile. Chu Qing suddenly felt that this form of address was strange. Why should he have to call her Wenru? Ce's words were cut off by Wen Kaiyuan, and when he looked at Chu Qing, his eyes were full of scrutiny. Although Chu Qing had agreed to Wen Fusheng's arrangements, he wasn't necessarily truly convinced. Ignoring this, Chu Qing said softly, "In that case, before the martial arts contest begins, I go back and rest. By the way, Master Wen, when will this martial arts contest begin?" "Then. Tomorrow?" Wen Fusheng asked Chu Qing's opinion. Chu Qing felt this old man was truly casual. However, he nodded nonetheless. "All right, tomorrow it is then." After saying this, he said to Wen Kaiyuan, "Second Master Wen, please take me back to my room." "All right, this way please," he said, first bowing happily to Wen Fusheng, then leading Chu Qing out. Wen Fusheng glanced at Ce and chuckled. "This is also your opportunity." Ce's pupils contracted slightly, then he bowed deeply. This subordinate dares not harbor such presumptuous thoughts. After saying this, he withdrew to stand guard at the door. He would only occasionally glance up, and when his icy eyes caught sight of Wen Karen bustling about in the courtyard, they would melt away like spring snow meeting the warm sun. When Wen Karen noticed his gaze and turned to look at him, he would instinctively lower his head, his eyes concealing a chill, revealing no warmth whatsoever. Inside the room, Wen Fusheng sighed, "Young people, all so awkward." "Little Roar, what about you? Are you awkward?" "What?" Roar tilted her head, looking at her father. When Fusheng looked into Roar's eyes, his gaze filled with pity. If only there really were a heavenly book of earth in this heavenly mystery valley. "It's all right." Roar gently shook her head. "I can already smile," she said, forcing a rather awkward smile. Seeing her gentle smile, Wen Fusheng also smiled, but his smile was strained. Tears welled up in his eyes as he smiled. Wenri gently wiped away her father's tears. "What he taught me. I can learn it." Her words remained devoid of emotion, yet seemed to carry a strange stubbornness. Wen Fusheng took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. He smiled and ruffled Wenri's hair. "Little Roar, talk to your father. Tell me what has happened to you at Taisek these past few years?" Chapter 116. When Kaiyuan led Chu Qing through Luochen Manor. As they walked, he gave Chu Qing a detailed introduction to the area and layout of Luochen Manor. The previous introduction was only a general overview, but now he went into great detail. The entire manor is built on the mountainside, with 7 levels in total. The bottom 3 levels house the disciples' residences, the martial arts training grounds, the training hall, the law enforcement hall, and guest rooms. The middle level has the side rooms, where the Wen family's collateral branches and core disciples reside. The core area is the residence of the patriarch. The last 3 levels correspond to the library, the residences of the Wen family's direct descendants, and the forbidden area behind the Wen family's mountain. The patrols are conducted by Luochen Manor disciples, 5 people per team, 25 people per group, with each group patrolling alternately. However, the patriarch's residence is of utmost importance. It is guarded by the Star Guards. The Star Guards are directly under the Manor Patriarch's command, led by Si Yi and Si Chen. You met Si Yi, but Si Chen went out with the third brother to settle things. The two, one in black and one in white, are probably slightly more skilled in martial arts. But Si Chen is quite good too. They're both my eldest brother's right-hand men. If the third young master needs the defense map, I send it to you later. Chu Qing listened and nodded, then asked, "Thank you very much, second master Wen." When Kaiyuan smiled and shook his head, "No need to be polite. The master trusts the third young master, and I trust him too. I am truly flattered." Although Chu Qing had come all the way here with Wenro, being trusted so much by the Wen family was still unexpected. Wen Kaiyuan looked at Chu Qing and said with a smile, "If Roer trusts you, then we will all trust you." He paused slightly, then continued, "Furthermore, since we be working together for some time, there are some things we should clarify with the third young master. Please, second master one, speak freely." Wen Kaiyuan nodded with a smile. "The three of us brothers have no disagreements. Our eldest brother has the highest talent and martial arts skills. He's a peerless genius. My third brother, and I have always admired him since childhood. We didn't object to him becoming the head of the manor. Compared to him, I'm far inferior. My talent for martial arts is poor, and my skills are mediocre. To be frank, third young master, I can't even beat CE. Fortunately, I'm easygoing. Since I'm not cut out for it, I won't try to compete for it. Besides, with my elder brother establishing the prestige of Luochen Manor, I, as his younger brother, can just follow him around, eating and drinking freely, with money and leisure. Why not? To be honest, the life I lived for the first 20 or 30 years was simply indescribable. It was only because my elder brother saw I was getting older that he forced me to get married, to have children, that I finally said goodbye to my carefree life." Chu Qing looked at his large belly, and couldn't quite imagine how carefree he must have been in his youth. "Don't let my current appearance fool you. I was quite the dashing young man back then." When Kaiyuan patted his belly and laughed, "Fortunately, married life has been pretty good. I gradually settled down and helped my elder brother manage the daily affairs of the manor. In Luochen Manor, I'm basically like a head steward. As for my third brother, his martial arts talent surpasses mine, but he's a bit slow-witted. He can't do basic accounting. If he were to wander the martial world, he might be easily deceived. So he's practically the top enforcer in the manor. There are some things that the eldest brother can't do himself, so he lets the third brother handle them. Sichin spends 359 out of 360 days a year with the third brother, not mainly to help, but because he's worried the third brother might get scammed. That's roughly the situation. I know you're wary of me because of Roer's matter. I hope these words will lower your guard a little. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." When Fuxing said when Kaiyuan was quick-witted, and now it seems that's true. He really did see through my wariness. Chu Qing clasped his hands in a fist salute. "Thank you for your frankness, second master one." "It's nothing," he said, stopping in front of a courtyard gate. "Third young master, please rest here tonight. Roer's courtyard is right next door." "Ah?" Chu Qing was taken aback. "Is this convenient? When traveling, conditions are limited, and one should cut back on certain rules and regulations wherever possible. Those in the martial world are less concerned with such formalities. But now that they arrived at Luochen Manor, and both are unmarried, one must consider the young woman's reputation. Luochen Manor is going through a turbulent time. The third young master is highly skilled in martial arts, and Roer trusts you implicitly. With you here, you can offer some support." When Kaiyuan smiled. "There's nothing inconvenient about it." "All right." Chu Qing nodded. "However, in this case, I have to trouble second master one again to take me to Hua Jinyan and the others' residence. I want to talk to them about something." "I see." When Kaiyuan didn't refuse and led Chu Qing to Hua Jinyan and the others' place in the border town. Along the way, the two chatted casually, and their relationship improved considerably. When Kaiyuan was outgoing and approachable, easily winning people's favor with just a few words. As they chatted, Chu Qing suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, why did Winter become a disciple of the Tai sect? In its heyday, with its founder, the Tai sect was undoubtedly one of the most powerful forces in the world. But the Tai sect of today is far from what it once was. On the contrary, Luochen Manor, both then and now, is one of the major powers in the Southern Ridge. The young lady of Luochen Manor, in particular, became a disciple of the Tai sect. Chu Qing hadn't thought much about it before, but now, it seemed a bit off. When Kaiyuan paused, then chuckled lightly. "I can't tell you this. It has nothing to do with trust. Please forgive me, third young master." Chu Qing glanced at Wen Kaiyuan thoughtfully and nodded. "All right, then I won't ask any more questions. Third young master, you can go anywhere in Luochen Manor, including the forbidden area in the back mountain. If you have any needs, you can send someone to find me. If there's nothing else, I take my leave. I have other matters to attend to. Please make yourself at home, third young master." As when Kaiyuan spoke, the two of them were already standing at the entrance of the courtyard where Bian Cheng and the others had been. Chu Qing nodded, letting Wen Kaiyuan make his own way, before pushing open the door and entering the courtyard. Was the trust Luochen Manor placed in him solely because Winter believed in him? Chu Qing wasn't sure, but regardless, the reason definitely lay with Wenru. As for Wenru's reason for becoming a disciple of the Tai sect, Chu Qing thought it over and felt that apart from the 3 volumes of the unchanging heavenly book, the Tai sect really had nothing that Luochen Manor would covet. But if that were the case, the allure of the Heavenly Secret Token and Heavenly Secret Valley would be far greater for Wenfusheng than anticipated. It seems this matter must be guarded against, Chu Qing muttered to himself, when he heard Biancheng ask, "What are you guarding against?" "Beware of petty villains plotting against me." Chu Qing casually asked, "Where's Hua Jinyan?" When Chu Qing came out of the courtyard, a new commission had appeared on his system. The commission to assassinate the Jade Dragon Immortal. The reward he discussed with Hua Jinyan was for him to do 3 things for him. Of course, rewards had never been particularly important to Chu Qing. However, since he had this commission, Chu Qing wasn't stingy in having him do something. Therefore, the first task he assigned him was to protect Su Mao. Before Chu Qing found Ling Beichen and rescued his sister, he needed to ensure Su Mao's safety. Hua Jinyan readily agreed. Protecting an ordinary person can solve a huge problem, so why not? Chu Qing recounted his meeting with Wenfusheng to Biancheng, omitting much of the speculation and mainly mentioning that he would help Wenfusheng host Wenkaren's martial arts contest for marriage. Biancheng listened, stunned, and finally somewhat annoyed. He was clearly Wenru's senior brother. He and Wenru grew up together. Why did Wenfusheng value Chu Qing so much? Before Chu Qing could answer, Mo Duxing interjected, "Maybe it's because of his looks." This left Biancheng speechless, and he angrily went to squat down to the side. The courtyard where Biancheng and his group stayed was located 3 stories below Luochen Manor. After saying goodbye to them, Chu Qing strolled casually through Luochen Manor. It's unclear how Wenfusheng's order was given, but in such a short time, it seemed every disciple of Luochen Manor recognized Chu Qing, and he was greeted with respect wherever he went. Most of these people looked at Chu Qing with curiosity. None of them were foolish enough to challenge him to a duel. Among the lower 3 levels, there were many martial artists from all directions who had come to Luochen Manor, but because of the manor's reputation, no one dared to cause trouble. Chu Qing walked and looked around, but didn't see anyone who resembled Ling Beichen. Even after killing the Jade Dragon Immortal at the foot of the mountain, the Jade Dragon Immortal hadn't rushed out to cause trouble. Just when he thought everything was fine, and he could turn back, 2 Luochen Manor disciples rushed over. "Third young master, someone's causing trouble." Chu Qing blinked, thinking to himself that these things were just too sensitive to being chanted. If chanting didn't cause any problems, trouble was sure to follow. He immediately waved his hand. "Lead the way." He had promised Wenfusheng, so he had to do what he was supposed to do. As for whether someone was genuinely causing trouble, or if the disciples of Luochen Manor were simply testing his abilities as an outsider, he'd find out when they arrived. The 2 disciples exchanged a glance and led the way. They hadn't walked far when they came upon a small courtyard crowded with people. Thick layers of people were watching the commotion, and the sounds of fighting emanated from within. "Make way! Make way!" Several Luochen Manor disciples, seeing Chu Qing approaching, quickly cleared a path. They followed behind them, squeezing into the crowd. In the courtyard, a group of people lay on the ground, a young man in brocade robes fighting 3 people. This man's movements were incredibly swift and precise. One hand was behind his back, while the other moved with a combination of palm strikes and claws, pushing and grabbing. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, he had his opponents scrambling to defend themselves, unable to retaliate. Chu Qing, somewhat surprised, crossed his arms and watched. Such swift martial arts. "Do you know the origins of this man in brocade?" The 2 disciples from Luochen Manor beside him shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. One of them spoke up. "Recently, too many people have come to the manor. Many are either hiding their identities or disguised. It's really difficult to distinguish them." As Chu Qing nodded, he saw the young man in brocade raise his hand, deflecting one of the opponent's single-edged swords, and then strike directly in the center of the chest and abdomen with a single palm strike. A muffled thud rang out, and the man staggered back 3 or 5 steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. At the same time, 2 men attacked from behind. The man in brocade seemed to have foreseen this, his feet rooted to the spot. With a swift turn, he kicked the 2 men in 2 separate ways. The 2 men barely managed to block, but the force of the kick was too great. Both figures were sent flying backward with 2 thuds, landing on the ground. One of them tried to get up, but a foot was already pressing down on his chest. The man in brocade, stepping on his chest, sneered, "With your kind of trash, you dare to be so insolent before me, this young master? Do you still want to have a proper chat with this young lady?" Chu Qing noticed the strange pause in his words. his eyes narrowing slightly before he chuckled. So it's a young lady. She didn't have pierced ears, nor did she have an Adam's apple. However, perhaps lacking the gentleness of others, his pectoral muscles weren't particularly developed. This gaze was perhaps somewhat impolite, and Chu Qing intended to glance at it, and then look away, but unexpectedly, this person seemed quite perceptive of gazes. Before Chu Qing could look away, the person had already followed his gaze. "What are you looking at?" The woman dressed as a man in brocade robe shouted rather rudely. Chu Qing shook his head. "You're causing trouble at Luochen Manor. So many people are watching, am I not allowed to watch?" The woman in brocade robes frowned slightly, feeling that Chu Qing's gaze seemed somewhat presumptuous, but considering her current attire, she didn't seem to have any reason to blame Chu Qing. She snorted, "Are you from Luochen Manor?" She noticed that Chu Qing was accompanied by 2 disciples from Luochen Manor. "Let's say so." Chu Qing nodded. "I wonder what happened here. What made you so angry, miss?" The girl in brocade didn't seem to notice anything amiss in Chu Qing's words. She pointed in a direction within the crowd. "Ask her." These scoundrels saw that the girl was pretty, and went up to harass her. The girl didn't want to talk to them, and they tried to force themselves on her. "It's outrageous. Don't think women are easy to bully. Your Luochen Manor is the same. You let all sorts of petty thieves and scoundrels in here. Aren't you afraid of dirtying this place?" Chu Qing glanced in the direction the girl in brocade pointed and met someone's gaze. The moment he saw this person, Chu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Wanshuang? At this moment, Xiao Wanshuang's eyes were also full of inquiry as she looked at Chu Qing. She had never seen Chu Qing's true face, but she felt that the voice of this person from Luochen Manor sounded somewhat similar to that of the scoundrel knight emperor who had made her wait in vain at the inn for several days. Chapter 117. Chu Qing's face remained unchanged, but he was somewhat taken aback. After Cheng Sihai of the Divine Sand Gang died, the deal with Xiao Wanshuang was considered over. As for what he had said to her earlier, it was all just a joke. Chu Qing didn't think he would have any further dealings with this person, but unexpectedly, she not only left Tianwu City, but also went to Luochen Manor to join in the fun. His gaze swept over Xiao Wanshuang, and just as she was trying to find more evidence on Chu Qing's face, Chu Qing's gaze returned to the girl in brocade. With a gentle beckoning, a disciple of Luochen Manor immediately stepped forward. The girl in brocade narrowed her eyes slightly. "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" Chu Qing smiled. "This is, after all, Luochen Manor. We cannot allow anyone to act rashly here." "Fine, fine, fine. You're all birds of a feather. There isn't a single good person in Luochen Manor." The girl in brocade had a fiery temper. After saying this, she turned and suddenly appeared before Chu Qing. "I think you deserve a beating." A palm strike, accompanied by wind and thunder, crashed down upon Chu Qing. Chu Qing sidestepped, dodging the palm. But then the girl's arm suddenly twisted. The move seemed powerful and heavy, yet it concealed skill within its clumsiness. Skill lies beneath clumsiness, feigning movement, appearing clumsy, but in reality, it was full of variations. This truly surprised Chu Qing. Immediately, he swept his arm away, deflecting the girl's grab that reached his chest and abdomen, then extended his arm like a knife, aiming for her throat. The woman in brocade ducked, dodging the fatal blow while simultaneously launching a groin strike. Chu Qing didn't need to lower his head, he could already anticipate the attack from the sound of the wind. He raised his left foot and dodged the groin strike, his right fist clenched, then relaxed. He transformed his fist into a grab, directly seizing the girl's waist. With a flick of his wrist, he was about to throw her away. However, the girl was quick to pounce, grabbing Chu Qing's arm just before he was sent flying, and climbing up his shoulder to his back. Chu Qing chuckled, his feet sinking into the ground, and the inner energy of the Mingyu True Scripture circulated. A tremendous force struck, and the girl in brocade was involuntarily sent flying backward. She flew through the air for a zhang or two, then landed back another zhang or two. Only then did she regain her footing, looking up at Chu Qing with suspicion in her eyes. "Who are you? This isn't the way of Luochen Manor." Chu Qing turned to look at her, then suddenly reached out. The girl's expression changed, and her body involuntarily moved towards Chu Qing. But just as she was about to fall into Chu Qing's grasp, he flicked his wrist again, a force sweeping across. He swept the several people lying haphazardly on the ground together, eliciting a series of screams. The girl in brocade looked at Chu Qing, her eyes filled with fear. "I merely have a brief but intimate friendship with Master One. I'm temporarily maintaining order here during the martial arts tournament for marriage. Everyone should know that Luochen Manor is not just any ordinary place. those who wish to find a woman, settle personal grudges, or have other conflicts with others. Please leave Luochen Manor, and resolve yourselves elsewhere. If you dare to cause trouble within Luochen Manor again, you better watch your life. Chu Qing pointed at the people on the ground. Break off their arms, then throw them all out. The Luochen Manor disciples looked at each other, then simultaneously clasped their fists. Yes, we obey the third young master's orders. After speaking, he approached the group of people. They had already been beaten by the woman in brocade and then struck by Chu Qing's internal force. Now, they were in pain and cold, screaming in agony. Seeing the menacing figures from Luochen Manor approaching, their faces paled even more. Some of the more alert ones had already begun to beg for mercy, but to no avail. The disciples of Luochen Manor moved swiftly, each grabbing an arm and breaking it with a single kick. Then, they dragged them away by their collars like dead dogs. Chu Qing looked at the woman in brocade again, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The woman was fearless, head held high, chest puffed out, and she snorted, "What do you intend to do?" Her posture suggested that even if she couldn't defeat him, she would still make him bleed. But Chu Qing noticed that her eyes darted around, constantly searching for an opportunity to break free. He wasn't as brainless as he seemed. Chu Qing shook his head. "Considering this is your first offense, and they were indeed at fault first, I let it go this time. If there's a second time, the same thing will happen. Everyone disperse." His voice slowly drifted out, reaching the ears of everyone present like a thunderclap. They immediately dared not delay, and turned to leave. Xiao Wenshuang didn't leave. She seemed to want to get closer to Chu Qing, but Chu Qing ignored her. After dealing with this matter, he turned and left. But just then, a disheveled figure, resembling a beggar, rushed into view. This person was fast, disappearing from Chu Qing's sight in the blink of an eye. "Ling Beiqian?" Chu Qing frowned slightly, leaped up, and chased after him. Xiao Wenshuang froze, then quickly took 2 steps forward. "Wait." "Wait for what?" The girl in brocade grabbed her wrist. "That guy isn't a good person either. Why are you looking for him?" Xiao Wenshuang wanted to say she might know him, but the words caught in her throat. She pulled away from the girl in brocade and slightly clasped her hands. "Thank you for saving me." The girl in brocade waved her hand, saying casually, "It was nothing." Xiao Wenshuang wasn't in the mood for idle chatter. After thanking her, she was about to continue chasing. But when she looked up again, the 2 people were nowhere to be seen. Never mind, thinking about it carefully, it couldn't be that person. She pondered for a moment. The martial arts that person had used today seemed to be different from the Night Emperor's style. The Night Emperor was skilled in both swords and sabers, and she heard he also possessed an extremely advanced throwing knife technique. This man possessed profound internal strength. Every movement he made exuded a chilling aura, clearly indicating his mastery of internal energy cultivation. It shouldn't be just one person. On another thought, if this person truly was the Night Emperor, she shouldn't have barged into his path. What kind of decent girl would offer herself up to someone so readily? Thinking this, she turned to the girl in brocade. "By the way, may I ask your esteemed name, sir?" "My name is Tai," she blurted out, pausing before continuing. "Tainyo." Xiao Wenshuang looked at the girl in brocade with a "Are you kidding me?" expression. Just by looking at her clothes, she was clearly no ordinary person. A name like Tainyo was more common in rural areas. How could she be associated with such a young master? Thinking this man was dishonest and not a good person, she immediately clasped her hands in a fist and palm salute. "So it's Brother Tainyo, I heard so much about you. I have urgent business to attend to. I take my leave now." She turned and left without lingering. The girl who called herself Tainyo slapped her forehead, somewhat annoyed. "I promised to hide my identity and see the world. But why couldn't I think of a name? Tainyo, how could I have said that?" But then, looking in the direction Chu Qing had left, her eyes narrowed slightly, recalling how the 2 disciples of Luochen Manor had addressed Chu Qing, "Third young master." Could it be that mad blade? Oh no, if this person joins Luochen Manor, wouldn't Wen Fuxing have another powerful general? If the Iron Blood Hall wants to expand in the future, it will be harder than climbing to heaven. Is there any chance to recruit him to the Iron Blood Hall? Thinking this, she hesitated slightly before chasing after Chu Qing in the direction he had left. "Where is he?" Chu Qing chased the beggar all the way out of Luochen Manor, but the man had already disappeared from his sight. He had relied on his tracking skills to search all the way here, but ultimately, he couldn't find him anywhere. This surprised Chu Qing. His tracking skills were extraordinary. Even when searching based on traces, he rarely made mistakes. This person, under his pursuit, not only failed to catch him, but also managed to erase all traces. Such ability was not something an ordinary person possessed. Does the mad beggar Ling Beichen really have such abilities? There had been rumors that this person could always anticipate the enemy's moves and suddenly disappear during a chase. But such words are hard to believe. With such abilities, who dares to call him crazy? But now it seems, it's not entirely impossible. However, I haven't seen the person's face, so I can't be sure of their identity. But if it's not Ling Beichen, then who could it be? A master of the heavenly evil cult? It can't be one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors appearing here, can it? Chu Qing muttered to himself. He hadn't heard of any of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors appearing here. Or perhaps I simply gone in the wrong direction? He quickly changed direction. After searching around twice, he found nothing suspicious. This forced Chu Qing to admit that he had truly lost his way. There are indeed capable people in the world, he murmured, but suddenly heard a sound like a sob. Chu Qing frowned and listened carefully. The sound seemed like the howling of the wind, or perhaps a weeping. It was faint and indistinct, sounding eerie in the deserted forest. Following the sound, he soon arrived at a rock wall. He discovered that the sound was coming from within the rock wall. The rock wall was hollow, with a crack at its surface. Wind whistled through the crack, creating a mournful sound. Chu Qing peered into the crack, but everything was blurry. He couldn't make out what was inside. Frowning slightly, Chu Qing turned to leave. The crack in the rock wall was very small. Even someone with the shrinking skills of a shepherd boy couldn't squeeze through it. After all, a person can't turn into a sheet of paper. Therefore, the person he was tracking couldn't possibly be hiding here. But what if? Chu Qing, who had only taken 2 steps, suddenly turned back. His palm strike instantly coalesced, the azure void palm carrying a terrifying gale that caused the surrounding fallen leaves to swirl. With one arm raised, he was about to strike the stone wall. He didn't know exactly how thick the stone wall was, but his full-force palm strike was far beyond what ordinary stone could withstand. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Chu Qing's palm struck the stone wall, the impact seemingly shaking the ground. Cracks spread outwards from his palm in all directions. A series of cracking sounds echoed from the stone wall, but it didn't collapse. Just as Chu Qing was about to strike again, his ears twitched. Someone's fighting? Ignoring the stone wall, Chu Qing strode towards that direction. His star-chasing moon step was pushed to its limit, his figure weaved through the forest, so fast it almost left after images. Once she landed, she was already standing on a tree. But where her gaze fell, she saw a figure being tossed into the air. This person was dressed in brocade robes. It was the woman disguised as a man. While in midair, she coughed up blood, her body covered in bloodstains. Plum blossoms drifted in the air, and when the woman in brocade robes landed, someone was already beneath her. This person used their back as support, carrying the woman in brocade robes on their back, holding a plum blossom in each hand. The plum blossoms were entangled in invisible silk threads, which bound the woman in brocade robes around their neck. Carried on the back of the man in black, the woman in brocade robes had nowhere to put leverage. She tried desperately to break free of the silk threads, but to no avail. With just a little more force from the man in black, the woman in brocade robes would lose her life. Just then, the man in black seemed to sense something, looking out to meet Chu Qing's gaze. What seemed complicated was actually just what Chu Qing saw at first glance. The moment Chu Qing looked up, the girl in brocade was on the verge of death. He immediately shouted, "Stop!" He leaped forward, moving with lightning speed. The man in black narrowed his eyes slightly, his hands moving in a whirlwind, and with a flick of his wrist, the girl in brocade on his back was sent flying towards Chu Qing. Chu Qing raised his hand, activating the Mingyu True Scripture. The girl in brocade was pulled away by an invisible force, not landing on Chu Qing, but spinning to the side. Fortunately, Chu Qing absorbed the force, landing lightly, as if gently set down. Chu Qing then reached out to grab the man in black. But this strike was abruptly withdrawn halfway through its trajectory. Immediately following, plum blossoms rained down like rain, and in the blink of an eye, the figure of the man in black vanished completely before Chu Qing's eyes. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, as he reached out, and gently touched the empty space before him. It seemed there was nothing there, but with a light flick of his finger, a streak of blood appeared on his fingertip. Just a moment ago, his opponent had laid an invisible net between the 2 trees. If he were to collide with it, the greater the force, the more severe the injury. This movement technique is plum blossom shadow play. Chu Qing reached out and picked up a plum blossom petal that had drifted into the air. Fallen plum blossoms carry the scent of frost. A hidden killing intent lurks in the fragrance. The 72 demon slaying list of the Mirror of Karma, the Flower Beauty? Turning back to look at the girl in brocade, Chu Qing frowned slightly. Approaching her, he saw her staring at him. You really are nearby. You came looking for me? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. How did you and that person become enemies? She seemed to be having a secret meeting with someone, and I just happened to stumble upon it. The girl in brocade shrugged. So, she planned to kill me to silence me. I see you. Chu Qing's words were cut short when the girl in brocade suddenly tilted her head and completely lost consciousness. Chapter 118. Luochen Manor, Chu Qing's room. Chu Qing sat at the table, a cup of tea in his hand. He occasionally glanced at the bed, where lay the girl in brocade robes. Her injuries were severe. Although she had displayed considerable martial arts skills earlier in the manor, even with just one hand, she could easily defeat a group of people. This time was different. Her opponent was the beautiful Hua. Anyone on the 72 demon-slaying list could be a master in the martial world, and if they wished, could become a powerful figure. Chu Qing even suspected that many of them were probably leaders of some faction. Hidden identities, joining the mirror of karma, experiencing the life of an assassin. Of course, the possibility of mutual benefit couldn't be ruled out. The mirror of karma could use these people's martial arts to achieve their assassination goals. And they could use the mirror of karma's intelligence network and various other conveniences to eliminate dissidents. If the original owner had passed the test and continued upwards, no one knows what kind of path it would have led to. I just didn't expect that before I went to find them, they would appear at Luochen Manor first. Flower Beauty. Who did she meet with? Chu Qing swirled his teacup. Assassination is a solitary profession, hidden in the shadows. Even among fellow assassins, there's little trust between them. If Flower Beauty came to Luochen Manor to carry out an assassination mission, she shouldn't be meeting with her companions at this time. The assassination plan at the Mirror of Karma was devised before it even began. The investigation of the environment and the target's intelligence was done by someone else. There's no need for assassins to meet near the target's residence to discuss methods. This would significantly increase the risk of exposure. Unless, the Flower Beauty's visit here this time wasn't for assassination. Was she lured here? Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. The first group of assassins who targeted Winter deliberately impersonated the Nijingtai. Could it be that someone intentionally used this to lure the Nijingtai to Luochen Manor? Not to incite a conflict between Nijingtai and Luochen Manor, but to reach some kind of agreement with Nijingtai? Chu Qing gently rubbed his forehead. He agreed to host this martial arts tournament for marriage with Wen Fuxing, partly to find the Jade Dragon Immortal and the mad beggar Ling Beichen, but also partly because of Wenru. The two had forged a deep friendship along the way, and knowing Luochen Manor was in trouble, helping was his duty. But now it seemed this murky water was indeed not so easy to get involved in. The Jade Dragon Immortal, Ling Beichen Nijingtai. Before this, they even killed a disciple of the 100 Bones Demon Lord. Who knows what other characters are lurking in this large pool besides these people? Chu Qing took a sip of tea, then heard a soft moan from the bed. Looking up, he saw the girl in brocade robes groggily open her eyes, first touching her neck and finding a thin cloth wrapped around it. The wound had been bandaged. But the next moment, as if remembering something, she quickly opened her eyes and threw back her blankets. She discovered that her clothes had been changed. In an instant, her face turned pale, and she hurriedly looked around, her eyes meeting Chu Qing's. Chu Qing thought for a moment, then gently waved to her, awake. The girl stared wide-eyed at Chu Qing, then suddenly grabbed a porcelain pillow and hurled it at him, yelling, I beat you to death, you lecher. The pillow, accompanied by a whistling sound, reached Chu Qing, but was intercepted by an invisible force half a foot away. The pillow spun continuously with a buzzing sound. Finally, it landed in Chu Qing's hand. Chu Qing frowned slightly. I saved your life, and this is how you repay me. So what if I saved my life? You even took off my clothes. The girl was furious. What did you see? Nothing. Chu Qing rolled his eyes. Are you blind, or do you think I'm stupid? The girl was even angrier. How could you not have seen anything? Because I wasn't the one who changed your clothes. Chu Qing sighed helplessly and clapped his hands lightly. Come in. Two maids entered from outside and bowed to Chu Qing. Greetings, young master. Chu Qing said calmly. They were the ones who changed your clothes and bandaged your wounds. The girl looked at the two maids suspiciously, then sneered repeatedly. You think I believe such nonsense? I was a man before. Would you have two girls bandage my wounds and change my clothes? You really think you're a good woman disguised as a man? Chu Qing hadn't seen such a confident person in a long time. The moment I saw you, I knew you weren't a man. Of course, I wouldn't have changed your clothes myself. Yes, young lady, the young master brought you back, and had us treat your wounds. Two maids quickly chimed in to corroborate. Judging from their expressions and tone of voice, the girl seemed genuine and began to believe them. She frowned. Where did I give myself away? How could you tell at a glance? No Adam's apple. Chu Qing frowned. All right, enough of this irrelevant talk. He waved his hand, dismissing the two maids. Tell me who you are first. Realizing Chu Qing hadn't seen her naked, the girl's face brightened, and she smiled. If I tell you my identity, can you promise me something? Oh! Chu Qing smiled. You chased me all the way to the back mountain just to get me to agree to this? That's right. The girl nodded without hesitation, her face full of sincerity. All right, I agree. Chu Qing said, now tell me, what's your name, and why are you dressed as a man? Listen carefully, my name is Tai Chu Qing, daughter of Tai Lingyun, the head of the Iron Blood Hall, the eldest young lady of the Iron Blood Hall. Tai Chu Qing looked at Chu Qing with her head held high and chest puffed out. What I want you to agree to is simple. You won't work for Luochen Manor anymore. There are no good people in Luochen Manor. So help my Iron Blood Hall. What Wen Fushan promised you, or pledged to you, my Iron Blood Hall will give even more. We will never treat you unfairly. How about it? This answer surprised Chu Qing. So this was the girl Chung Taizan wanted to matchmake for him, but he didn't expect the eldest young lady of the Iron Blood Hall to be so fierce. This isn't just an eldest young lady, she's a real tiger. She actually thought she was smart before. Chu Qing scrutinized Tai Chu Qing, her brows furrowing even more. Why aren't you saying anything? Tai Chu Qing asked, puzzled by Chu Qing's silence and furrowed brows. But after a moment's thought, it suddenly dawned on her. You're not planning to go back on your word, are you? You clearly promised me. Chu Qing chuckled. It seems Master Tai has protected you very well. So, Tai Lingyun doesn't know you came to Luochen Manor disguised as a man? How did you know? Tai Chu Qing asked, surprised. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't have let you do something so rash. Chu Qing shook her head slightly. Well, it's not my fault. He clearly promised to bring me, but then suddenly changed his mind, and went to pick up Uncle Chung. He broke his promise. Can't I come and have some fun myself? Tai Chu Qing said this with a hint of self-righteousness. Chu Qing smiled. This was a truly naive young lady. Unlike Wu Qianhuan and Wenru. Wu Qianhuan was pure, but not innocent. Her martial arts skills and cunning far surpassed those of girls her age. Wenru, due to her innate uniqueness, also had a temperament completely different from most women. But this one was clearly Tai Lingyun's pampered darling, raised in his palm. Even if she had heard of the dangers of the martial world, to her, it was nothing more than empty talk. She dared to take risks easily at the slightest provocation. Even when seriously injured, she hadn't experienced the wickedness of human nature. In layman's terms, she was spoiled rotten. However, this kind of girl wasn't exactly unpleasant. Chu Qing's smile held a hint of danger. Looking at his smile, Tai Chu Qing felt as if she had done something wrong. But she still forced herself to speak. You won't really go back on your word, will you? Those who don't keep their word, aren't they all good people? But I don't know where Miss Tai has misunderstood that I'm a good person. Chu Qing chuckled. Tell me, if I use you as leverage to ask Master Tai to hand over the Iron Blood Hall, or to exchange his life for your safety, would he agree? Tai Chu Qing's face changed drastically. You, how dare you? At the very least, I can use saving your life as leverage to make him marry you to me. Would he agree? Yes. Tai Chu Qing answered without hesitation. He's wanted me to marry him for a long time. Now that you saved my life, if I use that as leverage, he'd definitely agree. But don't even think about it, I will absolutely not marry you. I ask you one last time, do you keep your word? I teach Miss a lesson today. So Miss knows what the wickedness of the human heart is. Chu Qing spread his hands. You said I agreed, but that's just empty talk. Do you have any proof? Tai Chu Qing's eyes widened, unable to believe that anyone could say something like that, feigning ignorance when they already knew the truth. But you just clearly. Tai Chu Qing pointed at Chu Qing. However, Chu Qing simply smiled. Miss Tai, it's best not to make things up without evidence. It would be a laughingstock if word got out. And according to Miss Tai's logic, I could also say that your father, Tai Lingyun, already promised me the position of the next head of the Iron Blood Hall. His refusal to step down now is a breach of promise? Nonsense. When did my father ever say such a thing? How do you know he didn't say it? Whether he did or not is up to me alone. If he disagrees, he's a breach of promise. I fight you to the death. This time, Tai Chu Qing truly understood the wickedness of human nature. She leaped from the bed and struck at Chu Qing. Chu Qing didn't move, but a gust of wind suddenly dissipated. Before her palm moved, the force preceded it. A gust of wind swept through, pushing Tai Chu Qing back onto the bed. She was already injured, and this shock made her feel pain all over her body. Although she was naive, even a little foolish. But she was stubborn by nature. Once she made up her mind, nothing could sway her. Now, wanting to fight Chu Qing to the death, even though her whole body was in excruciating pain, she disregarded everything and tried to get up and confront Chu Qing. But when she looked up, she saw that Chu Qing, who had been sitting at the table, was now standing in front of the bed. With a flick of his finger, a gust of wind swept towards her. Tai Chu Qing tried to slap Chu Qing's hand away, but before she could get close, she was repelled by a burst of true energy. Finally, she was helplessly struck several times by Chu Qing, her internal energy unable to circulate, and she could only sit there obediently, staring wide-eyed at Chu Qing. A hint of fear flickered in her eyes. Things were completely different from what she had imagined. She had thought that as the eldest daughter of the Iron Blood Hall, she was going to Chu Qing to express her sincerity. Even if Chu Qing disagreed, he wouldn't disrespect her. But unexpectedly, things took a turn for the worse once her identity was exposed. The next moment, Chu Qing suddenly grabbed her chin. Chu Qing slowly approached, and Tai Chu Qing's eyes were filled with fear. You don't come any closer." Before she could finish speaking, Chu Qing pressed her down onto the bed. Tai Chu Qing's fear was almost turning into despair. But just then, Chu Qing released her, saying with a half smile, "Miss Tai, don't worry, your rather thin figure doesn't even pique my interest." He then reached out and pulled the blanket over her. "If you're injured, just lie down properly. Don't move your hands or feet, lest you reopen the wound." Tai Chu Qing was stunned, feeling her fear recede like a receding tide. Looking at the blankets covering her, she felt a strange warmth in her heart. She pursed her lips. You pressed my pressure points. Did you not want me to hurt myself?" Not only naive, but also innocent. Chu Qing sighed. "In your condition, if you encountered someone with ulterior motives, you'd probably be finished. Don't worry, the main reason I don't want you to hurt yourself is because I'm worried you ruin yourself, and then you won't fetch a good price with Tai Lingyun. So there's no need to be inexplicably moved by such a small favor. It's not worth it. You're a complete scoundrel." All her gratitude vanished in an instant. Tai Chu Qing swore she had never hated anyone so much in her life. Chu Qing smiled, unconcerned. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Then she heard a maid outside say, "Young master, Miss is here. Quickly, let her in." The door creaked open. Winru sniffed. "She smells like a woman." Chu Qing pointed to the bed. "Here she is, Tai Lingyun's daughter. How about we discuss selling her?" "Huh?" Winru's doubt was completely hidden on her face. She turned to look at Tai Chu Qing. "So it's Miss Tai." Then, Winru gave her a smile that wasn't gentle at all. Chapter 119. Tai Chu Qing felt a sudden chill run down her spine, from her tailbone to the top of her head. Even when Chu Qing had clearly broken his promise, used pressure points to immobilize her, and said some unpleasant things, Tai Chu Qing only felt anger. Only when she saw Chu Qing's gentle smile did she go numb. Fear welled up in her heart. She had no idea where that terrifying smile came from. What was this woman planning to do to her now? And for the first time in her life, she felt that she shouldn't have been so willful. Why couldn't the Iron Blood Hall tolerate her? She was doing just fine there. Why did she have to go to Luoch Manor to watch the show? Even if she was just watching, couldn't she have behaved herself? Why did she have to cause trouble for no reason? And then Chu Qing saw her, and she even followed him. Not only was she nearly killed by assassins, but now she was in this miserable state. Overwhelmed by endless regret. What's wrong with her? It's like there's no light in her eyes. Chu Qing looked at the woman, who had only given him a gentle smile, with some confusion. Winru was even more bewildered than Chu Qing. I don't know. Could it be some secret technique of the Iron Blood Hall? Chu Qing took Tai Chu Qing's wrist and checked it, finding that her acupoints were fine, without any problems. It shouldn't be some kind of secret method to break acupoints. He then said to Winru, "Take her back later." After all, he was a man, and even if this Miss Tai was small-chested and brainless, she was still a woman. This was a temporary measure. Staying here wouldn't work. But after Chu Qing finished speaking, before Winru could reply, Tai Chu Qing, as if provoked, shook her head desperately. "No, I won't go with her. Please don't let her take me away. I stay here. I'm not going anywhere. If you want to sell me to my father, I give you advice. Just please don't hand me over to this woman." Winru looked at Tai Chu Qing expressionlessly. Tai Chu Qing's words immediately stopped. That indifferent face seemed more effective than any threat. Winter could only say to Chu Qing, "Let her stay here. Should we tell father about this?" "Not in a hurry." Chu Qing smiled. "Miss Tai, we need to get a good price. Let me think about it carefully." "Okay." Winter had no objection to his suggestion. The two sat down at the table. Without bothering to hide it from Chu Qing asked directly, "Tomorrow is the start of the martial arts tournament for marriage. Are you planning to stay with your father or with me?" Winru looked at Chu Qing. "Is either fine?" "Either is fine." Chu Qing nodded firmly. "Then I stay with you." Chu Qing nodded silently, feeling he needed to be more careful with his interactions with Winru from now on. However, he anticipated that after the chaos surrounding the Heavenly Secret Order subsided, he would leave Luochen Manor directly, and there probably wouldn't be much interaction between them again. Winru then looked at Chu Qing. "Actually, there's something I haven't told you." "What is it?" "It's about why I joined the Tai sect." Winru looked at Chu Qing. "Do you want to know?" Her eyes were pure as crystal, revealing the thoughts hidden beneath. At this moment, Winru's eyes seemed to say, "Ask me, and I tell you everything." Chu Qing had asked Wen Kaiyuan this question before. Now Winru had come to him, bringing up this very topic. Did Wen Kaiyuan say something to Wen Fuxing after returning home? Did Wen Fuxing then ask Winru to bring it up? Or was it simply that Winru didn't want to hide anything from him? Both were possible. But Chu Qing shook his head. That's not important. Winru didn't understand why it wasn't important, but she didn't ask. She simply said, "This might be the biggest trouble Luochen Manor has faced in many years. Third brother, will you blame me?" Today, she had asked Chu Qing to go with her to see Wen Fuxing. Although Winru didn't usually show her emotions, she wasn't a confused girl. Confused only. She had an expression. Her mind was sharp. She knew that Luochen Manor was in danger, and she had witnessed Chu Qing's actions along the way. She knew that Chu Qing's abilities were far beyond those of ordinary people. Especially since she knew, the Night Emperor the world spoke of was the man before her. His martial arts were too high, his abilities too great. He could help in Luochen Manor's crisis. Therefore, she invited Chu Qing to go with her to see Wen Fuxing, precisely to put Chu Qing on the same side as Luochen Manor. And Chu Qing's frank and open conversation with Wen Fuxing went exactly as she had expected. Chu Qing's intelligence and martial arts skills had earned Wen Fuxing's approval. The two reached an agreement. But this whole affair was ultimately caused by her. Sitting here now, she finally voiced her unease. Chu Qing glanced at Winru and gently shook his head. "If I don't want to, no one can force me." Winru lowered her eyes and whispered, "Third brother, if there's any real danger, don't worry about me. Eldest brother Chu only asked you to escort me back to Luochen Manor, and you already done that. Don't worry." Chu Qing, suddenly remembering something, took a flower petal from his robes. "There's something I'd like to ask you for help with." "Smell this." "What is this?" Winru took the petal and sniffed it. Chu Qing explained. "The person who injured Miss Tai today was an assassin from the Mirror of Sin, a master on the exorcism list, known in the martial world as the Flower Beauty. Check if there's still any trace of that person's sin on it. If there is, write it down for me, so we can find them next time they appear." Winter put the petal down, frowning, and said, "This scent." Before she could finish, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. A disciple from Luochen Manor reported at the gate, "Third young master, a powerful figure has broken into the manor. Second master sent us to ask you to take charge." Chu Qing immediately said to Winru, "You wait here, and keep an eye on her for me. I go check it out." "Okay." Winru nodded. "Also, this petal has Mistling Fei's scent." Chu Qing was about to leave when he heard this and immediately stopped, turning sharply back to Winru. "Who?" "The courtesan of Tianxiang Pavilion, the girl beside Master Chao." "Mistling Fei," she said gently. "I remember it clearly. This is her scent." After leaving the room, Chu Qing hurried towards Wen Fuxing's courtyard. His mind was in turmoil as he traveled. Mistling Fei? The Flower Beauty. The Flower Beauty, one of the 72 assassins on the exorcising list. Why would she be a courtesan at Tianxiang Pavilion? He vaguely remembered the Madam of Tianxiang Pavilion mentioning it. Mistling Fei hadn't been at Tianxiang Pavilion long before becoming its courtesan. Later, because Chu Qing had killed Jiang Shendao and the others from the Divine Blade Hall, and chaos had broken out in Divine Blade City, they wanted to quickly sell off this courtesan. So, she appeared at Tianxiang Tower just before the Divine Blade Hall was about to be destroyed. What exactly was she plotting? She and Chao Qiupu were childhood sweethearts. I learned this from Chao Qiupu himself. It shouldn't be false. But what if Chao Qiupu's identity is also questionable? However, according to Chao Qiupu, The two have been separated for a long time. What happened during that time, nobody knows. It's not good to use this to convict Chao Chiopu. He might have been deceived by the childhood sweetheart connection. After considering these thoughts, Chu Qing made a decision and instructed those behind him. Go and invite Hero Chao to wait for me at the star-gazing platform. I have something to tell him. One of the two disciples from Luochen Manor, who were following Chu Qing, immediately flew away. At the same time, when Fuxing's courtyard came into view, Chu Qing lightly touched the ground and landed on the courtyard wall. Looking down, he saw two people fighting inside. One was an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face. The other was a thin, middle-aged man. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his brows furrowed slightly. This was because the elderly man with white hair and a youthful face was wearing a pink robe. It was basically the same style as the group from Longyang Mountain, only his clothes looked more exquisite, with more intricate patterns. The Jade Dragon Immortal from Longyang Mountain? This was truly a case of finding something without even looking for it. Chu Qing didn't recognize the middle-aged man he was fighting, but judging from his martial arts, it primarily relied on finger techniques. Chu Qing had seen this finger technique before. Back in Tianwu City, Wenru had used it against Mei Qianluo of the Shisha gang. At that time, Chu Qing felt this finger technique was extremely sharp, completely different from the Tai Sec's martial arts. Tai Sec martial arts, whether the Tai Divine Palm or the Tai Divine Fist, emphasized heaviness and power. The core principles of their fist and palm techniques were pushing, pressing, lifting, and pressing, focusing on overwhelming the opponent with sheer force, achieving great skill without artifice. However, Wenru was a woman, and although she used the same moves in Tai Sec martial arts, the underlying principles were completely different. Heavy yet light, light yet heavy, the moves converged from scattered techniques towards a core. Following the path of a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Accumulating power from scattered movements. Once the opportunity arose, a truly overwhelming heaviness would erupt. It will erupt suddenly. Therefore, in combat, it often appears light and agile but lacks depth. The true strength is not seen until the very last moment. But this finger technique was as fast as lightning and as sharp as a sword. Like drawing a bow to shoot down a star, the terrifying power it unleashed unexpectedly was enough to chill anyone to the bone. And the finger technique now being wielded by this middle-aged man was far more fierce and domineering than the one performed by Wenru. Two figures darted through the courtyard, unleashing deadly moves with fists, palms, and fingers, causing the entire courtyard to ripple with energy. Holes were punched in the walls, footprints were carved into the ground, and the windows rattled. The sheer force of the attack was astounding. Chu Qing's gaze swept over the two men only once before landing on Wen Kaiyuan in the corner of the courtyard. In an instant, he was beside Wen Kaiyuan. Third young master. Wen Kaiyuan greeted Chu Qing with clasped hands. Chu Qing waved his hand. Is that third master one? That's my younger brother, Wen Pingsa. Wen Kaiyuan quickly replied, it's the Jade Dragon Immortal. This old scoundrel knew my elder brother was seriously injured and secretly came here, trying to force him to hand over the heavenly secret token. Fortunately, Ce discovered it in time and stopped him, but Ce was no match for him, and was defeated in a few moves. This delay just happened to run into Third Master. The two had already exchanged dozens of blows. I wonder if Third Master can defeat this old scoundrel. Chu Qing nodded slightly. The two figures fought their way from the ground to the roof, circled the roof several times, and then landed back on the ground. The Jade Dragon Immortal landed first, followed by Wen Pingsa pouncing from midair. In that instant, it seemed as if countless stars unfolded behind Wen Pingsa. In an instant, it entered his body, seeking its way through his meridians and into his fingers, the fingertips gleaming with a sharp light, as if gathering countless stars. It was none other than the ultimate technique of Luochen Manor, the Nine Heaven Star Finger, but Jade Dragon Immortal shifted his stance, spreading his hands in front of him, one palm facing inward, the other outward. A strange and extremely powerful force suddenly rose from his body. With a rub of his hands, the finger force, flying like a sharp sword, narrowly missed Jade Dragon Immortal, striking the wall beside him directly. The immense finger force not only punched a hole in the wall, but also continued forward, smashing through 3 more courtyard walls, before leaving a hole the size of a basin in the last one. The power was undeniably strong. When Pingsa's expression changed, he knew something was wrong. His finger strike, poised to strike while the Jade Dragon Immortal's back was turned, was intended to seize the opportunity to capture the thief in one fell swoop. However, this seemingly certain strike missed its mark entirely. And what kind of martial art was this old thief using? Why had he never seen it before? As these thoughts raced, The Jade Dragon Immortal burst into laughter, his body coalescing into a single point, his aura surging like a dragon emerging from the abyss. With a soft hum, the air seemed to hum faintly. The Jade Dragon Immortal transformed his hand into a dragon claw, a gust of wind sweeping across his body as he aimed directly at Wenpingsa. Not good. Wen Kaiyuan's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. But just as the Jade Dragon Immortal's claw was about to strike Wenpingsa's chest and abdomen, the smile on his face vanished abruptly. In a flustered, or rather panicked state, he changed his claw into a grab, seizing Wenpingsa's chest and tossing him away. Wen Fusheng. After throwing the man, the Jade Dragon Immortal roared angrily, "You feigned injury to lure me in, didn't you?" Before Wen Kaiyuan could even comprehend what was happening, Chu Qing had already landed, patting Wenpingsa on the shoulder as he flew towards him. With a flick of the Mingyu True Scripture, Wenpingsa involuntarily spun 3 times in midair, dissipating the force of the throw. Letting Wenpingsa land naturally, Chu Qing's gaze passed over him, and turned to the Jade Dragon Immortal. "What jokes are you spouting, old man? Master Wen is currently recuperating in his room. If he were truly alright, do you think you'd still be jumping around like this?" Chapter 120. Martial arts masters, especially those of the caliber of Jade Dragon Immortal, possess an exceptionally keen sense of danger. While they may not have the precognitive power of a cicada sensing the autumn wind before it even stirs, they still develop an incredibly strong intuition when faced with an insurmountable life-or-death crisis. Jade Dragon Immortal's claw strike could have taken Wenpingsa's life. But in that instant, an intense sense of danger overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Therefore, he decisively abandoned his seemingly certain strike, even using Wenpingsa as a shield. And looking across the entire Luochen manor, only Wen Fusheng could give him this feeling of certain death. Therefore, the only thought in his mind at that moment was, this was a colossal deception. Wen Fusheng feigned serious injury to lure him here to his death. Perhaps, not only to lure him, he also wanted to lure others. This person dug a pit here, burying everyone who comes. His intentions are malicious and utterly wicked, but when Chu Qing's voice reached his ears, the Jade Dragon Immortal was somewhat bewildered. He stared blankly at Chu Qing, then looked around. He still refused to believe it. "Where's Wen Fusheng? Tell him to come out and see me. This old **** is not only heartless, but also hard of hearing." Chu Qing glanced at Wen Kaiyuan. Wen Kaiyuan chuckled dryly. He couldn't very well speak carelessly after Chu Qing said that. Chu Qing clearly wasn't afraid of the Jade Dragon Immortal, but he might not be able to protect him. If he angered this old bastard, and the old **** killed him first, he wouldn't be able to resist. Even if Chu Qing later killed the Jade Dragon Immortal, he wouldn't survive. At most, people would offer incense on the 7th day after someone's death, as a token of their respect. Insolence! Chu Qing's words indeed enraged the Jade Dragon Immortal. He leaped forward, his figure like a pink phantom, instantly closing in. Be careful. Wenpingsa didn't know Chu Qing's background, but it was clear that this young man had just helped him. His temperament was many times more straightforward than Chu Fan's. Since the other person helped him, he naturally had to help him in return. Just as he was about to step forward, Wen Kaiyuan grabbed his wrist. "I don't need you anymore, don't cause trouble." Wenpingsa turned back to look at Wen Kaiyuan, with a bewildered expression, his face full of disappointment. "Second brother, what are you doing? This child is in danger." "Where?" Wen Kaiyuan pointed. Wenpingsa hurriedly turned around and saw the Jade Dragon Immortal's claws moving like a dragon emerging from the sea, each move strange and vicious, yet his inner energy flowed through the pure Yang lineage. A strong wind whipped around him, like the sun high in the sky. The combination of the two was utterly bizarre. However, when facing Chu Qing, his claw technique, though ruthless, was completely ineffective. He could only muster a fraction of his full skill before changing tactics. He unleashed 5 or 6 attacks in succession, each one forcibly withdrawn before it could land. Wenpingsa stared in astonishment at this scene. "This is excellent swordsmanship." Wen Kaiyuan asked in surprise. "What swordsmanship?" "The swordsmanship this young man uses is truly exquisite." Although Wenpingsa was straightforward, his martial arts talent far surpassed Wen Kaiyuan's. The Jade Dragon Immortal's Poison Dragon Thousand Illusion Claw is insidious and vicious, and his Yang limitless skill burns the meridians. Once struck, pure Yang internal energy invades the body, causing excruciating pain, like being burned by raging fire. But this young man's swordsmanship is exceptionally skillful. He always anticipates his opponent's moves. Although the blade doesn't thrust forward, it strikes at the opponent's weak points. In other words, every claw of the Jade Dragon Immortal is aimed directly at the blade's edge. If this claw is used up, Not only will he fail to hit the young man, but his arm will be severed by the opponent's blade first. Oh! When Kaiyuan understood what he heard, but not what he saw. He only knew that the Jade Dragon Immortal's claws always returned, and after fighting for so long, it was completely useless. Not only when Pingsa saw the mystery in Chu Qing's swordsmanship, but Si Yi and the guards in the courtyard also understood it. Si Yi's expression changed several times. Chu Qing was, after all, a newcomer, inexplicably entrusted with such an important task by Wen Fuxing. Although he obeyed, he was not entirely convinced. In fact, when Chu Qing came to visit during the day, he had been inexplicably defeated when he tried to stop him. He had considered seeking out Chu Qing again to hone his skills. But this scene made him realize that perhaps there was no need for further discussion. He was no match for him. The onlookers had various thoughts, but the Jade Dragon Immortal grew increasingly frustrated with the fight. He felt as if the knife in his opponent's hand was a spiderweb hanging from the treetops. Entwined from all sides, a slight misstep would leave him trapped and at the mercy of his opponent. Where did this young man come from? He was rather handsome though. His eyes narrowed slightly, a wild ambition rising within him. Suddenly, he spread his arms, one palm forward, the other behind. With a flick of his wrists, uneven internal energy surged from his body. The next moment, he extended a claw, a faint hissing sound seeming to echo through the void. A surge of inner energy swirled around his 5 fingers, as Chu Qing's blade followed the flow, maintaining a defensive stance rather than an offensive one. He had already observed the situation closely. While Jade Dragon Immortal's martial arts might surpass Wen Pingsa's, attempting to infiltrate this place within the current Luotian manner was utterly a pipe dream. Infiltration was even more out of the question. His presence here could only be attributed to Wen Fuxing's tacit approval. His purpose was undoubtedly twofold. One was to test the depth of his own martial arts once more. Jade Dragon Immortal, a bone that wasn't too hard or too soft, was a perfect target. The other was to allow Chu Qing to demonstrate his abilities before everyone. Tonight, by slaying Jade Dragon Immortal in front of all the Star Guards and Luotian Manor disciples, Chu Qing would find it much easier to command them thereafter. Those who were initially unconvinced would be completely convinced. Since the outcome was already a foregone conclusion, Chu Qing wasn't in a hurry to kill the Jade Dragon Immortal. This man's martial arts were not weak, and he could use this opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. Since his battle with the swordsman in the small town, he had combined the subtleties of the Golden Crow's sword technique with the unpredictable nature of the Blood Blade technique, creating a swordsmanship that balanced orthodox and unorthodox methods. He was currently using the orthodox approach, employing exquisite swordsmanship to find the opponent's weaknesses, using sharpness to break through the enemy, and waiting for the opportune moment. However, this relied solely on the variations within the Golden Crow's sword technique, acting in accordance with the situation and striking first. It lacked the ability of Confucian arithmetic to fully calculate the opponent's moves and anticipate their moves. The mysteries within still needed further exploration, and the Jade Dragon Immortal's high level of martial arts could help him accelerate this process. However, this claw strike was extremely strange. The claw extended like a dragon's head, the entire arm seemingly transforming into a ferocious, malevolent dragon. A strange gale swept across this dragon, like invisible hands. It pushed Chu Qing's blade, preventing the sword from moving smoothly and instead forcing it to its own side, making it difficult to follow its original trajectory. If this continued, not only would his techniques become useless, but he himself would be pulled by this force, collapsing without a fight. What kind of martial art was this? In a flash, the claw had already broken through the blade and arrived before him. With a single finger strike, Chu Qing felt all the major acupoints on his upper body covered by the opponent's fingertips. This feeling was even stranger. The 5 fingers grasped within a small area. Even if the technique had changed, it couldn't be drastically different. No matter how outrageous, it was impossible to grab acupoints on the back directly. It was still the opponent's same old martial arts technique at work. Thinking this, he no longer focused on the knife, but couldn't help but sigh. In the end, I underestimated this old lecher who has roamed the martial world for so many years. With that thought, he unleashed his fist. A layer of frost enveloped his fist, and a strong chill instantly spread in all directions. In an instant, late autumn turned into the depths of winter, and the surrounding area was bitterly cold. His fist was like a hot knife through butter, unshaken by any force coming from all directions. The Jade Dragon Immortal's expression changed drastically. He finally realized that this kid had been holding back all along. Seeing that this exchange was inevitable, he simply unleashed his full inner strength. The hissing sound in the air seemed to transform into a dragon, and his aura instantly surged, ready to fight Chu Qing to the death. Boom! A muffled sound rang out as fist and claw collided. This was not merely a clash of fists and claws, it was also a clash of extreme heat and extreme cold. Dual forces of ice and fire erupted from between their fists and claws, one claw scorching like fire, the other fist frosty as snow. Two gusts of wind swept through the center, each forming a curved arc. But these arcs vanished in an instant. The force that swept in all directions carried Jade Dragon Immortal's body backward. Bang! 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 Jade Dragon Immortal was sent flying by this punch, the overflowing internal energy causing explosions all around. He retreated 7 or 8 zhang before his feet touched the ground. Looking up at Chu Qing, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine." After uttering this single word, he turned and leaped away. Come back. How could Chu Qing let him go? Using this old man to sharpen his blade was making the most of him. Letting him go would be a different story altogether. Immediately, with a single grab, a powerful suction force enveloped Jade Dragon Immortal. Jade Dragon Immortal's expression changed, outrageous. He was, after all, an old tyrant of the martial world. This young man, ignorant of his own limitations, actually dared to try and pull him away with his internal energy. What did he take him for? If this young man truly managed to capture him in this way, what would he do in the martial world afterward? He might as well just find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. He immediately stopped, flipped his palms, and the strange force dissipated, instantly tearing away Chu Qing's grasping power. But in this brief delay, Chu Qing was already in front of him. What's so good about it? These 4 words reached Jade Dragon Immortal's ears, and before he could answer, a sharp blade had already swept through the air. How could the Jade Dragon Immortal dare to be careless? He shifted his body, using offense as defense, but suddenly heard a hissing sound. Without even looking down, the icy coldness on his arm told him he had been stabbed, but this wasn't right. Although Chu Qing's sword strike had been incredibly fast, the Jade Dragon Immortal had still seen it clearly. Chu Qing had already demonstrated this sword technique several times before. It was exquisite, but the subsequent variations were entirely different. If one had to describe it, his sword technique now began with righteousness and ended with wickedness. The initial strikes were upright and exquisitely precise. Although it was difficult to predict how the sword technique would change, one could vaguely discern some clues. But when defending against these clues, the originally upright sword technique suddenly became extremely sinister. The changes in the sword's momentum were unexpected, striking suddenly from the most unbelievable angles, making it impossible to defend against. What's going on? After the strike, sweat poured down the Jade Dragon Immortal's forehead. Before he could even grasp the intricacies of this sword technique, the second strike descended once more. The blade moves diagonally. Each move has at least 3 variations. There's an opening. The Jade Dragon Immortal's eyes darted around, and upon spotting the opening, he immediately unleashed his claw. Using fists and feet against swords and blades in a head-on clash is suicidal. How can one possibly block a sword or blade with bare hands? The solution is naturally offense, striking first upon seeing an opening. However, the claw had barely reached halfway when the Jade Dragon Immortal was already terrified. Chu Qing's blade suddenly shifted, appearing from an impossible location. He hurriedly circulated his profound energy, trying to disrupt Chu Qing's blade's balance. But this time was different. Chu Qing activated the bright Jade True Scripture, and a thin layer of frost covered the blade. Although Jade Dragon Immortal's profound skill was formidable, it was utterly ineffective against Chu Qing's 9-fold bright Jade True Scripture internal energy. With a hissing sound, half of Jade Dragon Immortal's hand vanished. Now the old man was truly terrified. Ignoring the blood streaming down his hand, he spread his palms and unleashed over 10 chaotic attacks. The surrounding area burned like fire, the scorching pure yang energy making it difficult to breathe. Following this, Jade Dragon Immortal shifted his feet, his arms moving in a practiced motion, palms divided inward and outward, his profound skill and internal energy merging. A scorching light was drawn from his body. It was as if flames were swirling around him, a beautiful, multicolored spectacle. Not good. When Pinx's expression changed, this old is going all out. The exchange between Chu Qing and Jade Dragon Immortal, though seemingly complex, actually consisted of only a few moves. At first, when the Jade Dragon Immortal unleashed his claws, Chu Qing met him defensively, exchanging over 10 blows. Then, the Jade Dragon Immortal used his profound skill to break the blade's momentum, forcing Chu Qing to exchange a punch with him. This punch sent the Jade Dragon Immortal flying. After regrouping, he launched his second attack. At this point, the Jade Dragon Immortal fully realized the danger and decisively chose to fight to the death. Wen Kaiyuan hadn't even reacted when Wenpingsa pulled him onto the wall, protecting him behind him. At the same time, the Jade Dragon Immortal swung his hands, gathering his inner energy. 1,000 clusters of energy converged into a single point, exploding beneath his feet with a deafening roar, his figure like a fiery meteor. His punches flashed with starlight, instantly creating a dazzling spectacle. Buzz! Hundreds of claw shadows swept across the sky, like ferocious dragons, engulfed in flames, crashing down with the force of a wildfire. Each claw was covered in chaotic chi, tearing through the air with a whistling sound. All they wanted was to rip this young man, whose swordsmanship was divine, to shreds. Chu Qing's eyes flashed, he raised his sword, and in an instant, his figure plunged into the hundreds of dragon shadows, entering the space between them with nothingness. Everyone felt a dazzling spectacle, only to be instantly annihilated. A head flew into the air, blood gushing from the cavity, splattering onto the ground in spots. Quest completed. Successfully assassinated Jade Dragon Immortal. Obtained a random martial arts treasure chest. Chapter 121. The sound of the sword being sheathed brought everyone to their senses, jolting them awake from their daze. Looking at the headless Jade Dragon Immortal, they could hardly believe it. This old scoundrel, who had terrorized the martial world for years and harmed countless innocent young men, had truly died before their eyes. Yi looked at Chu Qing with a complex expression, only to see him turn and approach the Jade Dragon Immortal's corpse. After searching the headless body for a moment, he pulled out a small booklet. It actually exists. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. The booklet was only the size of a palm, very light and thin. The booklet contained 4 characters. Reversal of Chaos Divine Skill. Reversal of Chaos Divine Skill? Chu Qing frowned slightly. He had never heard of this martial art before. Congratulations, third young master. Wen Kaiyuan's voice rang out, and he and Wenpingsa walked towards him together. Chu Qing smiled. Second Master Wen, what brings you this joy? Naturally, I congratulate you, third young master, on slaying the Jade Dragon Immortal. Your fame will only grow stronger from this. And you also obtained this chaotic divine skill. I imagine your martial arts will soon reach a new level. Wen Kaiyuan's words were sincere. Chu Qing then asked, Second Master Wen, are you familiar with this chaotic divine skill? I heard of it. Wen Kaiyuan nodded. Third young master should know that the martial world has been passed down for thousands of years, filled with constant conflict. Many ancient martial arts have been lost to time. The demonic path has the blood transformation palm, which is a fusion of the legacy of predecessors. This chaotic divine skill is similar. It is said that there was once a martial art called the uneven revolving wheel technique, which, when mastered, caused internal energy to become chaotic. It allows one to generate energy before exerting force, stirring up chaotic forces from all directions, causing people to lose their composure. However, times have changed, and the uneven wheel technique has long been lost. Later generations picked up bits and pieces of its essence, incorporated their own understanding, and derived this reversal divine skill. Chu Qing had never heard of the uneven revolving wheel technique or the reversal divine skill. However, he guessed that the profound skill the Jade Dragon Immortal had just used was this one. Moreover, he was probably only a beginner. It wasn't until he was almost dead that he fused the reversal divine skill with his own Yang limitless skill, unleashing that dazzling attack. Unfortunately, a final burst of power before death isn't always successful. At least this time, the Jade Dragon Immortal's power-up seemed far too crude to Chu Qing. His attack appeared overwhelming, but it had many flaws. Chu Qing seized the opportunity and beheaded him with a single strike. It was precisely because he felt the skill was beginner level that Chu Qing thought he could find it, and unexpectedly, he actually found something. He immediately put the manual into his robes, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and smiled, Thank you for the explanation. Second brother, who is this young man? Wenpingsa, who had been impatiently waiting, finally spoke up after the two finished speaking. I haven't introduced him to you yet, Wen Kaiyuan said with a smile. This is Xiao Roer's friend, the Mad Saber third young master who recently became famous in the martial arts world of Divine Saber City. Now, eldest brother has invited him to preside over the lovely martial arts tournament to find a husband. I see. Wenpingsa quickly said, I'm so grateful to this young man for saving me just now, otherwise, I would probably be dead. This life-saving grace is beyond my ability to repay, young brother. How about we become sworn brothers? Chu Qing's eyes were filled with great confusion. He looked blankly at Wen Kaiyuan. Wen Kaiyuan quickly pulled Wenpingsa back. Third brother, don't be silly. The third young master cannot become sworn brothers with you. Chu Qing nodded. Senior, please don't flatter me. Ah? Don't you look down on me? Wenpingsa's face was full of hurt. My martial arts are indeed far inferior to yours. If you're unwilling, young brother. No, third master one, you're too kind. How could I look down on you? Chu Qing quickly waved his hand. Wenpingsa was overjoyed. All right, let's go become sworn brothers right now. Just because you think highly of me doesn't mean we can become sworn brothers immediately. Chu Qing felt his mind was a bit confused and couldn't help but look to Wen Kaiyuan for help. Wen Kaiyuan chuckled twice, then kicked Wenpingsa. You're back but haven't seen your elder brother yet? Go in and see him. Wenpingsa slapped his forehead. I forgot about that important matter. Little brother, wait for me. I go see my elder brother first, then I come back to you to become sworn brothers. With that, he hurriedly went inside. Chu Qing and Wen Kaiyuan simultaneously wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. They exchanged a glance, and Chu Qing asked, how long has he had these symptoms? It's always been like this. Wen Kaiyuan said helplessly, but this is also my elder brother's fault. When he was little, he read him a lot of storybooks, which made him know that sworn brotherhood exists. And after becoming sworn brothers, you have sworn brothers without blood ties. He thinks that the more brothers he has, the less likely anyone will dare to bully him. Ever since then, whenever someone is even slightly kind to him, he wants to become sworn brothers with them. Didn't I tell you before? Sichin has been following him, worried he might get scammed. Chu Qing had previously thought that sending someone from Luochen Manor to accompany Wen Laosan seemed a bit unnecessary, even harboring malicious speculation that they were trying to spy on him. Now it seems Wen Fusheng was a bit too cautious. With someone like him going out, without a few shrewd people by his side, he'd probably be sold out and still be counting the money for the seller. Who tries to become sworn brothers with someone they just met? Thinking of this. They try to get me to become sworn brothers soon, Chu Qing quickly said to Wen Kaiyuan. Second Master One, I have to go now. Please handle things with Third Master for me. Farewell. He hurried out, just as he brushed past a young man in white. The man in white stared in astonishment in the direction Chu Qing had left. Turning back to look at the scene in the courtyard, he was startled. He first bowed to Wen Kaiyuan, then approached Siyi. What happened? The Jade Dragon Immortal tried to take advantage of someone in distress, and was killed, Siyi said succinctly. Third Master is so capable now? Sichin said admiringly, it seems his martial arts have improved again. Not Third Master, but he's the third son. Siyi said, the one who just brushed past you. Sichin asked in surprise, then why did he run? Your Third Master's old habit has relapsed. A fleeting smile crossed Siyi's expressionless face. Sichin suddenly realized, and couldn't help but slap his forehead. So, Third Master is still the most powerful. Even such a master was scared away by him. The stargazing platform. Besides not wanting to become sworn brothers with Wen Laosan, Chu Qing's main reason was that he had an appointment with Chao Qiupu. Wenra's nose was never wrong. Chu Qing trusted her nose as much as he trusted his own martial arts skills. But he also trusted the reputation of the White Horse and Golden Sword brand. So he decided to find Chao Qiupu first and test the waters. However, when he arrived at the stargazing platform, Chao Qiupu was not there. But thinking about it carefully, he had sent someone to fetch Chao Qiupu on his way to Wen Fusheng's courtyard. Although killing Yulong Laoxian had been a waste of effort, the overall process was actually quite quick. It was normal that Chao Qiupu hadn't arrived in time. Fortunately, it was already night, so Chu Qing stood on the stargazing platform and admired the stars for a while. The terrain was flat, yet situated halfway up a mountain. Above was the towering Tianqing Mountain, and ahead, a sea of clouds could be seen faintly. Standing here, looking up, the sky was like a mirror, adorned with countless stars, a truly breathtaking sight. He suddenly recalled that when Wenpingsa unleashed that astonishing finger strike, countless stars seemed to burst forth behind him, only to instantly recede, the image of countless stars condensing into a single finger perfectly mirroring this starry sky. Finger of dust, starfall. Chu Qing mused, when Tianheng really knew how to choose a location when he founded Luochen Manor here. Just then, footsteps approached from behind. Chu Qing's brows furrowed slightly. Turning around, he saw a figure slowly walking towards him. This person had a graceful figure. Even just those few steps were enough to make one's heart flutter. Her beauty was even more striking. Her eyebrows were like distant, verdant mountains, her eyes like morning stars, her cherry lips held a subtle, almost imperceptible smile, making one unconsciously captivated. But Chu Qing's gaze towards her wasn't that of someone looking at a person. It was more like he was looking at an object. Greetings, third young master. Ling Fei bowed gracefully, her lips slightly parted. Chu Qing looked at her quietly for a moment before speaking. I remember the person I'm looking for isn't you. Ling Fei smiled. Looking for him or looking for me is the same. I wonder what the third young master wants with him. Is there something you want to say to him? You can say it to me too. I'm afraid you shouldn't hear that. Mississippi. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Or is it that you rushed here so hastily because you're worried I say something to him? Sigh. Ling Fei sighed. Why must the third young master do this? I don't understand that at all. Chu Qing said with a smile. Have I done something terrible this time? A gentle nose, the third young master's knife. These are all things that make people wary. I already given the third young master enough face today, otherwise, that sneaky little mouse would already be dead. Ling Fei looked up at Chu Qing, a barely concealed murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Unfortunately, the third young master seems to lack a sense of valuing his life. He is too important to me. I cannot tolerate your nonsense in front of him. More important than your life. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes. Ling Fei's answer was resolute, yet it surprised Chu Qing. Those on the 72 demon slaying list had clearly passed the mirror of karma test. These people could disregard right and wrong, killing only for profit. They were pure assassins. Such people actually had someone they cherished. Therefore you must die. Upon uttering these words, Chu Qing abruptly retreated. But at that moment, a tremendous pulling force suddenly came from within him. Looking down, he saw an invisible thread wrapped around his chest. It was dragging him towards Ling Fei. Chu Qing sneered, uttering Mo Duxing's favorite phrase, a mere trick. He circulated the Mingyu True scripture, and a series of hissing sounds of energy breaking through the air rang out. The thread entangled in his clothes was instantly blasted away by the force. However, as one thread ended, several more awaited. Chu Qing merely raised his eyes, and sensed that from all directions, from every gap in his body, silk threads were emerging from the air. Like plum blossoms blooming in the sky, they were actually sharp blades hidden beneath the threads. The falling plum blossoms held the promise of spring, yet a hidden killing intent lurked beneath their fragrance. Chu Qing's figure flickered, a thin mist erupting forth. He leaped into the mist, using a move from the heavenly frost fist, frost binding at midnight. His figure seemed to vanish instantly beneath a layer of frost mist. Ling Fei's face darkened. Her hands danced lightly, the falling plum blossoms suddenly freezing in midair. With a change in her palm technique, the plum blossoms began to swirl like a vortex, covering an area of 3 zhang in radius. Anyone who stepped into this area would surely die. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she further wrapped layers of silk around herself, preventing Chu Qing from suddenly attacking and catching her off guard. As one of the 72 demon-slaying list members, the Flower Beauty's martial arts were far more terrifying and her methods far more unpredictable than ordinary people imagined. She lowered her gaze, observing all directions. She saw that all directions were shrouded in icy air, making it impossible to find Chu Qing's trace. Suddenly, her ears twitched, and she jerked her head up, raising one hand with a whooshing sound. Plum blossoms rained down like a torrent, surging in one direction and creating a deafening roar. But just then, her vision blurred, and a figure appeared before her. With a raised hand, a palm strike erupted. Ling Fei's expression changed drastically. She realized she had fallen for Chu Qing's trick. Chu Qing's figure plunged into the mist, deliberately creating noise to lure her into attacking in that direction, thus finding another opportunity to strike. Now, with her move unfinished, forcibly withdrawing would only worsen her injury. So, she flipped her left hand and delivered a powerful palm strike. The two palms collided, yet there was no sound. But Ling Fei's body trembled violently. She felt a chilling internal force surge through her meridians. Her inner strength was no match for his, and defeat seemed imminent. A thought flashed through her mind, and she heard a series of hissing sounds. Her clothes instantly became tattered, and she was set flying backward by the force of Chu Qing's palm strike, crying out, "Third young master, even if you kill me, you never have me. Third brother, what are you doing?" A furious voice came from around the bend in the mountain path. Chao Qiupu leaped up, and caught the flying Ling Fei in his arms. After landing, he gripped the hilt of his golden sword with one hand, and held Ling Fei in the other, glaring at Chu Qing. You dare. Ling Fei had taken the full force of Chu Qing's palm strike, and although she had been sent flying by his momentum, she was on the verge of death. She reached out to touch Chao Qiupu's face, straining to speak, take me, away. The veins on Chao Qiupu's forehead throbbed, his anger was already raging. He glared fiercely at Chu Qing. "If anything happens to Ling Fei, I will fight to the death to seek justice from you." With that, he turned to leave. But as he turned back, A chilling blade of intent was already hovering above his head. Chu Qing spoke calmly. Hero Chow is joking. Let's settle this today. I never hold grudges overnight. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? Chapter 122. What do you intend to do? Chao Qiupu's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He could see that the girl in his arms was seriously injured. If they didn't leave soon and find a place to heal her, she would surely die. Therefore, he couldn't afford to make things difficult for Chu Qing. He had to take Ling Fei away now. But Chu Qing was no ordinary person. If he didn't let her leave, he could easily drag the girl in his arms to her death. Veins throbbed on his forehead. Chu Qing was speechless at his appearance. To be deceived like this by a green tea bitch, it's a waste of rice and flour for him to live. However, Chao Qiupu had a reputation for chivalry. The beautiful woman had falsely accused him of intending to take advantage of her. If he killed them both here, it would be one thing. But if he forced Chao Qiupu to leave and confirmed the accusation, his reputation would be completely ruined. The title of third young master was only publicly known. When he returned to his true identity, he would still have to be tied to the name Chu Qing. Especially now, he's cultivating good relationships extensively. First, he did Longqiang Fang Tianrui a huge favor, and now he's forged a bond with Luochen Manor. Even Tai Lingyu of the Iron Blood Hall owes him a debt for saving his daughter's life. All of this is the business of human relationships in the martial world. Besides fighting and killing, the martial world also values social graces. When his true identity is revealed, everything he's done today can serve as an asset to the Chu family and Tianwu City. To bear the reputation of a lecherous thief for such a small matter is simply not worth it. Of course, releasing Hua Marin is definitely not that simple. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Chu Qing spoke softly. Hero Chow, you flatter me. I merely wish to speak with you briefly to avoid any misunderstandings that could lead to enmity. It's not worth it to end up in a life or death situation. You say. Although Chao Qiupu was anxious, he knew he had to go along with Chu Qing at this moment. He needed to hear what Chu Qing had to say before making a decision. I had some encounters with Master Chao, though I don't know him inside and out, I do have some understanding of him. Does Master Chao think I'm the kind of person who's blinded by lust, and would force myself on a friend's woman? At this point, Chao Qiupu frowned slightly, about to speak, but was interrupted by Chu Qing. Secondly, has Master Chao clearly seen the traces around here? Just now, I had a brief exchange with you, the girl Ling Fei who doesn't know martial arts. You haven't seen her for many years. Do you really think she's still your childhood sweetheart? After Chao Qiupu came up, besides seeing Ling Fei's clothes shattered and her flying backward, he hadn't paid attention to almost anything else. In his eyes. Only after Chu Qing's reminder did he realize that there were indeed signs of a fight around him. How could this be? She shouldn't know martial arts. Chao Qiupu muttered to himself. Someone who doesn't know martial arts, and my palm strike only shattered their clothes. Master Chao, you better not joke around. Chu Qing said softly. Besides, I don't know what she said to you. Today, I clearly sent a disciple from Luochen Manor to invite you. So why did she arrive at the star-gazing platform first? This? Chao Qiupu opened his mouth, but found he couldn't explain it. It was dinner time when the disciple came to invite him, and after he accepted, he planned to go immediately. Ling Fei told him not to rush, as Chu Qing had invited him to the star-gazing platform. She wouldn't be there too early, he could go after dinner. He ate his dinner diligently. However, after dinner, he discovered that Ling Fei was nowhere to be found. Chao Qiupu searched the residence thoroughly, but to no avail. Worried about keeping Chu Qing waiting, he rushed to the star-gazing platform. And there, he saw the scene from earlier. One last thing, Chu Qing said, pointing to Ling Fei in Chao Qiupu's arms. There was a fight outside the courtyard today, and the one who attacked was Hua Marin, one of the 72 demon-slaying list members. Following the clues, I discovered that the girl in your arms is very likely an assassin from the Mirror of Karma. The reason I invited you to the star-gazing platform is also for this matter. She tried to kill me to silence me, but unfortunately, she was outmatched. Knowing you were coming, they resorted to their methods to sow discord between us. Their purpose is self-evident. Impossible. Chao Qiupu shook his head instinctively after hearing Chu Qing's words. However, he had no basis for rebuttal. Chu Qing said calmly, I have said all I need to say. If you wish to leave, you may do so now. However, you must discern whether the people around you are human or demonic. Furthermore, Chao Qiupu, this is the first. And the last. If you, Chao Qiupu, are not of sound mind and attempt to make an enemy of me in the future. I say it again, I do not hold grudges overnight. A life or death struggle must be settled. Don't blame me for not warning you. Chao Qiupu took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and said, "Tonight, I was not of sound mind and spoke rashly. Thank you for telling me, third brother. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, whether it's true or false. Give third brother an explanation." Chu Qing waved his hand. "An explanation is unnecessary. If you truly care, find out who she met outside the manor today, what she intended to do, and then send me a message. Furthermore, the Mirror of Karma is no benevolent place. If you truly admire this young lady, you should persuade her to walk the righteous path, not to go down that road of no return." Upon hearing this, Chao Qiupu immediately bowed deeply to Chu Qing. "Third brother's words are invaluable. Chao Qiupu is deeply grateful. Go." Chu Qing flicked his sleeve and turned away. Chao Qiupu glanced at Chu Qing again, then gazed at Ling Fei in his arms, with a complex expression, before leaping away. Halfway there, he used his finger as a whistle and blew it sharply. After walking a short while further, a white horse galloped towards them. Chao Qiupu lightly touched the ground and landed on his horse. The white horse carried Chao Qiupu away at full speed. It was no longer safe to linger at Luochen Manor. It was already a place of trouble, and Chu Qing's words had made him suspicious of Ling Fei's identity. If Ling Fei was indeed an assassin from the Mirror of Karma, such trouble couldn't be left to Luochen Manor. It was best to take her away. Immediately, under the cover of night, he urged Brother Bai to leave Luochen Manor. After traveling 7 or 8 miles, they passed through a mountain hollow. Seeing that the surrounding environment was acceptable, he dismounted, carrying Ling Fei. "Brother Bai, please keep watch around here." Brother Bai snorted and surveyed the area. Chao Qiupu found a safe spot, put Ling Fei down, and examined her meridians. He found that her meridians were filled with cold energy. Such injuries would have killed an ordinary woman long ago. But Ling Fei's body was resisting this internal force. Third brother was right. She knows martial arts. Chao Qiupu's face paled slightly. He had been blinded by rage earlier. If the third young master hadn't kept him here tonight and said those words, but instead had stopped him from leaving, the two of them would inevitably clash. Whether he lived or died, he would have forged a blood feud with the third young master. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. Was all of this your scheme? Chao Qiupu looked at Ling Fei with complex emotions. After taking a deep breath, he still sat cross-legged behind her. He spread his hands below his dantian, slowly raised them, and finally gently placed them on Ling Fei's back. Chao Qiupu's swordsmanship was the 7-tone heavenly sound sword technique. This sword technique combined sound and sword, making its power immense. However, without strong internal energy support, it's difficult to unleash the true power of this martial art. The internal energy he cultivates is a self-created 5 elements returning to origin technique. Internal energy cannot arise from nothing. Even with Chao Qiupu's extraordinary talent, it's impossible to easily reach his current level with a hastily created internal energy technique. Initially, the 5 elements returning to origin technique was simply the widely circulated heavenly origin Qigong. This technique is balanced and moderate, posing neither the risk of Qi deviation nor the potential for sudden, powerful breakthroughs. If one had to say, practicing it would simply strengthen the body. Almost no one in the martial arts world would choose this internal energy technique. Even those building a foundation would find it too superficial. Chao Qiupu was originally a wandering knight errant. He first cultivated the Tianyuan Qigong, and only later, by chance, did he obtain the 7-tone heavenly sound sword technique left by his predecessor. After that, he used the Tianyuan Qigong to perform the 7-tone heavenly sound sword, which gave him the foundation to establish himself in the martial arts world. Over the next few years, he acquired several internal energy cultivation techniques. Unwilling to abandon the heavenly origin Qi cultivation he had practiced for years, and wanting to advance further, he simply used the heavenly origin Qi cultivation as its core, incorporating the essence of several other internal energy cultivation techniques. Finally, he created this technique, the 5 elements returning to origin technique. This technique has boundless wonders. Internally, it allows energy to circulate freely throughout the body. Externally, it can manifest the 5 elements, with the energy mutually protecting and complementing each other, resulting in an effect far greater than the sum of its parts. Now, he used it to heal Ling Fei's injuries. His internal energy entered Ling Fei's body, gradually dissolving the frost within him. The 5 elements returning to origin technique was like a great millstone, clearing away accumulated ailments through the meridians. With the assistance of Ling Fei's own internal energy, the two combined, and in just a few hours, the frost within Ling Fei's body was almost completely eliminated. Only then did Chao Qiupu slowly conclude his practice, drawing his internal energy into his dantian. He felt a chill creep into his dantian. Third brother's martial art is truly troublesome. Chao Qiupu frowned, but having expended considerable internal energy, he couldn't immediately dispel the chill within his dantian. Fortunately, the chill was very light, even ignoring it wouldn't affect him. He gently leaned Lingfei against a rock, letting her sit. Chao Qiupu quietly watched her, seemingly trying to discern the hidden secrets within her pale face. After a long while, a thought struck him. Suddenly, he vanished into the distance. Bai Gu, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Chao Qiupu patted its neck twice. Go first, I have something to do. Bai Gu glanced at Chao Qiupu with disdain, before turning and disappearing like a white lightning bolt. Chao Qiupu concealed himself, his eyes remaining as indifferent as possible, as he silently observed the unconscious Ling Fei not far away. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Ling Fei finally awoke. The instant she opened her eyes, she instinctively tensed, her gaze sweeping around. But upon seeing this, Chao Qiupu nearly closed his eyes again. This wasn't the reaction of a normal person waking from injury, but rather the instinctive reaction of a seasoned expert, checking their surroundings for any dangerous movements. But Ling Fei, if she were truly a courtesan, why would she act this way? She should be weak and helpless. How could she be behaving like this? And upon realizing no one was around, Ling Fei abruptly stood up. Her face was cold and aloof, filled with both killing intent and anger, lacking any of the weakness Chao Qiupu desired. Then Chao Qiupu picked up a stone from the ground, channeled his inner energy, and casually tossed it aside. The stone whistled through the air, hurtling straight towards Ling Fei's heart. Who goes there? Ling Fei snorted coldly, not turning around, as flower petals, seemingly appearing from nowhere, suddenly flew out. With a loud crack, the stone shattered into pieces. At this point, Chu Qing had no more doubts about what Chao Qiupu had said. He rose from the grass and slowly walked towards Ling Fei. The anger and wariness on Ling Fei's face vanished the moment she saw Chao Qiupu, leaving only a look of panic. Qiupu, was that you just now? Chao Qiupu didn't speak, but simply walked step by step to Ling Fei's side, looking at her with a complex expression. Ling Fei grew increasingly uneasy. You have to explain. Explain what? Chao Qiupu suppressed the bitterness in his heart. Explain why you framed and even killed my friend. Or explain why you joined the mirror of karma. Plum blossoms carry the scent of spring, yet murderous intent lurks beneath the surface? So all these years, I heard news of you, but I always thought you were dead. And you, knowing where I am, knowing who I am. Yet you never thought to come looking for me. In your heart, what am I? No. Ling Fei grabbed Chao Qiupu's arm, shaking her head frantically. It's not like that, I had my own unavoidable difficulties. Please Qiupu, don't talk to me like that, I'm scared. Even the renowned flower beauty on the 72 demon slaying list is afraid? Chao Qiupu blurted out these words almost without thinking. Ling Fei simply shook her head. I can explain. We talk about explanations later. Chao Qiupu took a deep breath. Tell me first, who did you meet at Luochen Manor today? Why did you have to kill third brother? I can't say. Chao Qiupu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Fine, you're an assassin from the mirror of karma. I'm a wandering knight of the martial world. Even if we have crossed paths, it's only when you kill someone that I intervene. Since you're unwilling to come to me, why should I insist on changing you? Ling Fei, let's sever all ties from now on. No! Ling Fei suddenly hugged Chao Qiupu tightly. I tell you everything, don't leave me. Please, I finally found you, I never want to be separated from you again. Just as Chao Qiupu and Ling Fei were putting on a sweet, intimate scene, Chu Qing had already returned to his courtyard. Although he hadn't managed to save Hua Marin's life tonight, he figured with Chao Qiupu around, this expert on the demon-slaying list would be busy from now on. He took the opportunity to wash his hands, and open the box he obtained after killing the Jade Dragon Immortal. But as soon as he entered the courtyard, Chu Qing was taken aback. Why isn't Winra lighting the lamps? Chapter 123. The room was pitch black. There was not only no light, but also not a single sound. Chu Qing's heart sank. He abruptly pushed open the door, only to find the room completely empty. He pulled back the covers on the bed and touched it. It was already cold. His gaze shifted to a note on the table. Chu Qing picked it up. It read, When Family Forbidden Area. Someone. A disciple immediately entered, clasping his hands in greeting. Greetings, third young master. Have you seen anyone enter or leave this place? No. The two disciples exchanged a glance, their faces showing panic. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, judging from Chu Qing's expression, Something serious had likely occurred. However, they had been guarding the room and had indeed not seen anyone enter or leave. The only person who had left the room last time was Chu Qing. Chu Qing let out a soft breath. The intruder had managed to enter the room unnoticed and easily abbed up 2 people. The disciples guarding Luochen Manor hadn't noticed anything. Who was this person? With that thought, Chu Qing dared not think further. In a flash, he was out the door, heading straight for the forbidden area behind the mountain without hesitation. The forbidden area of Luochen Manor, though called a forbidden area, didn't actually contain anything sinister. Originally, this place was where Wen Tianheng, the patriarch of the Wen family, comprehended martial arts. It's said that this patriarch lived here for 7 years. He comprehended the Luochen Manor's ultimate techniques, the 9 Heaven Star Finger, and the evolving Heaven Star Control technique. Thus, he founded Luochen Manor. This place subsequently became the retreat for the successive masters of Luochen Manor to cultivate in seclusion. Even the thatched hut, where Wen Tianheng once lived, has been renovated several times, preserving its original appearance as much as possible. Chu Qing used his star-chasing moon steps, his figure seemingly shrinking to an inch, and in a short while, he arrived at the gate of the forbidden area. 2 figures greeted him from afar. "May I ask if you are the 3rd young master? Has anyone entered the forbidden area?" Chu Qing had no time for politeness. The 2 disciples exchanged a glance. No. Their answer was so resolute that Chu Qing couldn't be sure if what was written on the note was true or false. "I want to go in." He had to go in and take a look first, no matter what. The 2 disciples immediately stepped aside. "We are not allowed to set foot in the forbidden area. Please make yourself at home, 3rd young master." Chu Qing flashed past the 2 men, and after walking a short distance further, he arrived at the forbidden area. This is a breathtaking view of Tianqing Mountain. It's as if an arc has been cleaved through the mountainside, the concave walls creating a vast space. Above is still the mountain itself, while below is a platform-like open area. In the center of this area is a pool of water as smooth as a mirror, and beside the pool, built against the mountainside, is a thatched hut. Clearly, this is the hut where Wen Tianheng once lived. Reaching the edge, looking down reveals a sheer cliff, but looking outwards, one can see the vast starry sky. The place isn't large. Chu Qing can see it all at a glance. Therefore, he immediately spotted Wenru. She was standing on the edge of the cliff, the wind strong, making her sway as if she might be swept off the precipice at any moment. Chu Qing glanced around, finding no one else, and slowly walked to Wenru, pulling her back from the edge of the cliff. Wenru's face remained calm, her gaze slightly shifting as she looked at Chu Qing. She remained silent. Her body didn't move. "Were you acupunctured?" Chu Qing asked. Wenru's eyes flickered, then she blinked hard. Given her ability to express emotions, this was already beyond her usual level. Chu Qing breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to tap her shoulder. But it had no effect. Chu Qing took Wenru's wrist and examined it, discovering that the person who acupunctured her had used extremely skillful techniques. Moreover, this person's skill was exceptionally pure, something Chu Qing had never seen before in his life. He let out a soft breath and simply turned Wenru around, so that her back was facing him. He gathered the inner force of the Mingyu True Scripture in one palm and slowly pressed it onto Wenru's back. The inner energy entered her body, but wasn't icy cold, only a gentle, refreshing coolness flowed through her, gradually dissipating the force attached to her acupoints. After a moment, Wenru's body shuddered, freed from the pressure. "Third brother. Miss Tai is down the cliff." Wenru's first words stunned Chu Qing. "What?" Seeing that Wenru was indeed alright, Chu Qing went to the cliff face and bent down to look down. The night was deep, and through the shadows, he could vaguely see a figure, but he wasn't quite sure. Wenru's voice came from beside him. "I was chatting with Miss Tai at the time. She was telling me about the Iron Blood Hall, and I was telling her about my experiences with the Tai sect." Chu Qing was speechless. "You two are actually chatting away? And is that even the point?" That person arrived without warning. First, Miss Tai noticed something was wrong, but by the time I turned around, it was too late. He pinned all my pressure points with one finger, then carried me to Miss Tai and grabbed her too. Then he led us out of the room and rushed here. He placed me on the edge of the cliff, then flew off with Miss Tai. When he came back up, he told me the person was at the bottom of the cliff, but the mountain wind was too strong, and if we delayed any longer, we might lose our lives. The man's voice sounded quite old, and he was dressed like a beggar. But he didn't have a blood-red horn between his brows, so he's definitely not the mad beggar Ling Baichen. Wenru briefly recounted the events and described the man's physical characteristics. A beggar. Chu Qing immediately thought of the beggar she had seen that afternoon. There are plenty of beggars in the world, but who dares to say that the one he saw today is the same beggar who kidnapped Winru Tai Chu Qing? Go find Siyi and bring a few star guards. The situation down there is unclear, and Chu Qing doesn't intend to take any risks rashly. Especially since this beggar has a strange background and extraordinary abilities. If he were to rush down to rescue her now, he might be ambushed. As an assassin, one should never put oneself in a passive position. As for Tai Chu Qing, although she is a valuable asset, and her life could be of great use, Chu Qing doesn't intend to take such a risk for her. Of course, she still needs to be rescued. Regardless, this person is the young lady of the Iron Blood Hall. Her life is extremely precious. If she dies at Luochen Manor, a war between the Iron Blood Hall and Luochen Manor is inevitable. This war should naturally be avoided if possible. In the chaos of the martial world, it is always the ordinary people who suffer. Siyi arrived quickly, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. He and Winru, along with several people, had already appeared in the forbidden area. Although this place is normally off-limits, Chu Qing has been entrusted with an important task by Wen Fusheng, and Winru is the young lady of Luochen Manor. Their orders are sufficient to break many rules. Upon seeing Chu Qing, Siyi bowed respectfully. Greetings, third young master. Any previous resentment had vanished completely after Chu Qing killed the Jade Dragon Immortal. Chu Qing stood on the edge of the cliff, pointing downwards, and said, "Have someone take ropes and probe down from this position to see what's down there." Siyi didn't ask any further questions, and immediately sent someone to fetch ropes. A moment later, a star guard descended the rope. After a while, the rope suddenly loosened, and the star guard's voice came from below. "Young master, there's a girl here. Is she still alive?" Chu Qing asked from the side. "Alive. Bring her up." The star guard obeyed, binding Tai Chu Qing with the rope. The star guard above pulled the rope, and after a moment, Tai Chu Qing was pulled up. However, she was now in a cross-legged sitting position, her body stiff, clearly having had her pressure point sealed. Only her eyes were fixed on Chu Qing with hatred. Chu Qing glanced at her, then came behind her and pressed down with his palm. A surge of strangely cold internal energy entered her body. After a moment, Tai Chu Qing shivered. "Are you trying to freeze me to death? She's still alive, isn't she?" Chu Qing smiled. "How are you feeling?" Tai Chu Qing gritted her teeth and said, "At least I'm not dead yet." "That's good." Chu Qing nodded, gesturing for her to move aside. The star guard, who had gone down to rescue her, was also dragged back up. Reporting to young master, about 15 or 16 zhang downhill, there's a platform. The star guard reported to Chu Qing. The platform is about 3 feet long and wide, and on the other side of the platform is a cave. I went down in a hurry, and didn't have time to investigate the cave. A cave? Chu Qing glanced at Winru. "Do you know anything about this cave?" Winru shook her head. "I don't know." Chu Qing glanced at Siyi, seeing his own confusion. The young lady of Luochen Manor and the leader of the Star Guards didn't even know there was a cave hidden beneath the forbidden cliff? What was the old beggar's intention in leading him here? There must be more to this cave than meets the eye. He pondered for a moment, then said, "Send a few men down to investigate the cave and report back immediately." Now that Luochen Manor was backing them, Chu Qing didn't need to handle many things personally. Since there was an unknown cave to investigate, the Star Guards would naturally take the lead. Siyi nodded, then gave orders for preparations. With torches, tinder, and ropes prepared, 3 Star Guards climbed down the cliff. Tai Chu Qing silently observed this scene, and couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is your identity in Luochen Manor? Are they all so obedient to you? You wouldn't happen to be Wen Fusheng's illegitimate son, would you? No wonder Miss Wen calls you third brother." Upon hearing this, Winru didn't react much, but Siyi was furious. However, he didn't show his anger on his face, only saying in a low voice, "Miss Tai, watch your words." "How could I?" How do you know my identity?" Tai Chu Qing asked in surprise. As the head of the Star Guard, is it strange that Siyi knows the identity of a young lady from the Iron Blood Hall? After all, according to Wen Fusheng, there are countless people from Luochen Manor in the Iron Blood Hall. He probably knows all the leaders and important figures in the Iron Blood Hall. Especially Chung Tish on side, it's a disaster area. Even the accountant is one of his people, stealing his money every day without him knowing. Tai Chu Qing's gaze towards Siyi softened with apprehension. She gently tugged at Chu Qing's sleeve. "Let me tell you, none of the people in Luochen Manor are good people." Chu Qing smiled. "Miss Tai, are you trying to recruit me into the Iron Blood Hall? But as you've seen, in Luochen Manor, I'm second only to the leader. A single word from me, and they flock to me. Even Miss Wen obeys my every word. Could the Iron Blood Hall do the same? Tai Chuqing was speechless. Her initial thoughts were simple. She simply didn't want Luochen Manor to have another expert. As for whether Tai Lingyun would trust Chuqing and entrust him with important responsibilities after recruiting him into the Iron Blood Hall, she couldn't guarantee it. Not to mention, to make him as influential as he is now at Luochen Manor. But she was stubborn by nature and unwilling to admit defeat. Hearing this, she snorted. So what? As long as you don't join Luochen Manor, I can promise you that you can be as influential as you are at Iron Blood Hall. At worst, I just have to beg Father more. Siye's forehead veins throbbed with rage, and he couldn't help but repeatedly give Winter meaningful glances. This is blatant poaching. Miss, at least give us some reaction. Winter didn't react. She kept her eyes down, seemingly in deep meditation, with a soft snore, probably asleep. Siye rubbed his forehead. Why wasn't this young lady nervous at all? Chuqing gave Tai Chuqing a half smile. Miss Tai, with such sincerity, it would be truly ungrateful of me not to agree. You agreed? Tai Chuqing's eyes lit up. I agree. Chuqing nodded. Once this matter is settled, Miss Tai, please leave a written agreement. When I go to the Iron Blood Hall in the future, please honor this promise. How about that? Tai Chuqing's eyes lit up. You really won't join Luochen Manor? Chuqing smiled and waved his hand. I'm generally a person of my word, but it's best if Miss Tai doesn't inquire about the specifics. After all, I'm only giving you a chance now. What's so great about that? Tai Chuqing snorted. Fine, I agree. I leave you a written agreement later, so you won't say I made no promises. However, remember, the prerequisite is that you cannot join Luochen Manor. Otherwise, it's off the table. Okay, it's a deal. Chuqing sighed inwardly. What an idiotic young lady. Siye looked at Chuqing with a strange expression. At first, I thought Tai Chuqing was blatantly poaching Chuqing, which was utterly outrageous. But after listening carefully to their conversation, I realized that Chuqing's agreement with Tai Chuqing only included the clause about not joining Luochen Manor. And when did this third young master ever join Luochen Manor? He was merely helping the young lady. Besides, the promise didn't require the third young master to join the Iron Blood Hall. Is this third young master trying to get something for nothing, bullying a fool? Chapter 124. Tai Chuqing, unaware of Siye's thoughts, was quite smug. When their eyes met occasionally, her gaze was filled with self-satisfaction. Siye, too lazy to argue with a fool, couldn't help but ask Chuqing what had happened. These were questions he should have asked earlier, but he'd been busy since arriving at the forbidden area, only finding time now. Chuqing then recounted the whole story. Siye's expression turned serious. Who exactly is this beggar? Chuqing shook her head. This person's identity was mysterious. His martial arts skills were hard to say, but his stealth abilities were undoubtedly top-notch. He had deliberately led her here. He probably had another purpose. However, Chuqing didn't understand why he had sought her out. Did he notice me following him today? Chuqing's eyes narrowed. Unable to find answers to these questions immediately, she simply stopped thinking about them. Glancing at Siye beside him, Chuqing suddenly became interested. Guard Siye, are you interested in a martial arts contest to find a husband? He remembered when Fuxing mentioning that when Karen was troubled by love. And when Karen seemed to have a special feeling for this brother Siye. Now that he had nothing else to do, he decided to inquire. But upon hearing this, Siye's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly said, I don't. Why not? Such a strong reaction, and you still say no? I'm just a guard of Luochen Manor. How dare I harbor such hopes? Siye's breathing was somewhat low. Chuqing chuckled. Manor Lord Wen has set up a martial arts contest to find a husband. Anyone of suitable age can participate. Don't even mention your status as the leader of the Star Guards of Luochen Manor in the martial arts world. You're not someone to be trifled with. Even the humblest peddler can now grace the stage. What more could one ask for? What you want, you have to find a way to grasp. Even if you don't get what you want after trying, you won't regret giving up an opportunity. Winru suddenly snapped out of her daze, glanced at Chuqing, and then took out her notebook. You're going to write that down? Tai Chuqing asked, somewhat surprised as she watched Winter write. If it's useful, if it makes sense, of course I write it down. Winter didn't look up, finished writing, and continued to doze off. Siye, on the other hand, was stunned, suddenly feeling as if the air around him was somewhat heavy. He stood up and went to the pool, splashing water on his face to clear his head. But Chuqing's words still echoed in his ears. The more awake he became, the clearer they became. He shook his head vigorously, trying not to think about it. After uttering those words that had so captivated Siyi, Chu Qing ignored him completely. Instead, he summoned the system. A notification appeared indicating there was still one treasure chest to claim. Chu Qing was actually quite eager to claim it quickly. However, the current situation wasn't suitable. I wonder what kind of martial arts I get this time. Once I figure out what's going on in that cave, I quickly wash my hands and have a good stunt. Although each mission only yields one treasure chest, and it's random, it's precisely this randomness that makes Chu Qing's heart flutter. It's like opening a blind box. The more you don't know what's inside, the more you feel an irresistible urge to find out. Siyi had returned, his brow furrowed. Why aren't they back yet? Judging by the time, these people had been down there for over an incense stick's time. This means there really is something mysterious in this cave, Chu Qing murmured to himself, gazing at the distant starry sky. After another incense stick's time, Siyi couldn't sit still any longer. No, I have to go down and see. I go with you, Chu Qing stood up. Siyi was taken aback and quickly said, Third young master, you can't go down and risk it. Tomorrow's martial arts tournament requires your guidance. Chu Qing ignored him, and was about to stand up when Wenru, who had just finished catching up on her sleep, suddenly grabbed Chu Qing's sleeve. I'm going too. Chu Qing turned to look at her, her eyes were still clear and pure, without any ulterior motives. But her attitude was resolute. After a slight hesitation, Chu Qing grabbed Wenru's wrist with one hand, and lifted Tai Chu Qing by the lower back with the other. With a leap, he plunged off the cliff. Beside the precipice, only Tai Chu Qing's angry shouts remained. You bastard, you bastard. I didn't say I wanted to come down too. Let me go. Siyi, After a moment of stunned silence, he quickly ordered those behind him. Go find second master and explain what happened here. The Star Guard agreed and turned to leave. Siyi then found the rope and descended along it, quickly reaching the platform. Looking up, he saw Chu Qing and the other two looking back at him from inside the cave. Follow me. Since things had come to this, Siyi didn't try to dissuade them. He followed Chu Qing and the others into the cave. The cave was initially very narrow, barely allowing one person to pass through. However, after walking a short distance, the path gradually widened. Dust and fine sand covered the ground, indicating that the Star Guards had passed through earlier. After walking a dozen or so feet, the path suddenly opened up before them. What lay before them was a massive mountain cave. Opposite was a mountain wall, with no way forward. There's no way out. Tai Chu Qing was puzzled. Where did those Star Guards go? Could they have fallen in? A huge, bottomless crevice lay beneath their feet. Siyi shook his head. No, this place isn't hidden, it's not a trap. Even if the Star Guards were all highly skilled, they wouldn't fall in, and even if they did, 3 people couldn't go down together. Someone would come back with news. None of them have returned, which means they found a way down. Chu Qing didn't go searching herself, but looked at Wenru. Wenru understood Chu Qing's meaning, sniffed the air, and pointed down, saying, They're down there. Tai Chu Qing was dumbfounded. Miss one, even with a good nose, you can't see things like this, can you? Chu Qing didn't bother explaining, but instead asked Wenru, how far? 3 to 5 zhang. Wenru's answer was without hesitation. Chu Qing nodded, went to the rock face, and examined it closely. He discovered that there were traces of human carving on the rock face. They were indentations carved into the rock face. There were 2 rows, left and right, spaced about half a zhang apart, arranged very carefully. Immediately, he leaped down, following the indentations. In no time, they had descended about 5 zhang, approximately 10 meters. Looking down, they saw another cave on the mountain wall. Chu Qing turned and landed in the cave, saying, You can come down now. The others immediately descended one by one, with Siyi being the last to enter. He held a torch to illuminate the cave, his gaze falling on a section of the mountain wall. There, they saw a mark resembling a star. It's a mark they left behind. They were indeed here, Siyi said with relief. Chu Qing then asked Wenru, Where's the scent? Just follow the cave forward, Wenru said calmly. Tai Chu Qing's eyes widened. Your nose is really sharp. Chu Qing ignored her exclamation. Let's go! The group continued forward, and the increasing number of marks proved one thing. This cave used to be inhabited, Siyi said, pointing to the dents in the rock wall. The ones before could be considered coincidences, but it's impossible for every place with a foothold to have such dents. These are clearly marks left on the rock wall by someone who lived here for a long time, for easier access. But we haven't seen a single person, not even a ghost, let alone anyone along this route. Tai Chuqing rubbed her head, feeling a real headache. She had bumped into a stalactite while groping forward in the dark, the pain almost bringing tears to her eyes. Not only did Chuqing not care about her, but he even went to check if the stalactite was alright. Did he think her head was less important than a rock? Unbelievable. The group didn't continue discussing the matter, but all became more cautious. They continued descending, time ticking by. They had lost track of how deep they'd gone underground, only noticing the caves scattered throughout the mountainside, yet not chaotically arranged. They followed a hollow crevice down the mountain. Whether they reached the bottom of Tianqing Mountain was uncertain, but they had clearly descended to a certain point. At this moment, Chuqing suddenly spoke, "There's movement ahead." Ce immediately perked up, grabbing a torch and leading the way. Chuqing and the others followed behind, descending another 10 paces or so, until they reached a winding passage leading in 2 directions. This passage was naturally formed, without any signs of human intervention. Winra sniffed the air and pointed in one direction. She was like a guiding light, navigating this environment with ease. A moment later, the view suddenly opened up. They were now in another mountain cave, but this time, before them lay a dense forest of stone formations. The stone forest was surrounded by hidden spiderwebs, and before it stood a stone tablet, inscribed with 5 large characters, Heavenly Mystery Net Formation. Looking up, they saw 3 people hanging from the cave wall. These 3 were covered in spiderwebs, unable to move their limbs, each resembling a dangling spider egg, silently staring at Chuqing and his group. "You?" Ce breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them. The star guards were hard won. He had initially thought these 3 were dead. Fortunately, they had only fallen into a trap and were still alive. He immediately stepped onto a boulder, intending to free the 3. Unexpectedly, as he rose into the air, strands of spider silk suddenly flew towards him. The spiderwebs surrounded him from all sides. Ce's expression changed. He swung his palm, trying to use the force of his palm to push away the web. Unexpectedly, the web was soft and yielding, unmoved by his palm strike. Just as he was about to fall into the web, a chilling force suddenly pulled him back. Before the web could trap Ce, it pulled him back. He usually seems like a pretty calm person. Chuqing glanced at Ce speechlessly. "Why are you so reckless now? Didn't you see it says Heavenly Mystery Net Formation over there? Those 3 obviously triggered the formation and got caught on it. You rushed in without even looking?" He hadn't expected the seemingly calm black-clad youth to be so reckless. Ce was speechless after Chuqing's words, and could only lower his head in shame. Chuqing raised an eyebrow at the 3 hanging on it and asked, "Formations. Which of you understands them?" Upon hearing this, Winra was the first to take a step back. If she understood formations, she wouldn't have been trapped in Qingxi village. Ce said, "I do know a little. However, whether I can break the formation is another matter." Can't you?" Tai Chuqing put her hands on her hips. "Get out of my way, I'm the master of formations." Chuqing looked at her with newfound respect. "You really can't judge a book by its cover, you're actually a master of formations?" Tai Chuqing snorted. "What? Just because I look like this doesn't mean I can't be?" "Bah! What do you mean I look like? How can you say I can't judge a book by its cover?" Veins bulged on her forehead, and she instinctively wanted to jump up and fight Chuqing. When Ro grabbed her around the waist, and she could only struggle and kick him in Ro's arms, but she was getting further and further away from Chuqing. "Since Miss Tai understands formations, why don't you and Ce discuss whether you can break this formation?" he said, glancing up at the 3 heroes hanging overhead. "But before that, we need to get them down first." A thought flashed through his mind, and 3 throwing knives appeared in his hands. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 knives pierced the air, making 3 consecutive swishing sounds as they sliced through the spiderweb holding them. He wasn't using Little Lee's flying daggers. It was just a common hidden weapon technique, but with Little Lee's flying dagger signature move, even a common technique wouldn't be inaccurate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 more sounds, and the spiderweb snapped in 2, the 3 figures falling towards the stone forest formation in terror. Just then, Chuqing reached out, channeling the inner energy of the Mingyu True Scripture, forcefully pulling the 3 figures back. After landing, Ce quickly removed the spiderwebs binding them. The 3, now free, immediately clasped their hands in thanks to Chuqing, saying, "Thank you, young master." Chuqing waved his hand. "No need for thanks. Now that you 3 are free, go upstairs and let them know you're safe." He paused, glancing at Ce. Since Ce has come down, he will surely send someone to inform the second master. After you go to meet him, tell the second master that what happened here must be kept secret, and also find 2 people skilled in formations to come down. This Miss Tai might not be reliable. We should have a backup plan. The 3-star guards exchanged glances, and quickly agreed. Ignoring the soreness in their limbs from being suspended for so long, they immediately followed the path out. Tai Chuqing was so angry with Chuqing that she almost choked. He clearly said he was a master of formations, so why doesn't this guy believe him? He even needs to find someone else to lead himself an escape route. This is truly absurd. Ce frowned slightly. Young master, what secrets does this place hold? Chuqing pointed to the stone tablet. What's written on it? Ce knows the answer to this question. Chuqing just mentioned Heavenly Mystery Net Formation. Why is Luochen Manor in such a turmoil right now? At this time, the words Heavenly Mystery appearing here, I don't think it's a coincidence. Ce, do you think Heavenly Mystery Valley might be located at the foot of Tianqing Mountain? Chapter 125. Rumors circulate in the martial world that those who possess the Heavenly Secret Token can enter Heavenly Secret Valley. They can obtain all the treasures of the Heavenly Secret Hermit, including rare and precious artifacts, divine weapons, and various martial arts manuals. Leaving aside the origin of this rumor, when Fuxing once told Chuqing that they had possessed the Heavenly Secret Token for many years, yet they had never found Heavenly Secret Valley. But now, at the foot of Tianqing Mountain, there is a Heavenly Secret Net Formation. Was it truly because when Tianheng founded Luochen Manor on Tianqing Mountain that he comprehended the evolving Heavenly Star Control technique there? Or was it because he knew back then that Heavenly Secret Valley was located at the foot of Tianqing Mountain, but he couldn't find it then, and his descendants have also failed to find it for so many years? This might be somewhat exciting for Chuqing. A place that has been searched for many years, but cannot find is actually right beneath their feet. But what if, now these martial artists gathered at Luochen Manor know this? They'd likely storm Luochen Manor immediately and seize this place. For now, it's best to keep this matter a secret. Although Chuqing previously speculated that the person behind the scheme would eventually reveal the location of Tianji Valley, that day is still unknown. Now that there's an opportunity to seize the initiative, it's natural to try and gain the upper hand. Of course, all of this is still speculation. Only after breaking through this stone forest formation can everything truly be revealed. Sie's eyes also turned serious upon hearing Chuqing's words. After bowing to Chuqing, he and Tai Chuqing began studying the formation. Winter then came to Chuqing's side. Their eyes met, and Chuqing smiled. If I remember correctly, I only arrived at Luochen Manor today, right? It feels like I've been here for several days already. I arrived at noon. Winter said softly. Indeed, he arrived at noon. After arriving, he confronted Wen Fuxing, then met Tai Chuqing, failed to track down the old beggar, but accidentally rescued Tai Chuqing. Upon returning, the Jade Dragon Immortal stormed the manor, and he went to the star-gazing platform to meet Green Tea and Chao Xiupu. Upon returning, he discovered that Tai Chuqing and Wenru had been kidnapped. One thing after another, giving Chuqing no chance to breathe. Even after killing the Jade Dragon Immortal, he didn't have time to open the box. He found a place to sit down, feeling that this place, it was at least somewhat concealed. Looking up, he saw that Tai Chuqing and Ce were quite focused, but it was uncertain when they would be able to break the formation. Chuqing hesitated for a moment, then said to Wenru, "Could you protect me while I perform the formation?" He was willing to take a risk now. Putting everything else aside, the unknown beggar was putting pressure on him. Under these circumstances, he wanted to open the box as soon as possible and obtain new martial arts skills. It would also give him another layer of confidence. Although opening the box under the current circumstances wasn't the best option, breaking the formation might mean encountering the old beggar again. Before that, any improvement would be beneficial. Winter nodded without hesitation. Okay, if anything unexpected happens, it'd be your turn after I die. Chuqing was speechless, then gently shook his head. It won't really come to that. Unless this time, the chest contains another internal martial arts technique, he can immediately get up and take action even if something goes wrong. Winter stopped talking and turned her back to Chuqing. Chuqing leaned against the mountain wall and summoned the system. One unopened martial arts treasure chest, open. In this situation, there was no possibility of washing his hands. Chuqing exhaled, open. Open successfully, obtained palm technique, 18 subduing dragon palms. Chuqing suddenly looked up, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Looks like not washing my hands doesn't necessarily mean I won't get a good martial arts technique. The next moment, the moves and incantations appeared in his mind. A warm sensation traveled from his palms, through his arms and waist, and finally into his legs and feet, almost covering his entire body. However, Chu Qing's martial arts skills were now vastly different from before, and the system's improvements to his body no longer took as long as before. This strange sensation dissipated almost instantly. When Chu Qing opened his eyes, he had completely mastered the palm technique. Looking at Winru sitting in front of him, Chu Qing felt somewhat embarrassed. He had confidently asked Winru to protect him, but it was over in the blink of an eye. The whole process was almost as slow as farting. The word protection was completely out of the question. So Chu Qing decided not to stand up and just sit there to rest for a while, letting Winru watch over him a bit longer before getting up, so that she wouldn't feel like she had done something useless. But just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Winru turning to look at him. Their eyes met, and Chu Qing blinked, unsure what to say. Winru spoke softly, "Hasn't it started yet? I smell. Your internal energy hasn't changed. You can even smell that?" Chu Qing was somewhat surprised. "What exactly is the scent you're smelling?" Winru seemed hesitant, her lips trembling, remaining silent for a long while. Chu Qing gently waved his hand. "If it's inconvenient, then don't say." Winru shook her head. "I just don't know how to tell you. What I smell is both a scent and not a scent. The key lies in internal energy. I can clearly perceive a person's internal energy. Let's call it a scent for now. Now I can also simply smell the changes in that person's internal energy." Chu Qing's expression changed upon hearing this, and he quickly covered Winru's mouth with his hand. Winru raised her eyes, letting Chu Qing cover her mouth, simply looking at him quietly. "Have you mentioned this to anyone else?" Chu Qing asked softly. "Besides father and you?" "No one knows." Winru spoke softly. She was too close to Chu Qing's hand. Her warm breath as she spoke touched his palm. This made Chu Qing's palm itch slightly, so he quickly withdrew his hand and said seriously, "This matter must not be told to anyone else." Being able to smell changes in a person's internal energy, such a thing was truly astonishing. It must be understood that external martial arts have numerous variations, and it's difficult to see the whole picture when they are being used. Even if someone is determined to learn, they might use one set of techniques during practice, but a completely different set in actual combat. Learning external martial arts techniques through combat is extremely difficult. Not to mention, each martial art has its own secrets and techniques for cultivation. Observing the external without understanding the internal is merely an empty shell, a superficial imitation. Internal energy, however, circulates within the body. Even with 1,000 wondrous techniques, it's difficult to detect changes in an opponent's internal energy. Otherwise, once someone discovers the key, wouldn't they be able to immediately replicate the technique? If Winru's nose could detect changes in a person's internal energy, she could silently comprehend their profound skills. She could even secretly steal their techniques, undetected. This is a grave taboo in the martial world. Even if Winru didn't intend this, those with ulterior motives would likely not want such a Winru alive. But what kind of nose possesses such ability? Even among the 6 supernatural powers in Buddhist legends, none pertain to the nose. Winru nodded. "I know, even if someone asks me, I won't tell. I can also smell whether someone's kindness towards you is genuine or not." Chu Qing paused, stunned. "So that's why you trust me so much? Master Wen is completely unguarded with me because of your trust?" "Yes." Winru softly agreed, indicating her agreement. Chu Qing grinned. "Winru, do you know? Your condition is somewhat frightening. She can smell changes in a person's inner energy, and she can discern the good or evil intentions of others. Especially the latter, it's almost an almost divine ability." Winru's face remained unchanged. She simply said softly, "One needs frequent contact to truly perceive it. Otherwise, if it's just a fleeting encounter, it's extremely difficult to detect. Moreover, one can only judge whether the person is sincere with me, not truly distinguish between good and evil, loyalty and treachery. If you want to master this method, I'm afraid it will take many more years." "This special ability strengthens with age?" "Yes." "Then if you live to be 70 or 80, what secret in the world could possibly remain hidden from you?" Chu Qing smiled, feeling that he should stay away from this girl in the future. The older she gets, the more terrifying she becomes. Just by sniffing, she could uncover the secrets of 8 generations of ancestors. Who wouldn't be terrified of such a little old lady? Winru lowered her head. "I won't live to that age. You have to have confidence in yourself." Chu Qing patted Winru's shoulder. Winru looked up, about to say something. Just then, footsteps came from afar. Winru sniffed the air. "It's Uncle Zhou and Uncle Chen. You know them? They're guest elders at the manor. They helped me with my basic formation training when I was young, but I just can't seem to grasp it. Every time I peruse the manuals, I fall into a deep sleep." Winru spoke slowly and deliberately, her face expressionless. Chu Qing almost laughed. However, judging from the footsteps, it wasn't just Uncle Zhou and Uncle Chen that Winru mentioned. Behind them was Wenpingsa. Chu Qing and Winru stood up to greet them, and the three figures stopped in their tracks. Before Zhou and Chen could speak, Wenpingsa shouted, "Brother, so you're here too." Upon hearing this, Chu Qing instinctively wanted to run away. Why is he calling me brother? He hasn't even agreed to become sworn brothers yet. Winru glanced at Chu Qing silently, her large eyes filled with confusion. Why is he suddenly not wanting to be his third brother anymore? He wants to be his fourth uncle? Zhou and Chen were also taken aback, but remembering that their third master always liked to form sworn brotherhoods, they weren't surprised. After giving Chu Qing a slight bow, he went to Si and Tai Chu Qing's side to observe the heavenly mystery net formation. Those who aren't proficient in formation simply can't see its mysteries. Now that the boxes were open, Chu Qing had nothing to do, so he stood with his arms crossed, chatting idly with Wenpingsa. Wenpingsa was simple and honest. Chu Qing, being a bit more cunning, could easily get him talking non-stop with just a few words. He said everything he should and shouldn't have. This gave Chu Qing a better understanding of the situation at Luochen Manor. And from Wenpingsa's words, although outsiders didn't know that the heavenly mystery token was hidden at Luochen Manor, the three Wen brothers were all well aware of it. It wasn't some secret only the family head could know. Furthermore, Wen Fuxing's desire for Tianji Valley wasn't as nonchalant as he appeared. Wenpingsa said that for a period of time, Wen Fuxing was rarely at Luochen Manor. Instead, he concealed his identity and traveled the martial world. Only after inquiring did they learn that he was searching for Tianji Valley. This continued for a full 3 years, only stopping after Winru was sent to the Tai sect. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing couldn't help but glance at Winru. He had previously wondered why the young lady of Luochen Manor wouldn't properly cultivate her family's unique skills, but instead chose to join the Tai sect. Winru had mentioned this matter to him, and although Chu Qing was curious, he hadn't pressed for details. But now it seemed that joining the Tai sect was perhaps not so simple after all. Just as he was pondering this, several exclamations reached his ears. Looking up, he saw Zhou and Chen, along with Si and Tai Chu Qing, frantically trying to escape from the heavenly mystery net formation. Seeing that they were about to fall into the spiderweb's entanglement, Chu Qing quickly reached out and used his inner force to grab them, pulling the four of them away. "What are you doing?" Chu Qing looked at the four of them with his arms crossed, his expression somewhat strange. Zhou and Chen frowned, their faces full of shame. Si sighed, "This formation is too strange. Although it seems to be based on the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, it's all rather ambiguous. The spiderweb-like arrangement within is even more bizarre, far beyond what a simple formation can describe. So all of this boils down to one thing: it's unbreakable, isn't it?" Chu Qing hit the nail on the head. Si also felt ashamed. Tai Chu Qing, on the other hand, brandished her claws. "I refuse to believe it today. Even if I have to gnaw, I bite a hole through this broken formation." Saying this, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight the stone forest. However, despite her enthusiastic words, when she actually got close, she chickened out. The spiderweb was truly terrifying. Although it didn't hurt anyone, being caught and hung in the air was even more humiliating. Wenpingsa, seeing this, said, all right, since that's the case, let's just get out of here first. Find a master of formations, then break the formation. This matter should be addressed sooner rather than later." Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. "Since you can't break it, then I have to do it myself. Third young master is also proficient in formations?" Zhou and Chen were taken aback, and quickly looked up at Chu Qing. Chu Qing waved his hand. "I never even touched the art of formations, how could I possibly be proficient? But although I'm not proficient in formations, I do know what powerful flying bricks are." The group was somewhat confused. Powerful flying bricks? What was he planning to do? Chapter 126. As everyone was still wondering, Chu Qing stepped forward. He drew a circle with his palm, then thrust it out. A dragon's roar suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. A phantom of a pure white, chilling dragon was unleashed by Chu Qing's palm strike. The dragon's roar was awe-inspiring. Wherever it passed, frost and snow spread across the ground. With a whoosh, the immense force slammed directly into the stone forest of the heavenly mystery net formation. A deafening bang rang out. The first boulder was shattered to pieces by Chu Qing's single palm strike. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this the mighty flying brick? If the formation can't be broken, he just smashes it. Wenpingsa and Zhou Chen looked at Chu Qing, both believing that appearances can be deceiving. This third young master was clearly handsome, with fair skin, looking like an innocent and carefree young nobleman. Why start dismantling it without a word? Siya's lips moved, wanting to advise Chu Qing not to waste his energy. This stone forest is quite large, and the stones are all so big. Even with your powerful palm strikes, how long would it take to dismantle this stone forest? Even if you truly have such ability, do you have the internal strength to sustain it? However, having failed to break the formation himself, and now that Chu Qing is trying his method, he simply couldn't bring himself to say those words. Seeing the first strike work, Chu Qing immediately smiled. It seems this is the true method for breaking the formation. In truth, with his martial arts skills, unless he encountered a formation like the one in Qingxi village, which was shrouded in mist and covered a vast area, a formation simply made of a few stones wouldn't be able to stop him. Unless the formation's location was somewhere he couldn't act directly and needed to sneak in. Otherwise, with his inexhaustible internal energy from the Mingyu True Scripture, he could easily punch a hole in a mountain with each palm strike. The sudden surge of power filled Chu Qing with a sense of exhilaration. He had just acquired this palm technique and was eager to demonstrate his skills. Now, with a legitimate reason, what reason was there to hide it? He immediately unleashed 2 palm strikes in quick succession, each accompanied by a roaring dragon's cry. Instantly, the sound of shattering boulders echoed throughout the underground fissure. Pebble fragments flew everywhere, and dust gradually filled the air. Winru instinctively covered her nose, and took out a mask from her sleeve to conceal her face. Chu Qing continued forward, and in just a short while, more than 10 pieces of rubble had been pulverized. What's that? Siyi, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed something hidden on the ground. Chu Qing paused briefly, then tried to grab the object from the ground, but it didn't come to him. It seemed to be embedded in the ground, so Chu Qing immediately slammed his palm down, shattering the ground. The object bounced up, and Chu Qing channeled his energy again, finally managing to catch it in his palm. He glanced at it, and realized it looked like a gun barrel. He casually tossed it to Siyi. Siyi examined it, and then passed it to Zhou Enchen. The 2 old men studied it briefly, then looked at the ground again, and suddenly realized, so that's how the so-called spider web came about. They wanted to call Chu Qing over to discuss their discovery. But when they looked up, Chu Qing had already unleashed a huge attack. Everyone present was speechless with astonishment. Each of his palm strikes possessed immense power, with dragon-shaped afterimages swirling in the air, shattering everything in its path. It was as if he were hitting tofu, not stone. However, what was truly terrifying was that despite unleashing such devastating force, enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, he showed absolutely no sign of exhaustion after all this time. Watching this, Zhou and Chen felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but ask Wenpingsa, this hero? No, this young master? What is his background? Wenpingsa scratched his head and patted his chest. My worthy brother. Pa! Zhou and Chen were speechless for a moment, then looked at Siyi. Siyi glanced at Wenro twice, then gestured to Zhou and Chen. Zhou and Chen then turned to Wenru and asked, Miss, who exactly is this valiant young master? Wenru thought for a moment and replied seriously, my third brother. This is what people mean when they say, birds of a feather flock together, right? The third master is like this, and now the missus too? Can't the Wen family speak properly? Wenpingsa, upon hearing Wenru's words, objected, Rower, don't speak recklessly. I want to become sworn brothers with the third young master. According to seniority, you should call him fourth uncle. Wenru didn't want to be separated by a generation for no reason, but she was too lazy to argue with Wenpingsa, so she said expressionlessly, let's stick to our own way. Wenpingsa pondered for a moment and nodded, all right. Zhou and Chen were astonished. Let's stick to our own way. What do you mean all right? Can't you guys be a little less hasty? Hey, something. Chu Qing's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Bringing these absent-minded fellows back to reality, they saw that Chu Qing was now standing in the middle of the stone forest formation, his figure hidden among the stone dust, making him appear indistinct. There seemed to be something in front of him, but it was obscured and couldn't be clearly seen. The group exchanged glances and quickly stepped forward. Before him was a small stone platform, exquisitely carved. On the platform lay a brocade box. The box was jet black, its material indistinguishable. However, these weren't the most captivating things. What truly drew everyone's attention was a corpse beside it. Calling it a corpse was an understatement. This corpse had existed there for countless years, even the bones had been obliterated by time. Only the faint outline of someone's death could be discerned. Chu Qing frowned slightly, flicked his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept away the remaining traces on the ground. A line of text appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing this text, Chu Qing, Winru, and even Tai Chu Qing, who had no connection to Luochen Manor, were all speechless. The writing on the ground, penned with finger strength, was short, consisting of only 9 characters. The one who killed my heavenly secrets is Wen Tianheng. These words left everyone present speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. The one who killed my heavenly secrets. Tai Chu Qing frowned and said, the one who killed my heavenly secrets? Could this person be the heavenly secrets hermit? Legend has it that the heavenly secrets hermit practiced martial arts in his later years, ultimately suffering a chi deviation and going mad. He was later rescued by Wen Tianheng by chance and cared for meticulously. So much so that before his death, he regained his sanity and gifted the heavenly secrets token to Wen Tianheng. But now it seems, could it be that Wen Tianheng wasn't the one who saved the heavenly secrets hermit back then? On the contrary, it was Wen Tianheng who killed Tianji Jushi and seized the Tianji token? Upon hearing this, no one spoke. Apart from Chu Qing, everyone present was from Luochen Manor. Who was Wen Tianheng? The patriarch of Luochen Manor. Wen Pingce and Wen Rou were his direct descendants. Could they say here that their patriarch was not the kind-hearted person rumored in the martial world, but a murderous and thieving villain? A sudden realization flashed through Chu Qing's mind. If the truth of what happened back then was as Tai Chu Qing said, then one thing could be understood. Chu Qing had always wondered why Tianji Jushi, after giving away the Tianji token, hadn't revealed the location of Tianji Valley. If the location was too complex to explain in a few words, the white one was understandable. But after seeing the Heavenly Mystery Net formation, Chu Qing suspected that Heavenly Mystery Valley might be located beneath Tianjing Mountain. That could be explained in a single sentence, but why not tell his benefactor? The statement on the ground now provides the explanation. Wen Tianheng was not only not the Heavenly Mystery Hermit's benefactor, but rather his mortal enemy. He not only stole the Heavenly Mystery token, but also tried to kill the Heavenly Mystery Hermit. Wouldn't it be perfectly reasonable not to tell him? Everyone's thoughts raced. Clearly, Chu Qing wasn't the only one who thought of this. Suddenly, Ce grabbed a short knife already pressed against Tai Chu Qing's throat. Tai Chu Qing was startled. What are you doing? This matter cannot be leaked, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ce looked at Chu Qing. Tai Chu Qing was furious. So you're going to kill me to silence me? It's all your fault for knowing too much, Ce said, still looking at Chu Qing, wanting her to make a decision. Chu Qing thought for a moment and said softly, Ce, calm down. Miss Tai is still very useful, she can't die now. Ever since Chu Qing learned of Tai Chu Qing's identity, she understood that Tai Chu Qing was a valuable asset. If the person behind this was indeed the Heavenly Evil Sect, then their scheme was far more elaborate than those in Tianwu City or the Divine Blade Hall. Because the number of experts attracted by the Heavenly Secret Token was simply too great. Their overall strength was several levels higher than that of the Divine Blade Hall. If things truly developed beyond expectations, taking a sharp turn for the worse, and Luochen Manor couldn't withstand it, then having Tai Chu Qing in her hands would allow her to control Tai Lingyun to some extent. Perhaps she could even use the Iron Blood Hall as a surprise weapon, playing a crucial role at a critical moment. If Tai Chu Qing were to be killed by Ce at this moment, it would be tantamount to prematurely tearing away a trump card. Furthermore, it would create a blood feud between Luochen Manor and the Iron Blood Hall. This is absolutely unwise. But, Ce frowned, young master, this matter is of utmost importance. If things go wrong, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Chu Qing chuckled. Can someone who died here some time ago, leaving behind a statement of dubious veracity, really shake the prestige that Luochen Manor has built up over hundreds of years? Ce, don't underestimate Luochen Manor, and don't underestimate Wen Fuxing. Ce's heart skipped a beat, and he took a deep breath. Yes, young master is right. I was too rash. As he spoke, he sheathed his dagger and released Tai Chu Qing. Just as Tai Chu Qing was about to glare at him, Chu Qing looked at the box on the stone platform. Isn't anyone curious about what's inside? Chu Qing's reminder brought everyone back to reality. They had initially seen the box on the platform, and only later noticed the mangled, barely human-shaped corpse. Ce glanced at Chu Qing. Let me handle this. Be careful, Chu Qing said softly, beware of traps. Yes. Ce nodded in agreement, walked to the stone platform, grasped the box, and slowly lifted it. His movements were slow. If the box's weight was connected to a mechanism within the platform, this speed would allow him to feel the mechanism's operation. This gave him time to put the box down and leave the danger zone. However, even after Ce completely removed the box, the stone platform remained unchanged. Then he brought the box to Chu Qing. Young master. Chu Qing took the box, turned it around, and slowly opened it with the opening facing outwards. There was no poisonous smoke, nor any hidden arrows. Chu Qing then turned the box around, revealing a sheet of gold paper inside. Unfolding the paper, everyone saw the inscription, Heavenly Mystery Net Array Diagram. The diagram detailed how to set up the array and install the net's mechanisms. Chu Qing handed the array diagram to Zhou and Chen. The two men were overjoyed, examining it carefully. Zhou exclaimed, "So that's how it is. By combining arrays and mechanisms, the mechanisms become ever-changing, and the arrays become infinitely varied. Even if the array is broken, the mechanisms are difficult to break. And while one might have the ability to break the mechanisms, they might not be able to break the array. The person who set up this formation is indeed extremely skilled. Their mastery of both formations and mechanisms is truly remarkable. Formations are profound and mysterious, mechanisms can make wooden birds fly. Even a lifetime of study in either one is insufficient to claim mastery, yet this person has reached an extremely high level in both, enabling them to create this formation. Truly astounding." Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. "Now that you two have obtained the formation blueprints, can you follow the diagrams to set up this formation?" The two exchanged a glance and said with a wry smile, "The formation itself can be set up, but the mechanisms are difficult. I'm afraid we need a master mechanic to create them according to the blueprints on these golden pages to realize the complete formation." As they spoke, they returned the gold paper. Chu Qing reached out and took it, nodding, feeling that this thing was still quite useful. The martial world was turbulent and unpredictable, not only with the Mirror of Retribution's wrongful killings, but also with the heavenly evil sect stirring up trouble behind the scenes. He didn't know where this storm had spread, but the Battle of Tianwu City had made him aware. This storm had long since engulfed Tianwu City, and the Chu family couldn't possibly remain unscathed. Although this formation wasn't of much use to him, he might be able to use it in the future to invite formation masters to set up formations for the Chu family, or even Tianwu City. Although the Heavenly Mystery Net formation had no destructive power, it was sufficient for defeating enemies. The net here was just an ordinary net. If poison were added to the net, the destructive power would increase by more than 100-fold. After putting the item away, Chu Qing said, "All right, everyone step aside, I continue breaking the formation." Zhou and Chen quickly stopped him. "Young master, there's no need for such trouble. We already seen the formation diagram. We brothers will lead you the way from here. Can it work?" Chu Qing was a little unwilling. He hadn't had enough of the fight yet. Yes. Zhou and Chen quickly nodded. They had been called down by Wen Kaiyuan to break the formation, but not only had they failed, they also been subjected to a powerful brick-throwing demonstration. If all formations in the world were so easy to break, what would be the point of having people like them who specialize in studying formations? And these two indeed lived up to expectations, leading the group through twists and turns, and in a short time, they had escaped the Heavenly Mystery Net formation. Chapter 127. Before them lay an open space, behind which remained the same stone forest. Further ahead, the environment remained equally dark. Yi, torch in hand, led the way, carefully observing their surroundings. Chu Qing and his group continued their journey in this manner, and after a short distance, they discovered the entrance to a cave completely hidden by the trees. Just as Yi was about to proceed, Chu Qing suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. "Wait, someone's here." Yi's heart tightened. How could someone be here? Even they, the people of Luoch Manor, who had lived here for so long, had never known such a place existed at the foot of the mountain. Who could have arrived here before them? Chu Qing's earlier words flashed through his mind. They had discovered this place because someone had kidnapped Wenru and Tai Chu Qing. If someone was here now, wouldn't it be that person? Chu Qing stepped past Yi, gently parting the leaves, her brows furrowing slightly as she looked closer. In the dim light of the night, they could see that they were currently in a cave halfway up a mountain. A few meters below, a winding path led to an unknown destination. However, there was no one on the path. After a moment's thought, Chu Qing said to the people behind him, "Wait a moment, I go check it out." "Young master, let me go," Yi quickly said. Throughout their journey, he had grown increasingly impressed with Chu Qing, feeling that the Manor Lord's entrustment of such an important task to Chu Qing was entirely justified. The situation here was unclear, so naturally, Chu Qing couldn't be allowed to risk his life. Chu Qing didn't agree, but simply shook his head, telling them to wait there. Then, with a swift movement, he leaped out of the cave, landing silently with a light touch. His gaze swept left and right along the secluded path before he began to walk forward. It was more of a stone path than a path. The stones were free of weeds, naturally forming a path. After following the path for a while, a figure appeared before Chu Qing. This sight caused Chu Qing's pupils to contract sharply. Before seeing this person, he hadn't noticed a trace of him. It was as if he were a phantom that had appeared out of thin air. It could vanish at any moment. The person was dressed in tattered clothes. It was the old beggar he had seen earlier. He was now sitting at the end of the path, on a protruding cliff edge. However, his posture was awful. One leg was propped up, the other dangling naturally, and he held a chicken leg in his hand. The chicken leg had 2 chips, indicating that it had been eaten twice. But now he simply held the chicken leg, silently gazing into the distance, motionless and silent, like a statue. Chu Qing approached him from behind and followed his gaze. The forest was deep, and the leaves were withered and yellow. Hidden in the shade, between the 2 mountain walls, stood a door. A very large door. What is that place? Chu Qing's gaze fell on the door, and he slowly asked. The old beggar's expression shifted, and he chuckled softly. The 4 seasons conceal the secrets of heaven, and changes embrace the void valley. That is the heavenly mystery valley, hidden right under the Wen family's nose, which they have searched for hundreds of years without success. The heavenly mystery hermit has mastered the transformations of creation. The divine skills he has displayed are truly enviable. It is so close, yet it feels as far away as the ends of the earth. I cannot help but want to applaud in admiration. And who is this senior? Chu Qing asked again. I won't tell you. The old beggar snorted, picking up a chicken leg and taking a bite. Chu Qing turned his gaze to the old beggar and said calmly, Senior, you brought me here just because you said you wouldn't tell me? Youth is truly wonderful. Hearing Chu Qing's words, the old beggar suddenly sighed. Young people are chivalrous and can act recklessly. As people grow old, they become more cautious, and some things aren't so carefree anymore. They say the martial world is carefree. Carefree my foot. The older one gets in the martial world, the more timid they become. Boy, if I told you that Tianji Valley has long been emptied out, leaving only layers of traps and ambushes, someone wants to use this as a blood sacrifice to orchestrate a tragedy rarely seen in the martial world for centuries. What do you intend to do? Enter the valley with a knife and slaughter them until blood flows like a river? Good, that would be exhilarating. The old beggar laughed heartily upon hearing this, but after laughing he sighed, but it's difficult, it's very difficult. Although your martial arts are superb, you're probably unmatched among your peers. But if you underestimate the world because of this, and mistreat the masters of the world, you still suffer a great loss. Since I can't do it alone, why not spread the news of this place throughout the martial world, attract heroes to the valley, and kill the treacherous officials? But people are foolish, and they are most unable to hold fast to their principles. A scattered pile of sand, the more you try to hold on, the more it leaks out. The old beggar sighed. Moreover, the very idea behind using the heavenly secret token to cause trouble was this. If the masters of the martial world don't enter this place, how can they plot that earth-shattering massacre? Is your plan because you're worried that the bloodshed here isn't enough? Chu Qing laughed. Since this won't work, and that won't work, why not ask the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to intervene and raze this place to the ground in one fell swoop? The old beggar paused for a moment, then suddenly nodded. That is indeed a solution, capable of resolving the current crisis. However, if this method is implemented, who knows how much blood will be shed and how many more people will die in the martial world? What do you mean by that? Chu Qing asked sincerely this time. Why did the actions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors result in bloodshed and death? The old beggar didn't speak, only staring silently at the heavenly mystery valley, as if gazing at a colossal problem. Chu Qing was also silent for a moment. Suddenly he asked, what is hidden within this heavenly mystery valley? And who are these people you speak of? Since they're plotting a shocking massacre, they must have a purpose. What is that purpose? The old beggar smacked his lips, taking a big bite of the chicken leg in his hand. Have you ever heard of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth? Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you telling me that one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth is hidden here? When did the 9 treasures of heaven and earth become so worthless? There are already 2 in Nailing alone. Is the entire world now filled with the 9 treasures of heaven and earth? Ha ha ha. The old beggar couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, then sighed and said, this is absurd, yet it is precisely so. Back then, the hermit of heavenly secrets collected all the rarest treasures in the world. The 9 treasures of heaven and earth are the most rare treasures in the world. How could the hermit of heavenly secrets ignore them? Not to mention him, even during the heyday of the great Qian dynasty, they collected 7 of them. Chu Qing knew about this. Pei Wuji, impersonating Jiang Shindao, had told Chu Qing this story. It seems the great Qian dynasty collected the 9 treasures of heaven and earth, for the sake of its eternal stability. However, after collecting 7 of them, the great Qian dynasty suddenly collapsed overnight. Judging from the weeping god iron, the 9 treasures of heaven and earth do indeed possess unique abilities. But even these divine objects are not indestructible. At least the chaotic god blade was shattered by Chu Qing and ceased to exist. As Chu Qing's thoughts raced, he asked, "Which one is hidden in the heavenly mystery valley?" The old beggar glanced at Chu Qing and grinned. "The heavenly demon robe." "What is that? A piece of clothing?" Chu Qing frowned. Although the legend of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth existed, not everyone knew about it. As for Chu Qing, he first heard the legend of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth from Pei Wuji. Now, how could he know what the heavenly demon robe was? It is indeed a piece of clothing. However, according to legend, it was once the clothing of immortals and demons. Someone once offered this garment as a sacrifice, hoping to receive divine teachings from immortals, but ultimately gained nothing. This garment is impervious to water, fire, and weapons. It's as light and thin as gauze, suitable for any body type, and fits perfectly. Chu Qing listened, clicking his tongue in admiration. From the description, this garment was indeed a wonderful thing. Wearing one would be like gaining superhuman protective skills. Moreover, it's as light and thin as gauze, fitting perfectly for any body type. Truly worthy of being the legendary garment worn by immortals and demons. The old beggar continued, "But these aren't the most amazing things. The most amazing thing is, even an ordinary person who wears it will instantly become a master. If a master wears it, it's like a god or demon descending to earth, invincible." Hearing this, Chu Qing, seeing the old beggar staring at him, said, "I covered the benefits enough, let's talk about the drawbacks. This thing draws blood." The old beggar curled his lip, seemingly bored. An ordinary person wearing it will turn to dust in a short time. Even a master wearing it can only last an hour or 2 before meeting the same fate. Furthermore, this garment can be worn but not removed. Removing it means certain death. Then what's the use of this thing? It's used when fighting for your life. The old beggar smiled. If there's no way out, the heavenly demon garment becomes your greatest reliance. Even if you die, you can annihilate your enemies. However, if this garment doesn't draw blood for a long time, it will lose its effectiveness. It needs to be soaked in human blood, especially the blood of a master. The more blood, the better, the stronger the master, the better. When the demonic robe is stained with blood and dances gracefully, that will be the day this robe reappears in the martial world. These words resolved a doubt in Chu Qing's mind. The old beggar had previously said that everything hidden by the hermit of Heavenly Mystery in Heavenly Mystery Valley had been looted. But he also said that one of the 9 treasures of heaven and earth remained here. So this was intentional. They wanted to use the blood of a master to make this robe reappear in the martial world. However, Chu Qing still didn't understand. Even if such a robe reappears in the martial world, what good will it do? Although its power is astonishing, it comes at the cost of life. The old beggar glanced at Chu Qing. Have you ever heard of a martial art called Blood Demon Scripture? He had indeed heard of this. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Chu Yin, who had once challenged him with this martial art, had absorbed Gu Qianqiu's life force. They want to give the heavenly demon robe to someone who has cultivated the Blood Demon Scripture? To nourish the heavenly demon robe by absorbing the blood of others? Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. The old beggar spread his hands. Now the problem is right here. What do you plan to do? The Heavenly Secret Order's scheme is a calculated move. Even if you spread this news, no one will believe it. They rather believe that you want to monopolize the Heavenly Secret Hermit's treasure. If we ignore it, and those people spread the news, those who enter the Heavenly Secret Valley will likely only survive 1 in 10. If it were you, how would you handle it? You're asking a blind man for advice. Chu Qing said calmly, I'm just a commoner in the martial world. I'm good at killing, but as for breaking the deadlock, you should find someone else. Killing. The old beggar suddenly smiled, patted his buttocks, and stood up. He casually tossed the chicken bones aside and looked at Chu Qing. Since you're good at killing, then how about you kill a few people for me? Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. Kill who? The old beggar pointed. Inside Tianji Valley, there are 3 masters of the heavenly evil cult. They are 2 guards and 1 king. The soul-seizing guard Shi Yi, the soul-chasing guard Sang Qing, and the tomb king Zhang Hanqing. If you can kill these 3, this old man will give you a generous gift. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and the system notification arrived as expected. Triggered request. Kill order. Kill 2 guards and 1 king. Accept? Chu Qing's pupils contracted sharply. Another kill order? Last time in Tianwu City, he wiped out all the invading enemies, including the entire Wanya Valley, before triggering a kill order. But this time, just the 2 guards and 1 king of the Tianxia sect triggered a kill order? These 3. Are they difficult to kill? Chu Qing silently looked at the old beggar. This matter seems quite difficult. Naturally, it's not easy. The old beggar spoke calmly. Shi Yi, the soul-seizing guard, seems to practice a martial art called Netherworld Rebirth Technique. This technique is extremely evil. It's said that it can send someone to rebirth in an instant. A single glance can determine life and death. Therefore, when fighting this person, one must never make eye contact. Although there's a possibility of not being completely overwhelmed by his watchful eye, it's always better to be cautious. As for the soul-chasing guard, Sang Qing, his lightness skill is exceptional. Among the demonic arts, there's a technique called 100 Ghosts Wandering, which allows him to move elusively, like a ghost, silently and stealthily. Plus, his 13 needles of ghostly cries and howls. The old beggar shook his head, seemingly quite horrified. After a pause, he continued, this person is too difficult to deal with. You must strike first, otherwise, you be at his mercy. Fortunately, these 2 are human. Humans can be killed. If you can kill them, you can try to deal with the Tomb King Zan Hansheng. Zan Hansheng. Chu Qing tilted his head, looking at the old beggar. What's so special about this person? 2 guards and 1 king. Actually, 2 guards protect 1 king. Shi Yi and Sang Qing are both Zan Hansheng's guards. Even I don't know what abilities this Tomb King himself possesses, the old beggar sighed. The heavenly evil cult has 12 holy kings, and he is one of them. But these kings are too mysterious. What I know now is only the tip of the iceberg. So, if you want to kill him, you have to rely on your own abilities. Now, there's one last question. Chu Qing looked at the old beggar with a slightly cold gaze. I don't even know your identity. Why should I help you kill someone? Chapter 128. The moment Chu Qing uttered those words, the air seemed to freeze. The old beggar suddenly looked up, their eyes meeting, a fierce battle of wills, neither giving an inch. An invisible aura emanated from both of them. Though neither made a move, a gust of wind arose from nowhere around them, stirring up dust and pebbles. Just as the situation seemed about to erupt, the old beggar suddenly sighed. These young people nowadays don't know how to respect the elderly. I, an old man, have toiled tirelessly for the sake of this martial world. I frankly told you the truth, and yet you don't trust me. It's truly heartbreaking. Chu Qing remained unmoved, his gaze growing even colder. This old beggar seemed to be opening his heart, but in reality, he didn't utter a word about his own life. And what he said about the situation in Tianji Valley was nothing but empty talk. Whether it was true or false was another matter entirely. The only certainty is that the 2 guards and the king truly exist. While his system is rudimentary, it requires 3 basic elements to trigger a mission: a client, a target, and a reward. All 3 are indispensable. If the 2 guards and the king the old beggar spoke of don't exist, the system will detect the lie. Thus, the mission won't trigger. Even so, there's no evidence to prove that the 2 guards and the king are currently in Tianji Valley. If these 3 are far away, at the heavenly evil cult's headquarters, where would he go to kill them? While the probability is low, this possibility cannot be ignored. The first step to figuring things out is to expose the old beggar's true identity. Seeing Chu Qing's expression, the old beggar knew that continuing to deceive him was unlikely to work. He curled his lip. Fine, I tell you my true identity. Please speak. Chu Qing's gaze remained unchanged. Suddenly, the old beggar straightened up, an aura of profound and unyielding authority emanating from his unkempt appearance. A gentle breeze blew, revealing the unmistakable demeanor of a grandmaster. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, and the old beggar coldly spoke. I am the Xian Emperor. Shang Qiuyu. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing's heart trembled violently. The Xian Emperor, Shang Qiuyu. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a legend of the martial world, were actually right before his eyes. Even Chu Qing couldn't help but feel a slight sense of astonishment, and his aura revealed a slight flaw. Suddenly, he sensed something floating towards him. Chu Qing stepped aside, but in a flash, the old beggar turned and 7 or 8 figures rushed out. These figures were identical, even their auras were exactly the same, making them indistinguishable. Chu Qing grabbed one of them, but it vanished the moment his fingertips touched it. The remaining figures disappeared like bubbles, one after another, before Chu Qing's eyes. The old beggar was nowhere to be found. Chu Qing's face darkened. It's not Shang Qiuyu. If Emperor Xian, Shang Qiuyu, were here, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave. He wouldn't be so intimidated as to reveal his true identity. Besides, if it were him, why would Heavenly Mystery Valley be such a problem? To be honest, if Shang Qiuyu were here, he could declare that the Heavenly Mystery Token and Heavenly Mystery Valley were all his, and anyone who dared to step inside would be his enemy. The group gathered at Luochen Manor today will scatter in a flash. Not a single one will remain. They only regret not having 2 more legs to run faster. This old beggar's movements are strange and superb. Chu Qing tried searching, but just like this afternoon, he left no trace. Furthermore, since he wasn't familiar with this place, he didn't investigate too much. Finally, he gritted his teeth and smiled. Fine, fine, the old man is quite the trickster, and he can run quite fast too. Don't let me see you again, or I break your legs. Thinking this to himself, he glanced at the object on the ground, picked it up without looking at it, and put it in his pocket before glancing at the gate of Tianji Valley in the distance. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Qing simply turned and left. The situation inside Tianji Valley needed further investigation. This old beggar's origins were unpredictable, but since he dared to act under Shang Qiuyu's name, he might have some connection to the real Shang Qiuyu. After all, a name isn't something anyone can just use casually. Offending ordinary people was one thing, but how could the Xian Emperor Shang Qiuyu be someone to be trifled with? However, tonight, he had received far too much information and needed to process it all. He also needed to find Wen Fuxing. Besides, Biancheng and the others had been resting ever since they arrived. He couldn't let them have it easy, so they all had to be brought in as conscripts. As for this mission, he wasn't in a hurry to accept it. Anyway, as long as he didn't refuse, the mission notification would remain. He needed to conduct a preliminary investigation of the situation within Tianji Valley before deciding whether to accept this seemingly risky mission. Thinking along the way, Chu Qing had already returned to the cave. Si Yi and the others were still waiting there. Seeing Chu Qing return with a heavy expression, they exchanged bewildered glances. Tai Chu Qing was the first to speak, her voice trembling with irritation. What happened to you? You look like your lover dumped you. Chu Qing glanced at her absent-mindedly and said to Wenru, gag her. Tai Chu Qing's eyes widened as Wenru's hand was already on her, covering her mouth tightly. Tai Chu Qing was nearly furious. This was truly blind obedience. How could the dignified young lady of Luochen Manor act like such a lackey? If Chu Qing wanted to kill someone, would you hand him a knife? If he wanted to set a fire, would you give him a tinderbox? Couldn't she have any independent thought? This was utterly outrageous. Si Yi and the others had wanted to ask, but seeing Tai Chu Qing's pitiful state, they dared not speak. Even when Pingsa didn't dare to speak, fearing he might anger Chu Qing and have Wenru gag him too. Fortunately, Chu Qing spoke again. Let's go back first. I have some matters to discuss with Master Wen. Yes. Si Yi nodded, and the group immediately turned back. When passing through the Heavenly Mystery Net formation, Chu Qing glanced at Zhou and Qin, instructing them to record the method for crossing the formation upon their return. The two bowed in agreement. With that, the group returned the way they came. After a while, the group climbed up the Forbidden Cave one by one using ropes. Upon reaching the top, they saw Wen Kaiyuan waiting anxiously. Seeing Chu Qing and the others arrive, Wen Kaiyuan quickly approached. You finally made it up. Are you alright? How come there's a cave below this forbidden area? Second Master doesn't know either? Chu Qing's gaze fell on Wen Kaiyuan's face. Wen Kaiyuan shook his head repeatedly. Never heard of it. His expression seemed genuine, and Chu Qing finally sighed. Tonight's events have been quite eventful. Everyone is exhausted. Let's go back and rest. By the way, Second Master, this is Miss Tai Chu Qing. Hearing Chu Qing's introduction, Wen Kaiyuan's gaze fell on Tai Chu Qing, and he smiled slightly. So it's Miss Tai who graces us with her presence. It truly honors my Luochen Manor. Tai Chu Qing was speechless for a moment, then bowed deeply with a dark face. Greetings, Second Master Wen. This junior takes her leave. She turned to leave. Wait. Chu Qing called out to her. Tai Chu Qing glared at Chu Qing, her face dark. What is it now? You're injured, and you've been up all night. How long are you planning to keep this up? Have Second Master Wen prepare a place for you to stay. You can stay at Luochen Manor for the next few days. After the martial arts contest for marriage, you can return to the Iron Blood Hall. You're going to confine me? Tai Chu Qing stared at Chu Qing. Have you forgotten what you promised me? What does this have to do with confining you? Chu Qing rolled her eyes, and said to the two-star guards beside her, Take her away, take her away. Tai Chu Qing stomped her feet, and cursed as she walked away. Only after she had disappeared into the distance did Wen Kaiyuan wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. This Tai Lingyun's precious daughter is really quite lively. Second Master Wen, How many people know about this cave now? Chu Qing withdrew her gaze and asked. Wen Kaiyuan frowned. You said this place needs to be kept secret, so naturally I dare not publicize it. These are the only ones present today. All right. Chu Qing nodded. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Not a single word may be leaked. The group exchanged glances and agreed. Afterward, Chu Qing dismissed everyone. Tai Chu Qing had a room arranged for her by Wen Kaiyuan, so she no longer needed to cause trouble for Chu Qing. Chu Qing returned to his room and unfolded the piece of paper the old beggar had given him. It was a diagram. The drawing was rather hasty, but the core information was still discernible. In the center was a circle, next to which were the 3 crookedly written characters for Heavenly Mystery Valley. 13 lines were drawn around this point. At first, Chu Qing was puzzled, as the drawing resembled a large caterpillar. But as he looked, Chu Qing understood. His expression instantly became extremely strange. What exactly has Luochen Manor been doing all these years? This old beggar had actually found 13 paths leading to Heavenly Mystery Valley, and Luochen Manor, having occupied Tianqing Mountain for hundreds of years, knew nothing of this. Is this really reasonable? He couldn't help but start to doubt Wen Kaiyuan and Wen Pingse again. Such a huge thing happening right under their noses. How could it be possible without collusion and deception? Or is this Heavenly Mystery Valley truly so magical? The 4 seasons conceal the secrets of heaven. Changes envelop the Void Valley. Everything is all hidden? Chu Qing shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. He still had to discuss some matters with Wen Fushan tomorrow. He went straight to bed. After such a long period of wandering, he hadn't had a proper night's sleep in ages. He closed his eyes and opened them again, barely noticing anything, and it was already dawn. Chu Qing stretched his arms, loosening his muscles and bones, causing his joints to crackle. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to take his sword out for a practice session. Last night, he had borrowed the Jade Dragon Immortal's help to further hone the blade, allowing the Golden Crow's sword technique and the Blood Blade sword technique to merge even more seamlessly. Now, he was practicing another sword technique that had evolved from these 2 techniques. This sword technique encompassed both righteous and evil, attacking the righteous and slaying the evil, its variations numerous, and its unpredictable nature extremely powerful. It had now become a complete system, and could be further developed from it. Chu Qing had initially considered extracting 1 character from each of the Golden Crow's sword technique and the Blood Blade sword technique to create a new name. However, no matter how much he thought about it, it didn't sound good. So, he simply came up with the name 16 Styles of the Terrifying Evil Sword. The 16 Styles was obviously a lie. Chu Qing didn't want to reveal the number of moves in his sword technique directly in the name, like Wu Ganqi. These 4 characters were just for show. As for the exact number of moves in this sword technique, only Chu Qing himself knew. When the opponent thought the moves were exhausted, he could create another surprise. After practicing the sword technique twice, the courtyard gate was pushed open. It was a disciple from Luochen Manor bringing food. Chu Qing sniffed the air. Even without a gentle nose, he could smell a delicious aroma. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't anything fancy, just a simple fish porridge. But the aroma was so enticing, it made his mouth water. Chu Qing took a bite and immediately exclaimed, "A delicacy. Does this porridge have a name?" He couldn't help but ask. The maidservant serving him quickly replied, "Young master, this porridge is called Mandarin Duck Jade Porridge, made with Mandarin duck fish from Jiaxing Lake, and the manor's own fragrant jade rice. The Mandarin duck fish has a delicious flavor, and it's only found in our Jiaxing Lake. This Mandarin duck porridge, made with fragrant jade rice, has some effect on martial artists. Long-term consumption can help eliminate accumulated toxins in the body." Good stuff. Chu Qing clicked his tongue in admiration. The martial world is actually quite lenient towards martial artists. There are many rare and precious herbs that can improve one's cultivation after consumption. While the Mandarin duck fish can't directly improve one's cultivation, its ability to eliminate accumulated toxins is a significant benefit. Just as they were eating and drinking, a disciple from Luochen Manor approached. "Young master, Miss Tai asked us to deliver something." He handed over an envelope. It felt heavy in his hand. It didn't just contain a letter, inside was a plaque. The front was engraved with the characters Iron Blood, and the back with the character Sunny in intaglio. The letter was clearly a token from Tai Chu Qing. Chu Qing opened the letter again, and glanced at it, then immediately smiled. It was the agreement he and she had made last night. This girl had actually left a written agreement, and she had delivered it to him so quickly. Looking at Tai Chu Qing's personal seal, and the token, Chu Qing shook his head, and put both items into his pocket. After finishing the bowl of porridge, he got up to find Wen Fuxing. He had learned too much last night, and before the martial arts contest for marriage began, he planned to talk to Wen Fuxing first. But he had only just stepped out of the courtyard when he heard the sound of hooves neighing. Looking up, his eyes widened. This horse is going to fly. He saw a white horse on Luochen Mountain. A white horse galloped wildly across the walls and rooftops of the manor. Several disciples of Luochen Manor were chasing after it. Even worse, the white horse was carrying a white object in its mouth. Chu Qing's face darkened upon seeing it. This horse is truly courting death. Stealing a bellyband even at Luochen Manor? But just then, the white horse spotted Chu Qing. Instantly, it took off galloping across the rooftops, finally crashing down in front of Chu Qing. A bad premonition rose in Chu Qing's heart. Sure enough, the white horse reared up and placed the object in its mouth in front of Chu Qing. Chu Qing was furious. So, this mess has fallen on my head this time? Is this Cao Qiupu's plan to get revenge on me? Chapter 129. Chu Qing stared at Bai Gu with a dark face, though he had just eaten. But now, he had a strong urge to try horse meat dumplings. He glanced down at the undergarment on the ground and noticed a letter beside it. Just then, Bai Gu bent down, picked up the undergarment, turned around, and rode away with the clattering hooves. Clearly, the letter was for Chu Qing, and the undergarment wasn't. The group of disciples from Luochen Manor exchanged bewildered glances. Judging from Chu Qing and this white horse, they seemed to have a close relationship. Should they chase after it or not? Chu Qing pointed. Chase it. Catch it, and send it to the kitchen. I personally slaughter it, and make horse meat dumplings for everyone. Bai Gu abruptly turned and looked at Chu Qing, his horse face filled with disbelief. His eyes blazed with the anger of betrayal. Then, it suddenly lunged forward, leaping into the air, and using the wall for leverage, racing towards the gate of Luochen Manor, making a hissing sound as if to tell Chu Qing, "You just wait." Chu Qing watched the creature being chased and fleeing in a sorry state by the disciples of Luochen Manor, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. He crouched down, picked up the letter, and unfolded it to read. His brow furrowed slightly. The letter was written by Cao Qiupu. Aside from the opening words of sincere apology to Chu Qing regarding the events on the stargazing platform, it recounted Ling Fei's encounter with someone at Luochen Manor. The cause of the incident was related to Wenru. The first group of people who came to assassinate Wenru under the guise of the Niejing platform had indeed attracted the attention of the Niejing platform. These people were omnipresent and insidious. The slightest disturbance would trigger their alert. Anyone daring to act in the name of the Mirror of Karma is, in the Mirror of Karma's style, absolutely cannot be allowed to live. However, logically speaking, investigating this matter shouldn't be the responsibility of a master like Ling Fei, one of the 72 demon-slaying list. But Ling Fei also has her own motives. The letter only briefly mentions that Ling Fei helped the Mirror of Karma kill many people, and now she wants her freedom, and to find her childhood sweetheart, Cao Qiupu. However, why she went to a brothel to let Cao Qiupu discover her remains unknown. In short, Ling Fei's purpose in appearing at Tianxiang Tower is twofold. One is to reunite with Cao Qiupu, and the other is to investigate who impersonated the Mirror of Karma to assassinate Wenru. As for Ling Fei's desire for freedom, Chu Qing doesn't care. And as soon as Ling Fei arrived at Luochen Manor, someone in the shadows made contact with her. According to Cao Qiupu's letter, this is the last task assigned to Ling Fei by the Mirror of Karma. Once Ling Fei investigates the matter thoroughly, the beauty flower will be gone from the Mirror of Karma. Ling Fei is eager to do so, so he goes directly to the agreed-upon location to meet the other party. Ling Fei tells Cao Qiupu that the other party is using the Mirror of Karma's name to try and contact them in another way, hoping to achieve some kind of cooperation. However, both sides are very cautious at this meeting and haven't discussed the specifics of the cooperation, needing to demonstrate further sincerity. According to Ling Fei's description, the person opposite him is dressed in black, and exudes an unsettling aura. His hair color is also different from ordinary people, much redder. His martial arts skills are undoubtedly strong. Even the beauty flower felt pressured in his presence. They then agreed to meet at the same place at 7 p.m. today to continue discussing potential further cooperation. It was at this moment that Tai Chuqing appeared by chance. She vanished in a flash, like a ghost. Ling Fei wanted to kill the witness to prevent future trouble, but unexpectedly Chu Qing, because of the old beggar, also went to investigate the area. In the end, he scared away Hua Marin and saved Tai Chuqing. That's basically the whole story. As for the incident at the stargazing platform, Ling Fei already knew things had been exposed when Chu Qing invited Cao Qiupu alone. That's why she went to kill Chu Qing first. But she didn't expect Chu Qing's martial arts skills to be far superior to her expectations. Unable to kill him, she tried to frame him, but she failed. Cao Qiupu wasn't exactly sensible, but at least he listened to advice and could distinguish right from wrong. But facing his childhood sweetheart, he was easily swayed by her soft heart. In the letter, Cao Qiupu told Chu Qing that he planned to take Lingfei to a secluded place to live in seclusion. From then on, there would be no more Cao Qiupu with his white horse and golden sword, nor the beautiful Hua Marin of the Mirror of Karma. The letter was quite thick. Whether Cao Qiupu was excited or something else while writing it, many parts were poorly written, and there were numerous typos. Chu Qing took a while to finish reading it. Then he carefully put the letter away. I don't believe you. How could the Mirror of Karma just quit like that? For ordinary assassins, quitting the Mirror of Karma was harder than climbing to heaven. He considered himself an anomaly, cautious and careful enough to cut off the path of the Mirror of Karma's pursuit. But who was Ling Fei? A beauty on the 72 demon-slaying list, the Mirror of Karma would never let her escape. Either this beautiful Ling Fei had once again deceived the poor, naive, and soft-hearted brother, or the Mirror of Karma was already prepared to kill her. However, Cao Qiupu wasn't so easy to kill. His 7-tone heavenly sound sword technique was extremely formidable. If he had harbored murderous intent in Qingxi village, even the little blacksmith wielding the chaotic god blade would have been no match for him. As for the beautiful woman, Chu Qing didn't care whether she lived or died. But if, with Cao Qiupu's help, the Mirror of Karma couldn't kill the beautiful woman, things would become even more interesting. Of course, for both reason and sentiment, Chu Qing felt he should still give Cao Qiupu a heads up. But who should he ask for this? He currently needed to oversee the Luoch Manor, and preside over the martial arts tournament for marriage. Then we have to use the people from Luoch Manor to do this. Thinking this to himself, he arrived at Wen Fuxing's courtyard. Pushing open the door, he saw Wen Karen, dressed in red, kneeling before the door, her face wrinkled, as if she had just been crying. Seeing Chu Qing approach, she hurriedly wiped away her tears. Third young master. Chu Qing nodded, glancing at Siyi, who was trying hard not to look, but always sneaking glances at Wen Karen when she wasn't looking. He felt speechless again. Do people from the martial world have to be so innocent? He pointed at Wen Karen. What happened? Siyi, quickly help her up. Hearing Chu Qing's words, Siyi seemed to have found an excuse. He quickly came over and helped Wen Karen up. Wen Karen seemed to want to say something, but after glancing at Chu Qing, she swallowed her words. She just bit her lip lightly, her face bitter. Chu Qing's gaze swept over the two of them, then asked, Is the master awake? Just come in, Wen Fuxing's voice came directly from inside the room. Chu Qing smiled, pushed open the door, and entered. The first thing she said to Wen Fuxing after closing the door was, Don't pretend. Their target isn't you at all. What? Wen Fuxing sat up abruptly. What happened? What did you discover last night? It's a long story. Chu Qing stroked her chin. But before I go, there's something I need Master Wen to clarify for me. Go ahead. How exactly did Tianji Jushi die back then? I don't know. Wen Fuxing sighed. When Siyi returned yesterday, he told me about it. I also know that in that underground cave, they found a nearly obliterated corpse. And the words the one who killed my Tianji, Wen Tianheng also, were written there. But the matter of our ancestors, so many years have passed, I don't know the specifics of the truth. Does Master Wen truly not know? Chu Qing's voice suddenly turned cold. Wen Fuxing abruptly looked up, and as their eyes met, he finally sighed, Third young master, you are a wise man. There are some things that I did not intend to hide, but I simply cannot speak of them to others. Not just you, but even my two younger brothers, I can't tell them. If you insist on knowing, you have to promise me one thing. Chu Qing pursed his lips. Tell me if you want. I only got involved in this mess at Luoch Manor because of my relationship with Wenru. I don't have many friends. Wenru is innocent and kind, and I didn't want her to suffer a tragic end, so I stepped in to get involved. Does Manor Lord Wen think I owe you a huge favor? Of course not. Wen Fuxing slowly exhaled. It's just that this concerns a young girl's life or death, so I have to be careful. It concerns Wenru's life or death? Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, suddenly remembering Wenru's words from last night. After a moment's thought, his expression changed. It's related to her constitution? You? Wen Fuxing suddenly looked up. Xiao Roer told you. If you don't want to tell me, I can ask Wenru. She won't hide it from me. Outrageous. Wen Fuxing roared in anger. Girls are indeed outgoing. As expected. This silly girl has no idea how to handle a man. Doesn't she know that such openness will inevitably lead to her being hurt by him in the future? Master One, stop! Chu Qing quickly said, there's no romantic love between Wenru and me. Bah! When Fuxing suddenly cursed, don't give me that. My daughter is so beautiful, and you spend every day with her. How could you not have some feelings for her? It's just that you don't want to give anyone cause for gossip. You don't want to take responsibility, so you're using this as an excuse. I'm an experienced man. How could I be fooled by a mere child like you? What makes you say that? Chu Qing was immediately annoyed. My relationship with Wenru is completely innocent. So what if it's innocent? The budding of feelings doesn't mean you have to immediately consummate your relationship. If you really wronged her, even if you profess love, I'd beat you to death and leave no future trouble. When Fuxing's anger was palpable. So you don't believe me no matter what I say? Chu Qing rolled her eyes. But Master One, let me make this clear. My relationship with her, at least for now, is not what you think. Moreover, Wenru, she probably doesn't understand these matters of love and affection at all. And I have absolutely no such feelings for her. Also, Master One, I have a betrothed wife. You have a fiancé? When Fuxing frowned. Can you break it off? Chu Qing's face darkened instantly. What kind of nonsense was this? No wonder this old man was always plotting to steal Cheng Tieshan's money. It turns out these two old bastards are birds of a feather. No! Please, Master One, give up this idea. The two fell silent after their exchange. Finally, when Fuxing spoke first, you can still remember your wife, who shared your hardships, which shows you are indeed a sentimental person. What do you mean, wife who shared your hardships? She's quite beautiful. Chu Qing rolled her eyes. When Fuxing was almost speechless, his mind blank for a moment before he finally said, Roar's constitution is called the Heavenly Fragrance Physique. This constitution is extremely special. Her nose is far more sensitive than ordinary people, allowing her to smell internal energy and sense changes in the internal energy within others. It can even distinguish between loyalty and treachery. However, this ability, though powerful, is deadly. Those with this constitution are not only devoid of emotion, but even if they have some feelings, they find it difficult to express them outwardly. Transcendent, saintly, at a young age, yet living without warmth, like a withered tree, envied by the heavens. Often, they don't live past 25. This is a constitution that only appears once every 100 years, or so among the women of my Wen family. It is also a curse. Chu Qing glanced at Wen Fuxing. What about the last person with the heavenly fragrance physique? There's no record in the family genealogy, but there was a record in the ancestors' notes. That person was Wen Xinran, the daughter of our ancestor Wen Tianheng. Wen Fuxing said softly, however, this bloodline of my Wen family did not originate with our ancestor Wen Tianheng. Even earlier, there was a great-grandmother who also had this constitution. However, she lived to the age of 97 before passing away peacefully. How did she do that? Chu Qing asked hurriedly, as it concerned Wenru's life and death, and he couldn't help but care. Back then, after our ancestor Wen Tianheng discovered that his daughter possessed this constitution, he searched through countless ancient texts and reviewed the notes passed down within the clan. In the end, he discovered that the reason that great-grandmother was able to live so long was because she had once encountered someone. When Fuxing looked at Chu Qing, the Tai ancestor of the Tai sect, it was he who used the internal energy of the 3 volumes of the unchanging heavenly book to help the great-grandmother survive her life or death ordeal. Chu Qing suddenly understood. Many things he hadn't understood before suddenly made sense. Why, despite being the eldest daughter of Luochen Manor, had Wen never cultivated the Wen family's internal martial arts technique, the Yintian star control technique? Why, when Luochen Manor was at its peak, did Wen Fuxing send her to the Tai sect, which was inferior to Luochen Manor? The purpose was the 3 volumes of the unchanging heavenly book. Unfortunately, the Earth Scroll had already disappeared during Wen Tianheng's generation. Wen Tianheng must have traced it back to the Heavenly Mystery Hermit, but unfortunately, he ultimately failed to find Heavenly Mystery Valley. Even after killing the Heavenly Mystery Hermit and obtaining the Heavenly Mystery Token, he could only watch helplessly as his daughter died tragically. Chapter 130. The Heavenly Fragrance Body isn't something every generation possesses. Since the death of our ancestor's daughter, Xiao Roer is the second person in hundreds of years to possess it. I don't know much about our ancestor's past. I can only glean glimpses of his thoughts from the few lines in his notes, but ultimately, I haven't experienced that pain firsthand. Later, because there were no more successors, there was no need to search for the Earth Scroll in the difficult Heavenly Book. During those hundreds of years, naturally no one searched for Heavenly Mystery Valley. After Xiao Roer was born, I didn't initially notice anything unusual. But as she grew older, she gradually displayed strange abilities. Only then did I realize that this curse had actually fallen upon my daughter. When Fuxing spoke slowly, word by word, at that time, I searched through countless books and even traveled the martial world, hoping to find the whereabouts of Heavenly Mystery Valley. But nothing. Nothing at all. It was at that time that I met Cui Paozhong of the Tai sect. Cui Paozhong. Chu Qing was speechless for a moment. It's Cui Bu, the unfeuding fist master. When Fuxing's expression was somewhat strange as he spoke of this person. The Tai sect is full of eccentrics, and Cui Bu is one of them. He was extremely talented, a magnanimous man, always claiming to be a gentleman, gentle and refined, with an excellent temper, hence the name Cui Bu, unfeuding Cui. But in reality, his personality was as fiery as fire, easily ignited. He especially hated evil, and his methods for dealing with villains were extremely ruthless. During the time he roamed the martial world, villains trembled at the mere mention of his name. If they were truly cornered by him, they would rather commit suicide than be beaten to death by his wild punches. I know him intimately and understand his talent. If you were to ask me who in the Tai sect over the years is most likely to pierce the barrier between heaven and earth, the only person I can think of is him. Back then, my great-grandmother enjoyed a long life because of the Tai ancestor. Now that the Earth Scroll is missing, and I couldn't find Tianji Valley, my only hope was that Cui Bu would one day pierce the barrier between heaven and earth and comprehend the Earth Scroll's divine power on his own. That's why I reluctantly sent Xiaoroer to the Tai sect. Under Cui Bu's tutelage, she began cultivating the unchanging heavenly book from a young age, which actually made her more resilient. I also hope that heaven will have mercy and allow Cui Paozhong to pierce the barrier between heaven and earth, helping my daughter overcome this life-threatening calamity. After saying this, the room fell silent once more. After a long pause, Chu Qing spoke, the Earth Scroll is probably no longer in Heavenly Mystery Valley. What? Upon hearing this, when Fuxing's expression changed drastically. What makes you say that? Chu Qing finally recounted his conversation with the old beggar the previous night, focusing on the heavenly demon robe and the heavenly evil cult's objectives. He didn't mention a word about the task the old beggar had entrusted to him. After listening, when Fuxing's expression was full of complex emotions. Very well, what a heavenly mystery hermit. For so many years, he actually hid Heavenly Mystery Valley beneath Heavenly Star Mountain. The four seasons conceal the heavenly secrets, the changes contain the Void Valley, truly making it invisible to everyone. The heavenly evil cult. The Earth Scroll is now, with the heavenly evil cult, as long as we find them. He seemed to want to stand up, and go find them directly. Chu Qing pressed him down. Master One, calm down. When Fuxing was no longer a naive newcomer to the martial world, his concern had clouded his judgment. Chu Qing's earlier speculation had actually given him immense hope. If he could truly learn the location of Tianji Valley from the person behind the scenes, finding the Earth Scroll would become much more likely. Now that hope was dashed, the thought of Wenrou's future made it difficult for even a renowned martial arts master like himself to remain calm. After hearing Chu Qing's words, he took a deep breath and composed himself. Chu Qing said softly, that old beggar's identity is unknown. Whether what he said is true or false is still uncertain. I observed that the gates of Tianji Valley were tightly closed. Whether anyone is still inside is also questionable. This matter still needs further investigation. You're right. When Fuxing immediately agreed. If that old beggar was just lying to us, hoping we use the heavenly secret token to open the gate so he could profit from it, then for me, it's actually a good thing. Now that we've found the location of Heavenly Secret Valley, we certainly need to begin investigating. But my mind is a bit muddled right now. What do you think is the best course of action? There are only two possible outcomes now. One is that Heavenly Secret Valley harbors hidden dangers, targeting everyone currently gathered at Luochen Manor. If that's the case, we need to first understand the situation inside the valley, what methods they prepared, and then figure out how to break through. Even without complete certainty, we need to have a general idea. Once we can uncover this, we can then use a clever plan to lure these martial artists into Heavenly Secret Valley. Firstly, this will let them know that Heavenly Secret Valley is deserted, thus resolving the crisis with the Heavenly Secret Token. Secondly, it will allow us to gather strength and compete with the Heavenly Evil Cult. Chu Qing paused for a moment, then said, as for the second possibility, just as you said, that old beggar was lying. Then when we investigate, as long as there's no unusual activity in the valley, we can find out whether what the old beggar said is true or false. But you said the gates of Tianji Valley are tightly closed. We can send someone to keep watch. If that's the only entrance, I don't believe they can stay inside forever and never come out. Alright, I have someone take care of it right away. In just a few words, Wen Fuxing had already made up his mind. Just as he was about to call CE in, Chu Qing said again, there are 2 other things I need to trouble Master Wen with. Just say them. The first thing, help me deliver a letter to Cao Qiupu, the White Horse Golden Sword. Chu Qing said, this person shouldn't have left the Luochen Manor territory yet. Where he is? We have to find him by looking at his horse. And that horse should be near the wine shop in the town at the foot of the mountain, but I don't know if it's left yet. What about the letter? It hasn't been written yet. Wen Fuxing pointed, there are writing implements over there. Please wait a moment, master. Chu Qing said, getting up to find writing implements to write the letter. Wen Fuxing sat on the bed waiting. After a moment, Chu Qing came over, holding 2 letters. One is for Cao Qiupu, and the other is for Tai Lingyun. Chu Qing handed the 2 letters to Wen Fuxing. Miss Tai must have some expenses for food and drink at Luochen Manor. Have someone deliver the second letter to Tai Lingyun, and tell him to prepare a group of men to follow your orders. This group can be a backup plan in case of unforeseen circumstances. Once this storm at Luochen Manor subsides, this group of men can escort Miss Tai back to the Iron Blood Hall. Wen Fuxing grinned. You're quite the heartless fellow. I heard you saved that girl's life. Don't you have any regrets? I already told you, I have a fiancé. Chu Qing felt that these older generation members of the martial arts world were all impure-minded. Instead of thinking about how to become famous and invincible, they were all scheming to play matchmaker for the younger generation. You better be. Wen Fuxing coldly snorted. Chu Qing ignored him and continued, there's one last thing. Someone attempted to assassinate Wenru, using the name of the Nijingtai. This alarmed the Nijingtai assassins. They went to Luochen Manor to investigate, and discovered that the mastermind is currently at Luochen Manor. Tai Chu Qing only fell into my hands by chance after stumbling upon this matter. They agreed to meet again tonight at 7 p.m. I plan to arrange for men to ambush them beforehand, to catch them like turtles in a jar, and see if the last one to arrive is a human or a ghost. Wen Fuxing also knew about this matter, but he didn't know about these entanglements. Somewhat surprised, you said. Didn't you just arrive yesterday? How do you know so much? Your Luochen Manor is a complete mess right now. Chu Qing rolled her eyes and said, yesterday, just one afternoon and half the night, all sorts of things happened one after another. I was almost killed by the busyness. Alright, it's almost time. Don't forget what I told you to do. Those keeping watch, be careful, keep a close watch from a distance. Remember not to show your face. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately. If the opponent is truly the heavenly evil cult, a direct confrontation would most likely result in certain death. Wen Fuxing subconsciously nodded in agreement, then realized, good lad, you already considered me your subordinate? In that case, if what the old beggar said is true, there's no point in me continuing to pretend here, so I might as well keep watch myself. I'd like to see what these people are capable of, daring to act so recklessly under my nose. Chu Qing nodded, a long-held grumble escaping his lips. If it really is the heavenly evil cult, they've been operating under your nose for quite some time now. You haven't discovered them for so long. Can you blame them for acting recklessly? That's basically all the information I needed to give. Chu Qing came out of Wen Fuxing's room and saw Wen Karen sitting on a stone bench, sobbing softly. Ce stood behind her, motionless like a wooden stake. He suddenly felt he could understand why Wen Fuxing and his group were so fond of playing matchmaker. However, he didn't want to pick up that bad habit. He went to Wen Karen and gently tapped the table. Second miss, it's almost time. We should go to the training grounds. Wen Karen glanced at Chu Qing, hesitated, and finally took a deep breath. Okay, I go with you. Ce opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say a word. He just silently turned his head and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Chu Qing didn't even bother to look at him. If you're reluctant, just say so. If you want something, go for it. What's with all this fussing and pretending to be so sentimental? He immediately led Wen Karen towards the training grounds. It wasn't too far from here, only 2 levels apart. The closer Wen Karen got to the martial arts arena, the slower her pace became. Finally, she seemed to have the urge to run away. Chu Qing glanced at the girl, but couldn't hold back any longer. What's your relationship with Ce? Wen Karen's hand trembled, and she subconsciously shook her head, but then bit her lip. I'm in love with him. He doesn't dare? Yes. The reason your uncle orchestrated this martial arts contest for marriage was not only because Luochen Manor is currently embroiled in troubles, but also to put pressure on Ce. If he can't let go, how could he allow you to marry someone else? Don't you want to see if he's willing to risk his life for you? When Karen was stunned, not expecting Chu Qing to say such a thing. She bit her lip. But what if he doesn't want to? Then why waste your deep affection? When Karen was stunned, feeling that these words made sense, yet she simply couldn't accept them. I don't know. Until the very last moment, no one can say for sure. Let's wait and see. Chu Qing smiled. Let's go, relax. When Karen glanced at Chu Qing and gave a graceful bow. Thank you, young master. As they spoke, the two finally arrived at the martial arts arena. The area was quite large, surrounded by disciples and guards from Luoch Manor, with skilled martial artists participating in the martial arts contest for marriage among them. Just as Chu Qing and when Karen arrived, a voice called out, "Third young master, Miss Karen has arrived." Upon hearing this, everyone in the arena turned to look at Chu Qing and when Karen. Whispers arose for a moment. The third young master? There's another third young master at Luochen Manor? Could it be that one? Yesterday at the foot of the mountain, the Mad Blade third young master appeared and killed several demons from Longong Mountain with a single strike. The Mad Blade is so close to Luochen Manor? That's when Karen. What a beautiful woman, so pitiful. I'm going to have this girl. If you don't want to die, you better not go on stage. The crowd consisted of people of various backgrounds, their voices clamoring all at once. Chu Qing frowned slightly, then heard the sound of a gong. When Kai Yuan, holding a drumstick, struck the bronze gong standing beside him hard. The gong sound drowned out the noise. Chu Qing stepped forward. Enough with the nonsense. Anyone with skill, feel free to come up and show off your abilities. But remember, stop when you made your point. Anyone who dares to harm someone will have to leave their life on this stage. Don't blame me for not warning you. The martial arts contest for marriage begins now, he said, gesturing with his arm. Second miss, please take a seat. Just watch. A table and 2 chairs were prepared on the stage, one for when Karen and one for Chu Qing. When Karen nodded and was about to sit down, suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out. Chu Qing thought someone was trying to set the stage, but to his surprise, the person who landed pointed at Chu Qing and laughed. Where did this brat come from? So arrogant. Is Luochen Manor out of talent? They found some immature kid to host this kind of event. Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? Chu Qing glanced at the man. He was in his 30s, dark-skinned, with a shifty face. His brows furrowed slightly. When Fuxing should really add a rule, ugly people aren't allowed on stage. Even though he had no connection with Wen Karen, he couldn't bear to see such a delicate young girl fall into the hands of someone like him. What are you muttering about? Although the man hadn't clearly heard Chu Qing's words, he could tell from his eyes that it wasn't anything nice, and couldn't help but retort angrily, Are you insulting me? You're asking for death. With that, he stepped forward and swung his palm. Chu Qing didn't even bother to look at him, instead unleashing a backhand palm strike, a high-pitched dragon roar instantly resounding throughout the area. Before the palm strike even reached him, the man felt a gust of wind crash down upon him, and he was involuntarily blown away by the force. The crowd saw, vaguely, a white, dragon-shaped phantom, carrying the man forward. The crowd instinctively parted to form a line, allowing the man to fly more than 10 feet before finally landing.